Good morning, everybody. Welcome to, I guess this is technically Phoenix or Anthem, depending on how you look at it. I'm Chris Warden, and with me, as always, is Andy Jones-Wilkins. Good morning.
How you doing, Chris?
I'm doing wonderful. Thanks for hanging with us with these delays. You're here for Black Canyon 100K, and so are we. Obviously, things were expected to get kicked off a little bit earlier today. However, we were at the mercy of Mother Nature, so to speak, last night, and we got some weather. It was inclement weather. We had a little bit of snow at the top or front portion of the course, and when people saw that come across on messages and media this morning, they kind of scoffed a little bit, and we need to clarify, I think, to kick things off. We had about an inch or two of snow, and that would affect the trails, would affect the race to some degree, but that's not why things were delayed.
Right. I mean, it was clear that the trails would be traversable.
Yeah.
But the issue was about transportation. Aravaipa has planned for literally dozens of yellow school buses to transport people from the Anthem parking lot, which is about 10 miles from where we're sitting, up to the start. And the policies of the transportation company are that they have to clear the area, that is to say, put eyeballs on the area and confirm that it's passable by these buses before they'll release those buses. So the initial call was to delay the start from 7 until 9, and then we've extended that now until approximately 9:30. We're thinking that that's going to be the likely time. Wave 1, we're going to go with just 2 waves. Wave 1 will leave at 9:30. Wave 2 will leave at 10 o'clock. Obviously, all cutoffs, all aid station cutoffs will be extended appropriately.
Yeah, absolutely. For those who were, I guess we might have some issue on AJW's volume. Looks like...
Can't hear AJW, that's a first.
Yeah. So basically what AJW was saying, for those who couldn't hear, was the fact that in the interest of transportation safety, the bus company has protocols when it comes to inclement weather, and we are adhering to those. It pushes things back to a degree, but we are up and running. So we're probably, we're about 40 minutes from the start. So the original plan was to have 3 waves at 7, 7:30, and 8 o'clock. As far as I can tell, and as far as has been communicated to us, I believe that we can get the thumbs up on that. We're now having consolidation down into 2 waves, the 9:30 wave and a 10 a.m. wave. And the 9:30 a.m. wave has until 5:30 tomorrow morning to finish, and wave 2 has until 6 a.m. tomorrow to finish.
Of course, I think they've unmuted me. Can you hear me out there in the chat?
I tried, folks. I tried to keep them muted as long as possible, but let me give...
So thank you for that. Thank you for bearing with me. By the way, this is an exciting day for Black Canyon 100K in a lot of ways, but most notably, for the first time in race history, we are broadcasting from the finish line out here at Emory Henderson. In past years, we've broadcast from the studio down on 24th Street, literally 60 miles from here. So we're really excited to be on site, just as we were at Javelina a couple months ago.
Well, we did, to be fair, we did have a taste of it last year.
We did. You're right.
For those who tuned in late last year, AJW and I actually asked Matt very nicely if we could come back on the air to call the final finishers before midnight, the golden hour for those who were chasing those Western States lottery qualifications. And we had a blast with that. We got to meet a lot of runners. We pulled some off of the course after they finished to tell us about their experiences. And some of them actually had a race to do in the morning as well, and we'll talk about those runners here and what their situation is going to present. Right now, we've got a beautiful shot. This is a drone shot that is, I believe, from Antelope Mesa. Now we're looking at the start line. I don't know if we can get it on the monitor over there, but it looks like right now we've got some shots of runners. They're perfect. They're definitely cold and huddled up towards one of the few buildings at the outside of Mayer High School. So you're looking live at Mayer, Arizona. As you can see, it is clear skies, which is probably pretty good. You know, we got a little bit of snow last night, as we mentioned, which was cause for the delay in transporting runners. But from here, it could be clear skies. I do believe the last check I had on the temperature at Mayer was 33 degrees, so just a hair above freezing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, it's not that warm down here.
No.
I mean, you've got a puffy on, and it's 42 degrees Fahrenheit here down at the finish line. So it will warm up for runners significantly by the time they get down here. I would expect that maybe by the time the first runners get down here, it's going to be close to 60. But I don't think that the conditions are going to be prohibitive this year.
Yeah.
And that's one of the wild things about Black Canyon for those that are not familiar. We'll get into that in a minute, but we haven't talked about the fact that this is the second in America, or second in Arizona rather, HOKA Golden Ticket race. And this field is stacked. This field has some world-class contenders. It's brought in people who have already qualified for Western States. For those not familiar with the process, the Western States 100 is in June, the fourth Saturday in June, and this is an opportunity for those runners to qualify last chance because the lottery's taken place. Sponsors have given their spots out through what's called the Golden Ticket process. And basically, you have to finish in the top, in this case, top 3, or finish in the top 6 if somebody who's already qualified finishes. So there is a lot on the line for these runners. And also, Aravaipa pays the entryway for these Golden Ticket winners. So that's an extra few $100 that they don't have to spend, because going to Western States is an obligation. It's a wonderful obligation for those who get the opportunity. Obviously, you've done it 10 times, and you keep going back to hang out. But, you know, I think it's one of the cool features of the fact that this Golden Ticket race does cover, at the very least, the entry fee for the runners.
I want to jump in here. I distinctly remember you and I took a trip up to Auburn for the Memorial Day weekend training camp last May, and it was during that weekend that the Golden Ticket series that the Golden Ticket series for 2023-24 was announced, was unveiled. And it was in that moment, literally in real time, sitting in a coffee shop, that we learned that Black Canyon 100K, which has been a Golden Ticket race for several years, was going to be the only Golden Ticket race that went 3 deep. Top 2 in the other 6 races, top 3 here, which just adds to the prestige. I think it's also important to note that this is the second in the World Trail Majors.
Yes.
A new series launched in 2024. The first race was in Hong Kong last month, and the next one in a couple of weeks will be the Trans Gran Canaria. But this is the second in a 10-race series, World Trail Majors, that's launching this year in 2024. We've got some new banners out here with a really cool new logo for the World Trail Majors, and we're just really excited to be kicking that off as well.
That reminds me, this is also another watershed moment for an Aravaipa race, for a Golden Ticket race in the United States, because we're simulcasting for an entirely additional audience.
Are they starting at 9? Everyone's lining up as if they're about to go.
All right. Well, so for those that are not...
All like stripped, they're like lining up. They're ready to go.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, so is that confirmed?
No. What they're
Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. So this is the first time that we're going to be translating an Aravaipa live stream into another language, and so good morning or good afternoon. I don't know. I'd have to check. I think it's like 6 hours ahead or behind, but on the other side of the date line.
Right, the time zone in Japan.
Yeah. So welcome to the Japanese audience. Actually, they won't be hearing me. They'll be hearing the Japanese simulcasters.
Yeah.
But that's an exciting facet of the World Trail Majors, kind of bringing different communities from around the world together in appreciation of a sport that we all love.
Let's get everybody set up too. We've got about a little bit more than 30 until the start of Wave 1. But let's get set up for what we're going to be doing here. Chris and I are kicking off the broadcast, and then we'll have Corinne Malcolm and Skylar Hall in for several hours, and then Chris and I will circle back in the evening, late afternoon, evening, and then we've got a really exciting wrap-up crew for the 100K, which is Callie Vinson and Scott Trayer. And for the first time in our Black Canyon 100K coverage, we're doing the 60K as well. Yeah. So tomorrow's 60K will be fully live streamed as well,
and that'll be anchored by Corinne Malcolm and Katie Azimuth.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we've got a star-studded lineup. I'm actually so stoked to be a part of it. Oh, it's Corinne Shalvoy.
Corinne Shalvoy. I
apologize.
I think Corinne Malcolm will be doing
on with us later today. And she'll be field reporter tomorrow. Mm-hmm. See, folks, we have all sorts of moving parts in these live streams. So correction on that. Yeah, Corinne Shalvoy will be on the call tomorrow.
And then we have field reporters. The ever popular Leah Yingling has just flown in from Salt Lake, and she'll be one of the field reporters.
We saw Brett Hornig as well.
And Brett Hornig will be on there as well.
He was part of our preview show yesterday that was a little bit off the rails, but at the same time, we got in, we got out, we got it done in about an hour, which was all I wanted to do. Wanted to keep some sense of brevity there, but
I think our main man Matt would have preferred it to be more like 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, Matt, I think after that point he was pretty much over what we had to say.
His quote at the end was, "You guys can talk."
Oh yeah. Well, and that was the beauty of the fact that we had 5 people but 4 mics. We weren't 5 mics from the source, but we had passing around, kind of having a fun conversation. Looks like we've got Leah Yingling on course, actually at the start line.
Leah, how are you?
Let's see if we can get Leah's audio up.
Leah looks like she brought all of her. Oh, there she.
I heard something there. Yeah. Are you staying warm? I can hear her very faintly.
It might be going through. Oh, is that better?
I've got you in a little bit of an echo, just letting the studio guys know, but we can hear you now. Keeping warm back there.
It is chilly out.
Okay, so she should be good. All right. So what's going on at the start line right now, Leah?
Starters line up here at 9 o'clock. I basically heard that it was postponed to 9:30. So pretty chilly looking runners. It's about 30 degrees, snow all over the field here, ice and mud all over the track. It'll be an interesting day.
So how many people are actually out there right now? And I mean, are they fully ready to rock and roll?
I think they are. We have a lot of people lined up here, and then they just kind of disperse. Really? I think they're probably going to go warm up physically and athletically. I think they've had a couple false starts this morning, so I've been seeing people do several little sprints around.
Yeah, we've all had a few little false starts over the course of the morning. That's one thing, but that's kind of the nature of things. I mean, you can speak to it absolutely. You both can. That sometimes ultra running is problem solving and rolling with the punches that are set before you. We're just in a different aspect of handling that. What are you looking forward to in the first section of the race?
I think the conditions today are going to be very fun, and I think cater to a different style of runner. I think historically we see a lot of flat, fast runners excel here.
It's cutting in and out, but we're about
right about 30, half an hour. Yeah,
30 minutes away, 28 minutes away from the start of the race. Leah, have you heard anything, any late breaking news from anybody? Any last minute maybe situations or withdrawals that perhaps we didn't hear about yesterday?
Yesterday we knew pretty much last minute ones. I think those following at home, some of the bigger names that we're not seeing lining up are Hannah Catches and Marie Madden on men's side, I think we saw Ryan Miller had to pull out last week because he has COVID. Oh, and then Makai Clemens too, I believe, with injuries. So I think I'm seeing everybody else sign up today, unless somebody does something last minute that surprises us.
So which aid stations are you going to be, and points on the course are you going to be joining us from today, Liad? Can you give us a little bit of a rundown on where you're going to be?
Takeaways around mile 50 was really fun. And then my counselor friend predicted me about the big station. Yeah, there as well today.
We'll see if we can get. Are you getting her audio cleaned up or no? Okay. Okay. Cool. We're working on Leah's audio. She is out in the start line of Mayer High School. It is about 32, 33 degrees out there. Are you able to pivot maybe and shoot or give us a shot of the starting line from there? Thank you very much. Okay, so just a few people getting ready. Given the limited, actually no indoor access at Mayer High School, Leah, where is everybody huddled up? Are they kind of by that building that's just at the edge of the stadium, or are they down in the little kind of courtyard foyer area for the high school itself?
Everywhere, lighting the street. They could do with what they got, because I do think their cars are parked a ways.
Okay, having run at this level of competition for Leah, how would this change your approach or your situation, if any, or is there anything that you would look at differently given the delay in start and the situation that these runners are now having to undertake, originally expecting to start at 7 a.m. but now being pushed back to 9:30? I've completely lost Leah's.
Yeah.
Pretty sure her internet's just really bad.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear her now?
Leah, did we reconnect with you? I see we've got video now.
It's just in and out.
Okay, it's just in
Okay.
and out. Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. Well, we'll see if we can reconnect with Leah shortly. But basically, you can speak to this as well. You've raced at this level of competition as well as Leah has, and the question from me is that, yeah, I mean, as a mid back of the packer, I'm obviously going to start, freaking out, 5 minutes before race anyways. Well, now some of these runners have, some more extended periods to get nervous and build that up. How does that change maybe for a front of the pack runner? If you're like expecting to go at 7 a.m., you've gotten into your routine, you've gotten into your situation, you had your bagel, you had your coffee, and then you get to the race or you're en route to the race, and it's been pushed back 2 hours.
Yeah, I think the delayed start will have an impact on sort of the pre-race nutrition plan. Most athletes, doesn't matter, front, middle, back of the pack, are thinking about, I'm going to have my 600 calories 90 minutes before the start or whatever. So that obviously requires some adjusting. I really think, though, once the decision is made, once the start is delayed, I think the best mindset to have is, hey, everyone's in the same boat.
Yeah,
right. You know
true.
what? The start is delayed for everybody. There's a good reason we're doing it. They're doing it for our own safety. If you waste a lot of sort of mental energy being angry about it or being frustrated, or you might as well that's no good. So
Yeah.
I almost equate it to if you're in a race and you get lost. Right? You go off course and then you come back on course. It's just like you could dwell on going off course and being lost. You could dwell on that for the whole rest of your day and be angry, or you can be like, oh, I went off course, but now I'm back on course. I think it's got to be similar to that. Now they know the start is at 9:30. That's in, 23 minutes, and they'll be good to go. So aside from that nutrition plan, I think that's about it. Now, there are some other things to think about, which might be, for example, as we were talking, maybe for more mid and back of the packers in this race, maybe they've set up a drop bag with a headlamp that's at Deep Canyon, which is about the 50K mark, and they might need it sooner. So it might be that they grab another headlamp and go from the start carrying a headlamp, and just, or maybe their warm clothes that they were planning on changing into at mile 31. They're going to, now again, this is not necessarily going to be at the elite front of the pack with a 9:30 start, but it could certainly be something that has an impact on the other racers. But once the race is started, it's a race like anybody else. And I got to tell you, looking at these beautiful snow-capped peaks outside our studio, it's just, they're in for a beautiful day.
That's something you don't get to say very often in Phoenix.
Right.
Like when you're in town, like obviously if you're in Flagstaff or you're in Prescott, the higher country of Arizona, you see some snow off in the distance, or sometimes snow, in the case of Flagstaff, all over the place. But when you're in Phoenix, like still in these zip codes, to see some snow-covered peaks off in the 20, 30-mile distance, knowing full well that in some cases that's where the runners are coming from, it's a bit unusual. And I have to be honest, I've run this race. I have 4 finishes, and I'm glad that I'm not going for a 5th today, because it's super
I have
cold.
to say, I got up here right at first light when Matt and Jamil were getting things set up. It was just the 3 of us here, and literally at first light, we went around and saw these snow-capped peaks that you can kind of see them just over our shoulder here.
That's right, yeah.
And they were so low. They were the snow line was
like you're talking maybe 3,000 feet, like 3,000 feet elevation. Like right now, we're sitting at probably about 1,700 at the end of the Black Canyon, maybe a little bit higher than that. But those peaks off in the distance with snow are not much higher up. Mayer itself, I believe, is at about 4,500, if I remember correctly. But yeah, the first few miles for these runners, I've seen pictures of Antelope Mesa. We've seen pictures of the start line. They're going to encounter some snow-covered trails. Now, it's not going to be your heavy Midwestern, like chunky snow or anything like that. It's for them, it's a light dusting, and that's why I think we got some of the business from some of our friends up north and in the Midwest that were surprised at the delay of the start due to the elements. The weather is not going to affect the race itself, at least as far as we can tell. It more affected getting runners to the start line. Yeah. We would like to once again convey that.
But let's keep in mind those first 10 miles are going to be sloppy.
Yeah.
They're going to be slushy and sloppy, and it's interesting. In our preview show yesterday, we talked a fair bit. You had us consider the an either or of these conditions. Will they favor what you called the grinder, or the super fast runner? Yeah. Right. Like the pure runner, like we saw last year, dry as a bone course. Anthony Costales, pure runner, busted out an incredible run. Yeah. We had a little bit of back and forth. 2 of us thought the grinder, 2 of us thought the fast runner. I think this added impact of the 10 miles of snow could be interesting more for the grinder.
So I never actually voted in that
poll.
You
didn't vote for that. Yeah, let's hear your vote now.
So one of the questions we talked about during our preview show yesterday was the idea of whether this course and these conditions might favor a faster runner or a grinder. When I think of a grinder, I think of like a hard rocker type runner, or when I talk about a fast runner, I'm talking about like maybe on the men's side, maybe like a 2:18 marathoner, or on the women's side, a 2:35 marathoner. I think it favors the faster runners. I think
you do.
Oh, I do. Yeah. I do. I think
even with the slop.
I think that the slop is not going to. Well, first of all, it's not going to be as bad for the people in the front of the course, like front of the pack.
Yeah.
Like if your runner's 700 coming through Bumblebee, it's going to be a little bit gnarly. But if you're in the first 50 to 100 runners that are coming down through Antelope Mesa, it's not going to be that bad for you. Like the further back in the pack that you are, the worse it's going to be. And we'll talk about that as far as conditions go. We've got a few minutes, about 18 minutes before the start. Having been somebody who has run this course, 4 finishes, we won't talk about the other days, but but I've actually finished this race the first 3 years that I ran it, 3 different finish lines. Yeah. In 2017, the infamous slop and mud year, it was an out and back to Mayer High School. Finished 16 54, about 5 minutes to spare.
A lot more uphill.
Yeah,
Lot
yeah, it
more
was
uphill. Yep.
it was total elevation, net elevation of 0.
Yeah.
The second year I ran it, 2018, this was the finish line, Emory Henderson, the quote standard route. Finished in 1657, got nice and close for that Western States Lottery ticket. The third year I ran it, we finished at Black Canyon City, and I ran a 1611. I must have been on one that year, but and then the fourth year that I ran it in 2020 was finished right back here with a blistering 1649. So basically about twice as long as the first finishers came through. I came through, basically in my Cinderella mode, chasing midnight. So,
Well, you mentioned the Western States lottery ticket, the qualifying. So we talked a little bit earlier about the golden ticket.
Yeah.
But Black Canyon 100K is a Western States qualifier. In fact, in the lottery that just took place in December, Craig and the team consolidated of the 9,000 plus applicants for Western States. Every single one of those had to have a qualifier. The number one race that was used for a qualifier, Black Canyon 100K. So there are a lot of people huddled up there at Mayer High School right now, hoping to get that sub 17 hours and hoping that the mud and the slop and the snow doesn't slow them down too much so that they end up getting not like cutting it close like you did with 1657 was your closest.
that was my closest. Yeah.
I mean, they're hoping for a 1657, not a 1704.
As we see the parking lot at Mayer High School outside of the track where the race actually starts. A quick little story about that 2018 race where I came across this very finish line, 50 feet away from us in 1657. I could hear people a quarter mile out screaming and yelling because they could see my headlamp because I'm chasing midnight there. And I've got, my pacer is, it's his first time running like a long run at night and trail. And he's trying to keep my brain going. And when we had hit the last aid station, he had actually misinformed me about how much time I had left because he knew.
That's a smart move.
Well, I think I had like 58 minutes to do the last 3.5 miles, and I think he told me I had 52 or something like that. And so I did actually pick up a shuffle to the best of my ability. To get it done, and like once you get to a certain point, you can see this finish line at night from 2 miles out, and it is the furthest thing you've ever seen in your entire life at that point. Like you can, talk about smelling the barn. You can see the lights of the barn, and you can hear the music as it gets to be about a mile, half mile, and you're getting closer, and then there's that last little dip down and climb up, and I'm doing everything I can, and I'm watching that clock get closer and closer. And I'm, and when I finally realized I had it, I just, I collapsed at the, 10 steps after the finish line. It was one of the efforts I'm most proud of in my life. It wasn't the fastest race by any stretch, but that's what we're going to see here tonight. So, this is a beautiful
There's a nice
shot.
drone shot there. If you're just tuning in, and thank you, by the way, for all of you weighing in on the chat. Jim, especially, it's the first time I've ever been compared to Adam Peterman. So thank you for that. That's very sweet of you. But we are about 14 minutes away from the Wave 1 start. We're just going to start in 2 waves. Wave 1 at 9:30, Wave 2 at 10. All cutoffs are moved appropriately. So the 17-hour Western States cutoff, the overall cutoff, all of those are moved forward. We do have our field teams out there. We're working on some technical issues there, but we have Leah Yingling at the start, and she'll be bouncing through a series of aid stations. And we have Brett Hornig, who we'll first hear from at Antelope Canyon. Antelope Mesa. Canyon Mesa. Antelope Mesa.
We got lots of mesas,
lots of mesas, lots of canyons. We'll have Brett Hornig out there as well. And of course, we've got our drone team, and you can see a wonderful drone shot right here of the start area.
Yeah, shout out to our drone operators and all of our follow filmers that are going to be out there. That is Mayer High School, which is about 50 miles north of us and at about 3,000 feet higher elevation. Mayer High School sits right off Highway 69, as you're heading to Prescott. It is one of the few towns along the way as we zoom out, and you can see those buses that are probably bringing those Wave 2 runners at this point. We had to make sure that the bus company's safety protocols were followed correctly, and that accounts for the delay in the start. It wasn't that we were concerned about runners on the trail. Not that we're concerned about their safety. We just didn't think that it added any serious safety concerns out there.
And there have been no need to alter the course.
Correct.
So it's the traditional, what has become to be known as the traditional Black Canyon course, the course that was followed last year's race.
Yeah.
The couple of times that you cross the Agua Fria River, I was out there just yesterday on the HOKA shakeout run, and I wouldn't say it necessarily was that deep. It kind of came up to my knees.
Shallow and wide.
But it's wide. It's a
Yeah.
good kind of 20-yard schlep across there. The one that's sort of just south of the Black Canyon, what will be the Black Canyon City aid station this year.
Yeah, that's actually are you talking about the one? Okay, so that actually is interesting to me because normally the one south of Black Canyon City is a little bit narrower and deeper.
This one was wide.
Okay.
I mean, that was because Nathaniel's our HOKA rep, by the way. He just led us on a it was just like that mile, 1.6 miles or so from where the old aid station was and the new aid station is down to that crossing. So it was quite a bit wider than I remember it from before.
Same. And so that actually is really interesting to me because that crossing, when you get down to that river crossing as you're going south, basically at that point you're hitting, the lowest point in elevation that you're going to hit for a while, and then you steadily climb out of the canyon. One of the things about the other side of that, the south bank of the Agua Fria there, is that it's a small hill, and when I say small, I'm talking 3 or 4 feet, but it's single track, and it's extremely muddy when you're a back of the packer. One of the most miserable experiences I've had on this course. I've had great ones, I've had terrible ones, but my one of my most miserable experiences was, I want to say it was 2018, where I physically struggled to get up the bank because of the slope and the slickness. I mean, I basically had to get on my hands and knees, like elbows down, for extra traction to pull myself out of the water. It was not a great experience.
That was where we were, but it was not. Nobody went across. Not yesterday. I wanted some Hans Troyer fans in the chat.
Yeah, we're gonna let's pivot to the field.
Yeah, I had a wonderful time. A couple of my Georgia friends, or South Carolina and Georgia friends, introduced me to Hans yesterday at the expo.
He's a kid.
23 years old. I mean, a year ago he was still in college, but an incredible race at Bandera, taking down Jim Walmsley course record last month, and he's here, wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I think it's going to be really cool to see how he does.
Yeah, talking about people who are kind of, coming into this space for the first time. Hans Troyer obviously running last month at Bandera. Andrew Bumblebee, talking about a 2:10 marathoner making his ultra marathon debut here. That's another name that people might not be familiar with. Looks like we've got Leah back on screen. Leah, hopefully we've got better audio on you this time as the race approaches. How are things looking out there?
Okay, looks like
we'll catch up with Leah when we get her audio. Shout out to one of our filmers in the chat, Shad Bergholz, who is he's run as many as 80 miles filming a race with us before, but he said he's going to try and get a static cam set up at that river crossing.
Very good.
Fria,
Goat Scratch is in the chat. That's a cool name, by the way. Asking if there are views available or info on the water crossings. We're going to have some drone shots there. Again, it's quite a bit further down the course. So
I don't know if we've got any info. I know that there are some links online to follow the water levels of the Agua Fria, but I don't have them handy. One of the things that we should probably do is pin the results link to the top of the chat. That way, people once the race gets underway, if they want to follow their runners, we can have that as well.
Back to the men's field. So you mentioned Andrew Bumblebee. I'm really excited to see how Hayden Hawks does coming back from a surgery. He was not at all shy in his pre-race conversations and saying he wants to get back to Western States. He has been he's trained up for this, and he is ready to go. I would put him as a grinder. And I
would put him as a fast runner, but then again, here's the thing: there are going to be people who transcend both. I mean, if you finish, top 3 at Western States, you're a fast runner. If you win CCC, you're a grinder. Like, you're both if you're doing that. Like, you talk about a guy like Hayden Hawks or Walmsley or Courtney.
And I think Brett in our show characterized Cole Watson as a both.
See, and I would look at Cole as a fast runner, but then again, that's why covering this race is so interesting and subjective, because we all have our own interpretations. As we can see, runners approaching the finish line, we've got just under 7 minutes before the start.
Just real quick, another name on the men's field. So 2 more. John Ray, who's already in Western States, as a result of his win and course record at Aravaipa's Javelina 100 back in October. And Eric LaPuma is getting a lot of pre-race conversation. Lives in Vermont right now, but conducted himself really well in the World Championships 80K, and I think these kind of conditions won't phase him a bit.
Yeah, no, and that's one of the things. Normally this race tends to bring out the best of the locals. I mean, for instance, a couple of years ago, Trueheart Brown came out of nowhere. Yeah. Scott Traer, who had just moved here 6 months prior, came in and was not known as a gnarly trail runner, but they came in and took those golden tickets. With the conditions this weekend, I don't think there's going to be any sort of home field advantage.
No, I really
runners coming from Colorado and Oregon and the Beast Coast are going to eat this slop up.
Yeah, absolutely. Those of us who live down here in the desert don't have any advantage today.
No, none whatsoever. So not that we don't have some respectable desert runners, of course. We've got some locals such as Pedro Gomez on the Aravaipa racing team is racing. Buck Blankenship out of Flagstaff, although this might be a little bit short for Buck because he's more of a Cruel Jewel, Mogollon Monster type of guy. He's a grinder. But that's one of the interesting things about this race is that, it's going to be a fast 100K. I mean, these finishers, the men's winner is going to be 8-ish hours, maybe even sub 8 hours.
Yeah. Even in the slop. It looks like, Chris, we're about 5 minutes from the start. We'll touch on the women's field.
Absolutely.
After the start, if that's all right. But I see we've got a Dan Green fan in the chat.
Dan Green, 4th at Javelina 100.
Yep. Good, strong runner.
Finished 12th here last year and 10th the year before, so he's no stranger to these trails. Quickly before we start, who's your pick to win on the men's side?
I've got John Ray. I think John Ray is going to win on the men's side. How about you?
I got Hayden Hawks.
Hayden Hawks.
On the women's side, I've got Heather Jackson. How about you?
I'm going to go with Heather Jackson, too. I saw Heather yesterday. We chatted for a while, and I think just as she did at Javelina, I think she learned a lesson in 2022 and hammered it in 2023. I think she learned a lesson here last year. Got second place. I mean, it was a great race, but I think she's the winner today.
Our co-hosts, actually, there was a kind of a split decision. It was Heather Jackson and Rachel Drake were the two women that were really seen as the ones to look out for here. Rachel Drake, I believe, a 2:30 marathoner, if I remember correctly. I think that's or 2:35 rather. But
and what was the comment? She was qualified for the marathon.
She was actually in the Olympic trials, but dropped the Olympic trials to run Black Canyon. That I honestly moved her up simply on the basis of that alone. Yeah. If you are that talented, number one, and number two, that dedicated to run a trail race over the Olympic trials, that means you are in it to win it. So Rachel Drake, I didn't pick her, but
there's Heather right
it
there
wouldn't
with
surprise
the
me.
yellow jacket. So for just behind that camera, but we're seeing the Elite Wave line up now.
Looks like
this is again the 9:30 wave. We're just going to run 2 waves today, one at 9:30, one at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, Martin, it is going to be a late night tonight, but we're going to be here until all of the finishers have finished, and then we'll start up, I don't know, a few minutes later to start the 60K live stream. So hope you're here with us the entire time. AJW here with Chris Warden. We're going to be on until we'll figure it out. I mean, we pushed everything back a couple hours, like maybe noon or 1. And then our second team, Corinne Malcolm and Skylar Hall, are going to come in. And then tonight we'll be back on, followed by Scott Trayer and Callie Vinson.
Exactly. Frank, yes, Shannon Howell. I chatted with Shannon yesterday, who, in addition to Dan Green, is a former Grindstone winner, and I think she's come out here to let it rip. So I look forward to seeing how Shannon does.
Looks like we've got. Looks like we're getting ready to about 2 minutes away from the start. I'm sure that the first wave. Well, I guess now that we're 2 waves, it's not necessarily 2. I was going to say the first wave might feature some of the faster runners as well as those runners doing the 100-mile challenge. Yeah, and I think we're going to have to touch upon the difficulties that those runners are going to have to face here. We'll convey that because, of course, we've got the 100K today, 60K tomorrow, and a few proud, brave souls who are going to go for the double. So we're excited.
Yes, my personal favorite going for the double is Jake Jackson. I talked about him a little bit on our pre-show.
Absolutely. Great. Jake Jackson,
what a great
Cole
guy.
Crosby. There's Andrea Moore. There's a handful of runners, both local and national, that are here to partake in that. And like I said, I'm so impressed. So let us know who your picks are in the chat, and we'll see if we can share them here over the course of the morning into the afternoon.
Yes, Alex Ball, Shannon Howell again, 12th place female at 20. I remember that race. She was like 35th at Forest Hill and just plowed through the field in the final 38 miles. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar today out of Shannon.
Okay, we see, we've got a big crowd congregating at the start with about 45 seconds.
There is the start again, the first wave of the Black Canyon 100K.
We have 30 seconds.
We are 30 seconds out from the start. We've got a few women up there. Good.
Yep, Heather Jackson in that yellow rain jacket. Or windbreaker.
Good luck on your adventure.
20 seconds.
Enjoy the desert.
This is the
Are we ready?
unmistakable voice of Jubilee Page,
It's
our race
10,
director.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that, Chris, is the start of the 2024 Black Canyon 100K. 2.5 hours later than scheduled, but for good reason. We've gotten everybody up to the start safely, and they are off.
There was a collective exhale from those in the studio. We are underway with the 2023 edition of Black Canyon 100K presented by HOKA, the first American World Trail Major, as it were, and we'll be talking about that aspect of it. Of course, it's always fun to see who goes out ahead on the track. As a back-of-the-pack plotter, I would, basically just bide my time and wait from the very end. But one of the cool things about this being on the track, you can see there are viewers and fans like following along for the first quarter mile. And then what will happen is these runners, the first part of the course, I guess I can go into that.
Yeah, let's do that.
So the first portion of the course, extremely runnable, extremely fast. So they're going to do this loop around the track. They're going to actually duck behind the high school, which is a change from when I ran it. But there's a little single track that leads to the streets of Mayer, Arizona. And Mayer is very small. So they're actually only in town for maybe a half to 3/4 of a mile. There's a steep climb when you're actually coming out of town. And then you cross a cattle guard, and then you head out onto dirt roads for about 2.5, 3 miles. At that point, you actually hit the start of the north end of the Black Canyon Trail, at least that section. It does extend further north now, but you actually hit the trail. And at that point, I think that's where for the mid and back of the Packers, the Mudfest is going to begin.
So how far out? How just a mile?
About 2.5 to 3 miles.
2.5 to 3 miles
is where they actually hit the honest to goodness
Black Canyon trail itself.
And the trail is very runnable. It's not even really single track for the first portion. It's actually very wide, almost like Jeep Road. For that first 6-7 miles up to Antelope Mesa, the first aid station. Antelope Mesa, mile 6.5 or 7, give or take. Most people, even the back of the Packers, very rarely spend much time there. Like, I usually grab something that's sealed and put it in my pocket, and I think I probably take more time there than most because I always know the people that are staffing that aid station. They're always friends of mine.
So they're just jumping in here, Chris. They're jumping onto single track. But this is not the hill you're talking about.
No. This single track is
like
basically
a town trail.
It leads from the back of the high school down to the neighborhood.
Okay.
So
So they'll pop back out onto some streets.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be back on pavement for about half a mile, and then they'll hit the cattle guard, then off into the onto the dirt roads.
So, yeah, look at that. The 2024 Black Canyon 100K has begun. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. The delay was 2.5 hours, but we are off and ready and running, literally.
And we were biting our nails through it the same way that everybody else was, but we are glad to be underway.
All right, let's touch in on we touched in on a couple of the women.
Let's delve further into that.
Heather Jackson and Rachel Drake, and that anecdote about Rachel and foregoing the Olympic marathon trials to run Black Canyon just says a lot about Black Canyon. And as I said in the pre-show, while we do highlight the fact that this is a golden ticket race, Black Canyon 100K has become an event in and of itself.
Yeah.
Where some people come here to run the race, and a notch on their belt of a win at Black Canyon 100K is worthy of Ultra Runner of the Year consideration in many cases. So who else you got in the women's field?
On the women's field, Riley Brady, they have won a golden ticket in Arizona at Haviland 100, finished third at Haviland 100 this past October. Riley has had ample success in the desert, and I see no reason why they can't have more success here today. Tara Dower, I know that everybody has kind of cracked wise at my pick simply because she's got such a daunting schedule already scheduled for Hard Rock, probably going to run Rabbit Run, probably going to go for like 3 different FKTs that'll add another 1,000 miles to her year. But I've also seen Tara win, runnable trail races such as Run Rabbit Run, and also finish, on the podium at JFK 50. And she's capable of any surface, any time, and it wouldn't even surprise me to see that she won this race. But then again, given her schedule and everything going on, maybe she wouldn't take the ticket.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, you never know.
So
you never know. I'd say this year's Western States Hard Rock Doubles particularly tricky because they're 13 days apart.
Yeah.
It's one of those rare years where they're really close. I'm also really excited to see how Shea Aquilano does.
Yeah.
22 years old, who is running this race for the 4th time.
Yeah.
Which is just
grizzled
incredible.
veteran. if you're running this race for the fourth time, I think that qualifies you as a grizzled veteran, but how grizzled can you be at 22?
That's right.
I'd like to share a quick little story about Shea. Yesterday we had our women's veteran panel, and we had a last-minute situation where one of our women's elites, Nicole Hansen, on the Air Viper racing team, had to withdraw due to illness. And it left us one short on the women's panel, and somebody else saw Shea there, and I believe that was MK Sullivan that came up to her or came up to Corinne Malcolm and said, "Hey, why don't we ask Shea?" And Shea was walking with her mom, and I caught that moment, and it was just so cool. Like, I was about 15, 20 feet away. I couldn't hear, but sometimes you don't have to hear what's going on in order to see what's going on. And I saw Corinne Malcolm walk up to Shea Aquilano and ask her to be a part of the elites panel. And Shea has gone from like a 12-hour runner here to a contender. And you could see Shea's face kind of freeze. and get like oh my goodness, and then really excited, and then her mom was just kind of like melting at the prospect of her little girl getting asked, like, you're big time now, come join us at the big kids table and talk about your race experiences. So I think that was one of the more enjoyable moments of my time at the expo yesterday, and that's going to stick with me for some time, having seen how excited Shay was to be recognized for her efforts and her growth in this sport. Corinne Malcolm, talking about an expert in this field, knowing more about this sport than just about anybody, literally called her, the future of the sport.
Yeah.
She's that talented.
Yep. Yeah, and I think she's got a real shot at grabbing one of those tickets. I really, really do.
Absolutely.
You can see on the roads here the pack. It's a good size pack, and it'll probably remain a good size pack for a while, as has become sort of customary here at Black Canyon, taking it out hard and fast. I want a crowd favorite for sure. Is Lucy Bartholomew.
Oh, of course.
I had a wonderful chat with Lucy at the expo yesterday. If you haven't had a chance, by the way, to see the film that came out earlier this year titled Lucy's Dad, the story of her father Ash and his run at Western States this past year. It's a must-see tear-jerker film, and I shared that with her, and so we're rooting for Lucy. If not to get a golden ticket, just to have a great day out here.
Another runner that you'll be more familiar with than I am, simply because I've been around for a few years, but this person's big star turn was a little bit before my time. Kat Bradley.
Yes.
You're talking about a former Western States winner in the field, and kind of a dark horse in terms of elite level positioning / golden ticket contention.
Yeah, the Kat Bradley story is a fascinating one. I mean, she's had some ups and downs with injuries since that Western States win, but she's the last Western States winner to get in the lottery.
Okay.
She was not a golden ticketer. She was not in on any sponsored spot that year. She got into the race as a lottery, won ticket, and just shocked the world and won the race. I remember seeing her come through Forest Hill just a minute or two behind Eo Yang, and just busted out an incredible finish. So it'll be fun to see how she does, a good 7 years after her Western States win.
We've got a couple of local, or I guess I call them local as long as they're on the Aravaipa racing team, but a couple members, Corinne Chalvoy and Lauren Puritz are going to be out there. Some other strong women in the field. I know that Zach Marion, our producer, had mentioned Arden Young as one of his top flight contenders. Arden, no stranger to being near the top of the results of golden ticket races. So that's another name that we'll keep an eye on, doing Canada proud at these events.
And we have not talked about Allison Baca yet. But,
no,
Allison Baca has really had a really good 2023,
and then pick a cat, any cat. Of course, we talked about Kat Bradley, but Kat Drew and Kat Short, two more great runners that are part of this field. Another a bit of an unknown, Marcy Klimek, a 2:30 marathoner, and I got to be honest, and I might catch some flack for this, but I'm not saying that Marcy can't come out here and win this race. If you can run a 2:30 marathon, you can hang with anybody for any distance. But we've not seen people arrive at this race and hammer it from jump.
Right.
Like, we've had Olympians show up for this race. What was it, Alexi Pappas? Was that who was in the field last year? You're talking about someone who competed in, I want to say, was it Barcelona,
was it in the 10K?
10K, but I mean, I'm not saying that, I think that she finished like in the top 10 or top 15 for a highly competitive field, but it's really hard to make a transition to a race like this, because the race itself has got a Jekyll and Hyde kind of personality. And we'll talk about that more. We talked about what this first section of run is for these competitors. This is the, quote, dirt road section, basically a bit of a no man's land between the town of Mayer and the entrance of the Black Canyon Trail. And unfortunately, at some point, you're going to have a situation where there's going to be a lot of runners doing that mud splash, or like waiting for that single file. Now with these runners, I assume they're basically just going to keep going at whatever pace they can in order to, do that mud splash. But I know that there's going to be a bit of a conga line forming at some point in late wave 1, maybe early wave 2.
That is still a big pack and will probably stay that way for a while. So, Chris, how far now would you reckon they are from that single track?
Given
another mile?
12:02, they're probably about a mile and 3/4 in, if I had to guess, maybe close to 2 miles. I mean, these people are dropping down, 6:30, 7-minute mile pace, if not faster. So they're probably about a mile and change out from the actual trail entrance, I think. Now, don't hold me to it exactly. My time to get there takes a little bit longer than them, but it's not too far out. It's about a 5K from Mayer High School to the Black Canyon Trail entry area. So, yeah, that front pack really is tight.
Super tight.
It's going to be interesting to follow. And we talked about on our preview show yesterday that we expect the men's pack to be very large for a significant period of time. It could be 10, 15 deep for the first half of the race before things start to separate out. And we mentioned on the women's side, there might be a few leaders that go out a little bit hotter. Heather Jackson is no stranger to basically going out and dictating the pace of a race. But then again, you've got somebody like Rachel Drake who, has that foot speed to go. Riley Brady, they've had success going out hard from the early going, such as at Javelina 2022. So some of these runners on the women's side might separate themselves a little bit more than on the men's side.
Yeah, I agree. So, a question in the chat about cameras on the ground. Yes, we do have cameras on the ground. We are working out some logistics with those, but we have Leah Yingling as leading the field team 1, and we have Brett Hornig leading the field team 2, and they're out there, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from them as the day goes along.
Of course, these runners, once they hit the Black Canyon Trail, they're probably about 3.5 miles, 4 miles, just under halfway to Antelope Mesa. Now, we'll talking about Antelope Mesa. After that, the course gets fun.
Fun or fun?
Fun. So after they hit Antelope Mesa, the first aid station, mile 6.5.
Okay.
The next stretch of trail is one of the most wonderful places on earth. It's this slot canyon area. You're heading, you basically drop about 1,500 feet, and it's a steady drop the entire way. I'll put it this way, as a guy who is a back of the packer and no illusions, there have been times during this race where I've looked down at my watch and seen that I'm dropping an 8:30 and 8:15. If I'm going that fast, then it is fast.
So
and
it's just a gradual downhill.
Yeah, it's a very gradual downhill.
And smooth.
It's smooth. It's almost like baseball base paths. It's great. And also one of the cool features of it, we touched upon it on our preview show, the fact that you can see runners that maybe if you could throw a baseball and hit them, but they're a quarter mile ahead of you or behind you because of the in and out winding nature of the canyon. It's a really cool area. The views are great. You can see, off in the distance, it's kind of funny. You can see I-17, which you're basically paralleling for the entirety of your race. Yeah. And what it does is it kind of bottoms out about maybe a half mile before you hit Hidden Treasure Aid, which is very that's taken care of by the local group, the Arizona Trail Laggers. Shout out to them for volunteering out there. But those runners there, when they hit that point, they have gotten through the absolute fastest, most fun part of the course. Mm-hmm. From there to Bumblebee is still flat, still very runnable, but not quite as downhill. It's it's fairly flat. And then after that, things start to pick up a little bit. I've seen so many runners come into Bumblebee looking like $1 million, and then, you know, by the time they got to the next big aid station at Black Canyon City, looking like pocket change. Like it's
Really?
Oh yeah, like that second section of the course.
So Bumblebee to Black Canyon.
Yeah, and it might be Deep Canyon at this point this year because of the changes in the course, but the next 15 miles are really the first portion of the race where there's some technicality and some difficulty. The first 20 miles is extremely fast for these runners, and they're going to be showing how fast they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like your early splits, those first timing mats, if we're going to be able to pull those up, are going to be, I don't want maybe the word comical, like how fast they're going. You're going to be like, okay, if they keep this pace up, they're going to finish in under 6.5 hours.
Is there any chance that Slot Canyon area though might be affected by the snow at all, or do you think?
Most likely no, because the weird thing about it is that most of those sections of trails actually sit up a little bit elevated. Like they might have a little bit of light dusting on the top, but the footing there is so sure that I don't think it would affect these runners. I'd be very surprised. Like the areas that I would worry about runners starting to worry about their footing a little bit would be after Hidden Treasure. It gets a little bit rocky between Hidden Treasure and Bumblebee. And then Bumblebee to Gloriana is fairly smooth, but then after Gloriana maybe as well, I could see some issues with footing there. And then after, I would say it's fairly good until after Black Canyon City.
So they're looking like on a dirt road here, right? A one-laner.
Yeah, so they actually
transitioning to a trail.
There they are. That's actually, that left turn is onto the Black Canyon Trail. So we've got the first runners hitting that. As you can see, we call it single track, but like I said, it looks kind of like a double track. Now in 2017 when we ran it, those two dirt channels were water channels.
Were they?
And that little snow crown in the middle was a mud crown. So these runners early on are probably just fine. Like I obviously with the resolution that we're getting, I mean, keep in mind they're 15 miles from a cell tower. I think that we've got Starlink, and that's even with Starlink, where for those that aren't familiar, it is a great tool, but is not the end all be all. We're able to present these images simply because of that technology. But yes, these runners have just hit the actual first real trail section, and they'll be on trail now for. Well, actually, I think that all of the dirt road areas have pretty much been removed. I think there might be a slight portion before they get to Deep Canyon, but that's about it. So yeah, they're largely on single track here the rest of the way. So
you gotta figure that footwear choice was interesting for a lot of these athletes today. I know our colleague Brett is a big footwear guy. We can probably get some feedback from him when we catch up with him at Antelope Mesa. But this sort of slushy, muddy first part, which will give way to less slushy, more dry, could a little bit more lug might have been helpful, but you also don't want to overdo it. This looks like a great little section they've come onto right now.
Yeah, this is so if you've seen the pictures and the illustrations for Black Canyon, I believe they're coming up to the iconic windmill that is
that's part of the logo.
But I believe that the actual fan on the windmill was down last I heard, and there was kind of I believe somebody who was training on the course brought that up, and we were kind of joking that maybe we need to replace that and talk with the owner of it simply to to keep it up there.
That's
because
right.
People every year, as somebody who takes longer to run this race, I watch people every year stop and take pictures of that windmill, stop and have other people take pictures of them in front of that windmill. So that's one of the iconic visuals of this race is the windmill. I mean, it's literally on the page when you look at when you're looking at registering. So
they're moving. Yep,
yeah, they're somewhere between mile 3 and mile 4 at this point, at the very front of the lead pack, because they've just hit the Black Canyon Trail at this point. So, Yeah, somebody mentioning that they're running on the snow. The snow here is not going to be. You're not running in deep snow. You're running in a dusting of maybe an inch, if that. I would think in most parts, and after a couple of people, it might mush and slush a little bit, but I don't think that it would be prohibitive for people to actually like keep a stride going. So, this is. So actually looking at this shot, I believe that what they're going to do is they're going to head, kind of follows a small mini ridge going from right to left, and then they're going to cut into that little lower area, if I remember correctly, and then there's a small climb out, but then it actually widens out into, I believe, maybe a farm service road or like Forest Service road or something. This is a really easy area in terms of technicality.
And so not a lot of rocks.
No.
Yeah.
There's a couple of big boulders that you have to run around, but it's not like you're not worried about the surface. You're not worried about what's underfoot at this point in the race. It's very runnable. Those runners who have that leg speed, are going to have, a field day with the first, 12 to 13 miles of this race. They really will.
And again, Mayer High School sits right about 4,000 feet, tiny bit above 4,000 feet, and just a nice gradual descent off of that mesa. And
Karen asking how far it was stayed. From here, it's probably about 3 miles, maybe a little bit less at this point. So I know that we'll have some boots on the ground there at Antelope Mesa, and we'll see about getting some shots and some intel from them, hopefully here. It shows 46 degrees, but I'm going to take the under given the snow that I see on the ground. Maybe that's a reading here, but it's a bit brisk out here. So, we're trying to keep warm here. I mean, you still got your puffy on.
Indeed. Yeah.
I'm probably going to put mine back on here in a little bit, but it is definitely it's pretty brisk here in North Phoenix. So, you don't normally get this cold here for this race, but then again, anything can happen at Black Canyon. I've seen, mid 90s, maybe upper 80s, at Black Canyon City, and people just absolutely just weathering the most awful heat wave possible. I've seen people hypothermic on the course because it's been, upper 30s, low 40s and sideways rain. I've seen beautiful conditions that have caused people to just absolutely fly down this course. I've participated in this race. I've been out here as part of the live streams. There was one year where I dropped out of the race to live stream. So I've been a part of the Black Canyon situation and races out here. Since I believe my first year running out here was the 60K in 2015, where I DNF'd due to chafing issues, ironically at the Bumblebee aid station, which is staffed by none other than Chris Thornley of Squirrel's Nut Butter. And he tried to convince me that he had what I needed in order to get through some chafing, and I refused to believe him, and now I'm a devotee of his products. So shout out to Chris Thornley, who is running things at Bumblebee Aid, the first major crew access aid station. The iconic Bumblebee sign as you enter town. Population, I think it's like 19 people, 300 cattle, and that's Bumblebee. When you're going north from Phoenix to Flagstaff, you'll see a sign for Bumblebee and Crown King and no town for miles.
Well, and one more little note on the weather. We've had a series of unsettled weather patterns here in the Phoenix area for the last couple of weeks, and you can tell it's been flushed through. We've got the rest of today and certainly tomorrow will be wonderful, typical February weather, dry, crisp. But yeah, we've had this unsettled pattern. It's normal for February.
Yeah.
Having lived through over 160 days without a measurable rain at Sky Harbor Airport, I can tell you we need this rain and we need this snow. So we're glad to have it.
Another thing we need is a heads up from our from our producer here, Zach Marion. Zach, what do you got for us?
I just want to come chat with you guys.
Yeah.
I want to be involved in the fun. This is a great place. If y'all can see it. You know, I've got my puffy on. I got my City on a Hill beanie. If anyone knows that, where that's from, you get extra kudos from me.
So we're getting the second wave started here in just a couple minutes.
We're getting the second wave to start here in just a few minutes. First wave obviously already sent out. I know there was a big kerfuffle about what's going on today. We appreciate everybody being super patient with us as we try to navigate that the best we can. We know when you're stuck between canceling a race and trying to do everything we can to keep it going, we're going to do everything we can to keep it going. So, on behalf of Jamil and the team here, thank you guys for that, and thank you to all the athletes in advance. We'll tell them all thank you when they get here to the finish line.
Okay, so I was actually at the bus pickup at Anthem, hanging out there with a runner that I was shuttling there, and people were cool. Like, people were really cool about what was going on. They understood it. At first, there might have been a couple of people that were like, well, why were we doing, because they see that it's kind of clear, maybe a little bit drizzling in 45 degrees. And we explained to them the reason why we were not able to release the shuttles, as it were.
Right.
But now that we've got everything okay, we've got
the backside of a downhill course is you have an uphill to get to, and that few thousand feet of climbing is going to be, the weather's going to be a little bit different up there. So
and we can readily see the snow off in the distance, which is not something you normally see here. This isn't Salt Lake City, as the picture that you sent me.
Right.
We have a little bit of a banter going regarding pictures of our alma maters. So.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, there is snow in the quote high country, but for us, the high country is like 3,500 feet. It's not Flagstaff. It's not Denver.
And having spent I've been camping here at the finish line for the last couple of days, making sure all this is set up, looking off into the distance and seeing kind of snow on the mountains this morning has been something entirely new and pretty rad. But for our views, it's going to look beautiful. It's going to be awesome. But for the runners, it's going to be a little different.
Yeah.
So, and to your point, now they're running in some different conditions than maybe anticipated. Shoe choices are going to be affected by that. I'm curious to see the runners who went off and the breakaway onto the single track. I want to know if anyone went out in the front to slow everyone down. Burn a little bit of extra fuel in the very beginning to get out front so that you can keep control of the pace and see what happens.
Kind of drive from the back, so to speak, almost like kind of get out front, but then kind of
hold them back, make sure that, because if you're on a single track, they've got to work extra hard to pass you.
Yeah.
Right. So, and no one really wants to go in those trail conditions and try to move around in on a trail that they can't quite see underneath the snow. Is it going to be slippery? Is it going to be mucky?
Yeah.
Am I going to fall and lose 5-10 seconds and have to catch up to everyone? So you have a little bit of an advantage if you get out there first.
Almost cycling tactics to send someone up the
we're
road
about,
and drag the field back.
We're about 15 seconds from the start of the second wave of the Black Canyon 100K presented by HOKA, the first American race in the World Trail Major Series. And we are going to see they are ready. A little bit less antsy of a vibe than in wave one. Let's say everybody is underway now for wave
they're
two.
just excited to get going at this point.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And we are grateful for their patience, totally, at this point. And for those just catching up with us, originally the race was intended to be divided into 3 waves, and it has been consolidated into 2. So there is no third wave. These runners have until 6 a.m. to finish their race tomorrow. And given the experience, some runners might take that entire time. Last year's final finisher was a gentleman, actually, you know what? I feel ashamed that we haven't brought him up yet. A gentleman by the name of Mike Melchiors. Mike Melchiors is running this race today for the 11th time. He has a legacy who has run this race in every iteration. And frankly, I am interested to see. Last year he finished in 1955, somewhere in that range.
Just right there.
Hoping he can get it done again one more time. As long as he can get it done, then the world is in a great place.
Keep the streak going, right? That's awesome.
So we'll be definitely giving some love to the back of the pack, and that's somebody that Scott Trayer and Callie Vincent will be watching out for as they're into the overnight, they might actually catch some daybreak when they when they're finishing up their shift.
Yeah, I mean, we've adjusted all the times accordingly. So, like, all those athletes who are starting a little bit later are obviously going to have those extra 2 hours in the bank. It's not going to be like, hey, your race just got cut 2 hours short. So adjust everything. But it will play a little bit of games, I think, with the front of the pack on the elites. Like, their nutrition plan just got adjusted 2 hours.
Yeah, and we talked about that. Yeah, for sure.
You know, like, even if you wake up and your alarm goes off and you get the news, oh, well, it's going to be delayed 2 hours, you're still up. I don't know any athlete who's going to go back to sleep and be like, oh, yeah, I don't have anxiety right now. I don't have the race jitters right now. I can go right to sleep.
Yeah.
I guarantee none of the elites went back to sleep for the extra 2 hours.
Yeah.
You know, they were up. They just bid a little more time. And I think it plays into races such as like Run Rabbit with that noon start. That is one of the more difficult aspects that you don't take into consideration until you're 3 hours in and you're like, why does it feel like I've been running for, 9 hours? Well, most races start at 6 a.m., not noon. So, you still have that cumulative fatigue on the body in terms of just awake hours.
Absolutely.
So you got our second wave here just coming off the track, making their way down the road around Mayor High.
And that temperature looks a little bit more accurate to me at this point. 30 degrees.
So, Zach, let's follow up on. We've been talking a little bit about our pre-show yesterday, but Chris put some questions. If people didn't tune in, put a fascinating question to us about grinders versus pure runners. Okay,
right.
And we had some difference of opinion on that. Now that we're underway, 2.5 hours past post time, and we see these conditions, did you change your tune on the grinders versus the pure runners, or are you still in that?
I still say this even favors the grinder even more. Again,
Right
because you are starting a couple hours later. A grinder to me is someone who can deal with adversity really well, not just. I'm not talking like just elevation gain and descent, and they have like the strong, because a strong runner is different than a grindy runner. A grindy runner to me is someone who like can handle adversity, can handle the heat, can handle the cool temperatures, can just push through regardless of what's ever in front of them. So this to me is just a few more layers of stress and adjustments that a more grind-focused runner can adjust to. So I'm gonna double down, and I'm gonna say that a more of a grinder is gonna be favored here.
I'm totally on team grinder.
Yeah, I'm thinking. But then again, we also talked about what constitutes a grinder, because we definitely had some differences in that. Like, for instance, other people, I believe you said, referred to Cole Watson as a grinder. I considered him a fast runner. I guess it's just a different interpretation.
He's the perfect blend of both. So I think
that's fair.
And I would say, like, if I had a third option that I could go with, I would say the hybrid runner is going to be
call
the
him
best.
The hybrid. Yeah.
Someone who like is strong, who's done the strength training, their ancillary muscles are nice and built up. They know how to handle this like grindy technical terrain, but also can turn it on when they need to.
Sure.
That to me is going to be the athlete at the end of the day and we've seen this through all different iterations of Black Canyon 100K. There have been athletes who have been grinders who have been super successful on muddy, rainy years.
Yeah.
You have had athletes, speedsters, a la last year, who will just throw down because conditions allow that speedy athlete to just shoot through with not only their leg turnover, but it was cooler temperatures last year by a little bit. You had a nice cold breeze in the air that allowed you to actually use all your speed without burning up.
I think we've got a shot here of the Antelope Mesa
That is
station.
correct.
Yep.
That is the Antelope Mesa. The runners are going to be coming
Brett
from
Hornig.
the left-hand side heading into our viewpoint. They'll basically be coming around that bend and then right through it, and you can see the timing mat in the lower left.
Brett is on sacred hollowed ground. This is the aid station I have been at the last couple years, so he's got big feet to feel.
Hey, Zach, let's talk a little bit about that. I think our regular viewers are probably more used to seeing you out in the field than here in the studio. So what are you up to?
It's
Why
so
don't you
funny.
Share a little bit of that.
So
you mentioned you've been camping out here for a couple of days.
Recent changes here with Mountain Outpost and the Aravaipa Steep Life Media team. I have taken on the director of live stream events role here. So we're really excited about it. I'm super excited to be able to take these broadcasts and hopefully bring them to more races as we build out the Mountain Outpost broadcast network. We want to be able to take what's amazing about this sport and bring it to as many screens as possible. for multiple reasons. One, the athletes deserve to be showcased here. This is such an incredible sport with so many amazing stories that need to be told, that this gives us an amazing opportunity to do that. And to be able to take that not just here with Black Canyon and Javelina, but to move it to other races. We started last year just kind of testing the waters to see if we could go to Run Rabbit and different races like that. And it proved to be very successful, and people want to see it. So as we refine the process here and as we make things a little bit more streamlined, that's basically been what Jamil and the team and Matt have entrusted me with, being able to hopefully grow this aspect of the sport, which to me is the rising tides lift all ships, right? So this is going to not only help all the other races out there, it's going to help the athletes, it's going to help the sponsorship with the race directors, and hopefully continue to grow the sport in a way that is, responsible, sustainable, and again, highlights everything we love about this sport, and brings it to more of the world. And one of the biggest things to me that I absolutely love is that every single time, without fail, I get athletes who are like, it was so cool. My mom got to see me race. Like,
Yeah.
they live across the country and they, don't ever come out to my races. And so they got to see like what I do. And I think it puts what we do into perspective. I mean, especially for those casual viewers or friends and family of athletes who don't know what really this is all about.
Yeah.
I remember I told my parents my very first race time I did a 100-miler, and they were like, "That you're crazy. Like, this is ridiculous." Whatever. The standard questions of like, "Oh, how many days does it take? Do you sleep? Like, how many meals do you have?" Like, all that stuff. And then, but to be able to take what they do that often goes unseen and unappreciated to the grandeur that it is, but to bring that to a screen to let people see that.
Yeah.
And the middle and the back of the pack, we really want to involve them and not just make this an elitist type thing, but we want to kind of harness the whole community. And
For sure.
to me, that's really exciting. I got a slew of messages like, "Oh, Zach, we're so excited for you. Like, we get to see you on screen more." And I'm like, actually, just the opposite. I will be behind the screen, hopefully learning how to do things and, bringing this to life, which to me is absolutely an honor and a pleasure. And to be able to see a finished product, put out there and to tell the stories of all these runners, race after race after race. And all of you at home, I promise there's going to be some great races that we are trying to line up. We can't give away any secrets yet.
Nope.
But we definitely are trying to make this as exciting and bring this to as much of the world as we
But
can.
if you look at last year, last year I remember sitting in a restaurant nearby the Aravaipa studios when the coverage of Bandera idea was hatched. A real inroad into a non-Aravaipa race, and within a couple of months we were broadcasting at Hard Rock. So I can only
Exactly.
expect the stuff
And then
you have
and
up
then
your
booking
sleeves.
plane tickets for Steamboat Springs
For
like a
Steamboat
week
Springs and Run
later.
Rabbit a week later.
And
So-
this was kind of one of those things that just continued to just roll and steamroll into something bigger and bigger. And speaking of steamrolling, I think we've got some runners getting ready to come through here.
So it looks like Leah has joined Brett.
Well, we got
An
the dirty
all-star
duo
team,
out there.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get their
My
audio.
goodness. Peach,
here,
thank you
but,
for the update on my audio. I know I've been coming in and out on this mic, but it's good to know I'm in right now.
See, yeah, it looks like
Almost heard Brett there for a second, so we're getting better there.
of course Brett.
I mean, this is part of it, right? We're trying to dial this in. We're trying to take something that is incredibly difficult to nail down the logistics of this just from a race standpoint, but then to be able to broadcast this across the world live, we're working out the kinks. We're making this happen. And it's because of the support of all of our sponsors, it's the support of, the runners who are encouraging us to continue doing this that allows us to do this. And as you guys said, it started off with like, hey, this is kind of cool. We can do this. And then it steamrolls into other races reaching out and saying, hey, we want you to do this here.
Yeah.
Zach, when I was actually part of the first Aravaipa live stream at Desert Solstice 2018, and we were aiming cameras at computer screens in order to get like a dynamic runner tracking available. I mean, now we've got these, gorgeous shots, layovers, drone usage, studios fully set up. I mean, we've come a long way from the high school
But
press box. So
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and shout out to, Jamil and Matt and, the team behind Steep Life Media, because they're investing in the infrastructure. And I think that's one thing that a lot of, the viewers and the athletes and race directors and across the world don't understand, that this takes a lot of overhead, and it takes a lot of preparation, and it takes a lot of investment into the tools to make this happen. This isn't just something that, your buddy flies a drone and cool, you get him out there and you get this amazing live screen shot. It takes a lot of work and a lot of, system specific tools and equipment for us to do this. So, huge shout out to the Steep Life Media crew for having invested a ton of time, effort, and, financials into it to make this happen.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we've got these are runners that are on
that final turn leading into the aid station.
Yeah. So this is the last stretch before they hit Antelope Mesa here. Looks like I had seen a couple of eyes on the course, Andy Klink, mentioning that they had an expectation of when runners were going to hit that first aid, but this is aggressive. This is an aggressive
We're at
run
42
here.
minutes.
I'll be interested to see what the comparison to last year was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Once Liam wakes up, we'll be able to get that. I did message him and wake him up earlier to let him know that things were going to start a little bit later, and I wonder if he took advantage of that.
And you can kind of see, the trail conditions aren't terrible. No one's sliding around. It's not, high knees going on out there.
No, it's wet, but it's not sloppy, at least from what we can tell.
Yeah,
and we'll have Brett confirm that.
The good things of the desert is when it, especially the high desert, when it gets wet, it drains pretty quickly, and you're not sitting in puddles of water like you would in other northern areas.
Yeah,
I think the conditions are going to be perfect for the 60K, if you ask me.
The 60K is the race to be
Going to have
at.
that nice little putty feeling.
and that race is so fast to begin with. That course, it takes a lot of the nastiness out of the 100K, and
I'm gonna be
that's a beautiful
excited
shot.
to see who's coming through here.
Yeah.
I do know, having talked to a couple different athletes, I know, Hayden Hawks mentioned he wants to go out in the front with the leaders and just kind of.
I think Hayden Hawks
just
is one of
kinda
those two
sit.
runners that are side by side. I saw that HOKA kit, that very familiar.
That would be Anthony Costellas John Ray. And I was having flashbacks to that.
I was going to say, we had a breaking story.
Like, wait, Anthony snuck into the field.
He's in the chat, too. So
Yeah, that's going to be John Ray and Hayden Hawks both kind of taking that gentleman's agreement to go out there together. And Hayden just said he did want to sit with whoever was in the lead. He's confident. He knows what his time can be.
Yeah.
he's no stranger to this course.
He told me in confidence, so I'm not allowed to share what he believes he can run. But he's very confident that he can run a very stout time here, even given the conditions. So it seems like his game plan is going to be, I'm just going to sit and hang with the lead group until I want to break off and run what I want to run, which is a smart move to make at this point.
Is somebody had mentioned that's Hans Troyer in the white kit out front? That'd be
amazing, but not surprising.
Well, he showed last month. It's just that turnaround is so quick to
And
race.
that's not going to show up until 50K,
Well,
60K. That's
last
when you're going
year,
to start
you
to
know
realize
what?
it was too much.
You know who one of the first people was to hit Antelope Mesa last year was JP Giblin, who had won a golden ticket at Bandera, and things kind of went sideways after that. But we've seen people turn around. Chris Mako a few years ago came to Black Canyon after winning a ticket at Bandera and then forcing the ticket down.
He had a bit of a redemption race is what that was.
Justin Grunewald in the chat asking about Hans' background. This is his first year out of college. He graduated from a small liberal arts college in Augusta, Georgia. I learned yesterday where he ran cross country and track, and Brett Hornig did a little research on him. Was just a little bit sub 15 minute 5K-er. So
that's
not a
Hayden
blazer.
Hawks right
Okay,
behind
so
him.
that's Hayden.
That's
on
Hayden
the-
right behind. I know that gate.
Yeah, that's definitely Hayden.
And hey, Justin, we wish you were here. You have to come back and join us again next year. We'd love to.
But
have
good
you
luck
back
at
here on the
Tarawera.
course. Yeah. Have a great run there too, for sure.
Yeah, they all look like they're just running kind of smooth, controlled, almost in sync there.
Yep, they're approaching the aid station. You can see the first couple of photographers, I believe, or that could be. That's actually
That's Howie out there taking
Yeah, I was going to say that
photos.
might be a half mile out. But yeah, this is a beautiful shot. You can see the Bradshaw Mountains in the background.
Oh, man, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a great area to run. It really is. Like the trail itself in this section is fast. It's not like super exciting, but the views that you get, you're about 15, 20 feet in some cases off from the drop off on the side. Another great angle here of these runners as the Bradshaw Mountains are off to the west here. At the Black Canyon 100K.
Your favorite little town of Crown King is buried up in there.
Yeah, one of my favorite places in the world is buried back in those mountains somewhere. Crown King, nothing like it.
That is 20 runners right there in about a 5-second gap.
Yeah.
And none of them looking worse for the wear. None of them looking, like they've gone out a little spicy. They all look pretty controlled.
Okay.
This next section is my favorite section. So from Antelope to
Hidden Treasure.
Hidden Treasure. I love that
I
downhill
told-
windy.
that's what I said.
Just,
But
it's so much fun.
It's a trap though. It's so fast.
It is, and it's most all elites I know of usually say like, oh, I'm going to chill to the first aid station, and I'm going to try to take advantage of a little bit of that downhill. And it's a very single track downhill. It doesn't give you a whole lot of wiggle room to pass. So I think a lot of runners have that idea of like, I'm going to get through that aid station as fast as possible and try to bump out front so that I don't have to work to pass everyone.
And because of these conditions, a lot of times people aren't going through maybe their nutrition or their water or anything like that. So the number of people who stop at Antelope Mesa are very few and far between, especially at the front of the pack. Even the mid-packers don't.
I mean,
stop
you're an
there.
hour in. You're just barely starting to take nutrition in. You should have been drinking, sipping a little bit at this point, but you haven't needed to really get into your hydration. And the next aid station is still so close that you're not having like a 20-mile gap where you're like, oh, I need to stop and refuel. It's not that far after that they're going to get to another aid station. It will be more of a refill the bottles, get everything you need, and go.
Beautiful shot of the sorry Zach, I didn't mean to
you're good.
cut you off there, but beautiful shot there of the Bradshaws. This drone is looking west from not too far out from the aid station. I was incorrect. They weren't quite there yet, but then you can see as they back up, there's the Antelope Mesa aid. They're going to actually come up to the aid station, which will be on their left hand side of the screen, but right hand for them. So they hit that
cross that road right there.
A slight cross, and then this next section, like even the very first part of it is like a nice fun downhill before you even get to the actual
with like one fun little switch back there where you get to like see everyone and
there
you can see the snow is quickly going away.
But that section right there is so fast. All right, we've got some boots on the ground shots here. We'll see if we can confirm. Look, Hayden Hawks was on the left there.
That was Hayden, Hans, and I could not see who was in the all black. If that was a photographer, runner, or...
All right. Looks like
we're going to get
have
some splits on the screen as soon as we can.
Here.
We will bring those to you.
We did get a stop for some hydration. I was going to say, typically... Yeah. Oh, that's Matt Seidel over there. That was JP grabbing some water.
So our first numbers are through. All right, we've got 9 in. Matthew Seidel, Hayden Hawks, Bobby Peavy, all Hans Troyer, Cole Watson, Timothy Reed, Craig Hunt, Jonathan Ray, and Gabriel Klein, all within 11 seconds of one another. Okay. So that's your initial lead men through. Looks like right behind them, Chris Myers, Andrew Bumblebee, Ryan Montgomery, Tyler Fox, Eric Lipuma, Patrick Werhane, Gabriel Klein. Those are our first 15 through. And it's Canyon Woodward, Cody McKeeson.
A murderer's row of names.
Yes,
right there.
indeed.
Cody Keene. And,
and honestly, historically, Black Canyon, definitely there's been a lot of historic names who have come out here, and we always see the big hitters come and take a swing out here. But one of the things I've loved about Black Canyon is that it is always a breakout race
Yeah.
for a lot of people. Like think about Trueheart, Scotty Trayer. So many athletes have come through, and I would even say like Anthony Costales
I would
last
put
year
him
has
as a breakthrough.
He's had
Absolutely.
so many good results, but this was the one that really put him to the next level. That I think more exposure wise, then it's not like he did anything he doesn't normally already do.
Right.
He just did it on a stage that was a little bit more visible and that really kind of stuck to that competition.
Absolutely. It looks like Kyle Peterson and Jared Hazen may have hit Antelope Mesa as well. We'll get more names on it as soon as. Actually, I've got several. Let's see. Antoine Jolcoeur de Roche.
Is that Seth Ruling that just passed?
Peter Davidson, Tim Tollefson, Glenn Close, Gabriel Klein, Kyle Peterson, Zach Burcell, Jordan Lafreniere.
I'll be excited to hear from Brett when we can get his feedback of like how people looked. Usually this is just like an exciting aid station. It's just
Yeah.
such a quick blip that nobody's like, there's not a lot of tells that happen yet. Everyone's got their poker face on still. So I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of details about how the race is going to lay out. You can't really prognosticate it from this point because everyone looks good at mile, 7, 8?
Yeah, Justin Grunwald in the chat asking. No, Trueheart wasn't on the start list, but yeah, I agree with you. We need to petition him into Western States. I think that's going to be the feel good story that I need to hear in my life.
I mean, the dude is a wildlife firefighter,
And that's why he missed Western States.
That's why he missed Western States, and then Western States had their own scare. Like, nothing would be more fitting to get that guy into the race.
Yeah, it would. I
Still
think
lots of traffic through here with virtually nobody stopping, guys.
I'm going to put it out there right now. HOKA needs to offer Trueheart a sponsorship for one day for Western States just to get him in there and use their sponsor spot. I'm going to put it out there now.
that would be beautiful. You can see runners fueling up here. Like I said, few and far between are the runners that are fueling up here at Antelope Mesa.
There's an Adam Mary.
We'll see if we can. It looks like we've got about roughly 35, 40 runners through so far. Going to try and confirm if we've got our first women through at this point.
I'm curious to see
I don't
how the
either.
women are playing
Yeah,
this
it'll be
game.
But
interesting to
then
see.
again, we've traditionally seen that they run these races a lot smarter than
Yes,
the guys
they do.
I think it's a common thread in life in general,
Yep.
but we're definitely going to say, oh,
There's one.
Was that?
or a long-haired dude, one or the other.
Hard to tell.
That's Heather
Yeah,
Jackson
there's
right
Heather
there.
Jackson.
Yep, there you got cameras on. So that would be Heather Jackson, and potentially one right in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
So we should see the other women start to pour in here
I don't know
shortly.
if it's who I thought it was, it'd be very surprising, but I'll have to. I want to verify. So we have at least a couple women through.
Brett just doing his job, looking good out there. just
Anthony
keeping the-
Costales asking about Tim Tollefson. He was within a minute of the lead.
Yeah, he was part of that just behind the lead pack, maybe about a minute.
I wouldn't even call
that
that a chase back. I would just call that an
Just-
extended
it was
front
just
pack.
an
That's true.
extended front back. Yeah.
just because they're not bunched up like at the front of a marathon. It's it's still a pack.
Certainly
Like,
no Peloton.
Crank that gain up.
I mean, this aid station is a good gut check. I think you get here and you kind of get that, okay, how is my day going to play out? How am I feeling right now? What's in the legs? I think that
Do we
it's definitely a place to take a hot second.
do we have Brett Hornick's audio out there?
In a gap. We got
Oh, now
MK
here's the
Solo,
women's pack right there.
Sarah Beal,
And as
Marcy
expected,
Black.
a tight little
Oh, he's
pack.
giving us the names. We'll see if we can catch them on our runner tracking and
There's
verify.
probably got a dozen. Rachel from my check coming through. We got Shea Aquilano as well.
Heck yeah, go ladies.
Time wise,
I honestly
great.
am more excited about the ladies field this year than I am the men. Like, I do
That
love
is
my
full
dudes
night.
out there.
That was Riley
and they're
Brady
gonna-
that just went by.
They're going to throw down and have a good day, but the women's, man, I think it's going to be
Oh, God.
so
Yeah.
tight and such a competitive race that it's going to be so exciting to watch unfold.
so Heather Jackson came through by herself, gapped up, almost 2 minutes in front of that secondary chase pack. Heather was just about on course to last year, and then the rest of the ladies group was actually closer to about Keely's splits from last year.
Yeah.
On the men's side, they came through just ever so slightly slower than the main pack from last year. But the biggest difference I saw was there was a lot of mud and a lot of blood on a lot of legs out there. So people have already taken some spills, and some people had some pretty deep perimeters already.
You said a lot of mud? It's real. Oh, so it's worse than it looks.
Yeah, people were absolutely caked in mud
Oh, boy.
out there. And I saw a lot of bloody knees. Scraped
Bloody
up
knees
thighs.
already? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Because that's
Definitely.
not the most technical stretch of the course by any metrics.
It's definitely just slippery out there on the mud, and as you said too, with all the twisty, winding turns, I think people's legs just flying out from under them. So there were some people who looked, as you should, 7.7 miles to do a 62-mile race. They were super calm, collected. Some people also had that slight look of panic of like, oh wow, this is very fast. Tara Dower just went by. Every single person who's come by right now is very much still in competitive things. What they've run prior to the aid station has been a little climb on a slight uphill gradient and it's flat. And then after this, they're starting pretty long descent as they make their way to the next aid station.
Yeah, the next section of this is really fast. Brett, were you able to identify anybody who might have taken a spill already at this point?
Can't see their bloody knee right there. The one person that stuck out, two people that stuck out that had good side, like little bit of blood drippage down the knees was Tim Tollefson and Adam Mary. Both had clearly taken big spills.
We had him.
Looked like Tim might have taken a pretty good sized fall. His whole left
we
side
had him.
was
We
just
had great audio on him for a second, but you have him?
Hey, Brett, I know this is a passion of
Yes.
yours, but they might be coming through so fast. What are you noticing for footwear out there?
Oh my gosh, everyone's shoes are so brown. I can't tell what anything is. We need some creek crossings, but
Good.
I think at least for this first, 7-8 miles, those who actually wore real trail shoes were going to be a little bit more, economical because they're not having to tiptoe through everything. Those who opted for maybe the lower tread height, almost road type shoes, they can start ripping now. But prior to this, they were probably struggling in the mud.
Well, and Brett, I got to be honest with you. The idea of wearing a road shoe on this race, this past 7 miles is part of the reason why you would do it. So if things are not going well for them at this point,
Rachel Lemke just passing through.
Part of the benefit of wearing those road shoes to begin with has been entirely negated. If they're already coming through caked in mud and bloody knees.
Lucy Bartholomew just came through the aid station as well.
All right, we just had someone asking about Lucy. Hey, Brett, a couple friends of yours in the chat asking what footwear you have on today.
I'm rocking the HOKA Speed Goat 5. We just saw Sylvia Abel and Corinne Chalvoy come through as well. I've got the Speed Goat 5 on. I think that would actually be a fantastic shoe for today. I know some might offer something with a little bit more pop, but this, Vibram Mega Grip outsole, as well as a good amount of cushioning, that downhill didn't change.
Yeah, well, in solidarity, Chris and I are both wearing our Speed Goat 5s as well. So,
Perfect.
so is our good friend Zach Marion, I think. So
That's a beautiful shot right there.
We got, Jen's coming through, who was on the elite panel yesterday, straight through the aid station. She definitely did not fall.
Well, she's definitely one of the people that we looked at as having more experience with conditions like this. So maybe this is going to play to her strengths as the day wears on.
100%, yeah. And as we've had, we've probably had at least 20 to 30 women come through. I know my audio, I don't think was coming through when the men were coming through. But so with the women's races, Heather Jackson had a gap on second through 30th. There was no gap on the men's side. What was a little bit of a surprise to me, and maybe purposeful move, was Matthew Seidel was the one who was in the lead, coming out of this aid station in the single track, and he looked very, very in control, very comfortable.
Any names that you've seen that you were like surprised at the front, or maybe surprised that you're not seeing them till a little bit later at this point? People who might not necessarily be in the slot where you would expect them at this point.
Kat Bradley just rolled through the aid station. She's a smart racer. The way she run Western States was hunting in the second half of the course, so. Yeah, she's further back than maybe some might think, but I don't think that's, cause for worry right now. One of the people who I was surprised to see at the very front leading the race was Matt Seidel. And then, Tim Tollefson and Adam Mary were perhaps a little bit farther back than I would have expected, but that could have actually just been due to them falling earlier on, and now they can start, moving back up through the pack again.
Hey, Brett, did you get a look at Andrew Bumblebee?
Yeah, he was right there in that kind of lead group, probably less than 60 seconds off the front. Looked comfortable, was wearing a pack. It seems like he's very much adopted the Ultra Runner kit. Looked comfortable. Definitely too early to tell regards to any of that. I think it might be time for us pretty soon to jet on over to Bumblebee, as it's going to take us a couple extra minutes to get there with these roads getting increasingly sloppier as the snow melts.
Well, I got to tell you, Brett, your audio is coming through loud and clear. It was great to check in with you, and we will look forward to hearing from you again and from Bumblebee.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you at mile 19.
All right. See you there.
That was fantastic. Brett Hornig, who is one of the best in the biz. We're lucky to have him here with us here this weekend.
And this is his first time field reporting. He's done a lot of studio work for us, but now that Zach has to go behind the screen, we got I don't know, a little upgrade with Brett, if I might say so myself.
Ouch. So much ouch. Someone's going to get cut from future feeds.
AJW's like, my mic's not working.
Cut his mic.
So yeah, this is just before Antelope Mesa. I guess I misspoke. It's a little bit further out. It's more like 7.5 miles as opposed to 6.5 to 7. But beautiful shot of the Bradshaws once again as the runners are heading south. That's a look to the west of. It's about 2 miles west of I-17, maybe about 10 miles north of Bumblebee for those that are familiar with the area.
This is where they're going into what you described as that slot canyon.
Yes.
Just
beautiful, fast,
trail.
Fun. Although I am really concerned, and okay, I'm gonna concede. You guys talking about the grinders having their day today. If we're seeing runners who are already caked in mud and already showing some evidence of hitting the ground in some cases, this is going to be a violent day in terms of, like, by comparison, just because the conditions are obviously a little bit more mucky and sloppy than I expected. I thought that the ground was going to be wet but not sloppy. Mm-hmm. I'm actually really kind of feeling bad for those back of the packers and those mid packers who are going to hit some of these sections where it's just going to be a slop fest. But that's how it goes. I mean, I've been out there when it's bone dry and hot, and I've been out there when it's cold and rainy, and this is even though it is clear and the skies are beautiful, the rain has already and the snow has already come in and made the course what it is.
Let's keep in mind, and Zach mentioned this yesterday, we are in the desert and it is dry. I mean, it is dry. I don't know what the humidity is, but it is dry out here, and we could see the trail dry out pretty quickly.
We've got a pretty sunny day ahead of us.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
At least down here, the finish line is going to get pretty quick. I'm curious to see if this is going to be a 12-mile warm-up through those kind of conditions and turn into a 50-mile race.
Yeah.
That would be way interesting.
That would be super exciting.
So, Chris, real quick, the next aid comes up around mile, let's say 12 or 13.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up the official numbers just so I've got them in front of me, so I'm not eyeballing it, because obviously I'm not quite as good at that as I thought I was. But the next aid station that they're going to hit is right there. It's that's Hidden Treasure.
A Hidden Treasure. That's right. Okay.
And Hidden Treasure, again, manned by the AZ Trailleggers, one of our local groups. Shout out to them. Thanks for all that you do. It's a pretty quick little in and out. They're so good at what they do at that aid station. Mm-hmm. They've got your, if you've got to refill your pack, they've got it in hand. They're quick on the draw with what you might need in terms of food. There's plenty of space to maneuver. And what they're doing is you're crossing the road, basically the road to Crown King, right there. And for those that are familiar, again, and the runners from there are gonna parallel that road on the west side until they get right before Bumblebee Ranch. So the area that they're running on now, this stretch that these lead packers are on, this is the part that, like Zach and I were talking about, that we just almost romanticize about how fast this trail is.
Best sections of all the entire race. And as you can see now on the screen, it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah,
I mean,
snow's completely gone.
Amazing.
Yep.
It's hard to imagine that those shots in these courses are just a dozen miles away from each other.
Yeah. I mean, that's, and I think, they drop down from about, 4,500 feet to maybe about, I would assume Bumblebee's probably about like 3,000, maybe 2,800 feet. I'll confirm it. But yeah, like the elevation drop, means all the world in that section. But yeah, this is the Antelope Mesa area that we've got on here. I think actually this is Hidden Treasure, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Drone from Hidden Treasure. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, it's and this is Antelope Mesa. This is the lead up. This is about maybe quarter mile out from Antelope Mesa. The runners are going to cross a road, and then they're going to hit the aid station. It'll be on their right-hand side. They kind of like do a little bit of a jagged turn as they hit Antelope Mesa. But yeah, if you've got a glimpse of Bumblebee, we'd love to see it. Thanks, Jamel.
Yeah, you're still seeing a lot of shorts out there. You're still seeing T-shirts. Like, it's not, even though we just had some snow, it is still the desert, and it's going to warm up fast. As soon as the sun comes out, it's going to warm up quick.
Well, I know that the runners had like the ability to like basically throw everything that they had on in terms of warming gear into a bag to have it at the finish. So, like, those people were obviously shedding lots of layers. But right here, this is the mile 19 aid station, Bumblebee Ranch, sponsored by Satisfy and Squirrel's Nut Butter. I'm actually looking at that ground and cringing, because that means that, like, that's normally like fine and dry. Like, that's not the way it normally looks. This is going to be a slop fest for far longer.
The gritty runner,
the gritty grindy runners.
Love that.
The gritty
Team
grinders.
Grinder.
Yeah. Let's see if we can avoid certain hashtags there. But yeah, this is definitely much more mud and water than I expected. Another weird thing, we haven't talked about this at all. It came up on some of our back channel communications, but and I've had it happen to me personally out on this trail, not during the race, but during training runs. There's cattle out there. Mm-hmm. This is open range grazing, and there are I've had times where I've been running and all of a sudden looked up and seen a cow 50 feet in front of me on the trail, and I just, like, what do I do here? I mean, it hopefully, nothing of the sort happens where it becomes an issue for the runners, but genuinely, they kind of keep their heads in a swivel, because if you're not looking for it and not paying attention, you might darn well see a cow in your direct path.
So in your experience in these mud years, though, Chris, is this the kind of mud that sort of gets stuck on your shoe and kind of becomes, it's like you're running on snowshoes?
Oh, yeah.
It's
bad. It's going to cake on. And I mean, so the year 2017, the big mud year, I was still in the HOKA thick boys. And those things, they would pick it up. I mean, they were, it was,
traction's too good.
Yes. They were wonderfully cushy. There's a part of me that misses those shoes to this day. Those old Stinsons, the high stacks. the ones that made me like 6'3", but they definitely did the combination of that mud, almost like a clayish mud, and oh boy, it did add some weight to the equation.
And that's actually something to take into consideration with your footwear choice as well. I wish Brett was here so we could have a fun chat about it. But yeah, I mean, if you have big, thick, deep lugs and a lot of texture to the bottom of your shoe, you're going to pick up more of that. It's more surface area for that mud to bind into. So you got to find that fine balance between do I have enough lug to get grip, but also not so much depth that I'm just caking on more mud. I mean, if you're in a really wet conditions in the Pacific Northwest where it's rocky, big lugs are great because you can kind of catch on to a lot more. You're going to grip a lot more. But if you're out here in something like this, I mean, those deep lugs aren't going to do anything other than just pick up more muck, which is going to add a little weight to those feet. You're going to kick that foot back. That hamstring is going to work a little bit harder, and you're going to see a little bit more cramping going on at mile 50, 40, around there.
So that choice, you want some lug, but not too much lug.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Shout out to John Armstrong in the chat. He ran the 60K in the slop year 2017, and he said he lost a shoe. I mean, I don't know if he means like he lost a shoe and it came off and he had to put it back on, or if he lost a shoe and it sailed down the creek or whatever. But the idea of losing a shoe that year does not surprise me in the least, because your choices, especially leading up to Antelope Mesa, you either ran in 6 inches of water or 3 inches of mud. I mean, you didn't have any other options. And running is a very liberal term there, liberal usage of the term, because it was more just sloshing and shuffling, at least for those of us that were out there all day.
Chris, Aaron's weighing in on the McDowell Mountain Frenzy 2022. I'm sure you were out there that year, were you?
I was out there. That was the year that Chris Myers beat Nick Curry in the 50K. And he had a great race.
Aaron remembers it being a muddy mess.
Yeah, it was definitely not your typical year out there. Of course, Nick still wore road shoes, but
right.
But he's a mechanic in ways that we can't comprehend.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is definitely harkens back to there are certain years where the elements, whether it be 2017 Black Canyon, I've heard it was before my time, but 2020 or 2012 Javelina, I've heard, was a mud fest. We don't get them out here very often, so they tend to stick in our minds, no pun intended.
Yeah.
Cave Creek Thriller, I believe, last year was a mud fest. We're just not used to it out here. We're used to complaining and griping about the heat and runners melting as they're hitting Black Canyon City. This year they might freeze at certain places on the course.
We've got some great shout outs here in the live feed. Lots of love for Cat Bradley, the cats, all the cats, Cat Drew, Cat Bradley, Catherine Short,
Cat Short.
Tons of shout outs for Riley Brady as well. They're gonna have a great race out here. It's gonna be real exciting. Also, man, I am kind of sad to see Brett get so much love out there. I don't remember. I remember seeing so many comments about me.
This is Antelope Mesa here that you're seeing here. This is the first aid station on the Black Canyon 100K course. I'm assuming that these are probably still Wave 1 runners, because Wave 2 runners would have had to get here in about 44 minutes. So that would be...
There's a good shot of some muddy legs.
Yeah, so this is what they're hitting already. And in this case, I am happy to admit I was wrong. I mean, I've been out here in these conditions before. I didn't realize these were those conditions. Yeah, you can see it's,
there we go. That's good.
And it's only going to get worse as the time goes on. This is going to accumulate,
Not just the other runners, kind of mucking up the ground and kind of chopping the mud up a little bit, but also when the temperatures get a little bit warmer, things start to thaw out a little bit, that ground's going to get a little bit more wet. And it's going to be fun out there.
Yeah, that mud out there is definitely going to play into some. It's going to cause some issues for some people. Whether if you don't have a good tread out there, you might have more trouble than you expected. Shoe tech has changed even in a few years. I don't know if I would assume that one of the things that some of those heavier, more cushioned shoes are going to have is maybe a little bit more of a resistance to taking on the mud there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of in a past life, I worked for an unnamed shoe company as their product line manager, an alternative shoe, if you will. And yeah, I mean, shoe technology is just constantly changing, and you learn a lot from each iteration of shoe you put out there. And
Sure.
I think every brand out there does a pretty good job at listening to the feedback from athletes and saying, hey, like this actually caught a ton of mud at this course, and you can't please everyone. There is not
For sure.
one shoe that does everything.
Except for the Mafate Evo. That was the show. That was the shoe that did
Everyone
everything.
has their favorite. Everyone has their favorite.
Montreal
yeah.
Vitesse.
I mean,
but I date myself.
wow, I just heard a Montrail. That's a word. So for some of you younger viewers out there used to be a shoe
those that were
company 20
born-
years ago.
We've got some great shots here of these runners approaching Antelope Mesa. As you can see, there is standing water on the course. That is, it's one of the higher points in the course. After this, there is a significant descent, and they're probably above 4,000 feet at this point. They're not going to get back to this level because there is a sharp descent coming out of the Antelope Mesa aid station. So these runners, the tail end of wave 1, I'm assuming, and we've kind of tabled it for a while, but we probably need to address and figure out what's going to go on with these back. So the back of the pack for wave 1 is going to have several people who are participating in the 100-mile challenge.
Yeah.
And this is going to be something we're probably going to need to get clarification on this, and so we'll find out from Race Command for sure. But for those that are unfamiliar, Black Canyon, of course, has 2 races. They have the 100K on Saturday, the 60K on Sunday. Now, the 100K or the 100-mile challenge is doing
Running
both races.
Right.
Now, in most years, the runners have at least a few hours in between. And with our delays on this race, we probably need to address and verify on certain, certain items. If you're a back of the pack runner doing the 100-mile challenge and you finish at like 5 a.m., you've got to get back up to the start if you're going to get the shuttle at Deep Canyon, or if you're going to head up to Mayor, you got to be up there in 2 hours or less in order to be ready to go and do the thing again.
It's going to create some excitement, is what it's going to do.
It is.
It is, and
I will personally shuttle any athlete who needs it.
we talked about that.
I will put them in my car and I will drive you to the start line.
because there might be that kind of situation, but that's Race Command going above and beyond, definitely, and also our man in charge here, our producer Zach, putting it out there. If you're a back of the packer in the 100K and you're in the 100-mile challenge,
Just hop in his car.
we'll get you to the start.
I've got it here. I will 100% do it. I just want to show, before I take off, I want to share a huge amount of gratitude to everyone in the chats today who are supporting us and making this work. All of the sponsors who have put into this so far, the races that believe in us and that want to see more of this going on with Mountain Outpost. Thank you everyone for supporting us and allowing us to do this for you. I mean, without the runners out there and without so many great events, we wouldn't have the ability to do this. Your support means everything to us. And one of the best ways that you can support us is by just subscribing to the channel here on Mountain Outpost. It's free, it's easy, it costs you nothing. It's going to allow us to continue doing this. So please, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do that. Share this with your friends. Let's hear, what do you guys want to see? What races do you guys want to see us go to? Who should we be contacting? That's all part of this. We want to base every product that we put out there, every race that we put out there, we want it to be about the runners, about what you guys want to see.
We do.
So please let us know in the comments where you want us to go. And keep supporting us so we can keep supporting you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Zach. We're going to spin it off to Leah Yingling on course and get some intel from her. Leah was at the start, and now she's moved down the I-17 corridor.
Right? Yep.
Leah, what do you got for us? We'll see if we can get Leah's audio up. I don't have anything,
Yeah,
but
I don't have it. Right.
but what you're seeing right there is runners approaching Antelope Mesa, the first aid station. That is the Bradshaw Mountain Range in the background. For those not familiar with this area, this is basically between Flagstaff and Phoenix at this point, maybe about halfway between. The Bradshaw is, of course, home to Crown King, Arizona. Population 110 on a good weekend, home of a historic race in Arizona, the Crown King Scramble.
One of the best.
That's
one of the best.
Story for another day, but that's just another example of the beauty. When you're running Crown King, you're going uphill and north. When you're running Black Canyon, you're going downhill and south. And this is normally a fast runner's paradise. Early returns are saying not so fast.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Hey, real quick before we get to Leah, I know she's going to be coming on soon. Hellbender gets a vote, Zach, as does the Black Hills 100, Chuckanut, Gary Robbins' new race. And I know our beloved president will love to hear, Jamil, that they were hoping for the return of Mountain Outhouse News. Age is a Whizzle from the Beast Coast would like that as well.
Is that your burner? Is that your burner account, AJW? Or
several votes for Chuckanut, Bandera. So good stuff. More beer mile coverage.
Oh no! Nobody needs the beer mile coverage.
Oh, great stuff.
The beer mile thing is kind of in a lull right now, at least in the trail
Yeah.
scene. Like you don't see it in Silverton anymore, or it's under wraps. The ATY beer mile is no longer a thing. But
is that Hidden
that's
Treasure?
Hidden Treasure right
Hidden
there.
Treasure. Here we are.
Who we got? We got Leah on the call at Hidden Treasure. Looks like our first runners have come through that section. And as we mentioned, that previous few miles is super fast.
That's fast. An hour and 20 minutes ish.
Okay. So we're gonna keep an eye, but yeah, we're gonna verify our timing numbers there at Hidden Treasure.
A vote for Drop Bag Challenge. We'll have Skylar Hall on the call in a
I'm
few
fairly
hours.
confident we'll never see a drop bag challenge ever again. So Hidden Treasure is about mile 13. And if these runners started at 9 a.m., they're at about a 123, 124 half marathon.
Wow.
On trail.
Yeah.
So that tells you how fast they're going if they've already hit Hidden Treasure. Just a handful of runners have gotten here, but this previous few miles is so fast. They're dropping sub 6 minute miles, guaranteed. There's that HOKA kit. Is that John Ray that they said that was running alongside? Yeah, okay.
I think so.
Hidden Treasure to Bumblebee is 114.4 football fields. Good to know. Yeah, this is Hidden
Matt
Treasure.
Feldick will be happy to hear there's a vote for Run Flat, Stay Low.
We've got
Nezcac Track.
Yeah, like I said, Skylar Hall said hard pass and another drop bag challenge.
Yeah.
You can't even, if you even mention it to Skylar in person, he recoils physically. Like he doesn't even like. It's like everybody has that day or that race that they don't like to talk about. That's his. He won't even like entertain it. Yeah.
It's
you're
the
not
equivalent of his like Jägermeister.
You're not gonna get a discussion out of him, and I'm not even saying that in jest. Like that's physically like he just can't stomach, no pun intended, the idea of talking about it. So Hidden Treasure, basically these runners are just under the half marathon mark, and these runners that are coming through again, sub 90-minute basically half marathons through the fastest part of the course. Make no mistake, this is the fastest part of the course by a significant margin. We're going to see if we can get Leah on our call here. I can see they're getting things set up. Leah, if we can get your audio in place, we'd love to get the intel, because we know that you're the best in the biz and you're able to give us everything that we want and need. Looks like we've got a good picture. Do we have good audio on Leah? Oh, she's still setting up. But as soon as Leah comes back, we will definitely bring her in. These are still the first, the first pack, the first lead pack is hitting Hidden Treasure. I'd be curious to see. Hidden Treasure is a perfect refueling site simply because you're coming off the fastest part of the course. At this point, it levels out. It's still fast for fast runners. A little bit more technical, some loose rocky areas as you approach Bumblebee Ranch at mile 19. But for the most part, these faster runners are not going to be fazed by most of the terrain unless they're really unfamiliar and didn't do their homework. So the fast paces will typically continue through Bumblebee. There's a small climb out of it. I know some people were talking about the climb earlier in the chat, but I don't think it's necessarily that daunting. It's short. It's a little bit steep, but it puts you on this ridge above the road to Bumblebee and Crown King, which is really a gorgeous view. Again, you're rather than being on a side where you're facing the I-17 corridor, you're actually facing west again, and it's a pretty neat visual between Bumblebee and Gloriana Mine, which is at mile 24. I see Leah on the camera. We'll see if she's popping a headset on, and we'll see if we can get her back on because I really want to find out. It sounds like she's going to have the heads up on who is where on the course. We'll see if we can get her audio. Can we pin the leaderboard to the top of the chat? That way, if people have a desire to see who is at the top at our checkpoints, we can direct them there. Thank you. There's another shot of Antelope Mesa Aid. This is, I guess, this could be the very front of Wave 2 or, again, the back of Wave 1. Looks like, some of these runners are taking their time. Again, I have to admit, I am a little bit surprised at how much mud these runners have taken on already because, I didn't realize the conditions were quite so sloppy at this point. But, if it's like this now, it's probably not going to get much better for a while. Yeah, you can see the mud all over the place. Shout out to our volunteers that are taking care of all those runners. I see another. Okay, so it looks like we've got Leah back visually. We'll see if we can catch her audio as she is standing just outside of aid station number 2, Hidden Treasure Aid, at just short of the 13-mile mark. We are 90 minutes into Wave 1. We are 60 minutes into Wave 2 of the Black Canyon Ultras. Looks like we'll see if we can get her on and with audio. A shout out to
Leah just told that guy where to go. He was going to keep going straight.
Yeah, you don't want to go keep going west on the trail there. You're going to end up in some really gnarly, rugged area because that if they were to go straight, it would plow them right into the Bradshaws, which are pretty harsh. We'll see if we can get updates on our runner tracking. Again, this is probably the most remote aid station in terms of coverage and elevation. It actually sits Antelope Mesa is kind of tough, but obviously, like, we were able to get good video and a little bit of audio from Bet Hornig. Hidden Treasure is like barely any cell phone reception. Like, you have to be standing in the right area. So There's a water tower there just outside of our view, and then there's also like a livestock pen, and it really, like, I go to this area to run all the time, a few times a year, because I love the fact that when you come out here, and I run the course backwards, you go out and do like 1,500 feet of climb, and then you come down that blistering downhill that we talked about. But yeah, you're not getting a whole lot of cell reception between here and Antelope Mesa, going backwards on the course. Now, Bumblebee.
But once you get down to Bumblebee, it's pretty good.
Bumblebee
right?
should be
Yeah.
fine. Gloriana would be fine. Yeah, and after that, you're actually in. I use the term cities quite loosely there, but Black Canyon City, small town. Table Mesa is a little bit remote, but it's close to the highway, so it has fairly good reception. Doe Spring, are we even going to have somebody at Doe Spring? Okay, Doe Spring, we should be able to get some vision. I mean, you can almost see Doe Spring from here in terms of like the lights, really, but yeah, it's this area early on in the race is a little bit tough in terms of reception and coverage.
Can you just make sure that the audio on the camera is working through the camera? Hear through the camera?
Courtney, the reason why we didn't say is because we're not quite sure. We don't have confirmation on who is leading the race. The last numbers that we had were 6.5, 7 miles ago. Yeah. So our prognostication would be honestly a little bit obsolete. That's why we didn't say anything. So.
Yeah, we do know at that aid station there was a drawn-out lead men's pack of about 30 runners with Matt Seidel in the lead, and we also know that on the women's race, Heather Jackson was through 1 minute and 20 seconds before what was a drawn-out women's field.
And the second aid station, Hidden Treasure, is coming off of a fairly narrow single-track area through a bit of Slot Canyon, so it's not like that large pack that like we saw with almost like a road that they were coming into Antelope Mesa on. So and we are kind of obviously your visuals are our visuals. We've got some sight, but it's not the best. I see Leah back on screen. Are we going to be able to? Okay.
All right.
Oh, they're working on it. Okay. So just have her, like, once we can hear the audio, we'll pivot immediately. That's another shot of Hidden Treasure right there. That's actually right before the road crossing. As you can see that livestock pen off to the right side. That's the south end. Off to the left, which you can't see, is where the water tower is out there.
To the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an access road that leads to I-17 that's fairly close by. If you were to go just slightly north of there, otherwise, the road that the camera is actually positioned on or right next to, right behind them, in fact, is the road between. It goes from Antelope Mesa all the way down to Bumblebee. So. This is a crossing from the east side back to the west side of Bumblebee Road, basically, which is also, as we mentioned, the road to Crown King. So,
and what's that other cool town with the yacht club bar?
Cleater.
Yes.
Cleater, we're giving you a
Yeah.
tour of Arizona. Maybe if we're lucky, we can get a drone shot of Cleater. It's not that far out. It would actually be really cool.
It's a cool little spot.
The Cleater Yacht Club, basically the way station between Bumblebee and Crown King. The runners actually missed Cleater by a couple of miles, but that's why I was like, maybe the drones can make it there. So the Cleater Yacht Club is basically well, for lack of a better term, it's a general store / dive bar.
Yeah.
On a dirt road, halfway to Crown King, which talks about.
And by the way, it's a yacht club about 400 miles from the nearest ocean.
Yes, from the nearest navigable waters.
But they've got some sailboats out front.
Yeah, you can
cool.
sit on a jet ski or on a pontoon while you're out in their back patio having a beverage. Awesome. Looks like we might have Leah. We'll pivot. We'll talk about our favorite beverage places later, but we're
Leah,
gonna
can you hear us?
jump back on the.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
we
hear me?
can. You're coming through loud and clear. Awesome. How are you doing?
Yay. Good. I don't know if you're getting me through my AirPods or the microphone, but I'll take whatever I can get at this point.
We're getting you through your AirPods.
Yay. Okay, good. Well, that makes this microphone useless, but that's okay. So yeah, I'm out here at Hidden Treasure. We're a little bit around, about an hour and a half, hour 36 into the race so far. I saw the full lead men's pack come through here, and I've seen a few women come through so far. Heather Jackson with a couple-minute lead. Then I saw, might have missed somebody during our troubleshooting, but there's Rachel Drake, Rachel Tomachak, Shea Aquilano. Oh, there's Tara Dower. Way to go, Tara. Natalie Sandoval's rolling through right now, too. The lead pack, we had Matt Seidel, followed about a minute behind by Bobby Peavy. And then we had a group of Hayden Hawks, Hans Troyer, and a few others right behind him. We saw some people like Tim Tollefson, Rod Favard, Eric LaPuma, and Craig Hunt really chilling in the back. I would say, so far, I think Eric and Craig were looking most relaxed and the best. And they're probably back there in the 10th to 15th place range.
What did you get a sense of the conditions? When we talked to Brett up at Antelope, he said there was a lot of brown shoes and mud and a few bloody knees. Are you seeing something similar?
Yeah, it's finally drying out by the point that we're on. We kind of turned around the mountainside over there, and it went from snow and mud and slush to a lot of dry trail. So I do think that some of this will be a little nicer to run on. I saw that Heather Jackson was about 2 minutes off of her splits from last year into the last aid station. I think that speaks a little bit to the sloppier conditions they have this year versus last year. But interestingly, the men were spot on where they were last year, and that's being led by Matt Seidel's kind of hot pace, which I'm really excited to see him shooting a shot out there today. He looked really comfortable and really happy when he came through the aid station here. I did hear word from Tyler Green, Rachel Drake's partner, who ran I think about 23 miles of the course yesterday. He said after doing 23 miles, he felt like he had 5 pounds of mud on his shoes. So I think these conditions are going to wear on the runners today.
Well, I can believe it. It's definitely. I have to admit, I was taken by surprise. I was not expecting things to be this caked and this muddy here, but these runners are just going to have to roll with the punches and adapt and overcome or don't.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that that style of racing today is going to work in favor of anybody that is adaptable, anybody that doesn't get stressed out by conditions, that can kind of go with the flow, roll with the punches, troubleshoot on the fly, and make the best of a kind of muddy situation at times.
How's your temperature? I see you still have your big puffy jacket on, but is it warming up?
It is warming up. It was very, very, very cold at the start with ice and snow on the ground. I'm still chilly standing around, but I see these runners in tank tops, and maybe a few of them have some arm sleeves. So I think this is actually a really nice running temperature. There is a breeze at times too. I do think when runners come to Black Canyon, they're preparing for a warm race in the desert, and I think a lot of runners were doing sauna training leading up to this. So I don't think it's all for naught. I think sauna training is always good for heat adaptations. But yeah, I think they're getting the opposite of a warm day today.
Looks like we've got a pack of women coming through headed your way, Leah.
Did I catch Corinne Chalvoy in that group?
Could be.
Yeah.
We got Rachel Lemke coming through here. I think we're kind of looking around that top 10 women right now.
Yeah.
And we got Sylvie Abel as well. She has a great story. I think she ran here last year. Oh, go, Corinne! Corinne Shelby, you're right. Good eyes.
Nice.
But Sylvie Abel's story. I think she was here last year and was a few months postpartum. Ended up dropping out a portion of the race because her baby really needed her, and she was breastfeeding her baby. And she's back this year with that new mom energy and really hoping to cover the distance today. So Sylvie Abel, she's out of the Bay Area. And I think she was kind of in that 10th to 15th place range just now.
Leah, what would you
Yeah,
be
so,
wearing in these kind of conditions? You personally, like, what would be your ideal kit in a race like this?
Yeah, I think I'd be sporting like shirt sleeves and some arm warmers today, maybe a headband. I have love the skia, like fleece lined headbands. Those are always great for these kind of like real weather. So I think short sleeves, arm sleeves, something that you can kind of shed if needed. So Tim Tollefson had his like rain jacket and light layer tacked to the back of his pack. So I think we're seeing a lot of people shed their outer layers by this point and kind of either in a tank top or short sleeves.
Got it.
A recap from our top few men's right here. So we had Matt Side here, Murphy, TV, Troyer, Kate Hawkson, Ford, Cole Watson, Trace Lott, Timothy Ray, Stephen Kirsch, and Alex Miner. That comprises our top 10. I will say, guys, I don't know much about Timothy Reed. I don't know if you guys do back in the studio, but everybody in the top 10, I recognize most of those names and have covered them in various races. But Timothy Reed, perhaps a dark horse that nobody was really talking about before the race that I'd love to get some insight on.
Timothy Reed?
Yeah, Tim Reed. Chris is going to go into his magic spreadsheet.
So
here.
Tim Reed is out of Irvine, California, bib 405. Finished first in the Leona Divide 50K in 2022. 2019 Formidable 50K 6th place, and 2017 North Face 50 15th place. So no stranger to these Southwest races, but this is definitely this is leveling up in terms of where he's at right now in this event.
Yeah, and I think we saw Alex Miner up the 9th spot. He's an East Coaster, perhaps Virginia. Maybe people in the live chat can correct me on this. I know he did a big arrow last year with Caleb Bowen and his Virginia friends.
You said Alex Miner?
Yeah, West Virginia boy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Alex Miner, yeah. Nice. No, that's fantastic.
Yeah, he was definitely a big recipient there last year, and I think has been put him in the more competitive races last year. So getting to see him up there in the
to recap, Alex Miner, as Leah was talking, it looks like we just need to have her audio kind of clarify a little bit. But Alex was 15th at JFK 50 last year, 5th at Gorge Waterfalls 100K, and 9th at another race that we covered, 2023 Bandera.
Yep.
So Alex, again, Beast Coaster, no stranger to the high-level racing.
And runs with Dan Green and Caleb Bowen.
And that's kind of testifies again to the depth of this field, is that we're going 50 deep with these people that are not far off the lead pack.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. Are there any names that you haven't seen?
Oh, go ahead.
Are there any names that you haven't seen yet, Leah, that perhaps you expected to see by now hitting Hidden Treasure? It looks like Leah's audio is cut. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll
check back in with Leah.
Yeah, we'll circle back around with her. But we've got a couple of interesting names that we will need to keep up. Timothy Reed and
it sounds
Alex
like
Miner.
One of Tim Reed's high school classmates has weighed in. Albert, good to hear from you.
I do have to admit, when she said Tim Reed, I first thought Venus Flytrap from WKRP in Cincinnati. Right. So I got a little bit confused there. And when I went to check him on my race notes, I did misspell his name. It's Reed, not Reid, like Venus Flytrap.
Got it. Yeah.
So we're gonna keep an eye on these runners as the day goes on. Looks like, Nicholas, we're going to that's a name, bringing it up in the chat, that
Noah
I'm with. Noah Dussault, Pacific Northwest runner who finished 5th here last year. Basically not far off of the pace for a golden ticket. But do we have Leah back there? Sounds like...
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We got you loud and clear.
Woo! I think something we didn't get to chat about was the women's race going on. I know there's a couple women who are doing their first 100Ks out here today. Some of those including MK Sullivan, Rachel Tomachak, both women who have a lot of short distance experience, and both have represented Team USA at different events. MK most recently at the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships, getting a top 10 finish in Innsbruck this year. Rachel's been on so many USA teams, I can't even keep track at this point. Rachel's definitely more of a stranger to the ultra marathon distance, only doing, I think, 1 or 2 in the past. Woo! Rachel Drake is another one as well. This will be her second 100K. Last time she completed 100K was back in 2019 when she placed in the top 10 at CCC. So really exciting to see these women who don't have a ton of experience in the distance stepping up and actually doing so really competitively. I think all 3 of those women are in the top 10 right now. I think MK is in second place. Rachel Drake's around 6th place, and Rachel Tomachak's right behind Rachel Drake in 7th place. So going to be a good race out there.
Hey, Leah, I'd love to hear if you got eyes on Shea Aquilano. She's not a rookie. She's been here 4 times, but she's only 22 years old. Did she look calm, cool, and collected coming through there?
She did. She looked awesome. She is back in 11th place, which I really like to see her there right now. I think she's somebody that knows exactly what she's doing here, knows what she needs to do to sweep up some carnage later. And I asked her what be going through my race, and she said she'll be really looking forward to the finish line, vegan pizza, and just hoping that she can dig really deep for a golden ticket late in the race. They positioned right now in 11th place and looked awesome and a big smile.
That's great. That's great. How about Tara Dower?
She's great too. I always find that Tara, Shea, and Natalie Sandoval always find themselves around each other in races like this. If you look at their ultra signups, all 3 of them have run probably 5 to 6 of the same races as each other in the last couple years. And so I think they cue off of each other very nicely. They're all extremely different runners. Like Natalie has a lot of success and experience down here in the desert. Tara's back on the East Coast in Virginia Beach, training completely flatlanding and in some be extremely great at a variety of races, including some mountainous 100-milers, and then we'll see her be extremely gritty at the Hard Rock 100 this summer. So I always see Shea, Tara, Natalie all around each other, and in this race, same deal. I think the 3 of them were, within a minute of each other.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
And it's kind of cool, and I think that the more the sport grows, one of the things we're going to see is as the divisions of territoriality start to fall by the wayside, you become more familiar with your competition. And despite the growth of the sport, Leah, you've probably begun to realize you see these people either as a competitor or as somebody covering these races. You're beginning to see them how many times a year? 4, 5, 6?
I know. I just told my husband Mike on the way down here that I feel like everybody is at this event this weekend. Like everybody in the media scene and the running scene, they're crewing, they're supporting, they're pacing. Everybody's out here, and it's really cool to see. I think golden ticket races, we've talked a lot about this, but there used to very much be a seasonality to it. January through April ticket chase. And with the expansion of that to a little bit more international races and fields, we're not concentrated anymore with tons. But this year, this feels like the kickoff to golden ticket season, even though we're almost done with golden ticket season at this point.
Absolutely, because trying to compare it to Javelina, which was the first golden ticket domestically, or was Grindstone the first one this year? I can't remember.
Well, no, as CCC was.
No, domestically.
Oh, domestically, it was Grindstone.
In any event, there is a gap between the second and third races of the season. Mm-hmm. So, no, I mean, it does feel like a second season almost, like you were saying. So, by the way, somebody had mentioned, talking about, who's who in this chat. I have anointed you, Leah, and Mike the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce of ultra running coverage. Just so you know. Oh, she didn't hear it.
I have to circle back with that one.
But
okay, promise, I'm promising you, I'm not going to refer to Mike by his nickname.
Yeah,
I'll just refer to him as Mike.
Mike McGonigal, of course, Leah's wonderful partner and a great guy. like the visual of a drone, him carrying a laptop.
Oh my gosh.
As he and Leah were running alongside runners to do coverage, those two go above and beyond. I mean, we sit
Absolutely.
here and we
Absolutely.
bring our thoughts and convey what we see, but they're out there like living it as if
Yeah.
they were running the race. They put as much effort into their coverage as they do their racing, and they're both
Yeah.
damn talented racers.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Well, just a quick little update. We're hearing from Leah at Hidden Treasure, which is just short of mile 13. Brett Hornig is on his way around to Bumblebee. I suspect he's either there or will be there very shortly, around mile 19 and change. As we're trying to do with our field reporters, they are basically leapfrogging one another. So Leah was at the start, Hidden Treasure. Brett was at Antelope Mesa, now moving on to Bumblebee. They'll continue to leapfrog as they go through the day. It's nice to hear from Yassine Daboon, if you don't mind, in the chat.
Yeah.
Yassine is the pride of Portland, Oregon, a longtime veteran of the sport. Great to hear from you, Yassine. And yes, I do remember when you came down to Hayward Field to watch Craig Thornley and I attempt to run a sub 5 minute mile.
Did you do it?
I did 2:30 800. But yeah, that was a fun day. And if I'm not mistaken, Yassine, you actually even got video coverage of that. So great to hear from you.
Another name in the chat that I'd like to shout out is somebody who I love seeing in the chat simply because I've watched this guy race when he was at his, like when he was just torching courses, and that's Chris Vargo.
Chris
You know,
Vargo, good to hear from you.
Former Crown King Scramble course record holder for several years. Came out here and just blasted that course. Chris is a great runner, and love seeing him in the chat.
Yeah.
And love that he follows us. It's somebody who I've admired for several years. So that's one of the cool things about doing this coverage is that we're talking, firsthand with these people in our chat. Like, people pop in that you wouldn't believe, and also not only like people that are in, in the trail running scene, but like, from all walks of life who aren't necessarily runners have started to tune in and kind of get the bug in terms of seeing what's going on in the ultra running community.
Yeah, I remember seeing Vargo along with Alex Varner when they were first starting out. They got all sponsored by Nike and showed up at Way Too Cool and just torched it. Absolutely torched it. So fun to see you guys.
These runners are approaching Hidden Treasure Mine, just short of mile 13. Still moving really fast, as we mentioned. If they're wave one, which they would have to be wave one, they're still like pacing a sub 2 hour half marathon, on some really mucky, muddy conditions. So
Hey,
these
Chris,
runners are doing really well.
John Armstrong, we'll have to get this on Zach's to-do list. John Armstrong has suggested that you do field reporting for a beer mile.
I don't think that.
I think that's a great assignment.
I would have a hard time differentiating. The lines would blur as to whether, like, my purpose at a beer mile. But yeah, this is again, the day is starting to warm up now. I'm not feeling as cold as I was. We're heading further south. We're heading for lower elevation. The runners, after they hit Antelope Mesa, they're done being at the 4,000 feet range, and that area between Antelope Mesa and Hidden Treasure is a welcome change and a nice, comfortable downhill. If they want to blow through it, they can blow through it. That's their choice. But for some runners, I tell everybody, keep an eye on your watch. This section, most of the people that are hitting this are going to be wave two.
You're telling them to keep an eye on their watch because they might be coming in too hot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's not uncommon to be running down that section of trail and look down at your watch and be looking at maybe like a 10K PR pace simply because it is that runnable. Like, you won't keep that for an extended period of time. But for instance, I'm typically a guy when I'm, quote, running on this kind of terrain, I'm doing maybe 12s or 11s. And I look down at my watch in that stretch and I'm doing 8:35, 8:40. And it's like, okay, I need to downshift a little bit. That's not advice I could give the elites in the front of the pack, but for the mid and back of the packers who want to get that 17-hour finish or that 16-hour finish.
Gotta be calm in this.
Yeah, you gotta leave something in the tank because the second half of this race is so much more difficult than the first. I cannot stress that enough. If you're interested in coming to run this race, it's a beautiful race. I've finished it 4 times. I love it. I've gotten my money's worth each year because I take between 16 and 17 hours each time. But it's definitely a race that if you try and go out too hard, you're not conditioned to deal with the second half where the climbing is and the more rugged sections are, the water crossings, you'll pay the price. For the casual runner, you really have to hold back.
Yeah.
You do.
Question from Karen Jones. Let's take a couple from the chat. How far to the next aid? So from Hidden Treasure to Bumblebee is plus or minus 6 miles?
It's Hidden Treasure's at mile 12.9. Bumblebee is 19.4. So about that's about 6.5 miles. From
and that's
aid to aid.
Pretty again. It's not as much downhill.
It's
as
fairly flat. It's not a lot of downhill. Maybe a slight downhill. It doesn't feel like it when you're on that stretch.
Yeah, right.
I've had one year when I didn't finish this race. That's where things fell apart for me. Was between Hidden Treasure and Bumblebee. Wasn't feeling very great. It's a section. It's weird. It's fairly flat. I mean, flat and smooth. But then all of a sudden, just like a small bit of technicality to it where you're running on smaller rocks as opposed to like sandy dirt trail. It's not anything that a talented conscientious runner has to worry about, but it definitely it changes your gait and changes your approach. It's almost not that they can see it here, but it's almost similar to the way that this area finishes up here, where you went out for a morning run and you saw how it's a little bit clunky here towards the finish.
Yeah, it's a little puddly, and I mean it's not terrible, but it's a little bit more clunky than just super smooth. A question from the chat too about with the Black Canyon now being a World Trail major, are we seeing a bit more international representation in the field? I don't know hard data on that, but I could say anecdotally, hanging around the expo yesterday, there were quite a few international runners. I saw a couple from Bulgaria, several from Germany, Italy, Spain. So I don't know. I think the announcement was a little bit later than perhaps registration. The announcement of World Trail Majors was a little bit later than registration had already been taken place, but I certainly think we'll see a trend towards the internationalization of Black Canyon for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, for instance, we have Arden Young, who's from Canada, is running the 100K. For a Badwater course record holder, Yoshihiko Ishikawa is here from Japan. We have a Japanese simulcast going on as part of World Trail Majors. We do have some runners I know from Nicaragua I've seen mentioned in the chat. I know that we have a couple of runners from Mexico as well. Not a huge international contingent, but there is one here for sure. World Trail Majors kind of ramping things up. Obviously, we're still early in the series. This is the second.
Second race. Hong Kong was first
of the series.
So Grand Canaria.
As you can see, this is Bumblebee Ranch right here. It looks like the ground is drying up a little bit, thankfully. Satisfy sponsoring that aid station, as well as Squirrel's Nut Butter. Shout out to Chris Thornley, because Chris Thornley, the man in charge over there at S&B, is literally is that? Looks like we got a follow runner. We'll see if we can ID. So this is actually the lead up to Hidden Treasure right here.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure this is between. Okay, so this is somebody who is maybe a quarter to a half mile outside of Hidden Treasure Mine. So this is not a front of the packer, but as they're passing the cattle pen, so what's going to happen is they're going to come out into this little parking lot. You'll see a water tower on the right-hand side, and then she's going to take a kind of a veer left a little bit into the aid. So you can see the water tower there on the right-hand side. And this runner has hit Hidden Treasure Mine at mile 12.9.
Let's good look at the trail conditions there. This is crossing that Bumblebee Road. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the I call it Bumblebee
The road to Bumblebee.
the road to
Yeah,
Bumblebee.
the road to Bumblebee.
The road to Crown King to Cleater. So, of course, she is going to be taken care of very ably by the AZ Trail Leggers, who look like they've got a pirate theme there going on at the aid station. Of course, the runners come out of there, and then they take a left to go south on the Black Canyon Trail and make their way the next few miles, about 6.5 miles to Bumblebee Ranch from there. At which point, I don't know if we can catch that camera at Bumblebee Ranch, but you'll be able to see where.
We should hear, I suspect we'll hear from Brett soon.
Absolutely, yeah. He's probably getting set up. But hopefully the ground starts to dry up a little bit because... man, the shots that I saw initially from Bumblebee Ranch were like things were not getting much cleaner.
Pretty mucky.
And I saw Amelia Boone in the chat asking what the dirt was like out there, asking if it was the kind of clay mud or is it more manageable? No, it's clunky. It's sticking to people's legs and calves.
Yes,
that's
indeed.
for sure. But yeah, I think that so far the note on course that was more significant to me than any other was Brett Hornig at Antelope Mesa talking about how there were more brown legs and red knees than he had expected at that point. And again, for those that aren't familiar, that's really striking to me because I'm so used to thinking that's the easy part of the course. That's the manageable part of the course. As you see now, the runners will be heading. That's Bumblebee Ranch right there. There's Jen Laughlin, Greg Vigarin that were helping out. But yeah, Chris Thornley from Squirrels Nut Butter is the man in charge here. And yeah, Bumblebee Ranch is the first chance for these runners to see their crew.
Yeah, this is the first crew.
Yeah, this is the first crew aid station at mile 19. You know, when I get there, I kind of the last thing I want to do at that point is sit down. I kind of want to just I hand over my pack. I'll kind of lean over the table trying to figure out what I want to eat. Obviously, when you're in the front of the pack, you're approaching things a little bit differently. It's more like a pit stop in a Formula One race. You know, like switching out packs like on the whole as opposed to filling up a bladder or something. If you're in the front of a field and you've been part of races such as this, if there's a lead pack that's 15, 20, 30 deep, how concerned are you about the idea of dealing?
Okay, it looks like
already
we have runners into Bumblebee. Yep, we certainly do.
That's bib 1162, was that?
Wow, that's a muddy back right there. I'd say, too, mile 19 is a time where you Hans Troyer, that is, in the white. Thank you, Matt. Matt's on fire today. But, yeah, so mile 19, I would say, is also a time where you kind of take stock. You know what the day has in store, at least conditions-wise. It's probably warming up a bit. At HOKA kit could be...
So yeah, that bib. So okay, Matt Seidel and Hans Troyer. Hans basically picking up where he left off last month. With his win at Bandera, he's coming out.
That's salmon
coming out
colored.
hot here.
I don't recognize that kit right there.
Matt Seidel, Hans Troyer, Jason Hawks, John Ray, Cole Watson.
Matt Seidel, Hans Troyer, Hayden Hawks, Jonathan Ray, Cole Watson. Timothy Reed, Bobby Peavy, sorry. Hector Rodriguez. You want to look him up?
Hector Rodriguez Barragan. And I've got Hector and then Jupiter Carrera Casas. So their bibs are in the 1100s. What that tells me is that they registered fairly late because those numbers, and that's why I was actually kind of confused when when Hans came through, because Hans had bib 1162, and I was like, wait a minute, that means that it was a late registrant. I didn't realize that Hans had registered late. So, but yeah, you can see these runners. These are their first interactions with crew at Bumblebee Ranch here. Mile 19 into the race, about a third of the way in terms of distance, but far from a third in terms of technicality and brutality. This is really where the race actually starts. I know that that's incredibly cliche, but so when the runners depart from, as we just saw Matthew Seidel depart, when they depart Bumblebee, they're going to head up a short but stout hill. I know some people were talking about it as being, daunting, but I guess simply because I'm hiking it, I don't really notice it as much.
Yeah.
But we've got Brett Hornig on the scene, and we'll see if we can get a word from him if we've got some good audio. Anytime Brett is able to chat with us, just pipe him in, and we'll pick it up from there, guys. But Brett is definitely so we've got basically about looks like maybe a dozen guys into or through Black Canyon at this point. We'll keep actually closer to about 20 now. A lot of familiar names.
And still a hot pace. Still a hot pace. Just a couple minutes. I mean, slower than Anthony Costala's time last year.
You're talking 202 for 19 miles.
Yeah.
That's, you're talking sub 7 minute mile pace. I mean, it's, 6:15 pace maybe. That's hot. That's running hot. So as soon as we're able to get Brett's audio in, we'll definitely pull him on. Thank you for the super chat donations that have come through. June Scapula, Trail Psyche, we appreciate it. Yeah, these times, I gotta admit, I don't have the historicals in front of me, but it just seems really early to be having runners hitting Bumblebee at this point. I guess just on a personal level. I mean, that's almost 20 miles into the race, and these runners are just over the 2-hour mark.
Yep. Yeah, we're at 2 hours and 7 minutes right now.
Yeah, and they're looking at hitting mile 20. Now, granted, from here it gets significantly more technical. You have that short climb out of Bumblebee, and you're on this ridgeline it's not too bad. It's fairly smooth. It's narrow, but you're going to be on a ridgeline for about and not at the top of it necessarily, but kind of near the top. And that's about 4 miles from there to Gloriana Mine. And then you're actually crossing a paved road, the paved portion of Bumblebee Road, to get to that aid station. And then from Gloriana, you go on to, which will be Deep Canyon.
Deep Canyon.
So that's actually the old aid station. I can't remember the name of it. If you've run the race in the past and you're in the chat, remind me. The aid station that was exactly at the halfway point where you had that savage short uphill that you had to climb right before.
That was before.
It was before Black Canyon City.
Canyon City
yeah.
Station.
I can't remember the name of it, but it was awful. It was really bad.
Another shot of a runner in Bumblebee aid station.
Who we got?
Again, these guys are seeing their crews for the first time. Mile 19.
Well, it's
changing his shirt.
Is that Hayden right there? I can't. No, it's not Hayden. It's not John. It's Is that Craig? Is that Craig Hunt? Okay. Thought so. Craig Hunt, of course, I have him on my podium.
Yep.
I believe that Craig for those that haven't been paying attention to the live streams for a long time, Craig Hunt was leading this race in 2021 at the final major aid station at Table Mesa. I was standing there watching him come out ahead of Tyler Green, ahead of Eric Senseman, ahead of a fairly decent field. And he left, and a couple minutes later, he came back because he had either turned or sprained an ankle or something like that. It was not good. But he hasn't been seen on these, at least in this race, since. But you know, seeing what he did out there,
He's looking good right now.
absolutely.
Off to a good start.
I think that maybe people were kind of sleeping on Craig Hunt.
Some friends in the chat, Andrew Gutierrez, mentioning it was called Soap Creek.
Thank you,
Soap
Andrew.
Creek,
Yes.
And Ethan G75 says it was at the top of that
Test,
sadistic
test.
little hill. Oh,
We got you, Brett.
very-
Hey,
we-
Brett, what do you have
Oh,
for us?
we're back. We're alive. It's things are changing up a little bit. We got set up like just like 2 minutes late. These guys are going so fast. Matthew Seidel still the leader. He looked one of the best out of everyone. Just running, cruising from the front. Right. I think he was faster through here than Anthony Costales was last year, and right around, actually, I think he's right around where Cole and Anthony were. Yeah, no, he's right around where Cole Watson was. Anthony Costales was actually 2.5 minutes slower than what Matthew Seidel came through today. Things are definitely stringing out a little more. You know, we don't have that giant pack that we had at mile 7. I guess you guys have seen them at least once since then. But yeah, the race is starting to take shape a little bit more.
Yeah, that stretch from Antelope Mesa down to where you're at now, it's true single track. There's not a lot of fighting, width to maneuver with. There, you've got to pick and choose your spots very carefully if you're going for the pass there. Otherwise, you're just kind of forced into single file at that point.
Yeah, 100%. And it's definitely the mud's starting to wear people down. Like, we're seeing some fatigue here. The form is getting a little sloppy. Like, you can tell people are annoyed that there's been mud on their shoes. So while it's, like you said, flowy, cruisy, single track, I don't think the miles have come nearly as free today as they have been in previous years. Left.
So
That goes to a
Brett,
bathroom.
So Brett, would you say that it, at least in this early going, it's kind of favored the grinder over the pure runner?
So, well, that's one thing that I'm still trying to figure, because when I was running back to my car to grab headphones, I probably missed like 2 through 5. So I don't know if you guys have an update of who's came through in the lead pack. Left.
So we've got.
I am now a course official.
Yeah, we got Hans Troyer and Hayden Hawks in second and third.
Then Jonathan Ray and
Okay.
Cole Watson.
And then Jonathan Ray and Cole Watson.
Okay, so we've got the only, I guess, surprise right now is probably Matthew Seidel, leading this thing. He looked comfortable.
Okay, but one of the things that just kind of boggles my mind is that these runners are just barely over 2 hours in, and that's mile 19. And a day that we were talking about these conditions, that's they're running under a 6:30 pace at this point. Like, how long is this sustainable? The course gets significantly tougher from here, but if they're moving like
Definitely.
this, I'm kind of blown away, to be honest.
So to rewind the golden ticket clocks just a little bit, going back to the Canyons 100K in 2022, this was when Adam Peterman was racing the 100K. The course conditions were a lot worse than the previous year when Anthony Costales had won it, but the overall temperatures for the day were a lot colder. So everyone was wondering, are we still going to see fast times even though the course is destroyed because they get the benefit of cooler times? I think that's what we're seeing again today. The course is a little bit more destroyed, but overall the temperatures are 10, 15 degrees cooler. Even though the sun's come out and I can feel a little bit of heat radiating off the ground, it's still so much colder than it was last year. So I think even though the course is rough, just not getting that overheating effect is the reason why we're still seeing these fast times. And I anticipate a little bit of slowdown as we, because we finally do get a climb coming out of this aid station, but I don't think we're going to see like a drop off in effort, like if we did like, our classic Strava grade adjusted pace. I don't think that's going to change at all, and it's going to stay hot all the way to the finish.
Yeah, do we have any eyes or word on the lead women coming through? I have to admit, I am somewhat surprised at the sheer volume of guys that have come through before we've had any women. Now, granted, part of that is because the men were in such an enormous pack, but I am a little bit surprised to not see somebody like maybe Heather Jackson or Marcy Klimak or Rachel Drake not. Quite close back yet. So hoping that we see some of those women get through here so we can reassess where we're at on that golden ticket chase as well.
Definitely. Yeah. Taking a page out of the Finn Melanson handbook and trying to do my best public math possible. I'm pretty sure, given the delayed start times and all these other time adjustments, Heather Jackson last year would come through in about 2 minutes.
Okay. That's actually that's as good of a basis for comparison as any. Yeah.
Yes. So we should be expecting to see probably Heather coming through first, unless things have changed a significant amount.
That's we're looking at a beautiful shot overhead of Bumblebee Ranch. Yeah, you can see how many people are prepared for their runners out there. This is a huge event. This is 1,000 runners, and just even the aid station traffic is ridiculous. Brett, you've been at many other events. Is it always, to me, it's always fun to see how many people are at these aid station. These crew access aid stations, is it really feeling like a party out there? Or?
Here comes Rod Farvard coming through, right through on the dirt, buddy.
Nice.
Oh, it's a party here. We've got a band. We have a live band in there under the barn.
I love it. I love it.
we have a real band, like a 3-piece band going. Satisfy has really decked out this aid station. We got food, we got music. The crew access spot is extremely long, as I'm sure you guys have seen, coming in through the parking lot and all the way through. And then they have to kind of shimmy their way through the tables as we exit by where we are right now. We're on the exit side of the aid station. Oh, that guy, you almost took out Jeff Browning. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it's an awesome aid station. And I walked under the big Satisfy banner as we were bringing in all the camera gear, and I added about 2 pounds of mud to each shoe just in that one spot. I think it's one of those like unlucky sticky spots, but everyone has to go through it. So that's exciting.
Yeah, and some folks have asked in the chat, it's definitely that mud that kind of gets caked on your shoes and, turns your feet into like snowshoes.
So, actually, that reminds me. One person who looked like they were in significantly better spirits. I'm going to hold that thought, as I'm pretty sure Heather Jackson is coming through the aid station right now.
Awesome.
I feel like I just saw. Yep, here she comes. Clear the course, guys. Yep.
There's Heather.
Here comes Heather Jackson coming through.
Okay.
So we have our lead woman through Bumblebee.
Almost exactly on splits from last year.
Looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think, but like 60 seconds. Oh, left. Yeah, left.
I think they need they need a course marshal out there, Brett. I didn't know.
Yeah,
you'd be
after
doing
you
double
leave, what are
duty
they
as a
going to
course
do?
marshal.
Maybe it's me that's in the way. I'm squashing me flags.
No, you're actually perfect because having come through, you basically follow that fence line, and you're like, if I assume that basically behind the camera from you is those porta pot or the outdoor toilet areas.
Yeah. There's some beautiful looking restrooms, and everyone just grabs it.
We're not allowed to use those restrooms anymore as a running group. I'll just say that. But no.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right where you should be if you're trying to cover this race, because like that little slot right there that spits you out back behind Bumblebee Ranch, and then you go up that hill almost immediately behind it. And I'm sure you can see it from where you're at.
Yeah. Maybe next year we'll put another big like HOKA beacon right here.
The
for,
more the
for
merrier.
future
Yeah.
reference. But
I know they've got
Probably
it.
Yeah.
a good idea. We'll make note for
Yeah,
Nathaniel
no,
to do that.
It's looking good though. So yeah, now I'm just making a mental note of what Heather came through at 11:48
Yeah.
time of day. So we'll
We've
see
got a
when
good we've got a good
who second
drone.
is and when they come.
We've got a good drone shot. I know you can't see it, Brett, but we had a good drone shot of Heather leaving, and she's moving. She is moving.
Oh yeah. Heather has switched to the pack.
Yeah.
Seemed all. I mean, in great spirits. Was laughing out of here.
And it looks like
she made a bathroom joke.
Of course, TJ mentioned in the chat, but it looks like the clouds have parted and things are brightening up, not only down here, but up there as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. Yeah. From a spectator standpoint, I can feel my hands again. From a runner standpoint, I'm seeing singlets, sweat. People are starting to dump a little water. Left here along the dirt. Left.
Any more bloody knees out there that you've seen? Or is it just more mud?
No new ones. No new ones. One person though, to go back to what I was saying before Heather came through, one person who was in significantly better spirits and had one of the most kind of peppy looking strides was Tim Tollefson.
Did he?
Interesting.
Yeah, he looked good and was like very happy, calm, and was like just, I mean, moving really well. I mean, not going any slower than, anyone in front of him.
Looks like Heather's about to hit that climb that comes
I think
out
we got
behind Bumblebee.
F2. F2's coming. We have Tony with the Sony. We have Rachel Drake.
Rachel
Drake,
Drake.
Rachel's
number
coming
2.
through.
So
3 minutes approximately.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
So yeah, 3 minutes back, Rachel Drake. We got Sarah Beal right behind Rachel on the dirt here. Yep.
Okay.
So that's our 3.
Awesome.
They're essentially together.
And Heather, as I mentioned, has made it to that short climb, heading up to the ridge that basically follows alongside Bumblebee Road between here and Gloriana Mine. So Heather, out to a little bit of a lead. I mean, we knew that she was either going to be. I don't think anybody thought she would be anything but F1 or F2 at this point. She likes to go out and establish her pace, and do what she knows how to do, and that's
right here.
That's hit the ground running, no pun intended, really fast. I mean, she's very good at it, and she's, despite her limited career, is very experienced at it.
Was that
Marcy
fourth place?
Klimek just came through. Yeah,
Klimek
F4
came
just
through.
came
Okay.
through. That was Marcy. The road experience was, showing a little bit coming out of the aid station. She stopped and was like, "Where do I go?" And it was like, "Just keep following the flags."
All right, Brett. This is kind of the scenario that you speculated on in our show yesterday. Heather with a 3-minute lead is in Western States already. If you're Rachel and Sarah and Marcy, do you just let her go?
Potentially, I think we're competing for the win no matter what. I mean, 3 minutes isn't a big enough gap to be like, oh, I'm playing defense. I'm letting her go. Okay, we got 3 coming through right now. Got Riley Brady, Rachel Tomajek, and I didn't get an ID on that other runner. Oh, big group. They're rolling. Famous photographer Dylan Tanner.
I'll see if I can pull up those.
That was what, 2 minutes between Rachel and F8, F9.
F8 or 9. Yep.
I'll see if I
can.
So
it's
ID
as
those
of
for
current. It's kind of Heather and then Chase Pack.
Okay, here I got you here. We've got F2 was Rachel Drake, F3 Sarah Beal, F4 Marcy Klimek, F5 Anna McKenna, F6 Riley Brady, F7 Lauren Puritz, Air Viper Racing Team, F8 Rachel
Lauren, that's who it was.
Tomacek, F9 Kat Drew. So we've got
so
9
we've had 9 come through
in the women's field, and it looks like we have a 10. Or no, that's Kat Drew. Wait, no, that is didn't catch who that was, but
For reference, all of those ladies came through about 2 minutes slower than Keely Henninger did last year.
Okay.
So we're just barely off of Keely's splits, which she did end up setting the course record. Left on the dirt. Left.
Brett's still
but
course marshaling out there.
But if I remember correctly,
Hey.
Keely didn't come out. Like Keely didn't take the lead until a little bit later. Am I right? That's
Not until mile 50.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She actually ran from behind, which I thought was a fantastic job. Like the way that she handled it herself
For
at that
JP.
race last year was super
JP
impressive.
Giblin.
Okay, so MK Sullivan was in 10th.
JP, he was limping.
Yeah, it looked like he was limping.
MK
Yeah,
Sullivan
JP
in
was
10th.
limping.
Becca Wendell in 11th, and Jenna Bensko in 12th on the women's side.
I missed MK coming through. Or is there potential that she's still in the aid station?
That's possible because the
yeah, she
timing
could.
Right
the
along
timing
here,
mat
yeah.
is on the other side, right when they enter at that Satisfy arch.
Okay. So there's not like an exit yet. So things
Yeah.
positions could switch a little bit from the timing mat to where I'm standing.
Yeah, Ashley Hawks in 13th. But yeah, the gap between F2 and F13 was under 3 minutes hitting the aid station.
Yeah,
so.
it's anyone's race, especially for golden tickets. And that's kind of what we were talking about yesterday, where people, they're getting too good. There's too much depth. Everyone's too good. You can't just run away from someone of this caliber at 19 miles. It's going to take longer. The one who has the patience, the one who can commit to making that move last, whether it's 35, 45, 50 miles in, that's the one that wins the race. And I think we're seeing that patience here. Speaking of which, is this Shea Aquilano coming through? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we've got Shea coming through right now, rolling through the aid station. And,
9 minutes.
we're thinking like F11, but, we're only a couple minutes off course record pace. Like,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
probably still faster than Shea ran last year. Like,
It's 9,
That's
and
totally
she's
fine.
just 9 minutes off Heather, and she's only 6 minutes off Rachel Drake. So, still right there.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, this day
We're not
is
even
moving so fast.
We're not even halfway.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, like, I'm having a hard time digesting how fast runners are running today because, what they're pacing for obviously is unlikely to maintain. Is that okay? We've got an overhead shot. Top two men. That's a HOKA kit on the right. Is that?
I'm getting
Hayden
word
Hawks?
from the course here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, two things. One, we've got Tara Dower coming through. Tara's looking good, working hard. So, someone just let me know MK Sullivan is going to drop at this aid station due to an ankle roll.
Okay, so that's our first significant potential drop. Did you get that confirmed or?
The guy in the red jacket, however much validity that's worth.
Hey, Brett, I gotta interrupt. There's some guy in the chat. Says, back in my day, we just hammered. No plans, only victory. You know this dude?
Yeah, and look at how much faster the times are getting now that we're using the brain.
Okay, so wow, that's a good point. Oh my! So that shot, that drone shot, has got to be getting close to Gloriana already. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah,
that
probably.
Was,
What's Gloriana's
202,
only 4 or 5 miles after here?
4.5, and so you're talking 202 to 28 minutes. Yeah, we're talking about runners hitting Gloriana Mine already. This is mind-boggling. And like we said, it looked like it was maybe Hayden Hawks and Hans Troyer in 1 and 2 at this point, or
Yeah, I think it's got to be
because
Hayden.
Hans was white kit, right?
Matthew Seidel?
Unless the drone is missing them, but these guys are running basically stride for stride in that little windy single track that goes down to Gloriana.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
This is again. This is beautiful trail. This single track, as you can tell, is doesn't allow for a lot of jockeying or maneuvering, like because you can't tell from this perspective, but it drops off a little bit. The high side is on the upper side. The lower side is the drop off is down below. Okay, so where? Okay, they're not.
Are you guys able to see in the live?
We're
splits whether
witnessing a
Andrew
live drone
Bumblebee
shot
came through?
overhead.
Yeah, we did look up Bumblebee, and he was 20 seconds.
He was 22nd place at 2:05.57, so basically only 3 minutes off the lead because
3 minutes off the lead.
That men's pack was
Those are
knit so
Costales
tightly.
splits.
Yeah,
Anthony Costales came through in 2:05, so
Wow.
we're still 7:30 eligible then technically by those splits.
Okay, so
we got confirmation that's Hayden and Hans.
you can see here on this shot right now overhead. So that's the road, the Bumblebee Road, and this single track that they're on is basically going to parallel it. It's an absolutely gorgeous stretch of trail and very runnable, windy, but it's one of those fun trails because it's not overly technical. It rolls a little bit, but it's a beautiful stretch. A chance for those who are like runners, like fast runners who don't have a lot of mud caked on their shoes to open things up and really, have a lot of fun out there. This is a, secondary to the stretch between Gloriana and between Antelope Mesa and Hidden Treasure. Like this is probably the next most enjoyable for, like in terms of pure running satisfaction, if you like something you can kind of open up on. So this is a great little stretch of trail right here. This 4-mile stretch between Bumblebee and Gloriana Mine.
Those guys are moving.
John Armstrong, if Jamil or Matt provided us with Aravaipa blazers, I would totally rock that with the nice little logo on the pocket a little patch. Oh, I'm there for that.
Maybe that yellow like NFL Hall of Fame color.
Oh, or maybe like a light blue kind of to match our title sponsor HOKA, like a HOKA blazer.
Look who's entered the studio, Skylar Hall. How are you?
Doing phenomenal, gentlemen. How are you doing?
We're doing
Wonderful.
great. We're doing great. When did you get into town? Last night?
Yeah, I made it into Black Canyon City a little bit after midnight. It's been a pretty wild week. I was spending time in Southern California enjoying the rain there, and then got hit with the rain as I was driving up to the Airbnb last night.
Oh, you drove?
No, I flew into Phoenix and then drove from Phoenix up to Black Canyon City. Yes, I definitely brought the rain with me, so sorry about that. But super excited to see how this race has been shaking out, even despite the conditions. And we knew it was going to be fast. I had a feeling that if folks could survive that mud early, that they'd be blowing it out the windows, and we clearly see Hans and Hayden doing just that right now. Thinking through splits from previous years, coming through Bumblebee, we've historically seen like sub 210 for our top 4 men all time. I think Sage, who had the course record for forever, was around 212, and then Anthony and Tom were at 205 last year. So it's about 30 to 33 minutes from there to Gloriana. So that's that stretch that we're seeing right here. And then at this pace, we would expect them to be at Soap Creek around, or I guess Deep Canyon, probably about 1 p.m. local time. So, yeah, dude, these guys are ripping it. They
Look
they
at
do
that
not care.
pace.
Yeah.
Like you can tell they're not, that's a sub 6 pace right there. That's a full ass stride right there. Pardon my language, but I gotta let that one slip. But that's running.
Yeah, and this is a very flowy section. You can really capture it from this angle, but it's just so much sweeping left and right, and so it gives you a chance to really just like throw those shoulders, throw those hips, and really lean into the turns and work it. I videoed this section back in like 2016, 2017, and it was just, as you mentioned, just absolutely stunning and beautiful. Even if you feel like hot death, you can just look out and just see the expanse of the entire valley in front of you. It's just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, and what they're going to do is they're going to follow along that ridge there, and then it's going to pop them out right close to right at the road crossing, Gloriana Mine. Looks like we actually somebody's okay. So we have
there's a chase cam
that might be a media cam for another.
There
they are. They're actually at Gloriana already.
So
2:35 almost.
12:05.
Yeah, so that would track roughly. We don't have an official split last year at this aid station per the results, but based on Strava files and the like, this is about bang on for where Anthony and Tom were at this point last year.
Yeah, and again, the section after this kind of continues the whole nice running along a ridge, very runnable, very fast. So
no stopping.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by that because this section, but the changes in the course now, their next aid station used to be that old nightmarish short climb to Soap Creek that gives me hives. But now they're actually going to be heading into Deep Canyon as their next, which is the next big aid station.
And that's about 8.5 miles, 9 miles from.
It's just under 8.
Yeah.
So that might be the longest stretch, either that or the stretch after Black Canyon City. Mm-hmm. That stretch is definitely a longer run in terms of time because it's probably the most brutal stretch of trail on this course. This is quicker.
The section after Deep Canyon.
The section after Black Canyon City.
Oh, after
to Cottonwood
down
Coast,
to the river
But yeah, this is very runnable section here. There are a couple of sizable boulders along the way that you might have to dodge, but it's not loose ground that you can't let it fly on. But yeah, this is a beautiful shot. Following our lead men at this point,
and the beauty of it is, Hayden gets to just look out over a trail that he's run numerous times.
Yeah.
Home field advantage. He's won here before. He knows what's up. Hans gets to just turn his brain off and just focus on Hayden's pack, his shoulders, and just let him do the work. Which, for someone who hasn't been in a hyper competitive race, to have somebody who knows the ropes just basically towing you along is mentally got to be a phenomenal situation that Hans is appreciating right now.
Yeah, somebody was mentioning that, the uphill is all in the second half of the course. That's absolutely true. But we're still clocking these against historical course record paces at this point.
Correct.
It's not like we're saying, oh, they're going fast without that in mind. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously there is going to be some slowdown. I mean, right now we'd be looking at 6:30 finishes, and that's just not going to be realistic. We got Zach Marion joining us also as well in the studio.
So I've got a little bit of intel.
Okay.
Someone told me, it could have been Hayden Hawks, I don't know, told me yesterday that what they were capable of they felt they were capable of running on this course. And it's a pretty significant course record time. And in talking with Hayden, his game plan was to go out, and I wasn't supposed to share any of this beforehand, but I'm pretty sure
the embargo's over. He's halfway through the
race.
race.
It doesn't count as beforehand now.
So now I get to share a little bit. He said his game plan was to go out and hang out with the lead until about Bumblebee, and then after Bumblebee, he wanted to start playing games.
Oh no!
And start pulling people, whoever would come with him. He wanted to pull them along and really kind of break them out on the course. If what he told me he thinks he's capable of doing, he does today, I would not be shocked. They're on about that pace right now.
So
just a heads up, this is Hayden Hawks' game right now, and we're seeing a little bit of trail wisdom. He's a seasoned veteran at this point. He knows what he's doing, and he's playing with a younger athlete who's got all sorts of talent and is playing right into Hayden's hand. I mean, this could go one of two ways.
This is chess.
Does Hayden push himself to a blow up? Does the youth prevail? Does that naivete of oh no, am I supposed to hurt this much? Am I supposed to go this far into the well? Does it play into it? I mean, we'll see. This right here is why we want to bring the live streams, because we are seeing game plans happen in real time right here on the course. This is no longer, oh, holy crap, what happened between those hour-long updates? You are seeing it right now. This is a tactful game plan being laid out.
And I love the fact that you're able to lay that out for us. Obviously, one of the cool things about this sport is that we have access to the athletes, and they're very forthcoming with their thoughts, their beliefs, and their expectations, as long as we respect certain obvious privacies and embargoed information. Like, there are times we hear things that we're like not supposed to say until like race day. But in this case, I mean, the fact that you just laid it out like this, Zach, I really appreciate that, because it really is Hayden's strategy unfolding in real time, and he's like throwing that rod out there. What can I catch? Oh, I've got somebody on the line,
and you can see those paces aren't typical of what's happening right now.
Yeah.
This is a game plan.
Yeah.
It's an absolute game plan, and it's coming from someone who's trained well enough, experienced well enough on this course to say, hey, on this section, I'm going to see if I can drag him into the depths a little and see if he wants to trade punches. I mean, this is no different than any other, action sport, right? You talk about boxing. I'm going to get him in the corner and start throwing and see if he's going to throw back or is he going to tuck and hold. Like, this is that kind of game plan. This is the stuff that I don't think a lot of people understand happens on race courses. There are mental games. There are physical feats happening there. There are punches being thrown and counter punches being thrown. And who's to say that there's not a move made by Hans? He's like, I'm just going to sit on Hayden's butt and see what happens, and then I'm going to push Hayden, make Hayden work harder than he wants to, and then I'm going to exploit my strengths on the climbs coming up. Like, we don't know what each athlete is thinking, but we can see game plans happening.
And what's crazy is that we have two of the best. Okay, so we've got Hayden Hawks out there right now, and we've got Hans Troyer, who, ran Walmsley-esque on Bandera just a month ago. So he's got the talent, he's got the capability. Like, Hayden might find himself in a situation where, maybe Hans just holds on, like he has that death grip on keeping with Hayden, and we just see these two just torch the field for two of those tickets.
And as I believe it was Mike Tyson or was it Muhammad Ali once said, everyone's got a game plan until you get punched in the face.
It was Tyson, yeah.
You never know what's going to happen. I mean, Hayden's out there throwing punches. How does Hans respond?
It really, does he need to respond? Like, is he at a point? Is he at a point where he can just be woefully, like, confident? I guess just like bro level Mill Avenue confidence of like, I can do anything. Like, I can do no wrong. He's just like out there living his life, and like he hasn't known failure in this type of environment. So like, why would that even exist in his reality right now? So he's just cruising. He's just going along, and if it happens, it happens. But like,
that's a super good point.
I think that there is a certain level of pressure he can apply to Hayden, because Hayden, he's a wild card.
Yeah.
Hayden has no idea what he's capable of, what Hans is capable of, and if Hans does make a move, we've seen Hayden crack under certain situations in the past. We think that he's more resilient now, but
smarter, wiser, yeah.
But coming into this situation, like any little thing could, and you see it right here, could tip him off. So
well, Hans just actually overtook Hayden right there, from the looks of things.
The counterpunch has been thrown.
I'm reminded, a little history lesson, I'm reminded 10 years ago at Western States, Rob Krar did this exact same thing to Max King. Max King was rolling through the first two canyons ahead of Rob. Rob came up on him at Michigan Bluff, got out of the aid station quicker, bolted out of there on the road section. Max went with him. Max was with him for a long time, pretty much all the way to the river. Yep. And then Rob just ground him out. Max ended up finishing fourth. A couple other guys got in between Rob and him, but it was very similar to this, just kind of testing it, waiting for the moment to test it, and then doing it.
Does every single road go back to Western States for
it
you,
does.
AJW? I was just curious.
I mean, you had to know that there was going to be some sort of, there are certain things you can count on with an AJW live stream. It's a gratuitous Anton Krupicka reference, and bringing back something to Western States. Looks like we've got Leah. That is at Gloriana Mine right there. We'll see if we can get Leah's audio up here. And Leah, do we have you? We see you. We see your bright, shining face, and no longer wearing a huge, heavy jacket. We'll see if we can get that audio here. I will say, just so you know, Zach, like my headphones are a little bit touchy So just like, I don't know, like there have been times where AJW's been able to hear somebody, but I haven't. But we'll see if we can get some information. It looks like we have somebody else that just hit. Was that?
Yeah. Do we have a third through?
Let me check.
We got more than 3. I think
Oh, we
had,
do?
Yeah.
I think we have 6 or 7 at this point. Leah May.
We'll check on
Be
our
able to
back
give us
channels that.
Working on the audio. Just to piggyback on something that Zach was saying while we get Leah set up, you know, it was mentioned during the preview show and earlier today that the rapid professionalization of the sport and how athletes are racing is on display here. This isn't just a time trial. It's not a matter of who's necessarily just got the best fitness and can go off the front and say, I'm going to hold this pace and stick to it the whole time. We are seeing actual tactics come into play. We're seeing decisions playing out in real time where some athletes have to respond, some athletes have to counter, and you have to troubleshoot. We're the luxury of the live stream is we get to see that, and the athletes have learned by watching previous live streams and just being more experienced that they need to employ some of these tactics now.
I can't confirm what place he's in, but that runner, according to somebody in the chat, that was Pekwian Yu, the Chinese runner. It got to be in the top 6 or 7 if that was indeed him at Gloriana. Looks like if that was the case, he's been making some moves because he hit Bumblebee in 32nd. Now, granted, that's only 7 minutes off the lead, but that's not a long stretch and a fairly runnable stretch for somebody to make that significant of a move at this point. We might just be a little bit behind, but I think we've got audio on Leah there. Good day, Leah.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. We good?
Yep.
Yay. Cool. Lots of action over here. I think we got Nate Jukes rolling through the aid station right now. I think we're probably about the 25th male through Gloriana. Most recently, we just saw Tim Tollefson coming through. Yeah, quite a few guys. I think Andrew Bumbelow not too long ago. We did see that battle up front. It looks like Matt Seidel has relinquished the lead, and now we're looking at Hayden and Hans, like you guys have been mentioning with some of those drone shots. Right behind those guys are it's Cole Watson, Trayson Knopp. So Trayson Knopp is a runner, I believe, I want to say out of Reno, but somebody can correct me. He runs for the North Face. His partner is Claire Rhodes, who was representing Team USA this year at Worlds. Trayson had a top finish at Lake Sonoma this spring, and really stellar guy who I think is on the brink of something special today. He seemed really relaxed. So he's going to be the guy you see in a North Face kit out there.
Actually, could you reiterate how far ahead Hayden and Hans were with the with the rest of the pack? I must have missed it.
A minute, maybe max.
Oh,
it's all close. It's all really close. Yeah.
Oh, so everybody's going bonkers. It's not just those two.
Oh no, this is crazy because like last year at this time, I think we saw Cole Watson was leading the field through this point last year. He ran about 2:35 through here, and I mean that lead pack was at least Hans and Hayden were through here around 2:35, and then the whole pack behind them of 10 people. A couple minutes later, we have not seen our first lady through here yet, but I do think we should be seeing Heather Jackson soon. Last time I saw her, right before Bumblebee, she was right behind JP Giblin, who I heard unfortunately had to drop out today. I'm not sure the reason why, but I don't think Heather's in it anymore.
Heather hit Bumblebee exactly 30 minutes ago, so I would not.
I think what's crazy about Heather's race is she hit that almost exact split through Bumblebee last year. So yeah. I think Heather she ran aggressive last year. She's running aggressive this year. We might see some variations with a little bit of a course change this year with being unable to use Black Canyon City as aid. So times might differ a little bit, but I mean, she's on fire again.
For those that were asking how far Heather Jackson was ahead, she was ahead of Rachel Drake and Sarah Beal by about 3 minutes at Bumblebee upon departure. So obviously very close. Marcy Klimek just a minute behind them as well. So.
Yep. And then I would say in the other top 10 for men, we're seeing kind of like that back half of the top 10, like maybe 10 to 15, like Ryan Montgomery, Eric LaPuma, Craig Hunt. I think they saw Dan Green in there too. Ryan Montgomery already has a ticket to Western States, and I do believe John Ray does as well. So those are two guys that if they're in front of you and you're going for a golden ticket, a little less concerning. But I know both of those guys are going out today to be racing a little bit.
All right, so I'm keeping an eye out. I almost expect to see Heather in the next 90 seconds, to be honest. Like based on because I was it about 32 minutes, Skylar, between the.
On the women's side, it tends to be closer to 36 to 40 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So Heather came through here at 3:01 last year, which would be in about 12 minutes, I think.
That's
Do my
Craig
math right?
Hunt right there, right? Was that Craig Hunt?
No, that's not Craig Hunt. No. Craig Hunt is actually no longer sponsored by HOKA, so he's out there wearing. I think he's taken a page out of the Anthony Costalis book and is wearing, I think, one of his college team shirt today. So he's wearing a blue shirt, kind of like tealish, and him and Eric LaPuma have been right around each other.
Okay.
So if you see Eric, I think Craig's been right there. They're about, I'd say, top 15.
All right. Thank you for the clarification there. I wasn't quite sure. I didn't realize that there had been some movement on that front. So.
Hey, Leah, did you get it? Were you set up and get a close up of Hayden and Hans when they came through?
Yeah, they looked good. Hayden looked really focused. Hans looked like he was having a little bit more fun. So we'll see how that goes. We know Hans is coming off of a very recent 100K. Hayden just has the years and years of experience. I think a bunch of us have been talking coming into this race that Hayden's confidence level was, at the top coming into this race, and it's hard to bet against him. I feel like when Hayden's on, he's on. When he's having a bad day, he's having a really bad day. So I really hope that Hayden can have a great day today. I think he's put in a ton of work. We saw like 20-hour training weeks out of him, tons of running, tons of biking, just controlling all the little controllables, which I think makes him a true professional.
It looks like the ground has dried out significantly since since Bumblebee Ranch. Is that just a good angle, or is it really kind of become more runnable as far as what the runners are picking up?
It's drying out. I didn't get to see a couple of those early miles, but the runners are so sloppy right now. They're like just caked and covered.
They're wearing that dry mud.
But this does look quite dry, and this next section is pretty nice too. We just saw Rod Farvard come through. He's wearing a yellow shirt if we get any cameras on him today. Runner for the North Face as well. And I think had an 11th place finish at Western States last year. So I know he's fighting for another spot back in there. He seems a ways back in the field right now to really be in touch with that lead pack. We saw him go really aggressive at UTMB this summer, and I was kind of curious if he would do something similar today. His training's been pretty wild, really bulky, 20 hours a week, skiing, biking, running. So perhaps he's a little fatigued. Perhaps he's just biding his time. But yeah, I think Rod's probably around top 30 right now.
Yeah, well, I saw some questions in the chat about potential DNFs. We're going to clarify on those. It sounds like we've got a couple of names that we're getting word that have dropped. We're going to confirm on those. The only one that we've gotten confirmed from somebody that was part of our coverage team is MK Sullivan.
No!
But we will talk and try and get confirmation on others as well. Oh, JP
I heard
Giblin.
Cat Short as well.
Who, Cat Short?
Yeah, I believe ankle
Cat Short, JP Giblin, and MK Sullivan. It sounds like those are our current DNFs at this point. At this point, hitting Bumblebee, that's where the carnage typically starts to begin for those who are not too hot. But the thing is that all of these elite runners came out of there quickly too. So, with a couple of exceptions, I'm really kind of excited to see where things go from here, because this has surpassed my wildest expectations. Maybe they're not like throwing down massive course records, but Skylar, like to your point a couple moments ago, these are like, it's not just one or two guys or girls. It's like 30.
There's a beauty of both live streams and social media and Strava that you know what other people are doing, and it makes you think that you're capable of more. Maybe there's some training methodology. Maybe it's just seeing somebody break through the wall for the first time. You're like, oh, there's no reason that I can't do that as well. I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of folks who have committed. They've had, from October to now for many of them, just like going through their Stravas of just like banging out 80, 90, 100-mile weeks, getting significant vert, and just staying healthy. And staying healthy is the key. Staying fueled, staying healthy, being able to recover and turn that around. And as that continues, we're going to see more and more people who can hold on to these paces. Now, large pack running, much more likely in road racing than trail racing. So that's where that tactics component comes in. And that's where somebody who might be savvy in a track environment or road environment who has that experience might be able to play a little bit more games. But who knows, man? The world is everyone's oyster right now, and they got to have that faith that they can hang on and that today can be their one shining moment.
Yeah, this is Gloriana Mine for those just tuning in. We are here in the studio, myself, Chris Warden, AJW, Skylar Hall. We've got Leah Yingling on course, and we're anxiously awaiting our first woman to hit Gloriana Mine, and we're expecting it to be Heather Jackson. But who knows? I mean, we're talking 3 minutes between the top 4 women at this point. So with a couple more just right behind, this is a very tight race, and I'm here for it. I love the fact that we're gonna be basically tilting at windmills in terms of our guesses on where this race is going all day long.
Yeah, we're only a third of the way through.
Yeah.
Are
you saying that that we're? I'm getting ahead of my skis.
Sure.
Yes.
Let's always temper expectations and keep folks wanting to stay tuned, and you can do that by making sure you hit that subscribe button below and stay on top of the coverage. But also,
what do you mean, Skylar? I can't believe you're telling me that with 35 miles to go, I can't expect the 100K to hold form.
Listen, I just have to go 5 seconds faster per mile than the person in front of me, and I can catch them if I'm Rachel trying to catch Heather at this point. With that amount of ground to cover and all of the critical aid stations forthcoming, the crew stops, all of that, we're gonna see some switch ups that may not just be related to the fitness of the athlete physically running on the course.
Did you not see the dominant stretch that Hans Troyer had put out in front of Hayden Hawks? That was a good 15, 20 feet ahead of him at mile 26, mile 27.
Well, I will remind you of I think it was the 2007 Little 3 Championship where I was also leading by approximately 20 to 30 meters, and everybody was like, Skylar, please slow down. And I proceeded to place 60th. So,
go Heather!
Well, here we go. Can we get back on Gloriana Mine, please?
There we go.
We got Heather
Jackson.
Heather Jackson hitting Gloriana Mine at the 2:57 mark.
So she did it right just under 40 minutes. 39 minutes for that section.
We'll see if there has been any further separation or closure in terms of the next women to hit this.
Get an idea. We would expect Rachel Drake / Sarah Beal. Next, and then.
And at that point, I think is that when we're going to switch teams over?
I think so.
Cool.
I think so. We'll switch out. Corinne Malcolm is here, who's going to jump in with Skylar for the next few hours. Chris and I are going to go out and watch the race in real life.
Well, I don't know. I was going to take a nap, but now I say this every time. I'm actually really excited to potentially. I know I know how to get to Gloriana from here. I know where to. I can stay out of the way safely and just kind of observe. It's hard not to. How did Leah? How did Heather look when she came through on just a few moments ago?
She looked flawless. She always looks flawless. Focused, energized, smiling. She looked amazing. I think I can just see her across the way right now too, and she's flying. It's a slight downhill grade, but she's moving extremely well. And I think the splits I pulled from her Strava from last year were kind of rough estimates, but we had her through here in 3 hours, 1 minute last year. And she was just about 2:57. So running a little bit faster than she was last year. And then these are much sloppier conditions. at least early on for what she's encountered so far.
Yeah, I would concur. That's about the same splits I had pulled for her at this point last year. And the interesting thing about Heather is, when she first burst on the scene, there were questions about her ability to run in technical conditions. Right? She'd done well at Javelina. We saw obviously what happened at Western last year with that whole snow covered first 30 plus miles. This bodes well. This shows that there is a skill set that is developed here over time, that she's been able to survive that early section. Now we need to watch and make sure that she can maintain that, and she didn't do too much too early in that technical terrain. But this could be a good sign of growth from just from an overall skill set standpoint that she's bringing to the table now.
And it's a rapid growth because you're talking 14 months since that Javelina. We've got Heather on the screen right now, looking really good. I'm just amazed at how fast she looks.
Guys,
like
we
she's
have
rolling.
Rachel. Guys,
Rachel.
Can we get back to Gloriana? Awesome. We've got Rachel Drake, you said?
Hi, guys. We've got Rachel Drake is coming through any minute, and I saw Sarah Beal right behind her. This gap, it's for 3 minutes right now since Heather left the aid station. Looks like Rachel should be here in the next 20 seconds, so that's who we'll be seeing on the camera next. Rachel's second 100K. Last one was a top 10 finish at CCC in 2019. She's coming off a 6th place finish at OCC this past summer, and about to be an anesthesiologist resident, maybe in Salt Lake City.
So it looks like just under 3 minutes back. Did she stop?
Yep, that's about 3.5 minutes. She just took a little stop in the bathroom, and then we've got, I believe, Sarah Beal coming here. I'll get an ID here in a second.
Leah, we're just real quick. We're getting word that Allison Baca is a DNF. We just heard that.
No.
Yeah.
Nice work. So we just had Marcy Klimek roll through the aid station. She just passed through into second while Rachel's in the bathroom.
And so Marcy is that you haven't seen Sarah Beal yet?
No. Go Rach.
Okay.
So Marcy has slid into second, and Rachel
third, just left behind her too. So
but negligible. Right, okay.
Negligible. Yep.
Of course, Heather Jackson.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Marcy does out here today. Really fast road marathoner, 2:30, maybe 2:31.
Yeah.
This is one of her. I mean, she did Waldo 100K in a course record, like 22, 23-year-old race. It's always the who's who of the 2010s when you look at that entrance list and that leaderboard of times, and she broke the course record in her first 100K doing that. So this is her first 100K where she's really seeing a higher level of competition, and she's sticking her nose right in it, and looks like Rachel's kind of feeding off that energy as well.
All right, gang, we are going to do a commentator switch, take a short break for an ad read, and then Skylar and Corinne are going to take you through the conclusion of the elite race. And Chris and I will be back to bring you into the night in several hours. So thanks a lot for tuning in, everybody, and enjoy.
And we're back live in studio watching the women's race unfold through Gloriana Mine. My name is Corinne Malcolm, and I'm joined in studio by one of my favorite co-hosts, Skylar Hall.
It's been too long. How have you been?
I've had a very easygoing morning with the race delay, to be honest. I went for a nice long run and listened to the live feed through my headphones the whole time. So I feel like I've had a very, very relaxed first couple hours of the day.
Yeah, we've had a relaxed first couple hours of the day. These
folks
runners, of course, certainly have not. They've been out here lighting it up, and so we're glad to be able to bring you the coverage here, basically all night, and into the wee hours of the morning. I think 6 o'clock is the final cutoff, and you're going to have commentators bringing it to you the entire time. So thanks for joining us here on the Mountain Outpost channel to track this year's Black Canyon Ultras. Brought to you by HOKA. We got Leah Yingling out on the field right now, hanging out at Gloriana Mine, almost 24 miles or so into this race. Leah, what's going on down there? What more have we missed in the brief commentator change? What thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, needs, and emotions?
In that little brief exchange. So, can you guys hear me okay?
We got you. We missed
Oh.
the first part, but that was on our end, not yours.
Okay.
But what's
Okay.
going on in the scene?
Okay, so just to recap, the women's field, I think we saw just clear almost the entire top 10 come through just now. So to recap, Heather Jackson, 3 minutes back, Marcy Klimek and Rachel Drake left the aid station together. They both look really good, pretty focused. Lauren Puritz moved up into 4th. She looks awesome. Colorado Springs runner. She's been putting in the miles this year, coached by Megan Roach. Been doing like 90, 100-mile weeks, just crushing it. Was a 4th place at Javelina this year and just looked really, really focused. Just behind her was Sarah Beal. And then in like a nice pack right behind Sarah was Anna McKenna from Australia, Kat Drew up from Vancouver, a little, 325 50K to her name last year, I believe, has gotten a golden ticket before at the Canyon 100K, top 10 at Western States. Pretty awesome for Kat Drew, just kind of chilling in that top 10. And then Becca Wendell, and then Jenna Bensko, and then Riley Brady. So, big pack.
Just a slew of heavy hitters. That's really, really cool to see that
All the
pack
heavy
kind of
hitters.
shaping up. Yeah. I actually, Lauren's name was new to me as I was actually driving in. I was checking the live tracker when I grabbed some coffee, and I was having to do a little bit of background research on the fly. She's definitely someone that we missed in the multitude of live race previews, and it's really cool to see her working her way up to 4th at this point in the race.
Yeah, something I love about Lauren is if you look back at her ultra sign up, she's just putting herself in the mix for years. She's been signed up for golden ticket races probably for like the last 5 years. Bandera, Black Canyon, go Tara. Javelina, I think Javelina was probably one of her best races to date, really being in that mix. We just saw Tara Dower come through the aid station here and Rachel Tomachak as well. So I think that probably, and then there's one more runner that just bopped through too. So that's probably about the top 12 women we're looking at right now. Really anybody's game at this point. They are all very close.
Yeah, Anna McKinney is that other woman that I brought up, I think, at the very end of our live preview show yesterday, having come up just shy in 2 golden ticket races, kind of back to back last year. So excited to see her making the jump over to the States to throw her name in the ring once again.
Yeah, and she was sneaky too because she wasn't showing up on the top people in ultra sign up. You had to scroll all the way down to the bottom to find her name because she's international. So I feel like she's flying under the radar for this race. Looking really solid. She was really in the mix of canyons this year, and it was cool to see her and Aroa battle it out towards the end of that, where they both kind of fell a little short of golden tickets.
Yeah, and they did the exact same thing at Tarawera last year too. So it was just like kind of a string of almost getting that golden ticket clinched last year, and it's just not quite happening. But I'm really excited to see what happens with Marcy in the back half of this race, being her second 100K, really kind of her first year of trail and ultra running. But, we know that she's got the fastest marathon time in the women's field, which is impressive.
So impressive. Yeah, it's cool to see her and Rachel, who we both know have just like extremely fast road legs. Rachel's definitely has that trail experience, and at least
Yeah, I think at this point it's safe to say this since the race is well underway, but I had heard from relatively reliable sources that Heather Jackson's plan was to time trial the first 50K and then try to hold on. So I think we are seeing that play out right now as we watch.
And I guess to recap, notable DNFs so far, at least the women's field that I'm aware of, Kat Short, I believe, with an ankle issue. Sounds like MK Sullivan and Allison Vaca as well.
3 really strong women that we were, I think many of us had them picked in our top 10s as people to keep eyes on today.
Mm-hmm.
So disappointing to hear that, but maybe that means they will be getting everything back together to put one more show together at Canyons, hopefully in April.
Yep. And we just saw Arden Young roll through here, another Canadian. Something I was touting coming into this race on a preview episode was just like our Canadian contingent, and that included the likes of Kat Drew, Kat Short, Arden Young, Anne-Marie Madden before she had to be a DNS with a little Achilles injury. And then I believe Genevieve, who you guys were able to interview for the pre-race show. So tons of really strong Canadians. I think they must want to escape the brutal winters that they've been training in up north.
Yeah, we're starting to call them the young snowbirds, the ultra running snowbirds who all flock to the Arizona desert this time of year, which is a little bit different than I think the average population that calls, the Tucson, Phoenix, etc. area home over the winter months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another runner I want to highlight that we saw roll through here, and she's just like a personal favorite of mine from competing against her over the years, is Becca Wendell. So Becca is awesome. She crushed my soul at the Bear 100 back in 2021, I think, and then she and I finished 10 seconds apart at the Canyons 100K in 2021 as well, and she's such a strong runner. Unfortunately, after her first 100 at the Bear, she was out with a femur or a hip injury, I believe, for like well over a year. Every time she'd get back to fitness, her bone injury would kind of set her back a little bit. She returned to Grindstone 100K this fall, put herself in the mix, was leading that race for at least like the first 50K or 40 miles before having to pull out with her injury flaring up a little bit. I chatted with her before the race, and she said she's just feeling amazing and feeling healthy. I love the style of racing that she does. She just stays chill, stays happy, and enjoys every step. So really excited to see what a healthy Becca Wendell can do out there today. I know she's working on her PhD right now in Colorado. I think working on like deer diseases or something. She's into the wildlife research.
She's a biology person. She Winthrop, Mazama, Washington area has been home for her for a really long time. So I know her from hanging out in the woods over in that neck of the North Cascades. But yeah, we've lost her temporarily to a PhD program in, I think, Fort Collins, Colorado. But yeah, she was leading the wolverine studies in the North Cascades for the last 5 years, I believe. And so she's one of those very brilliantly smart individuals that also runs pretty darn fast.
I love that. I was looking through the women's field, especially. Oh, the men are fine, but the women especially. I was just looking through what all these women do outside of running. And I was looking at Lauren Puritz. She's a gynecologist. She's, in clinic and in surgeries weekly, super busy. Then there's somebody like Becca working on her PhD. I feel like there's just such a variety of interests and experience. Arden Young is a dentist up in Canmore. A lot of people who are holding down the fort in their personal lives and professional lives, but also slaying it on the trails like we're seeing today, which I just think is super inspiring.
Yeah, no, I think it's that balancing act that we've been talking about. And there's been a lot of chatter about how the pros are going more and more all in and having to, sacrifice maybe other things to make it happen, to be truly professional. And I think you look at the top end of the women's field and a lot of the top end of the men's field too, and they really are living very kind of balanced lives, taking on and holding down a lot in their personal lives and professional lives as well.
Totally. And we got Natalie Sandoval coming through here. So she's kitted out in a rabbit kit. I know she does a lot of training here in Arizona. These trails are home to her. She looks happy. Might be taking a minute here though.
Yeah, I think, is she a Flagstaff gal, but has ties to the Aravaipa community, I believe. I want to say that her name comes up as the course record holder on a lot of Strava segments in the area.
Yeah, That is her.
Yeah, had a very strong fourth place finish at JFK a few years back, and no stranger to this race specifically. Has a top 10 to her name already. So if somebody's going to try to pick up some carnage, that's definitely on the list of women to look out for in the back half of this race.
Yeah, the cleanup crew that is running in the women's top 10 right now is super, super impressive. And I'd say the same thing is kind of happening in the men's race. We've got the young Hans Troyer out front of Hayden Hawks. You got Matt Seidel, who we've been looking to have a big day, John Ray, Cole Watson, all the usual suspects up in the top 5, top 6 of the men's race, including, I don't know, did you guys mention this earlier about Trayson, who's sitting, I think, in 6th solidly, that he is, in fact, named after Ann Trayson? I love that so much.
I did not know that. That's cool.
Yeah, so we got a lot of ultra history, even with the young guns coming up in the field. There's a lot of young guys in that men's top 10 group right now.
Maybe we'll name our firstborn Jurek.
I think Jurek is a first name. That'd be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Connor Callahan in the aid station. Is that what we're hearing from behind? Aww. Director of live streaming is super excited about his athlete currently in the aid station on our screens.
Yeah, so we're looking at Gloriana Mine aid station here, about 24 miles into the course. The next major aid station that these athletes are going to run into is at the 50K mark at Deep Canyon.
Come on, Shay, you got this.
We
You got it.
expect that to happen as Shay Aquilano enters
Oh,
Gloriana
go, cool.
Mine. We would expect them at Deep Canyon, the men, the lead men, Hans and Hayden Hawks, presumably, there in approximately the next 15 to 20 minutes. And Heather Jackson, we would expect to be there in about another, let's say, 40 minutes or so, just to lay the landscape of those watching at home. We would expect to see the front runners again coming into an aid station.
Yeah, maybe for those of you who are just joining the live broadcast, like I feel like I am right now. Leah, can you recap how those top men looked like coming through Gloriana Mine as we wait for them to make it to the next aid station?
Yeah, so we saw the lead men. It was Hans Troyer and Hayden Hawks neck and neck. They had kind of scooped past Matt Seidel, who had an early lead in the race, doing his thing, running his own race, he said. Behind them was a very large pack of many men without many gaps separating them. So this included the likes of Cole Watson, John Ray, Trayson Knopp. I think Dan Green was in there. Whole slew of people. The more like conservative guys that we were seeing in more that 10th to 15th positions were Craig Hunt, Eric LaPuma, Ryan Montgomery, just a little ways back from them. I think in terms of, the cheeriest person up front, Hans Troyer looked pretty awesome. Hayden looked focused. Hans looked like he was having fun. We know Hans doesn't have quite as much experience as somebody like Hayden, but it'll be cool to see how that battle goes later on.
Yeah, we were joking a little bit that when you're really, really new to the sport, you also don't know how bad it can be sometimes. And so we think that Hans is bringing that energy and those vibes to this 100K experience too, where it's like the 23-year-old energy. I think it's his third ultra, and I'm curious to see what his legs look like and feel like kind of past the 40-mile mark.
Well, somebody did this at Canyons a few years ago, right? Somebody was I forget exactly who it was, but it was like a lead pack of 5, and it was 4 well-known individuals and then one upstart.
It was Preston
Cates. Preston.
Yeah, Preston, there you go. Everybody's just looking around like, who are you? And he's like, I'm here to have a good time. I feel like that's where Hans is right now, which, hey, that's a great mental headspace to be in. So, just
I would say some of the guys who weren't up front, like as up front as I would have expected them to be, were like Tim Tollefson, Rod Farvard. Rod was a little ways back, further than I would have expected. I think we know JP Giblin dropped out. He had to pull out. I'm not sure why. Noah Dassault, who was also, I believe, our highest placed male finisher returning this year from last year. He was also a little ways back as well. Would have expected him to be a little bit further up in the mix. On the women's side, we just had Shay Aquilano roll through here further back in the field than I would have expected. It sounds like she might be having some ankle issues. She came through here with Corinne Chavoy, and there's Sylvie Abel as well. And then Natalie Sandoval is here having a good cry right now. So she's taking her time, probably recouping, trying to figure out if she's going to keep going from the spot.
We've all been there. I think I've only run Black Canyon once, the 100K once, and I definitely left a lot of myself out there on those trails. When it's not your day, it's a long, winding desert to run through. It feels a little bit like desert solitaire out there at times. But I guess I can confirm that Shay did roll her ankle a couple days ago. She had it pretty taped up yesterday at the elite athlete panel, and was going to kind of feel it out today. So I'm sure that is not the ankle she wanted to be running on, but she'll find ways to enjoy it. Like, I'm sure she'll latch onto Cringe Alvoy and like get to chatting and hopefully roll some more less painful miles maybe.
Exactly. Yeah, Shay's just been so stellar as such a young athlete as well. We saw her represent Team USA on the 80K World Mountain Trail Running team. Coming from Indiana, Flatland, does a lot of her training out in the Pacific Northwest, in Seattle now, also like largely flat training. I think it works for her. She's super quick, has had top performances at JFK, has run Black Canyon a slew of times, probably has more expertise here than a lot of the women in the field, and had an awesome race last year, racing some of the big guns like Ida Nielsen, Keely Henninger, Heather Jackson, and just putting herself in the mix. So I do think, if anything, this last year of racing for her has really helped her mature as an athlete and gain a ton of experience. And I think we're going to see a lot of her in the future.
Yeah, I called her the future of ultra running yesterday, and I stand by that. I don't know if she'll have the day that she wants here today, but she's really fast. She's run some like really crazy fast flat 100-mile times, etc. One of the names, I'm just kind of looking through the live tracking, that stood out to me in the men's maybe top 10 group that's unfamiliar was Timothy Reed. Kind of rolling through a good first half of this race. 30 years old, looks like most of his racing's been around the PNW, predominantly in the Bay Area, but hasn't had a lot of race history in recent years. So really kind of curious to see how that shapes up for him, and kind of keep my eye on some newer names. Like, while there's a bunch of heavy hitters here and a bunch of very established characters, I think Black Canyon is one of those races that every year we get to learn about these like brand new to us feeling faces.
Yeah, it's weird because you spoke of Tim. I mean, North Face 50 back in 2017. Like, he's
let's go, Rach. You got this.
He's been doing stuff, but just when you're not always racing, as it feels like a lot of the pros are these days, or a lot of the folks that we've come to know and love in these live streams, you kind of get forgotten about. But he's been putting up some stellar times, and his training has been nuts.
We've got short-term memories in this sport for sure.
We have to. You dive into a lot of spreadsheets and podcasts, and then you have to forget almost everything and prepare for the next race.
I know. I need to start keeping a log of all the notes I do for these races each year from scratch every time, and I'm like, I need to work smarter, not harder.
Yeah, and I just kind of, all the cleanup crews in both these races look really good right now in the top 10. If anyone starts to have a bobble in the past the halfway mark of this race, we're gonna see it come out of people like Noah Dussault, like Dan Green, like Stephen Kirsch, these guys, Eric LaPuma, that are kind of hanging out together, Ryan Montgomery, Craig Hunt, kind of like at that back part of the men's top 10 into that top 15 group. Same thing on the women's side. Like, I don't think you want that cleanup crew chasing you in the back half of this race.
Yeah, once we get to Black Canyon City.
No way. I do like the East Coast representation we're seeing on the men's field. I think we're seeing a couple guys come over from there. Eric LaPuma, Alex Miner. Alex Miner, I think, is sitting right around top 10. So is Dan Green. Dan Green really put on a show at Javelina this year, putting himself in the mix, running top 4, I think, for a lot of the race, and as getting as far up, I think, as 3rd at one point, and just missed out on a golden ticket opportunity in the last 10 or 20 miles there. So these West Virginia guys they seem like they have a good training contingent. And I do think the early conditions probably favored some of those guys from the East Coast that train in West Virginia, and like Eric does in Vermont, in some sloppy winter conditions.
Yeah, it's. I feel like we've got a growing contingent of East Coast runners and a growing contingent of PNW runners that are showing up to these races, looking to put the Colorado kids at bay. And we also, Leah, we can't forget the Utah. Well, I feel like you guys don't have like the biggest Utah crew here. Usually, you guys roll pretty darn deep at these races.
I know. There's like no one there. I saw Nate Hayward. He's a guy that is a physician. He's a pediatrician pediatrician in Salt Lake City, I think an ER pediatrician, and he's out there sitting around like 50th place today. People like that who are working these like 80, 90-hour resident weeks. I don't know how they do it and are able to train for 100Ks like that. But shout out Nate, and yeah, not a ton of other Salt Lake City folks out there today. I will say, guys, it's looking kind of hot. Like, I'm wearing a sweatshirt and a beanie because I'm stationary, and I'm always cold. But people are really dousing themselves down at this aid station with water, taking their ice bandanas and stuff like that. So I feel like this is the first time I've seen runners start to look pretty hot today. I'm at Gloriana Mine Aid Station, which is around 23 or 24, I think. So still early in the day. I mean, it's 1 p.m. I don't know. We got a 2.5-hour late start today. So runners are probably going to be exposed to weather for a long time today, maybe more so than they would have otherwise with this race.
Yeah, I think that while the ambient air temperature is not that warm, as my former roommate Olivia Amber would say, the sun is warm. And we have some cloud cover, but we're definitely getting a lot of direct sun, it looks like, where you are right now, Leah, as well. And that will definitely, again, ambient air, not that warm, but that solar radiation that you get in the desert is just unlike anything else.
Definitely. Speaking of our last topic, which is Salt Lake City, I saw Mark Hammond roll through here just a second ago. So Mark Hammond, multiple top 10 finisher at Western States. He's our neighbor, I think, in Salt Lake. He lives somewhere in our neighborhood. But yeah, it looks like he's kind of chugging along today. I don't know if he had many expectations for today, but probably not quite up in the mix like he's probably used to.
I would be remiss to not point out, Leah, that the other Leah Ling, not to be confused with
who lives in Salt
Leah
Lake
Yingling,
City,
is from Salt Lake City. She's out there on course as well. So even if you're not racing today, somebody who confuses a lot of people when they look at the results, she is. So
don't worry, they're both.
She and I have been needing to get together for a run.
Yeah, they're both racing Run Rabbit. So we'll have the Leah duo, not trifecta. We could find a third, I bet, for Run Rabbit.
Yeah, I think so.
Just to kind of recap for folks that are just joining again, at the front of the men's race, Hans Troyer and Hayden Hawks are, I think, kind of just duking it out together. They've just gone by Matt Seidel and John Ray, but that men's group was still very, very tight, it sounded like. On the women's side, Heather Jackson is off the front, time trialing at about the exact same pace, I believe, as last year, it sounds like, and she's being kind of mirrored about 3 minutes back by Rachel Jerick and Marcy Klimek, who are running. They are the two fastest marathoners in the field, conveniently. Different levels of experience on the trail side, but two women that are going to be able to roll really smoothly together as they maybe bridge that gap in the back half of the race to a hard charging Heather Jackson.
Absolutely. And we would expect the men to hit this Deep Canyon aid station here in the next 10 or so minutes. So we'll be keeping tabs on that aid station. And as we get either a drone pickup or some static cam, we'll be throwing it out that way. But Leah, you were about to say something.
Oh, we just had Lucy Bartholomew roll through the aid station. So I'm assuming this is not quite the day that she wants to be having. I think this is probably around 20 to 25th female right now racing. Looks like she's taking her time through the aid station too. I know Lucy wants to definitely race her way back to Western States, one of the most inspiring women in this field. And this summer we saw her go top 10 at UTMB and follow that up with going to Kona. And she just recently started being coached by Jason Koop before UTMB. So I was curious to see, having a full training block with him, how it'd play out here. It's always hard to come over from abroad to a race like this in the desert too. So I hope Lucy's having some smiles out there today and enjoying it, because I'm sure she wants to be up a little higher in the field.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen her have a smile not on her face. Like, even when she's in the pain cave, she's pretty she generally tends to enjoy the environment and the community as a whole. So hopefully she can at least find herself having a nice little training day out there if it's not the race she was hoping for.
Yeah, and she's got really good crew on her side too. I was speaking with her yesterday and actually got to run with one of her crew and pacers, Abby Hall. So she's got Abby Hall and Amanda Basham out there with her today, and she's like, I don't know what day I'm going to have out there, but I know that I'm going to get to be escorted by two of my mentors, friends, role models in the sport. So I think that even if it's not the performance she's looking for, she'll run, every step of it with two really good friends by her side for the back half of the race.
Yeah, and Lucy, she's so tough. She's so tough. She's so grateful when she's running. I think she just has so much gratitude for what her body can do. And I think we've seen that so much from her through the years. She's been running ultra marathons. Seems like forever given how young she is. So, I mean, she's so stellar, and I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't have the day she wants today, if we see her come to the Canyons 100K in a couple months and try to throw down there. Team, I'm probably going to hop off from here so I can get out to my next station and you guys can hop on with the next crew, but it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Leah Yingling in the field, checking out from Gloriana Mine. We will see her down the road. She gets an extended break now because we've got some pretty large gaps that come for each of these aid stations henceforth. So as we've mentioned, Deep Canyon Aid Station is next up at about the 50K mark here on the course. We should have the first men coming in really any minute, and then the first women rolling in here in about a little under half an hour. From there, you've got about a 5-mile stretch over to Black Canyon City, and then that's where the magic happens. We've got about a 2-hour break between major crewable aid stations from Black Canyon City to Table Mesa, and then that's where all the fun climbing and just general jaggedness happens to the finish. So a lot of racing still to happen. If you're like, oh, this race is shaping up exactly how I thought it would, 1, you're a liar. 2, there's a lot more to happen, and so we hope you tune in and join us for the next 4 to 14 to I don't even know. I can't do.
We've got you covered.
We got you until 6 a.m.
Yeah, we got you covered until 6 a.m. and then we go live again at 6:30 for the 60K. So you can literally just spend all weekend with us.
So if you have bad weather conditions, just move the laptop or the TV or the Fire Stick in front of the treadmill and just bang out a very long run because we've got you going the entire way. Yeah, we're going to make sure that you have a good time, just like these runners are having a good time at the Black Canyon Ultras, presented to you by HOKA. Leah, thank you. Enjoy the drive. Get some snacks. Take care of yourself.
We'll see you soon.
We will see you soon. And
see you guys soon.
And speaking of folks we should see soon, we should be seeing Hans Troyer and Hayden Hawks rolling in to this Deep Canyon aid station relatively soon. It's a new aid station this year. Historically, we'd had runners running through the Soap Creek aid station after that little I don't even know what you want to call that, just like a little grinder of a hill. But Deep Canyon, new, fun, apparently very wet. And
apparently hard to get into, pending what kind of vehicle you have, since there's a bit of a water crossing, it sounds like. But I heard Subarus were getting across okay, so I have faith in people making their way across. But yeah, just a reminder, someone asked in the chat, kind of remind us who does not need tickets. So again, Heather Jackson leading the women's race. She is already in Western States. So the 3 women behind her, if they finish 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, those will be the 3 golden tickets. On the men's side, Cole Watson, Ryan Montgomery, and oh my goodness, my brain's not working, John Ray, have the 3 tickets already secured from previous races or top 10s at Western States last year. So again, Hayden and Hans, who are leading the men's race right now, Matt Seidel, who's been up in that mix, all 3 of those guys are looking for golden tickets. So, and they can roll down through 6th position if someone was to turn down a ticket. I think everyone who is sitting in golden ticket position right now would be wanting to take that ticket. So that is what we are keeping our eyes on. The other piece of kind of interesting intel for folks watching is that Deep Canyon Ranch aid station we keep talking about is different than the normal big crewable aid station at Black Canyon City. That being, it's around the 50K mark, about 31 miles into the race versus about 36 miles into the race. What that does for these athletes, though, while they're seeing their crews earlier on the front side, they then have a 20-mile gap between crewable aid stations, as opposed to, you know, the 16 or so, the 15 or so they were experiencing in previous editions of this race. And that definitely can change things for people if they are getting warm on those climbs that come in the back half of the course.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking in real time a difference of 35 to 55 minutes extra between seeing your crew. So making sure you have all the utensils you need, the nutrition you need, being able to game out that whole situation is going to be critical. And we've seen all the athletes flying through these aid stations with pretty much no stop time whatsoever. This is going to be the instance where we really got to keep tabs on it.
Yeah, so dancing on your screen right now in orange, trying to stay warm, I believe, is Miss Katie Asmuth. Reporting from Deep Canyon Ranch. We don't have her mic hot yet. I think she can hear us though. So as soon as we get her mic up, we'll let her. You'll know when her mic is hot because she is hard to miss.
I also point out that she's dancing in a boot right now on a soft surface. So, like, extra athletic points to Katie out there, bringing the heat to her body and to the dance floor as we await the first men coming to this aid station here momentarily. But as we mentioned, you can see just how many crew and spectators are here. This is a massive stop, and the vibe is high. I think they also have Jumbotron with the live stream there at this aid station. So if you see yourself, wave, I guess. But also, if you hear us, thanks for watching, and hopefully your runner comes in soon so that you can
we get some audio?
get back to watching us.
Yeah, we're still working on Katie's audio, unfortunately. I thought we had it for a second, but we do not. But as soon as we do, we'll be turning it over to get the check on the vibes out there, the check on the temperatures out there. I think I want to say that she's dancing to stay warm, but it's Katie Asmuth. She's probably just dancing.
She was dancing at the Airbnb earlier. We were having a little study session, getting ready, and she was vibing in her chair and like knocking me out the way so she could see the live stream. So I know that her stoke is very high right now.
Well, it turns out you learn better moving, so it's like the information you take in running, for example, you'll retain a lot more than when you take in that information stationary. So, you guys studying on the move. Katie studies and dances at the same time.
So if you want to be a live stream volunteer next year at a future race, you can learn all of our tips and tricks on the run. Just put us in your ear and go out for your run now, come back, and then you can take our jobs and help us out to make this live stream even better.
So interesting. It sounds like the live stream can hear Katie, but we can't hear Katie in our ears. Okay. Okay. We're almost there. You guys are hearing Katie. We're not insane.
See. All right, so it looks like we have our first men coming in here.
There we go. We've got audio piped in from Katie, I believe. Katie, walk us through what's happening with those men coming in. Yeah, and I think we're pulling audio directly from the camera now.
Yeah.
Sick.
Did we verify if they can hear?
No, they can't anymore. It's pulling directly from the camera.
All right, cool. We're gonna walk you through what just happened then. So you saw Hayden Hawks and Hans Troyer roll through the Deep Canyon aid station, 3 hours and 37 minutes on the clock. Hayden, the consummate professional, has been here before, getting refueled on the fly.
I think Hans's crew was running with him as well.
And Hans was like, yeah, that looks like a good idea, and pulled off the exact same move. So, again, the young buck who has never been pushed in an aid station before, just, he blasted the Bandera course just last month and had nobody near him. Now he's taking a page out of the Grizzled Vet's playbook and staying right on his tail, making sure that he gets no gap here. So, 3:37 through the 50K mark for our top two men. That is
fast.
That's pretty solid.
Fast.
I'm trying to think. Last time Hayden was here, he came through the Soap Creek aid station at 3 hours and 32 minutes, and that's about a mile sooner, or it was a mile sooner than this new aid station is at. So do the basic math. He's more or less on the exact same pace that he was when he won here back a few years ago in a time of 7 hours and 55 minutes. But he's also right in the mix.
We just lost our monitor. But also what we saw, what's coming up right now on the live tracker for everyone is we've got, it looks like, Hayden is now, is that John Ray now coming through? Matt Seidel, John Ray. Oh, those are still Bumblebee splits.
The three we have are Hayden Hawks,
Jupiter.
Jupiter.
and Hans Troyer through Deep Canyon.
Yeah, you now have one more guy through.
And Jupiter's and Cole Watson is now
The
in
Barracuda.
fourth.
Yep, you see that Barracuda. He's fishing. Is he fishing with John Ray, it looks like? Yep, John Ray in the HOKA short shorts. He said Hayden was going to wear shorts, and then he was going to wear the short shorts of their HOKA kits. So, yeah, Hayden Hawks, Jupiter Carrera, Hans Troyer, Cole Watson, John Ray, all coming through, taking a moment to dunk his hat there before he makes an aid station exit.
Smart. Knows the move. Jupiter, we haven't talked about him a lot here yet. Steadily moving up. I think he was 10th, 9th or 10th coming out of Bumblebee. So he's definitely moved very consistently up here into the top 3 at the 50K mark. He filled out the runner intake survey. We appreciate when runners do that. He stated he is here to get the golden ticket outright, and he's made the trip up from Mexico to bang that out. And he wanted to shout out his kids, Jared and Azael. So, because he wanted me to do that, I've now done that. Shout out to Azael and Jared, Jupiter's kids, who I presume are out there showing some love on the course, as his father is now, or their father is now in second place with Hayden Hawks out front.
Pack
and Hans
of guys
Troyer.
coming in now, though, to this aid station.
That is such a gang of dudes. Oh, man, you do not want to be hunted by the likes of Tim Reed and a Matt Seidel. Oh, man, yeah, this is going to be mayhem for the next 20 miles.
Yeah, truly absolute mayhem. But yeah, we saw Cole stop. I'm not sure what he was trying to get from Carew on the side there. It looked like he was just making fishing gestures, to be completely honest.
We've seen it before. You know, it's well known at Western States. You get to the top of the escarpment, kind of just turn around, take it all in, and get your group of folks and move through. But we now have 10 men through within 5 minutes of each other at the 50K mark. So still a lot of race to happen, but this is a very dense group playing through. And someone just coming back. Is that a pacer coming back?
No.
Is that
They might have an out and back into this aid
they
station.
are.
There's an out
Sorry.
there's
We
an
crossed
out and
over.
back historically into what is the Black Canyon City aid station as well. Yeah, so through there, it looks like what's coming through on the live tracker, Hayden Hawks, Jupiter, Hans Troyer, all came through 1, 2, 3 virtually together. Really fast transitions by each of those guys with their crews there. Cole Watson and John Ray in 4th and 5th, basically together. Gabriel Klein, someone that we haven't talked a lot about today, is in that mix. Chris Myers is in that mix. Tim Reed, who we'd mentioned earlier, is in that mix. And Steve Kirsch looks like he's also made his way into the top 10, currently sitting in 9th position at the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station.
Yeah, Gabriel Klein was 9th at Bandera back in 2022 and then won Kayamaka 100K that same year. So understands the golden ticket chase and being in those types of races. This is probably the deepest field he's been in. But to find himself in the top 10 yet again at this point is it's got to make him feel pretty good. Coming out of San Diego, the young buck knows some climbing and knows some technical stuff. San Diego's not just all beaches and good vibes. They have some trails out there that you can really prepare well for this type of environment. So we'll see how he continues to move through this next section as we are tapped into the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station here, the 50K mark at the Black Canyon Ultras.
Yeah, people are a little bit concerned in the chat that it says 31 degrees Fahrenheit on our screen.
No.
It is no longer 31 degrees Fahrenheit at that location. They're like, it is below freezing, and they're dunking their hats in buckets of water. That is not good. No, it's definitely a little bit warmer. Its ambient air temp is probably high 40s, maybe at 50 degrees. And then that direct sun is going to warm things up quite a bit.
We're saying we're showing 53 degrees at this aid station. It's about 50 degrees here at the finish line. Slight breeze coming out of the east, it appears. Probably 5 to 10 miles per hour. So, gotta love it.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cross action into this aid station because you've got guys coming in and coming out of this aid station.
Which is a nice psychological game as well. You can see what your competitors look like. You might have only seen their back for the last half an hour or so as you're making the long winding descents towards this aid station. Now you get to see how they look in their face.
Yeah, the other guys in that mix that we've been having on our screen, Craig Hunt was one of those guys that we just had on our screen, actually, I believe a moment ago. But behind Stephen Kirsch, coming into that Deep Canyon aid station, was Bobby Peavy and Craig Hunt. Craig Hunt, Steve Kirsch, those guys have been moving up steadily, along with like Chris Myers, who's now up into 7th place. So again, kind of recapping our top 10, 12 men. There's Eric LaPuma on your screen right now, so he's sitting just outside the top 10 as well. So again, recapping, Hayden, Jupiter, Hans, 1, 2, 3, all together through this aid station. About 2 minutes back from them, Cole Watson and John Ray came in there together. Behind them, only about 45 seconds behind them, Gabriel Klein and Chris Myers. About a minute behind them, Tim Reed. 30 seconds back from them, Stephen Kirsch, Bobby Peavy, and Craig Hunt. And that scream you just heard was Katie Asmuth in our ears. So I think you guys are hearing her, and we are hearing her now, which is exciting. Hi, Katie.
Now you can hear me. Great, something just changed. You know what happened? Jamil came over to help us, and all of a sudden it was magic. Magic touch over here. We don't know what changed. Okay, let me give you a vibe check, everybody. So we are at Deep Canyon Ranch. It is a glorious day. Gentle, cool breeze, sunny, fantastic. We have party vibe going on. We have some people playing football. We've got the crew. Let's go, let's go. People are picking up their pacers. Couldn't I see that gentleman? Way to go, way to go. Joshua Park coming through. So we've got a Jumbotron in the background, and we have people able to watch as we are live, which is very fun, very festive. Again, this is a crew spot, very different than last year. We didn't have this aid station last year, so it was at Black Canyon City, mile 37 last year, and they still have that aid station, but it's no longer a crew spot. So this is the big halfway cruise spot, and people are really looking forward to picking up a pacer and to get some crew support. So let's go through what we've seen. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
We got you.
We're loving it.
Okay, to be completely honest, you guys, I'm getting a very strong echo on my end, and it feels very strange to talk. So I'm going to just work through that.
You're doing great. You're natural.
Okay. All right. So a couple things. It is taken through at 1:07 local time. And then we had the next group of people had. Oh, let's go, Matt Seidel. Go, Pacer, come on. Matt Seidel has fallen back a couple spots. He came into the aid station looking pretty rough, and I think his pacer Elon is giving him a little boost. So we'll see. Let's go. Represent Mammoth Lakes. That is that. So everybody is looking very dirty. I'm seeing, I think this is Canyon Woodward running by, and Noah Dussault looks like he's coming through. Um, we're 12 minutes past the leaders, so it's really close, you guys. I mean, what are we at? We're at like 25 men have come through this aid station so far. Right? Yeah, it's like 20 men. And it's all 12 minutes until to get to Hayden and Han. So it's actually really impressive. We're at the halfway mark and there's a lot of racing to go. So this is anybody's game in my mind.
Yeah, was anyone, I guess, Katie, can you talk us through that first trio that came through of Hayden, Jupiter, and Hans? What was that like? It looked like it was a very fast moving transition.
Yeah, so everybody's grabbing their crew pretty quickly. I would say the one person that didn't, or maybe two, I would say Matt Seidel and Cole Watson looked like they were hurting. Cole really took his time, even walking out of the aid station, and just, looked like he was hurting. So that was hard to see. He left, so I mean, it was still only 8 minutes behind the leader when he off out of here. So it wasn't still in the mix, but we'll see how he's feeling as the day progresses. And then Matt Seidel, it took longer to get to the aid station than I expected.
Yeah, we'll be able to check in kind of, I think, on a course record watch when the men get to Black Canyon City, since this is a new aid station this year. It's not quite on. The course records definitely are in play, but I'll be curious to check the splits once that trifecta of men, Hans, Hayden, and Jupiter, make it into Black Canyon City around that 36 or 37 mile mark.
I think Jupiter was a couple minutes back when the aid station. I would say 3 minutes behind.
Okay.
Hans.
Okay. Yeah, he seems to be a guy that's been on the rise all day, though, moving up from kind of outside the top 10 to the back of the top 10, now up kind of into that group of top 5 guys, which is a great place for him to be setting himself up.
And I don't know if I've heard Jupiter's name, to be honest. And as you guys all know, we've all done many hours of research on all of these athletes. So it was fun to see his name up in the top 10, and now he's slowly progressing throughout the day. And if you're progressing at the halfway mark, that's a really good sign. So I think he's running a really impressive race. Noah Dusso, who's our 5th place from there last year. This is the aid station. So that would be, about 15 minutes behind on Hayden. And again, you guys, we're only at the halfway mark, so there's a lot of racing to run.
Yeah, and there's a lot of strong cleanup crew guys that are making up this kind of chase pack and the rest of the top 10 as well. Nothing is done until it's done. You can't win a race you didn't start, and the race will not be over until they literally run past us here in studio at the finish line. We are, 10 meters away from the actual finishing arch, so the hype will be all too real when that time comes later today.
Yeah, and I will say from our good friend who's
just leaving the aid station.
He's at the finish line actually today, or not, excuse me, at the finish line at this aid station. Aid Station Fireball is hanging out. He was commenting earlier that the 1 through 10 split on both the men's and the women's side were the tightest they've ever been through Bumblebee, and it appears that they're going to still be on a record density for this aid station or at this point of the race as well. So it's not just a figment of our imagination. This is indeed the most competitive spread that we've had, at least on the men's side thus far. We'll see if the women's side continues to hold, given that Heather Jackson has been out front time trialing essentially and should be at the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station here sometime in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, running very, very fast. I guess a question I have for probably Liam would be the best person to answer this. If Jupiter finds his way into a golden ticket position today, would he be the first Mexican athlete to get a golden ticket into Western States?
That definitely is a Liam question. But off the top of my head, that sounds correct. Actually, I can't think of anyone from when it was the January to April block. Nobody's coming to mind. That's that would have been representing Mexico at the time. But
yeah, that would be
we'll do some official
incredibly
digging.
exciting. Yeah, Anna McKenney representing Australia, also in that golden ticket hunt right now on the women's side too. So we're keeping all of our eyes peeled to watch how this race unfolds.
I also just want to point out real quick, Katie had mentioned that Josh Park had run through the aid station while she was talking there, representing Amherst, Ohio. So gotta give the Flatlanders some love. He actually won the 60K here last year. So he knows this section of the course that he's been running on pretty well, and finds himself in a competitive, I believe, top 12, top 13 position. So he's also one of these folks who might not be a big name or highly recognizable, but could be on this sweep crew. We just Zamboniing some folks over the back half of this race. So
I love Zamboniing.
We're here.
Cleaning it up.
Yeah.
Sounds more exciting than the garbage truck analogy that we could definitely put out there as well.
Yeah, but the sounds of a garbage truck are a lot better. That beep, beep, better than a Zamboni was just a nice, subtle hum, and we don't want folks falling asleep. Although, if you want to stay with us through the night, we will be providing coverage until 6 a.m., so you could fall asleep listening to the dulcet sounds of the commentating crew. Who do we have coming in tonight? We got Callie and Trayer coming in overnight.
On the overnight, yeah. So you have us probably until the sun sets and the top men and top women come through. Katie Asmuth will join us in studio at some point for that as well, which will be super, super fun. And then we'll hand back over to HEW and Chris before eventually, Callie Vincent and Scott Trayer taking that overnight swing into the early morning hours.
So TLDR, whether you're...
This is Steon.
Yeah.
Somerseth coming into the aid station right now.
Yeah, whether you're tracking the elites up front or you're looking for your loved ones or just random friends and folks that you like to follow, we're tracking them all the way through the 20-hour cutoff. So stay tuned. Make sure you hit that subscribe button below, and you'll get notifications when we switch feeds because we're going to be bringing it to you all day, all night, and then again tomorrow for the 60K.
Yeah, we one of the storylines we've been following too is that we do have people doing the 100-mile challenge who will be running the 100K today and the 60K tomorrow. And I am sure that there's at least one person doing the 100-mile challenge who's a little bit worried that they're going to be finishing a race at 4 or 5 a.m. and then needing to be at a new start line for a 7 a.m. start for the 60K. So truly making it a 100-mile challenge with, basically just one long aid station stop before they hit go again.
Yeah, as long as somebody drives you, you can get a little power nap in because sitting in a car is always the ideal aid station setup. But no, it's going to be a good time following the runners, and we will be sure to highlight a lot of those folks on the journey. Josh Canning, Jake Jackson. We got a whole bunch of folks who are slated to do the 100-mile challenge. So just one more way to throw a wrinkle into what is one of the best sporting weekends of the year.
Yeah, and just for those of you who are wondering what's happening in the women's race, remember that we're leapfrogging aid stations here. So we just hung out with Leah Yingling at Gloriana Mine, covering the women through the top 15, top 20 or so, before hopping ahead to Deep Canyon Ranch to cover the lead men coming through there. Katie Asmuth is there on the ground waiting for the lead women to come through there as well. So again, we're waiting for them to come. We don't have camera runners. We got some drones out there, but we are predominantly relying on those drone shots and those in aid station cameras for our coverage as we rely on a Starlink network to make this whole shebang happen out in the desert. So bear with us as we wait for the women to make their way to this 50K mark. And the first woman that we expect to see coming in there is going to be the time trialing Heather Jackson, currently on the same splits that her and Keely Henninger, the reigning champ, ran at the 2023 edition of this race. So a barn burner out front. She is pursued by Rachel Drake and Marcy Klimick, who are running together. Sarah Beal, Anna McKinney kind of just behind them, Riley Brady in that mix. I do actually think that Lauren Peretz has moved up because those are the Bumblebee aid station splits on your screen. And we do know that Lauren had moved up to 4th position coming through Gloriana Mine. So that's not a completely up-to-date tracking information on your screen right now. Same thing is going on the live tracker website as well. There's some kind of odd splits, like we saw Eric LaPuma come through Deep Canyon, though his split is still from Bumblebee. So as they refresh, we're all refreshing together. But yeah, right now, waiting for Heather Jackson, who honestly should probably be to Deep Canyon aid station. My guess is like in the next couple of minutes, maybe 5 minutes or so.
That sounds about right. Yeah, assuming all things are still going well for her out there, and no reason to believe that they aren't. And this is, as we've mentioned, the easier, I guess, section of the course. We've gone through the hard downhills, now sort of the flowing component down towards Black Canyon City, and then that more rugged, technical, rooted out rocky section is going to be those last 15 or so miles of the course. So if you're going to move fast, now's the time to do it, because historically the first half of the race is a fair amount faster for runners than the second half, and that's not just a function of attrition. Yeah, so
and we were wondering a little bit, with the rain that we've had this week, how fast or slow the early miles would be. We definitely had some snow on the front half of the course. Seeing the men come through Deep Canyon Ranch, they are covered in mud. We saw some guys absolutely covered in head-to-toe mud. I believe the orange shorts on our screen makes me believe that we've got drone over one of our HOKA athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Right now on screen, blue top, orange kit. It could be Heather. We've got 3 HOKA athletes we know that have been kind of charging towards the front of this field: Hayden Hawks, John Ray, and Heather Jackson. So that might be what our drone was looking at, making her way into the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station. Again, that last split that we had was about 3 minutes between Heather Jackson and then the chasing duo of Rachel Drake and Marcy Klimek. So that is what we are keeping our eyes on. Mm-hmm. Has that gap expanded? Has it contracted? So that is what we've got to be. Katie will be like having her stopwatch going, I believe, at this aid station, and I'm really curious to see what that timing split actually looks like.
Yeah, and Heather doesn't need a golden ticket. Right. So,
and the women know that. The women know that
Yep.
Heather's out front, and they know that she doesn't need a golden ticket. So, while the women are racing both for a golden ticket, they're also racing for the win.
Yes. Yeah. This is not just many times we've seen races where it feels like somebody time trials off the front, and it's just a chase towards a course record. This is going to be a true battle. There's actually racing to be had. There's no reason to believe that they're going to just let her go. As we see,
Let's go.
As you see, we're back here at the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station at the 50K mark, just over 4 hours into the Black Canyon Ultras.
Yeah, Katie, we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I'm wondering if
Okay, great.
How are the vibes as we wait for Heather Jackson to make her way into this aid station?
Okay, so let me give you a little rundown. My audio guy is really stoked right now. Okay, so generally, everybody's in really good spirits. I will say, I saw Rod Favard, who is from Mammoth Lakes, a friend of mine, works his tail off, went to San Francisco just to train, to get out of the snow for this race, did a massive training block there, put in 100-mile weeks repetitively. And I'm watching him run by, and he's like 25 minutes or so off the lead. And he says, I said to him, "You're still in it, Rod." And he looks at me right dead in the eyes and says, "Yeah, I am." And I'm like, yeah. The fan of me gets so excited, and a friend of me gets more excited. So anyways, I think that's generally the vibe of the people coming in here, themselves really well. They're not just letting them go, they're staying in touch with those chase packs, essentially. And they're kind of the stragglers off the chase pack, but everybody's looking really good. So I think that the day has just begun.
Yeah, so we're seeing on our screens right now, Katie, a drone shot of Hayden Hawks, Hans Troyer, and Jupiter running 1, 2, 3 all together right now, which is really cool. It's a beautiful drone shot.
Wow.
So that's a little tidbit to keep in mind as those guys make their way towards Black Canyon City. But yeah, 1, 2, 3 in the men's race on our screens right now, all together with Hayden Hawks leading over both Jupiter and Hans.
The three best friends that anyone could have. It's the three best friends.
So
too
Jupiter
early for that.
really put on some time in that section.
That's kind of what it looks like, is
Yes.
that he's accelerated to close the gap to these two guys.
So
and
he put on some time for sure. Can
Yep.
you guys hear me?
Yep, we can. Yeah, it definitely looks like he's accelerated to make sure that he can close that gap down.
Yeah, I think that's a move. So let's put a pin in it and see where that goes from here. But that is him putting a move on pretty early. We still are only halfway through the race. So to put on a move with Hayden's is pretty darn gutsy, and that's awesome. I'd love to see it. And we'll see if he can hold on for that. I will say, you guys, it's really cool. Behind me is the Japanese live stream happening. So shout out to all those watching from the Maori live stream happening over there. Very cool. This is
Yeah.
the first time I think
Oh,
we're
okay, so
ever
that's
doing something unique like that, which is very cool.
Yep. So we just saw the top three men ford the river, Oregon Trail style, heading towards Black Canyon City. And good job wayfinding. It seemed like there was a moment there where either they got trapped in the mud or they were trying to figure out exactly where the trail continued.
It is a confusing section, and the water being high through there this week would not have helped that out at all. I definitely got lost on a training run out there this time last year. So we also now know why the guys are coated in mud.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a little Peloton switch up here.
Yeah.
As the top three men continue to move towards Black Canyon City. It's about 5 miles from where Katie is at Deep Canyon Ranch over to Black Canyon City. And from Black Canyon City, it's going to be a fairly sizable gap to the next aid station. So really making sure that they enjoy their time together because if there's going to be a tactical error that occurs, it's likely to happen somewhere in the next 8 to 10 miles or so. Meanwhile, Katie is at Deep Canyon Ranch waiting for Heather Jackson, who should be here literally any minute. So, Katie, if you have eyes or you see her coming in for the lollipop, definitely
we're
make
not
sure that we
sure.
know.
And just like, I think people in the chat are right. I do believe that John Ray was in orange shorts and Hayden Hawks was in black shorts. This is how complicated this is. So I'm actually not sure who's on our screen right now, but
That's
there are
right.
two men absolutely duking it out.
Yeah, that was a Jupiter and Hans.
Well,
blast
no,
off,
that's the thing is that I don't
maybe?
know if it is because I don't think those orange shorts were Hayden. Oh my goodness, you guys, identifying runners where we don't know what they're wearing and all your kits are black shorts and white tops is not helping us out. So brands that are listening, let's throw some like yellows and pinks and lime greens into the mix, please. That would definitely
And this is why we
help us out.
appreciate that crew from the Pacific Northwest who only wears cow shorts. It makes it very easy to know that who you're repping. Yeah, we're on some next level Zoom function. This is how we get down. Anyway, that being said, we are still
No, I don't
eagerly
know.
awaiting.
Is this Chris Myers? That's Chris Myers, isn't it? That's Chris Myers. So this is back in the field a little bit. So I bet that was John Ray,
Coming into the
Gabriel
station now.
Klein, and Chris
No.
Myers that we saw. No, not into Deep Canyon towards Black Canyon City. So I think that what we saw on our screen just then was Chris Myers,
Canyon City.
maybe Gabriel Klein or Tim Reed, and John Ray in orange shorts, because we do know that Hayden Hawks is wearing black shorts, blue top. So we do believe that Hayden Hawks, Jupiter, and Hans are still out front, but that there are moves being made maybe by Chris Myers, that Gabriel Klein, John Ray group potentially that we just saw there. So
who were only
a couple minutes down.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 3 minutes down from our top three as they sped through at Deep Canyon Ranch. So yeah, as we get more information, we do have a
was
crew.
Chris Myers, and he's put on a push.
Yeah, no, that was, I'm pretty sure that was Chris Myers that we just saw on our screen. So that was not our top three men. That was that next chasing group.
Yeah,
Katie,
so
we can hear you.
Yeah, we've got Brett on the screen as if It's just from he didn't know it was happening. I didn't know it was happening, but it worked out exactly then. Brett's actually down at Black Canyon City, so he will be able to give us all of the insights. Brett, you don't have to look so formal like we were putting you on the spot. There you go. That's what we want. Just skittish. So yeah, Brett's at Black Canyon City, about 37.5 miles into the race. Katie's at Deep Canyon Ranch. Both of these commentators will be expecting the top runners coming through their aid station here literally any moment. So Brett, hang back. You're good. Camera's good. You look good. And we'll prepare to throw it back to Katie as Heather Jackson should be coming in literally any moment.
Can I make a comment on Chris Myers?
Yes.
Yeah, Katie.
No. All right. I just wanted to give him a shout out.
That's
because
it? That's all you got?
He just recently moved from LA to Boulder. He is now at altitude for the first time in his running career. He re-signed with Solomon. I think he's feeling really rejuvenated in the running space and wanting to take this to the next level and hoping that this is his day to do it. I also know he stayed with me before his Mammoth Trail Fest race this year, and he takes racing very seriously. He is professional that way. We'll see every part of the course if he can, and can't sleep the night before because he's so excited. But here we've got her. Let's go, Heather. Heather is here at Black Canyon. At Deep Canyon Ranch. She is here. What time is this? 1:40. Yeah. She looks smooth. She is
4:10
running
on the
really
clock.
well.
That's a pretty fast split. 4:10 coming through the 50K mark.
It's gonna be hard to do exact splits because we don't.
No, yeah, we won't get a course record split or a comparative to last year's split until she gets to Black Canyon City. But a 4:10 50K in your 100K is moving pretty darn quick. Like, we're going to be looking at a finishing time well under the 9-hour mark, which is very, very fast.
Yeah, Heather last year ran basically 8:48 for the full course, and this factoring in that this aid station is about a mile further than last year's Soap Creek aid station. Yeah, that put her more or less bang on those same splits from last year. We'll see what the stoppage time is here for her. This, again, is the big crewable aid station. You won't see your crew again for about 19 or so miles. So if you're going to make some big changes, some shoe changes, really make sure that you're set up for success, this is going to be the location to do that. And she looks to be, Heather Jackson, just being real smooth, taking care of business. It's not like she's necessarily being pressed with somebody on her shoulder the same way that Hayden Hawks was. But it is interesting to see the different strategy of really stopping and hanging out with her crew versus the on-the-fly aid station hits that we saw on the men's side. But about 50 seconds. Yeah, 50 seconds in and out for Heather Jackson.
That was a 2-minute aid station. Yep. She looks great. Let's go, Heather. I will say, I've watched her in and out of aid stations now many times, and that was probably one of her longer stops. But she took care of business. And, when we compare her ultra running career to her triathlon career and those aid station turnarounds, it's pretty impressive how much she's grown in this sport already in a very short amount of time. And she's taking care of herself. She's staying wet. It doesn't feel that hot, but I think when the sun is directly on you, you're going to still be feeling hot no matter what. So I think she's taking care of herself. She knows this distance now. She has experience, and I think she's ready to execute. She looks good.
Yeah, we have heard that her plan was to time trial the first 50K and hold on from there on out. So curious to see what the back half of this race looks like, and also curious that split at Gloriana Mine between her and the chase pack of Rachel Drake and Marcy Klimek was about 3 minutes. So we should be seeing our second and third place women to you very, very shortly.
Sarah was pretty quick after Rachel, right? She was pretty close to Rachel.
There's Rachel. Rachel's coming in right now. Rachel Drake on her way into the aid station.
That is approximate. She's going to end up being about 3 minutes exactly around the corner of the aid station that we split Heather on. So has given up 0 ground over the course of the last 8 miles.
Yeah, Rachel Drake looking really, really solid again. Remember, she decided not to go to Olympic marathon trials last weekend in Orlando, Florida, to instead come here and try to run her way into a golden ticket. It's not her first 100K, but she hasn't raced 100K since 2019. There she's coming into her crew. Again, she's got Tyler Green, her husband, there with her, as well as Keely Henninger, last year's Black Canyon champion and course record holder. So she is in very, very good hands as she does work at the Black Canyon 100K. We are also looking for Marcy Klimek, the fastest marathoner in the field, having a 2:30 marathon PR to her name. We should be seeing her come through here, as well as Lauren Prutz as in addition.
In short order, yep.
We should see our top kind of 5-6 women come through here in pretty quick order.
Yeah, Rachel making sure that she is got everything she needs, because again, she's not going to see her crew for another 18 or so miles. No stranger to these trails. Not only did she win the 60K back in 2021, she also paced Tyler when he won that same year, actually. So she was definitely getting some intel on the course that seems to be serving her well at this moment as she heads out of the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station in second place, 3 minutes back of Heather Jackson.
Yeah, so that 3-minute gap has held, and that is Marcy
right there
on her way into the aid station, and she is covered in mud.
Looked her dead in the windows to her soul and said, "I will see you later."
Yeah, I'm sure Rachel gave her a big like, "Come on, let's go," as she ran by her as well. That this little out and back does give you a little bit of a glimpse into what's just ahead of you, but she has distanced herself a little bit from Marcy on her way in here. And then we do know that Lauren had moved up at the last checkpoint, which is Gloriana Mine, not the Bumblebee that we're seeing on our screen. There's no active split from Gloriana Mine, so we do think that behind Marcy we should see Lauren Peretz, Anna McKinney, Sarah Beal, Riley Brady.
Yeah, so Marcy's going to come through here about 6 minutes back of Heather Jackson, 6.5 minutes back of Heather Jackson, 3 minutes back officially Rachel Drake through that part of the aid station. So we'll see how long that her pit stop here takes as she refuels. As somebody who's won Waldo outright, even though she might not have a ton of trail experience, I anticipate that Marcy knows how to make sure that she has her needs met as she takes on a very rugged and aggressive second half of a 100K race.
Yeah, the big difference for Marcy here is that Waldo is definitely it has been a race that's been around for a long time. It's not, she wasn't going to see that kind of level of competition, the high-paced aid stations, etc., and that is definitely what she'll be experiencing here today as well.
But Marcy, I mean, has been fast for a long time. Like, she ran a 2:35 marathon in Chicago 6 years ago, and has run under 240 a number of other times since then. So so no reason to think that she's just a flash in the pan. So really excited to see what happens with her on the back half of this race at Black Canyon, as we have fourth place.
Yeah,
now third place.
I think this is Lauren coming into the aid station.
Man, you guys alive?
We
Yeah,
got you, Brett, at Black Canyon City. Give it
Hey,
to us.
all right. There's a group of 3 together. We had Hayden Hawks, Hans Troyer, Jupiter together going into the aid station, and Hayden is coming back. He's the first one out of the aid station. Hans Troyer is second. Hans is the second one out.
Big smile.
And we're just waiting on Jupiter to make their way out of the Black Canyon City aid station. They are precisely 1 minute behind Anthony Costalis, 2 minutes behind Anthony Costalis from last year.
Brett, you were on the ground. We saw it on video, but Hans, it's a thin line between a smile and a grimace. Which side of that line do you think that Hans was expressing there as he rolled past you?
All right, we got Jupiter coming through as well. Yep. I think Hans was actually on the smile side and Hayden was on the I'm working side. Interestingly enough. Jupiter is in full-blown super shoes. Adios Pro 3. Bold move, Cotton. See if it plays out.
That for the shoe nerds out there, that is quite the choice for the rocky back half of this course.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he has a drop bag at Table Mesa to switch it out, but that's a chonky boy.
Yeah, sure is. That's a gap. That is a solid 3.
So give us a lay of the land from where you are standing at. It's a short little out and back into the aid station, but like what is that little stretch look like before they have to peel off and we'll not see 4th, 5th, and 6th coming at them?
So as they approach Black Canyon City, I think they're on a slight descent, and it's rocky. You got to pay attention. I believe the junction part's like half mile-ish, maybe 3/4 of a mile. I'm about 30 meters out from the aid station where they just go, turn around, and come back. We have a couple more runners coming in right now. This is pacer Gus Gibbs. Hello, Gus. Pacing Chris Myers in. Chris is charging. Such a bouncy stride, always, that one.
We saw them on the aerial, and we didn't realize that Chris had a pacer with him. We saw Chris, and who was Gus Gibbs, and then them making their way around one other runner.
So Chris is definitely close enough to the top 3 where he definitely passed them. So he knows what the gap is.
Mm-hmm.
So that the guy he passed then was John Ray.
It would be John Ray should be next.
Yep, yeah, and they attacked him on a small little climb, and they just, the elastic completely snapped. And we're going to try to get that split screen from our women up if possible as well. There it is.
So, yeah, so to level set for those watching at home, we saw Hayden Hawks, Hans Troyer, Jupiter Carrera Casas coming out of the Black Canyon City aid station, mile 37 approximately on the course. We've seen Chris Myers roll in approximately 2 minutes back or so, if you consider the need to run in and then back out of the station. And Chris is gone.
Yeah.
That puts Chris Myers in 4th place.
We're to the point of the court. We're to the point in the race where we're working. We're working now. The race has started. He was in good spirits, but you could tell needs to focus.
Yeah, and if we can, I don't know if we've got Katie's audio, but we do know that she watched 4th place come in as well. She got to see Marcy in there and Rachel Drake come through. So if we can get an update on the women at Deep Canyon Ranch, that would be excellent.
Here you go, Jenna.
I don't think we have clear audio, though, from Deep Canyon while we wait for John Ray as well to come into Black Canyon City. We're chasing 2 really fast fields out there. There is John Ray as we talk about him.
He gave me a very thanks sort of to my good job. So it was very breathy. Yes, good word.
I will say of all the men that have come by, he had the most, I guess, lateral sway. Looked like for cyclists that that they're tired when you see their shoulders start rocking. He had the most rock coming in thus far. Yeah, so we'll try to get another glimpse of him coming out of this aid station. And this is a pretty critical aid station at Black Canyon City as Brett stands outside of it, because from here you have about 8 miles until your next point of aid at Cottonwood Gulch. And it's still, again, another 13 miles until you see your crew.
Yep. So, okay, we got John Ray's back on the way out. And we have a runner coming in. We're rocking a Colby singlet. I'm not good at reading. Stephen Kirsch making his way in.
Kirsch
I know
is moving
a
up.
Tarek Speed Ultra when I see one.
Yeah, Kirsch is moving up. So most likely candidate to be in a Colby singlet is probably Gabriel Klein.
Gabriel Klein. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're looking for Gabriel Klein and Tim Reed out there. Bibs 405 for Tim Reed.
Yeah, that was Gabriel Klein. He just updated.
Was it 993? Gabriel Klein.
Okay, we've got a group coming.
Everybody needs a good NESCAC reference, so shout out Colby.
A few more. I have a Trayson Knopp and Pacer. We can hear you.
Nice work,
Kirsch
Steve.
is on his way out.
Gabriel
and Timothy Reed's on his way in.
Nice. Our men's top 10 making quick work of this Black Canyon City aid station.
See, this is between
not having crew here is. I was not having crew here is making these aid station stops actually a lot shorter.
And I was going to say, it's interesting between both Deep Canyon and Black Canyon City. You look your competitors in the face because it's an out and back or there's some sort of loop. So this could also force the issue. Yeah, this could force the issue where you may want to take a little bit more time, but you just saw all your competitors running past you. So it forces the issue, maybe gets you moving a little faster.
Yeah, I can feel the sense of urgency in everyone leaving this aid station. Like, oh no, I got to get out of here. And maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. Depends on who checks all the boxes. Let's see who we have. Neon Kit, Bib 1167's coming in.
1167.
And then I think got the Comets. Nice work. Craig Hunt coming in as well.
Yeah, Craig Hunt had a big smile on his face when we saw him come into Deep Canyon Ranch.
Same thing. Yeah, very happy.
Yeah, he's got to get past the fabled last 4 miles of this race.
Pecan Yu.
Oh, the Chinese athlete has come through. That was the athlete that we missed there for a second.
That was who 1167 was. Yep.
Cool.
And that was one of the quickest aid station turnarounds.
He was just second at Hong Kong 100K, less than a month ago.
All right, we got Mr. Eric LaPuma coming into Black Canyon City.
Covered in mud.
Yeah, pretty muddy. Cracked a smile. One thing that's interesting, everyone's coming in with fully empty bottles.
This section was really warm for them.
Yeah, I think this must be the spot where the sun is starting to take its toll a little bit.
Yeah,
there are some clouds starting to blow over the hills, though. I can see. That was Craig Hunt on his way out.
I believe our aerial shot is of Heather Jackson just making her way over that cattle guard a moment ago, completely on her own as she had a 3-minute gap coming out of that Deep Canyon Ranch aid station. But, you got to be pretty nimble to get over those little mid-race cattle guards. So made that look pretty darn smooth. Eric LaPuma on his way back out.
Eric LaPuma on his way out. Yeah, he made quick work of that aid station. And actually, on the exit stride, I don't know if he was just showing off for the camera or not, but that was one of the fastest 15-meter split sections. Just rough eyeballing.
Yeah, he's looking to clean up some damage in the back part of this race. So we've got those 3 guys out front with a pretty good gap to a hard charging Chris Myers. It does seem like we've got some guys kind of in this back part of the top 10 through maybe like 13th or 14th that are really looking to maybe make their way well into the top 10 by the time they make it here to us at the finish line.
Yeah, and one thing to remember too is as they leave this aid station, once they cross the river, they actually hit one of the 2 biggest climbs of the day. So even to this point, if your legs are okay, they can kind of fake it to here still, but you can absolutely, like, the next climb is massive blow up potential for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's saying something that we're seeing very experienced, like, national and world caliber athletes outside the top 5 at the moment. You have Stephen Kirsch, who's
100%.
no stranger to success at Western States. You have, LaPuma, who was just on 2 world teams, and has top 10s
absolutely.
to his name there. So it doesn't necessarily mean that this race is over. This could be a very smart tactical decision.
Good ride, Montgomery just come through. Am I hearing audio from Deep Canyon Ranch?
It may just be you if that's the case.
No, I swear I can hear Katie. I can hear Katie in my head.
We can't hear Katie, so
we can't. But I'm sure it's.
I'll relay. She just cheered very loudly for Sarah, so that must be Sarah Beal.
Sarah Beal must be coming through Deep Canyon Ranch. Okay, so we're getting updates from Katie via Brett.
Full game of telephone. That's exciting.
You know what happens with telephone, Brett? Nothing good.
Yeah, I'm about to win this race.
Yeah, so right now we did see Heather Jackson come through ahead of Rachel Drake and Marcy Klimek. Rachel had put a little bit of separation between herself and Marcy on their way in there. So it was probably like Heather Jackson, 3 minutes later, Rachel Drake, 2 minutes later, Marcy. We saw Lauren then on her way in, I believe. And so I wonder if Sarah Beal is sitting in 5th or 6th.
5th or 6th, yeah, that feels right.
That's a pretty tight bunch at Deep Canyon Ranch.
Yeah. Heather's definitely charging hard at the front still, and I think running on her splits from last year in that amazing duel between her and Keely Henninger.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim Tollefson just rolled through Black Canyon City. He looks very comfortable, actually. One of the most comfortable looking people so far.
Well, we'll have to make sure that we try to get him on camera because in his runner intel form, to the question of what's his why for Black Canyon, he said to be on camera.
Oh,
so
we got to get a shot of that hair at some point.
That's really what it is.
You're
right. Keep that modeling career high. While we're talking about Black Canyon City and Heather Jackson, last year she came through Black Canyon City in 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 36 seconds officially.
Okay, so maybe 20 minutes from now, seeing Heather there would be pretty spot on.
Yeah, I would say that is a pretty standard aid station, so that split is going to track from last year pretty well. Is that a can?
We've got guys grinding it out on that climb.
Not flat.
So Tim Tollefson overtook Ryan Montgomery at that aid station. Ryan's now maybe 5-10 seconds back. Cole Watson passed through Black Canyon City as well. He's at the aid station right now, but he mentioned to me his hamstrings are starting to go. Potentially a result of, it's a lot of downhill here, just the muscle contraction. So hopefully maybe going into a little bit more of a sustained climb can wake things up, but only time will tell on that one.
We just had visual, I think, for a second from Deep Canyon Ranch. We'll definitely get an update from Katie as they stabilize over there, but we are definitely battling the odds of a patchy but pretty solid. Starlink to data setup going on here as we stream from the desert, which is just absolutely insane. There we go. That looked like an Arden Young, maybe. Katie, can you hear us? I can't hear you. Oh, I can see your mouth moving.
You said hi. I can tell that part. So while we're working on Katie's audio, let's just level set our top.
We got Katie's audio.
Oh, we got Katie.
Katie, we can hear you. Katie, talk to us.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, I can. Oh my God, you're perfect. Wow. Tell us what's happening.
Oh my goodness, this is so exciting. Okay, lots of changes. And unfortunately, I don't have exact splits because we've been trying to deal with camera work and audio. And so I wasn't able to put down numbers. But you guys saw Rachel, you guys saw Lauren, right?
Yes.
But I don't think you guys saw Becca Wendell.
We didn't.
We saw Marcy.
We did not see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was, I mean, they basically came out at the same time, but it was really impressive. Becca Wendell has put on a big move. And we'll see if Marcy can hold on. She looked great. They both looked great. Becca looks stoked. So we'll see if she's able to hold on for that. But we've got a slew of people. I mean, Riley Brady came through. Sarah Beal came only like 5 minutes ago, came through. She looked really happy, was moving slower than some of the other runners. She took plenty of time with her crew. She came out with a pacer. So remember, this is the first time people are able to get a pacer. So I think this is a huge advantage if you have a pacer coming out of this aid station. So we'll see what happens ahead. Again, I'm like definitely echoing here, so I'm having kind of a hard time speaking, but I'm working through it again. So anyways, everybody looked really good. I would say Marcy was still moving well, but looked like a little bit more struggling. And then Becca Wendell looked like on fire. Lauren also looked really good. So we'll see.
So Katie,
this next 5 miles, I think there's gonna be a lot of shuffling.
Can we, I just want to count correctly. So we've got Heather Jackson in 1, Rachel Drake in 2. Does that mean we have Becca Wendell up into 3?
I think it's Lauren.
Lauren in 3.
After Rachel.
So Lauren in 3, Becca in 4, Marcy in 5, Riley Brady in 6.
And Jenna, I think was ahead of Riley. Yeah, Jenna B was ahead of Riley. And then Sarah also after Riley.
Okay, so we've got that's
what I've got
probably our top 8 or so. Yeah. And then did we see Arden come through right when we picked you up?
Arden came through. We've had a couple runners that I wasn't able to ID. Probably one of them was Anna McKenna. But definitely Arden left the aid station with Ailsa McDonald, the pride of Canada, Saucony athlete, and really happy to see them running together. Arden looked really happy. She is such a veteran and knows how to close on these sort of races. So I'm really excited to see how she's able to put down the next half of this race. There's still a lot of racing.
Yeah, having Ailsa McDonald as your pacer is clutch because Ailsa held the course record until last year here. So if you want somebody who knows the ins and outs of this course and knows how to blitz them, Ailsa's somebody you want there pacing you out.
And I think Corinne has said this several times, but a lot of Canadians come down to Arizona to train, and Ailsa, her pacer, is one of them who will spend several months here training to get out of the winter up in Canada. So Arden's in very good hands, and I think Arden's going to put a good push on the ladies in front of her. This is Corinne Chavoy.
Other Corinne, yes. I don't know if I'm other Corinne technically in the Air Viper world. It's probably Corinne Chavoy is Corinne and I'm other Corinne, if we're being honest.
Twinsies.
So Corinne Chavoy is going to be on the live stream with me tomorrow in the studio with the 60K. So it'll be really fun to get her recap live. So just a little plug to give some 60K love tomorrow to the runners. Corinne is cooling off. She is dousing herself in water, and off she goes without a pacer. Surprising. I bet her husband Graham is crewing her. She's a mom. She is a co-host of Rest Day Pod on Free Trail with myself and Ellie Pell. She's wonderful.
Yeah, the pride of Castle Rock.
Yeah, the pride of Castle Rock, the pride of one of the prides of Aravaipa for sure.
And shout out to the American Trail Running Association. I believe she's on their board of directors.
She's on their board.
Yeah.
She just started working for the feed, and she's
a busy
representing
lady.
with a feed hat out there. But she looked great. She was really happy. I think she's really proud of the support.
I guess, Katie, because we got to see a little bit of it, and Rachel looked really darn good, and she left with pacer Liam Miro. I think Tyler might pace her for the last 10, but what was it like seeing Rachel kind of come into the aid station and work with her crew there after Heather had left?
I feel like she also took longer than some of the other runners coming through. So her and Heather probably took like a minute and a half plus at the aid station. So again, you're not going to see your crew for another 19 miles or so. So this is the time. Rachel is a veteran. She knows how to do this. However, she hasn't run 100K since 2019 at CCC. Sorry, the echo, guys. But she is coming off a hot CIM, fifth place at 2:35. She's got some wheels, and I know she wants this win, you know? And I mean, Heather and Rachel have been our top favorites in all of the discussions really before this. So it's kind of fun to see it play out real time. Again, we're only halfway through, but Rachel was only 3 minutes back, maybe 3.5 from Heather. And she looked great. So there was definitely a gap between her and third. And I think Rachel's probably going to try and put a close on Heather. She wants the win. She's going for the golden ticket, of course. But Rachel's a competitor, and she knows how to run fast. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this close.
Yeah, it'd be cool. I mean, it's cool if Heather wins it wire to wire, but I'd love to see that gap come down and us have a battle all the way to the finish line.
This is Ashley Hawks coming by, wife of Hayden.
Yeah, also
she's
an
probably checking in,
talented,
seeing how her husband's doing.
Runner. Yeah, mom of two, incredibly talented runner in her own right as well. I think Hayden at our elite panel yesterday said that he was more excited for her race than his race. He's definitely out there very focused right now, but it's cool that they're both showing up in the 100K today.
So the sun just went behind a massive cloud, and it got so I bet that's going to feel really good for our runners. I think this is the time they need a little bit of a reprieve after racing so hard. So maybe a little bit of a flip the switch moment, because it definitely changed out here. Almost looks a little bit stormy for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, this will also factor
it's just
in
behind a cloud.
We'll
get sun soon.
Yeah, coming out of this aid station, Brett was talking about at Black Canyon City that everybody was bingoed out on their bottles. If they get a little bit more shade in this section, that could be to the benefit of the chasers who aren't already suffering in that exposed section. So more tactical fun that we get to watch as the women continue their trek from the Deep Canyon aid station that we're seeing here, being manned by Katie Asmuth, and they head over to Black Canyon City aid station, just 5 miles down the road.
Just 5 miles.
Just 5 miles.
It feels like by the time you get there, it doesn't feel like just 5 miles. And remember that they're seeing their crew at that 31-mile mark where Katie Asmuth is, and then they've got 20 miles until they see their crew again. There's obviously other aid stations between them and the final kind of 10-mile push to the finish line, but that is a bigger gap than this race is used to between those two aid stations.
Absolutely. Yeah, and
that was...
No, go for it, Katie.
It was 1101 was the bib number. I couldn't ID her, but she just came through just after Ashley Hawks.
That is. It's slated to be Stephen Bennett.
That didn't look like a Stephen Bennett.
You said
Perhaps.
1101.
Maybe it was 1011.
That would be Amy Cameron.
There we go.
Where it was.
Oh, we've got
Amy's pretty tall, Bay Area gal, really good on a bike actually, and then like throws down generally at things like the Dipsy, for example,
Yeah.
seems to really be her jam. So this is, I think, longer than she's raced in a little while, but she is incredibly fast climber, and I think that translates directly from her cycling. That looked like maybe Shea Aquilano on her way in towards the aid station.
I think it's Sylvie Abel.
Oh no! This is sorry. We've got our footage now that we're looking at is actually Heather Jackson making her way towards Brett over at the Black Canyon City aid station. Her split through there last year was 4:52 on the clock. We're currently watching that. She's currently at 4:45 on the clock, so she might be a couple minutes under her Black Canyon City split from last year. But yeah, right now on your screen is Heather Jackson making her way over to Brett Hornick at the Black Canyon City aid station.
It's interesting. We had a runner in gloves.
Okay.
It just
Still.
got
They're
downright
getting
cold.
ready to. Oh, dude. I gotta
Brett.
put my hood up.
Brett, you're hot. Your mic's
Yes.
hot.
Oh, good. It's cold. It's cold. That cloud is thick. It is. I don't need sunglasses anymore.
Well, there is a runner coming towards you in gloves, so we believe you with it being cold.
Well, I don't know about that, but no, you're right there. There's
I don't know if it's that cold.
it's chilly, but Rod's looking hot. Oh,
Rod's having a good
sorry
time.
for all the AirPod people right there. He just champagned me with Coca-Cola.
Nice.
Nice. Those
Shook
are
the bottle and sprayed.
Here for a good, not a long
Got
time. Love it.
Dan Green coming in.
Dan Green.
So we're awaiting Heather Jackson momentarily.
Yeah, she's on her way to you. She's on that kind of like she's on the little climb before she descends to you, if you know what I'm talking about. It's that kind of like weird where am I in the world
Yes.
climb, and then she's gonna descend
Yep.
to you. She's got this short,
And-
fast stride going on right now.
She's a very quick cadence, and we're 6 minutes ahead of 2023 Heather Jackson, I believe.
Yes, we are. We saw her
At the
come
current
through
moment.
Black Canyon City at around 4:52 on the clock last year. So coming in fast and hot. Potentially, I mean, based on
Wow.
where she is from where you are, my guess is that we're going to be very, very close to the split that she came through at last year. And remember, her and Keely then Keely bridged back to her in the kind of the remaining 20 miles of the race, and they battled it out to have Keely ultimately come out on top and nab that course record. But Heather's currently just
did I
time trialing
see-
at the front.
No, different blue shirt. Heather Jackson has an incredible YouTube channel, and she posted a video before the race just kind of talking about the final preparations. And one thing that she did that was a little different was she actually did some like true long runs this time, which was like one of the first times she's done that in a training block, figuring out how to manage the descending. And she's doing that via more running. And we might be seeing that work paying off right now. I mean, Heather Jackson pre-training long runs is already pretty good. And being able to add like what some would say like somewhat low-hanging fruit to the training to seek
Yeah.
massive improvements, that's pretty cool.
She's pared back her bike racing, her gravel racing schedule a little bit this year. She's not doing the full Lifetime Grand Prix series this year. She'll still do a number of gravel races because that gal can't stay off the gravel bike either. But you're right. Last year she was doing kind of some non-traditional training where she was still utilizing Ironman kind of previous workouts of running off the bike more for some of those long efforts. And It does really feel like she's actually putting in some of those longer miles in prep for this and ultimately Western States in June.
Yep, absolutely, and you know, logging some more serious vert on foot as well. Like, definitely still incorporating a lot of cycling into her training, and then was able to split, you know, her training time between Bend, Oregon, and Tucson over here, and able to get a decent amount of time, you know, on these trails.
Your one of your coach here is just about falling to that cactus over there, Brett. Tell him to be careful.
Yeah, it's dangerous off the trail out here. I'm standing in like some like weird like duty grave over here, so I'm not moving at all.
Yeah, you don't move anywhere, Brett. You keep those toes and ankles safe.
Preston Cates just fist bumped me. That was Preston and Jeff Stern.
It looked like he went to go poke your belly, is what it looked like from this angle.
No, his knuckles touched my knuckles.
Okay. Yeah, Heather's kind of, she's working her way up that winding climb before she descends to you. So I think we're going to be basically right on those splits. She's still got a little ways to go before she actually hits that little descent into the aid station. But she's, that short, fast cadence and is just cruising up this kind of, long douche grade style climb right now.
You think there's a scenario where prior to this cloud covering the sun, like if you had just totally doused yourself in water, could you get to the point where you actually start getting cold to the point where it's detriment to your performance right now? Because it's like cold and windy now.
We were told on the women's elite panel yesterday that if you're cold, you should just run faster. So I think that's your only option, Brett.
Fair advice. Well, we got a lull in the action.
Only in front of you, Brett, because we have Heather Jackson hard charging here on this climb. 4 hours, 51 minutes into the 100K here at Black Canyon Ultras, presented by HOKA. And this is going to be very telling if she's out of water the same way that we saw a lot of those first men out of water. It'll
yes,
sort of like inform us whether or not the cloud cover is a benefit here. But again, from here you still have another 8 miles till the next aid station, so don't want to take the current shade for granted, then all of a sudden have that cloud move and it's blazing hot again.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about some of the guys that are on one of the big climbs right now. Getting the shade is probably feeling very pleasant.
Yeah, meanwhile here on the screen we've got Deep Canyon Ranch, where we should have probably about our 12th to 13th place women coming through, as well as some of our mid-pack men. And hey, if you're tracking some of those individuals, you're going to be able to do that throughout the night. So this isn't just going to be us here in the studio covering the elites and then taking off. Nope, we've got commentators coming through and bringing you the action all the way until the final cutoff tomorrow at 6 a.m. So make sure you stay tapped in, find your favorite runners or soon-to-be favorite stories to follow, and plug along. Join us here on the Mountain Outpost channel. And yes, we just heard from the other side of the studio that Heather Jackson's still nimble.
Yeah, she said that she's been working on her downhilling, and we said we'd keep an eye on what it looked like during the live broadcast to see if that's paying off. And she's moving well right now on the downhill, headed your way, Brett, looking like she's just kind of flowing with this very rolly bit of terrain.
All right, and yeah, one thing I know for sure is that Heather's not going to spend much time at this aid station.
Yeah, no, she'll turn and burn in there for sure, get what she needs and get right back out. I think we timed her, I would say, rather, at Deep Canyon Ranch. It's probably about a little bit of a longer aid station stop to really get what she needed from her crew, maybe about 90 seconds or so in there, but then got right back out and charged out of that field. So I do think that she's trying to create a little bit of distance between her and the chasing Rachel Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. And 90 seconds, at a crew stop when you're not going to see them for 20 more miles. That's pretty quick, actually. Oh, no. Thought it was Heather. Jumped the gun. Sorry. So we're right on Heather Jackson's split from last year right now.
We're over it actually, so she's going to be a little bit
Over
slower
it,
into
yeah.
this aid station. Yeah, she's
Right at Keeley's.
Yeah,
Right at Keeley's split. Okay.
Yeah, so Keely was behind her at this point. We had actually, I think Eden Nilsson was up there with Heather Jackson pushing the pace at this point last year before Keely started working her way back up to the lead position. So
Okay.
you know, we're still kind of on that, like, if she doesn't, if no one bridges to her and we don't get a two women race to the finish line, my guess is that we're going to be probably just shy of the time that Heather and Keely ran here last year, because the two of them pushing and Ida pushing early on too definitely helped increase the overall race pace last year.
Yeah, we've only ever had
Yeah,
7 women
absolutely.
sub 5 at this aid station. So, so she's she's tracking normally. We're not. This isn't.
No.
going
She's just not.
bad by any
She's not
stretch.
slowing down by any means. It's just we're looking at what we can compare it to from last year, and just a little bit slower than the splits through here last year.
So while we await Heather Jackson here at the Black Canyon City aid station, we got some folks fording the mud pit. Gotta love that. Yeah, not dry out there, and it's not just on the trail itself. That was chunky. Let's talk about the men's race, as they are currently in between Black Canyon City and Cottonwood Gulch, which is the next aid station, 8 miles down the road. We had Hayden Hawks, Hans Troyer, and Jupiter in first, second, and third. Then I believe we had Chris Myers coming out in fourth from Black Canyon City.
Yeah, and he was charging.
Yeah, he only left a couple minutes back of that first 3. So definitely still very tight up front. A little bit more spread out on the women's side. We have Heather Jackson on the screen. She left the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station, the 50K mark, with about a 3-minute lead on Rachel Drake. And then there was movement that I'm completely spacing on at the moment. Marcy had come in third place. She ended up leaving in 6th. We had...
She didn't leave in 6th, but Becca Wendell had moved up and left basically with her. So essentially it was Heather Jackson. 3 minutes later, Rachel Drake. In 3rd, we had Lauren Peretz. And then 4th and 5th together were basically Becca Wendell and Marcy Klimek.
There it was. Thank you. Excel failed me. So that's our top 5 women. Again, also fairly dense at the front end, even with Heather Jackson seemingly on her own out in front. It really is just a function of about half a mile until Rachel Drake and the rest of what we're calling the cleanup crew coming in there. And Heather Jackson already in the Western States, so from a golden ticket perspective, is safe there. So you see 2nd, 3rd, and 4th up for grabs at the moment. And Black Canyon special this year because 3 tickets available, and they can roll down as far as 6th. For all the other races, it's 2 tickets available, and they can roll down as far as 5th place.
Yeah, and right now the men that have tickets into Western States already, again, John Ray, Cole Watson, and Ryan Montgomery are not in one of those top 3 positions. So right now the top 3 men are all fighting for golden tickets. Heather Jackson, again, the only woman in the field who already has a golden ticket or a spot into Western States. And so we're looking at those next 3 women then who are in a battle to try to get that golden ticket punched to be at the big dance in June. And from Leah in the field, it looks like it started to sprinkle at the Table Mesa aid station. So we got some clouds out there.
Because why not? I will say, obviously, mud is not enjoyable, and the the river crossings are going to be what they are. But wet cattle guard crossings are a little bit of a new thing that most people probably haven't practiced. So if it does start to come down somewhere on course, that will be just another degree of difficulty added to what are already going to be some pretty busted up ankles for these runners on course.
Yeah, people will be getting some speed wobbles. Oh, I felt a raindrop. It hit me right in the foot.
Right in the foot?
Are you open-toed shoeing it right
seriously, just one. No, I felt it. It was so big. It like vibrated the top of my speed goat. It was just one though. I mean, I'd take one big raindrop over a million little ones.
Are you?
That's a would you rather strategy.
Yeah, this feels like the would you rather fight one large duck or 1,000 little ducks situation.
Brett's choosing the one large duck. Yeah, so the view on your screen right now is of Brett Hornig out at the Black Canyon City Aid Station, which is normally the big crew checkpoint. It is not the big crew checkpoint this year. It's about 37 miles into the race. We are waiting for women's race leader Heather Jackson to come through there. And then on the men's side, they are working their way towards that next aid station. And it's a trio of Hayden Hawks, the smiling 23-year-old Hans Troyer, and our new fan favorite out of Mexico, Jupiter, just putting on a show trying to get a golden ticket right now.
Yeah, and we would expect those top three men to come to the next aid station on course, Cottonwood Gulch, and we just eclipsed 5 hours of race time, so we would expect them somewhere in the next anywhere between 17 and 25 minutes.
Yeah, and those of you looking for a specific runner or current updated splits, they're coming in kind of sporadically. And the live tracking link, as Leah mentioned, is pinned to the top of this chat. So you can always take a gander over there as well. I do think they're working pretty well from Black Canyon City, where Brett is currently located.
I think the cloud's moving south. It's not above me anymore.
Well, that's great because then that
Might
cloud
luck
is just
out
gonna
after all
track
here, guys.
along the trail the whole way. Just
it's headed your way.
Yes, because we're along the trail. I stand by what I said.
Yeah, south along 17.
You're south. Yeah, that's basically what I said.
Yeah, we've done public math. We've failed at public reading today, but public directions, Brett, I think you're pretty spot on.
We are killing the compass.
Well, the only reason I know you guys are south is because I had to give some hikers directions.
Risky business asking you.
I know. I don't know what they were thinking.
You've got press credentials. You look very official.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Except no one knows I'm not actually from here. Yes, my camera crew member is busting out an extra umbrella just in case of emergency. The one saguaro next to us is not providing much coverage. But so far, we're lucking out.
Yeah, no shade and no rain protection in the desert, it turns out.
Correct. Yeah, please.
Here comes Heather Jackson.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Heather should be right behind
Don't down
that
a
guy.
camera. Yeah, from personal experience.
Yeah.
Okay, 5:02 on the clock right now. About that's what,
Okay,
10 minutes
so-
though we think off from last year's
10
split
minutes off
through
from
here.
last year.
All right. I'm just gonna take a good look to read the vibes. Nice work, Heather.
That was like the
She's
most
working
low
hard.
key nice work Brett ever. That was basically a golf
I don't know
clap.
why. She knows like I'm not the one. I'm not running. I don't need a good job. Save your energy. She looked like in good spirits, but definitely running with a little bit less power than we saw at the previous aid station. And I hear she's already making her way back. So that was like literally just tag in, tag out. Working hard. Yep.
Yeah, so that was about 52 minutes from
Deep Canyon Ranch to
here. Just 5 miles.
What was the gap between Heather and second place at
3
Deep Canyon
minutes.
Ranch?
3 minutes. Looking for Rachel Drake.
Okay,
to be coming in
so Rachel could very well then see Heather on this out and back section.
Yes, for
Correct.
sure. And then actually
Okay.
we've had kind of Lauren Peretz is moving up into third, and then Marcy's looking good, but her and Becca Wendell basically left the last aid station together. And we do, I think, have visual of Rachel maybe headed towards the aid station there for a second. Yeah, we just saw Rachel's butt run out of screen there. She is headed towards you with a very tall, lanky Liam, her Nike teammate. So she should be to you in just a minute or two.
We've got a classic hunted type scenario right now.
Oh,
That's a strong limp right there. I hope he's all right.
yeah, I believe that's Dion Somerseth with a strong limp past Brett there. Someone in the live chat did say that they puked right in that location you're standing in 2020 before they dropped out.
A lot of stuff might have happened in this location I'm standing in.
And then I
touch that one.
accidentally I was like, I bet Tyler Green's jumping with Rachel for the final 10. No, Keely Henninger will be jumping in with Rachel Drake for the final 10 miles. So last year's champ will be pacing Rachel Drake towards the finish line.
MBD.
That's pretty cool. I think I just heard AJW yell just out on the trail. I can't see him, but I could hear him.
You can always hear AJW.
So he will probably cross this camera feed in a couple minutes.
We'll handcuff the mic to your wrist so he doesn't take it from you. As we're 5 hours, 5 minutes into the Black Canyon Ultras, presented by HOKA.
This hand is frozen to the mic now, so it's not going anywhere.
I feel that. Yeah, it is currently 52 degrees at the finish line. So probably a little bit, just a tad bit cooler where you are, plus in the shade, and your one big raindrop on your shoe.
There
Could
it
have
is.
been bird poop, but hey.
It's fun.
AJW. Did he just say it's snowing?
No, he said this is fun, not this is snowing.
Okay, I was like, it's not snowing.
Yeah, I'm chilly. I see Rachel.
Okay, sweet. So we're probably
Rachel's coming
looking
in.
at 3 minutes even between the two of
3
them.
minutes.
So doing their best.
Yeah, probably similar
between
gap.
two Saguaros
Does Rachel have a
impression.
pacer?
Yep, Liam. Tall, lanky man. Liam should be
Oh,
pacing
Liam
her.
Myro.
Yep.
Yep. All right, here's Rachel Drake coming into the Black Canyon City aid station.
Did she give you a smile?
Rachel smiled. I couldn't hear her breathing. I was able to hear Heather when Heather went by. But, people breathe differently. Oh, we have another lady coming in. Who did you say was in third?
Lauren Peretz.
Peretz.
Yep.
This is Becca Wendell.
Oh, Becca is charging. Holy cow. So Becca left
Becca is
last aid
right
station in
behind
fourth,
Rachel.
and she is absolutely flying. Becca Wendell, Liam.
The gap's probably 10 seconds. Rachel's on her way out.
And Becca Wendell is absolutely charging. Leah Yingling is going to
crazy.
lose her mind in the live chat here in just a second over that move by Becca Wendell.
So I think Rachel is definitely, aiming for the lead, hunting, because she just sent her pacer to the front. Like, you're setting this tempo, and I will try and chase you.
I mean, you got somebody tall like that, make them break the wind. That's just physics.
Yeah. Yep, you're absolutely right. Woo!
Yeah, Becca Wendell.
Becca was
flying.
going faster on the way out. Oh, this is going to be cool. This is going to be like last year. We're going
It's
to just
gonna
have
be
these
just like
late
last
battles into the 50s.
So our
Yeah,
top,
everyone is so excited in the chat for the
Yeah.
current women's battle that's about.
This
to
is so
ensue.
cool.
our top three women separated
Yeah,
by
that was-
5
this was
minutes
awesome.
total at the Black Canyon City aid station, 37.5 miles in. Heather Jackson in first, Rachel Drake in second. And just out of
they're
nowhere,
both
Becca
they're
Wendell in
both
third.
like solidly in golden ticket position because remember Heather Jackson does not need a ticket.
Correct.
So Rachel Drake and Becca Wendell, yeah, they're going to battle for that win, but they are also solidly in golden ticket position. And remember, there are 3 tickets going to the men and 3 tickets going to the women's field. So we've got a number of golden tickets to hand out, and we actually just saw Craig Thornley himself walk by here not that long ago. He gave us a smile and a wave as he disappeared.
We got
probably into
another
some
lady
sunshine.
coming in.
This might be Lauren or Marcy. Those are your two options.
Yeah, I'm seeing if it was 2 runners or 1 and a pacer. Yeah, 1 and a pacer. I think this is Lauren. Yeah, Lauren and pacer coming through. Also
Tight.
running really strong.
We've got a tight battle behind Heather right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they all got to see each other on that out and back.
Of all the people, though, to like chase down, Heather is one of the people that I would want to chase down the least. She's always done such a good job of running from the front and, being one of the best at essentially, like running scared and not letting people catch her.
Yeah, no,
It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, like will she get the wire to wire win, or what's going to happen behind her?
Yeah, and like she knows the gap now.
Yeah, and if that gap closes though, like if Becca can latch on and or push Rachel, like those 2 or 3 women working together all of a sudden will move like that momentum will move them up towards Heather as well.
And we've got Marcy Klimek coming in.
Covered in mud.
And Reed Burrows right behind her. Yep, Marcy was working hard, but seemed still like pretty together. This is like we're getting into relatively new territory for someone like Marcy.
I think she also charged kind of hard early. Well, not hard for her early, Brett, because she's a 2:30 marathoner. So those paces I'm sure felt pretty pedestrian early on. But you're right. She's run 100K.
It's so hard to learn.
It's I mean, we've watched Heather have to learn it kind of a couple times in a row at the 3 ultras she has to her name as well. And so it takes a little bit of, someone asked actually at the women's panel, when do you know like how much to push versus how much you have in the tank? And all the women said, at the finish line, and then you get to try again the next race.
Yeah, it is so difficult to differentiate between the different levels of easy when you're out there the first, 20 miles of 100K, because even if you're going too hard, it still doesn't feel that hard. You just figure that out a little bit further on down the trail. And those are the things that, I think every great runner in this field, you kind of have to experience that. You have to that's the only way to figure that out.
Heather thought that was another runner coming up behind her that wanted to go by on this little downhill while she takes in some fuel, and found out that it was a camera in her face instead. So she decided that she can keep on trucking. But this was the part of the course last year where I think on the downhills, Keeley would close back to Heather. And that is something that Heather has worked really hard on in this last year, is to get better at running these rollers, to get better at running the rockier downhills, because that's not a place that she's inherently comfortable. And she's learning in real time, and said that she was going to put some practice in this weekend as well. Again,
so Marcy's on the way out. Kat Drew's on the way in.
Awesome. Okay, so Sarah Beal is continuing to slip back a little bit, is what's happening in our women's kind of top 5 or 6. Is that is the one name that is coming backwards a little bit in that group.
Yep. Yeah, Marcy spent a little bit more time at the aid station than some of the other women, but probably not a bad thing, for someone who hasn't been in a race, this competitive and this rushed and this distracting. If you can take that extra minute at the aid station, like make sure all the boxes are checked. That's going to pay dividends later. All right, Kat Drew's on the exit out of Black Canyon City, making their way to the river crossing.
And it looks like she's solo. So honestly, if she can find a way to bridge back towards, Lauren or Marcy, having that person to push with will definitely help those women out.
We got Pat Werhane making his way into Black Canyon City. He was making a joke about keeping the cameras rolling. Little did he know that we're live.
Brett Hornings, man. Gotta say hi to my wife, Jess, my kids, Bodie, Ella, and Jack. Love ya.
That's Pat Werhane, everyone.
Does Pat know
The
he's going to
ghost.
see you in like 90 seconds? Does he know it's an out and back?
Yeah, this is going to be awkward. This is going to be awkward. Unless that was that an? I hope that wasn't an exit speech.
Yeah, was that a dropout moment? I don't think so. I think you're going to see him in 2
jog
minutes.
into the aid station. You can't jog in and then drop.
Yeah, you're right. He was like just walking up and then jogged it in. Yeah. No, he's definitely going to keep going.
Well, like Harvey Birdman, you are his son, and your handshake gave him the energy he needed to return to a trot. So thank you.
And I just realized the sun came out and my hand thawed out enough to leave the mic for that handshake. We got another lady coming in. Lady that was like orange top. Jenna Bensko? Is that right?
Bensko, yeah, Jenna B.
Yeah. Jenna B.
Not to be confused with Genevieve, but yeah, Jenna B is it sounded like from Katie Asmuth that she looked really good at that last aid station at Deep Canyon Ranch, but she is also moving up. Her and Kat Drew, I think, are both moving up, and we've got some kind of like deterioration in that kind of pack, the back part of the pack of the women's field from that kind of 8, 9, and 10 position. Because I do believe Riley Brady and Sarah Beal are the two names that were kind of up in that 6 and 7 spot that we have not seen yet. And so that is who you're looking for to come through next is Sarah Beal if she's still moving out there, and Riley Brady if they're still moving out there.
Yeah, I think got a couple people just popped over the hill. We'll see if I can ID them in a couple seconds.
And we're still talking about 12 minutes since Heather Jackson left. So where are we at? 7, 8 deep on the women's side?
It's still a really tight race.
Okay, we got another lady coming in. Anna McKenzie with pacer Mile Bachman.
McKenna.
McKenna. Miles
McKenna.
yelling at me, but I appreciate it.
In an Australian accent. Yeah, Jenna B.
Yes.
Yeah, Anna McKenna, her and CEO came up just short on a couple golden tickets last year, and they just keep showing up looking to punch that ticket in.
Okay. Jenna B looked very good coming out of this aid station. They just took off.
Yeah, floating, Didn't look like the quads were hurting, as we've seen, I think, with some of the athletes coming in and out of that aid station. She looks like she's moving really well. And again, this is where some of those moves have been made. I suffered mightily in 2020 in this next section of trail, was not having a great day. And I remember leaving just ahead of this one gal, and the spread
someone
between
just
the two of us at the
biffed
finish
it.
was insane.
Someone just biffed it on the way into Black Canyon City. I will let you know who that was.
You want to make sure they're okay when they get to you?
Yeah, somebody who's following these Arizona trails.
They're running hard.
Okay.
I believe that's Tara Dower.
Oh,
shocker.
Tara doesn't want to be known for being the cactus girl anymore, and this is not helping.
Hey, Tara. Yeah, she got fresh elbow blood.
Anna McKinney.
Yeah, there's Miles like McKenna. I don't even remember what I said anymore at this point. That's okay.
Mackenzie, but we'll go with McKenna.
Oh, I said Mackenzie. Okay.
So while we're talking about
We'll go with McKenna. Thank you, Chris.
while we're talking about how tight both of these races are on the men's and women's side, aid station fireball stat incoming.
Love it.
Apparently, according to Liam, 24 minutes is the furthest a runner has been back through Black Canyon City and still finished on the podium.
Okay.
That was Nick Curry, and back in 2021, Chris Mocco was 25 minutes back on the rerouted year in 2019 and still finished on the podium.
Yeah, we got about a 14-minute spread right now between Heather Jackson and the women coming through the aid station presently.
Brett Hordick.
Yep, it's awkward. He didn't realize he was going to pass me again.
Tara Dower back out.
Track. See,
Thank you.
These two guys, track runners, because I yelled track and they jumped to both sides of the trail.
I love that.
And Tara got to split straight through. Tara's working hard.
Yeah, and I don't think Tara necessarily was from talking to folks, she's got a pretty big summer already planned. She's always here to race. She likes to race competitive fields, but I don't know that the golden ticket after getting pulled in Hard Rock is as much of a priority as it was back at Javelina in October. In October, that golden ticket was a priority.
Right.
And I think after being drawn and getting into Hard Rock, the golden ticket isn't necessarily the end-all be-all of this weekend for her, because remember, there's only 13 days between those two. A
Here
double
comes
that
Riley Brady.
Tara Dower could definitely pull off.
Oh, yeah.
Riley Brady just came through.
On their way into the aid station.
Actually, running really well.
In full tights.
Full tights was a bold move. Jim Walmsley did full tights once and it worked, so. Yeah, going back to Tara Dower, while she did fall over there and appeared to be working really hard. She was actually still running really well, like in terms of just the pace on this section of trails. So, I mean, I'm definitely not counting her out yet, because, you know, there's nothing wrong with working hard at this point. Like, some people are able to like floor it from here to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're still talking about, so for Terra splits coming through would put her at about 9:25 to 9:27 total time on this course, which is very respectable. I mean, that's going to be that would be one of the top 20 times all time, and she's currently sitting outside the top 10 today. So we're seeing a complete reshuffling, potential complete reshuffling of the all-time lists for the Black Canyon Ultras here on the women. For the Black Canyon Ultras here on the women's side.
How many minutes back is like Riley Brady from Heather Jackson at Black Canyon City?
This would be approximately 18 minutes.
Okay, so going back to Aid Station Fireball's like 25-ish minute to reach the podium gap, like we're still within that range. We're not like resetting statistics at this point.
No, I think it's wholly possible, because we've talked about it time and time again, but it's worth revisiting at this juncture that much of the major climbing is still to come after you leave Black Canyon City, and the most technical, chunky sections of the trail are still forthcoming. So you have those two components on top of potentially blasting your legs with the net downhill nature of the first 37 miles to get to this point at Black Canyon City, and layered on top of that are the tactical components. Do you make a push and try to break somebody? Have you been on top of your nutrition the whole time? Like all the other components that add in. Are you running with a group of people, and the mental games that can play, or the strength that it can bring? So many variables forthcoming that can really allow some people to continue to jump up, allow some people to potentially crack under the pressure and fall back.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, one of my old running buddies used to always say, he's like, this is ultra marathons. Your next mile could very well take 4 hours. You don't know.
True. Very true.
Good.
Doing that math while you're out there in real time is always really depressing, where you're like, okay, I only have to go 8 miles.
Oh, gosh.
Is that 70 minutes? Is that 2 hours? Is that 4 hours? It really depends on the race. Hopefully, most of these athletes are
Should I have picked up my headlamp?
Oh, and honestly, with the 2.5 hour delay today, there are people in this field who weren't planning to finish with the headlamp, who all of a sudden needed to plug them into chargers at 5 a.m. this morning when word went out that we were delaying the start of the race. So it's definitely an accidental factor here for a large part of the field who might have been able to squeak in before sunset until we had to push things back this morning.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
On the screen, we have Heather Jackson making her way between Black Canyon City and Cottonwood Gulch. That's about 8 miles down the road from Black Canyon City. As she's traversing that, currently sitting in first place for the women, we should be expecting...
Genevieve just came through.
Shocker. Genevieve. Also moving up pretty well.
Yeah, Genevieve is moving up, I guess. So Sarah Beal and Arden Young are two athletes that we haven't seen yet come through Black Canyon City. And they were athletes that were looking good kind of in that back part of the top 10 as well at Deep Canyon Ranch. So I believe they will be the next two women that we hopefully see there. I know Arden looked happy and left with the pacer, Elsie McDonald, actually, from Deep Canyon Ranch. So I imagine that will be one of the next people that you see, Brett, on the women's side of things. And then actually Corinne Shalvoy will be making her way to you as well.
Jen is fresh, guys. She's got the least amount of mud on her and had the most just like energetic spunk. I mean, she alluded to that yesterday at the elite panel, but it's carried all the way through to Black Canyon City.
Good.
Yeah.
More than halfway in the race.
Yeah, if you have good energy, and that's the thing, is that you can tell a lot by people's energy, and we noticed that when the lead men came through there too, Brett, where you had Hayden definitely in that kind of like get moving into try hard mode, and you had the young Hans Troyer just all blissful, naive smiles. you had
I'm running with Hayden Hawks.
exactly like running with his idol. He got to sit next to Hayden yesterday at the panel. Highlights of a weekend made well, and then Jupiter like also moving really well, didn't seem too flustered or frazzled, and then Chris Meyer though really pushing and forth behind them, and you can tell a lot not just from body language but it's that little moment of interaction they have with you out on the trail. And so having you and Leah and Katie in the field today has been really, really cool, because it does give us that little taste of how people are actually feeling and what that looks like beyond the splits.
Yeah, it's been super fun. Do we have like an ETA for some of those lead men through the next aid station or potential Table Mesa? Just keep an eye on the clock for myself.
Betcha, yes. So actually, any moment, we should be expecting our lead men to come into Cottonwood Gulch somewhere, honestly, between the next 2 to 5 minutes. And then Table Mesa, which is another 4.5 miles down the road, and that Crewable aid station, we would expect them to be there in approximately, let's go ahead and say 40-ish minutes. So
okay,
updates forthcoming for our lead men, hopefully.
Gotcha. 'Cause
Okay, cool.
Brett, you come to us after this, right?
Yeah, I was just making sure that I have enough time to yeah, I would love to be able to set this up maybe a couple 100 meters from the finish for you guys.
Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, no, we'll probably let you leave that location in just a little bit, but I think we've got a couple more women that we'll see come through there before we let you bust out of there. I will say though, we got word in the chat that the Shalvoy family had to pick up flashlights from a gas station this morning once they heard that the race was delayed because Corinne wasn't planning to finish with a headlamp, and it turns out, you might need that for the last couple miles. So the Shalvoys picked up some flashlights.
Could be right on the bubble for sure.
Yeah.
Seeing. Yeah, so I was looking at the tracker. We should be seeing Sarah Beal and or Arden Young next. Lucy Haynes after that, and then Corinne Chavoy.
And we do have eyes on the ground. Should be camera forthcoming, but the lead men are in range of Cottonwood Gulch. So as soon as we get a steady visual on them, we will let that populate your screens.
Do we have actual?
Yeah, we got someone
visual?
coming in.
Okay.
Right now, Lucy Haynes.
Nice.
Is
Lucy's
actually the
moving
next lady to come through Black Canyon City. Yep. So has overtaken Sarah Beal and Arden Young.
Hailing from one of the coolest cities, Eagle, Colorado. Eagle!
I was going to say I'm not familiar, but now I feel familiarized. Thank you, Skylar.
That's what I'm here for.
Keeping us on our toes. Yeah, so, and the men that we expect to come through there again is that we have this dynamic trio again, Hayden Hawks, who I think everyone is kind of expecting to be at the very front of this race, followed by young upstart Hans Troyer, who just won and ran the fastest time ever at the Bandera 100K just about a month ago, followed by a name that is new to many of us stateside, so to speak, though he was, I think, 40th at World Mountain Running Trail Champs in the 80K this year. Jupiter Carrera Casas in third position, but then Chris Meyer, we saw him with his pacer Gus Gibbs, and the two of them were charging. So I feel like Chris is definitely on the hunt. John Ray looked like he was working through some stuff with a fast Gabriel Klein and Stephen Kirsch, looking to make moves up the food chain a bit higher.
We've got a cameraman. We've got a lot of camera gear here. Drones. This is one of our drone pilots, giving you those beautiful shots.
Indeed. And if you've been enjoying those shots, all of these shots at home, make sure you hit that subscribe button below so you can keep up to date on any of the live stream feeds that will be flipping throughout the day and throughout the night and tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and we'll see what we can do to
this is an action-packed weekend.
Pull up imagery from the men coming through Cottonwood Gulch. What's Anthony Costales' split from last year through there? Do we have a Tom Evans or Anthony Costales split from that aid station?
Not a clean one. No, I'd have to. If I got
you have
internet.
to do math.
Yeah.
Strava math.
I have to do Strava math.
Strava predictive math.
And I need to be able to connect to the internet, which has not been a thing I've been able to do for 2 hours. So.
Lovely. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I know Hayden thinks that this course that they could take 25 minutes potentially off of the course record, which would be a stout accomplishment today. I think he's kind of let Hans set the pace for much of the morning, although he's been right there the whole time. So I don't think that they're running fast, but I don't think they're pushing too hard. I do think earlier on, maybe Brett, it was at your split mark, they were a couple minutes behind the men's split from Black Canyon City from last year. So I don't think we're in a course record watch at this point on the men's side.
Yeah. And last year, from Black Canyon City to the finish, I think Anthony Costales ran like 10 or 15 minutes faster than anyone else had done it prior. I think Tom Evans then had the number 2 all-time split. So to knock 20 minutes off the course would then to mean to go, that many minutes faster than someone had already knocked off of that. So not impossible, but we're getting into unlikely territory.
Yeah, we would need to see some faster splits, I think, from the early miles of the race. And based on how much mud has been on all the men and women coming through there, I don't think it was set up to be the fastest front 20 miles of the race course we've ever seen. So I imagine that, the temperatures, I think, have been pretty darn ideal for fast running. I think the mud early on was not.
Arden Young just passed through on the way into Black Canyon City.
Yeah, clutch pacer Elsa McDonald there with her as well.
I will say,
he's a champion of this race, right?
Sure
Correct.
is.
Course record holder until last year.
Yes.
But for the gap between Table Mesa and Doe Spring, so 51 miles and 58 and a half, we'll say, only one person on the men's side has run under an hour, and that was Sage Canaday. He ran 48 minutes, 48 and a half minutes between those two aid stations when he set the original course record back in 2016. Every other male who's basically placed in the top 20 over the past couple of years has been over an hour. So if somebody's going to make up time, say Hayden or Hans or anybody who wants to try to actually blitz that course record, they could theoretically move between Table Mesa and Doe Spring.
Rachel, we're on screen. Hi, I'm wearing several jackets. So in the chat, Rachel Ray said that from John's splits, and again, that's not Rachel Ray, the chef. That's John Ray's Rachel Ray. That Anthony and Tom splits from Cottonwood Gulch from last year. John has them written down as 5:24 and 5:28.
That would have been my approximate guess. It's usually about 50 minutes from Cottonwood Gulch to
5
Table
or 6
Mesa.
minutes behind that right now. So that's what we're waiting. That's what we're waiting on right now while you're treated to us in studio, staying warm-ish in our shady, windy
Not even.
setup.
It is windy. You see this tree over here next to me? That thing fell. We had to put no less than a dozen rocks in it to keep it there. So the wind is affecting us here in the studio, and it is affecting the folks on course. It is not 32 degrees, as it currently says on the screen. At the finish line, it's 52 degrees with a slight breeze, 5 to 10 miles per hour, and a little bit cooler than that over where Brett is at Black Canyon City.
You wouldn't know that by the Expedition parka that I'm wearing in the booth, but
we're in the shade.
I wish I had an Expedition parka.
Brett, we could have collaborated. I'm so sorry. I have several down jackets with me. I come prepared.
It's 3 kids in a coat.
Several down jackets.
But I heard it might snow here. Last year I came here with a pair of tights, and it was a horrible idea. But yeah, so we're on a Cottonwood Gulch watch right now for the lead men. And again, we're about 6 or 7 minutes back from Anthony Costales and Tom Evans splits through that aid station last year. Again, that's where Anthony made that big surge and ultimately kept away from Tom Evans and Janusz Kowalczyk and Cole Watson at the end of last year's event. So we're watching for the men to come through there. Do not have splits from them yet, but again, it's going to be that trio of Hayden Hawks, Hans Troyer, and Jupiter Carrera. unless
So we
someone
just had
shook something
Corinne
up.
Chavoy leave the aid station. Still no sight of Sarah Beal. That's kind of the last one we're looking for.
Yeah, Sarah Beal I think is the last one that we had kind of on our list, and I'm hoping Sarah's still moving on course and hasn't had to exit the race somewhere. She's not been someone that we've been notified as of dropping. It does sound that Rachel Tomazik has now been listed as a drop, which is a bummer because I was really looking forward to seeing Rachel kind of step up to this distance because I do think that she's incredibly talented. I do think she's got a token into Leadville this year though, so I don't know. I think she's already got a 100-mile on her game plan in the future. So I don't know if this was a golden ticket hunt for Western States or if it was a building experience leading into Leadville in August of 2024. But either way, it sounds like Rachel Tomazik has now been listed as a drop on the live tracking. But yeah, we are keeping our eyes on that trio again. Hayden Hawks, Hans Troyer, Jupiter Carrera leading the men's race with a hard charging Chris Myers behind them. And then the women's side, Heather Jackson. All the women got to see each other coming in and out of Black Canyon City, led by Heather Jackson, who was keeping her head down, running hard. Rachel Drake in second, but Becca Wendell was only 20 seconds down from Rachel, having made a big move in the 5 miles between Deep Canyon Ranch and Black Canyon City. They are followed pretty closely by Lauren Peretz and Marcy Klimick. So really, really tight racing in the quartet behind the hard-charging Heather Jackson at the front of the women's race. So things are heating up, so to speak.
So dense.
While cooling down.
It's
while cooling down.
so dense.
Cooling down. Oh, man. I need more coffee.
Can't feel my feet.
Down over here in Black Canyon City.
We're cooling down.
Have there been what other notable drops from our elite field has there been today?
Oh, JP Giblin and Adam Mary on the men's side. Rachel Tomazik, MK Sullivan,
Cat Short, Allison Baca, and
Baca.
Natalie. Blanking on her last name at the moment.
Does it start with an S?
Sandoval?
Did she drop?
That's word on the street.
Okay.
That I believe Leah had sent in.
I trust Leah.
So
in Leah we trust.
Sarah's coming in right now.
You got eyes on Sarah. Yeah, MK with an ankle roll.
On the way to Black Canyon City right
and
now.
Nothing has happened to Hayden. Hayden is still in the race. I don't know. Don't spread gossip in the chat team. Yeah, Hayden, Hans, and Jupiter at the front of the men's race. And we did get to see Genevieve recently. Genevieve was probably, Brett, would you agree, the spunkiest, happiest looking woman in the top 10,
for
15
sure.
group?
Like, almost guaranteed is going to move up places between now and the finish.
Yeah. We've got banners being hammered in all around us out here. I don't know if you guys can hear that on the live stream. It's like a little...
I thought that was an aggressive cowbell.
It is a very aggressive cowbell for this early, quote unquote, in the race. But no, it's just we're hammering in banners. Things are looking good around here.
We're going to keep it going for the next 2 hours until the first men get here. I will say I'm super excited for the cattle guard to come into play again. I want to have the very first edition we did of this back in 2021.
It is hilariously close to the finish line.
We did have a kick down situation where it was first through the guard, it's first across the line. I think it was for 6th and 7th place on the men's side. So, given how tight this race currently is, it could come into play again.
I don't know. I think if you can steeple it at mile 61.9, you're a sick, twisted individual.
I was hoping Rachel could do it. She's like a former. Yeah. She was like 3rd at NCAAs and like 5th at USA's in the steeplechase in 2014, 2015, something like that. So, steeplers typically do well at trails.
It looks like we've got Hayden, a head split from Hayden through Cottonwood Gulch coming in from folks on the ground. Let's see if he's been able to open up a gap over Hans Troyer and Jupiter Carrera on their way in. Again, in the men's race right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, none of them have golden tickets. We are in a mad race for the golden tickets on the men's side. John Ray was the only guy in that mix who was potentially looking for it. I know there's a glitch in the
Yeah.
system right now. We've just missed 10 men because right now we've got a split from Hayden Hawks coming through at 5:28 elapsed, which was 10 minutes ago, and then Yupe Quinn coming through in 5:37 elapsed, which could be our spread between a number of men, right? Because Yupe Quinn at Black Canyon City was what, probably in 9th or 10th, Brett?
Yep.
Sorry, I was watching Sarah Beal come by right as soon as she passed the camera. She stopped to puke.
Oh.
So I think we're battling a few stomach issues. 10-minute gap does sound about right though, but there's definitely should be a handful of other people in
there should
between
be
that.
several people in between there. So we'll live tracking right from all these locations. It is based on the service that we have out in those locations as well. And so I'm assuming we are missing several men in between Hayden Hawk split of 5:28 and Yupe Quinn split of 5:37.06.
Yeah, because we have a volunteer on the ground who about 13 minutes ago said the lead men were into Cottonwood and used men plural. So
Okay, so we've got an issue with the live tracking from Cottonwood Gulch. So bear with us as we get that sorted out for us in studio and you all watching from everywhere else, because we are definitely missing the splits from probably Hans Troyer, Jupiter Carrera, Chris Myers, Gabriel Klein, Stephen Kirsch, etc., John Ray in that group as well.
So what was Hayden's split though through Cottonwood Gulch?
5:28.23.
Okay, so that would be.
I think I'm gonna go meet you guys at the finish now, and we'll pack
Yes,
up
sir.
shop and set back up. I'll see you all in a few.
Yeah.
This is Brett Hornig from Black Canyon City, signing off.
Yeah, so last year's split. So
Thanks, Brett.
if Hayden is on Tom Evans splits, if the splits are accurate. So
Yep.
wow, words. Cottonwood Gulch, Tom Evans last year 5:28.47 is the split that John wrote down. Anthony Costalis through there last year in 5:24.42, and it looks like we do have some updates coming in from the 100K men through Cottonwood Gulch.
Yeah, as you've seen from the drone shots, not a lot of houses and buildings or built-up infrastructure out there. So there's a freeway that you also lose reception on. So super excited that even delayed, we are getting these updates. We would expect then for Hayden to be at Table Mesa aid station, mile, let's just say 51 of the course, in approximately 26 minutes, if he's going to stay on Tom's splits through this section of the course.
Yeah, so what we will note is that we're going to give you the updates as we have them, but we will not be certain on them, as it seems like we're having some delayed updates a little bit. So right now, what we do have coming in from Cottonwood Gulch is Hayden Hawks 5:28.23, Hans Troyer 5:33.46, so a 5-minute gap there. No split from Jupiter currently. That does not mean that he hasn't gone through there though. It could just be an issue from the timing mat. So the Jupiter fans in the chat, don't count your boy out yet. Yupe Quinn currently with a 5:37 split there, so 4 minutes back, 3.5 minutes back from Hans Troyer. Stephen Kirsch about a minute behind Yupe Quinn, and Trayson Knopp there about 30 seconds behind Stephen Kirsch. Those are the 5 guys we have splits for from Cottonwood Gulch. I imagine that Chris Myers is in that group. I imagine Jupiter is in that group. But we won't know until those splits all officially update, so bear with us as they come through.
Yeah, and this has historically been one of the harder places, along with Gloriana Mine, to have completely live and accurate splits from. So Table Mesa in 4.5 miles will give us a pretty clean look. It'll also give us 2 additional things. One, live video from the ground. We got a team there that's going to be providing visuals from that aid station directly, and 2, it'll provide us crew updates because that is where we will see the next, second, and last crewable aid station, if I remember correctly, as well as where we historically have seen a lot of pacer switches or pacer pickups at Table Mesa. So
Yeah.
if you thought things were nutty to this point,
It's
wait until
only gonna get
Table
more
Mesa,
crazy.
because that's where the trail gets chunky. That's where the hunting truly begins, and that's where the cleanup crew Zambonis start continuing. They start making their way into the top 10, or really into these golden ticket spots. Because even if we just take the splits through Cottonwood Gulch, you take Stephen Kirsch, you take Knopp, they were back half of the top 10, really into the top 12, 13, 14 coming through Black Canyon City. So assuming, just for the sake of argument, that holds, that means we still have 14 guys within 15 minutes of each other with
Sorry, I'm just dropping things on my computer.
with 15 miles to go. And we've seen crazier comebacks happen. We saw the Eric Sensman rise from the dead at Table Mesa to the finish line a few years back. So this race is not over by any stretch. So Table Mesa will give us a great insight into where things currently stand. But even then, we still have 90 minutes of just absolute absurdity that we're going to watch on the men's side.
And we should note that Table Mesa, the split last year, it's about 39, 40 minutes for Tom Evans to split between Cottonwood Gulch and Table Mesa. We will have Leah Yingling on the ground there. We'll actually probably get to talk to her pretty darn soon. And she'll be able to give us good updates from the ground. But I want to give you quick updates from our most recent splits coming through Cottonwood Gulch. Again, Hayden Hawks, Hans Troyer, Yupe Kwan, Stephen Kirsch, Trayson Knopp, Timothy Reed, John Ray, Craig Hunt, Eric LaPuma. Again, we think that Jupiter Carrera and Chris Myers are probably in that mix and just haven't been picked up by the live tracker. But we might not know that until they actually get to Table Mesa. So we might be in the dark with all of you, and we could have a surprise as our lead men make their way towards Table Mesa.
Yeah, but I mean, 11 men that's a dense pack, and this is a section of trail where if you link up with someone else, they can certainly that can give you a nice little motivational boost as you get to Table Mesa and get to see your crew again. So to have that sort of density still some 46 plus miles into the race bodes very well for the mental games that are going to be played on the men's race here at the Black Canyon Ultras.
Yeah, we got it. Oh, and it sounds like we have Leah in the field at Table Mesa ahead of our men getting there. Leah, can you hear us? We can see you, but we cannot hear you. It's possible the live can hear you and we just can't hear you in studio. That happened earlier too.
I will say while we wait for Leah's sound, you see the wind. We talked about it. You may have heard it in the background, but that wind is going. It is.
Yeah, it sounds like we can hear you, Leah. We're getting audio from at least the camera over there.
Oh, it was down.
I think there's someone wearing a suit and tie in the background.
That is a very large tie and blazer outfit out in the back behind Leah.
Leah keeps changing her outfits on us too. Full range, full Lululemon range from Leah Yingling.
So Leah is at Table Mesa Aid Station, 51 miles into the course as we anticipate our lead men coming in there soon. We will also anticipate an update from Heather Jackson rolling into Cottonwood Gulch.
I have to imagine that aerial on our screen is Hayden Hawks absolutely charging in that blue HOKA top, the black shorts, all alone. So Jupiter is not with him, so we got to ask ourselves, where is Jupiter? Does Hayden Hawks indeed have a 5-minute gap over Hans Troyer as they make their way towards Table Mesa?
Leah, we have your sound, if you want to give us a test there. but she may not also have ears in. So we'll see how to troubleshoot that while we watch. Presumably Hayden really looking spry. I mean, we had heard that his strategy was to blitz the first 50K. To quote George Clooney in Up in the Air, he had a number in mind, and so he stuck to it. And then just to hang on for the back half. And it looks like he is doing just that, pacing approximately even with Tom Evans's splits from last year, which would put him into the Table Mesa aid station at mile 51 here in approximately 20 minutes, or just under that. But he looks good. He looks good, making tight right-handers on the trail and still looking spry. So Hayden Hawks taking it out at the Black Canyon Ultras as he approaches the 50-mile mark here on the trail, trying to secure his golden ticket into the 2024 Western States.
Leah, I can hear you. I heard a test. Leah Yingling, tell us how excited you are about Becca Wendell, and then we can talk about the men.
I'm so excited. Becca is amazing. I'm just so excited for her journey back to great health and also great racing. I'm especially excited to see her and Rachel Drake duking it out. I think they're both extremely strong racers and they race really well. They're competitive. They've got great training under their belts. And something else I really like about them is their training is not insane. They fit it in the confines of their life really nicely. And I think that's really inspiring to me, somebody who's a former trainer, to see them both having really great success today. And hopefully themselves getting there.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got video here of what looks like Hayden going through a I don't even want to call that a water crossing. That's mostly mud, but in his, I guess, best Timon and Pumbaa impression is making sure to soak it all up into his hat to help him cool down here as he crosses up the embankment and back onto the trail. Leah, this is the first time that crew are going to see their runners in some 20 miles at that Table Mesa aid station. What sort of setups are you seeing? Are folks already getting ready? What's the general, I guess, vibe check at that Table Mesa aid station?
I think everybody's really excited to see their runners, but also really nervous. I think it's been a while since they saw them last, and they don't know what kind of shape they're going to be in. I heard he did really good out there last week. He is really solid. I think he's better spirits now. He's got a 5 year. We've got all the crews lining up here. We've got blankets laid out, cases of shoes. The weather was a little threatening for a minute there. We had some drizzles, but now it's just a breeze and nice. All's going away, and it doesn't feel too cold either, but you might feel a little
The shoe change is an interesting factor here at Table Mesa because if we are getting to the more technical component, you might have carried some mud from the early sections. We've definitely seen people carrying mud on the clothing front. But if you're going to charge and you want to feel fresh doing it, a shoe change might not be the worst idea for the last 10, 11 miles of this race.
I think so too, and in past years, we've seen a lot happen at this aid station. I think this one is critical. It's not over yet. We've got about the last 2 years, and we've seen a lot of movement, especially
in field 2. We typically see 1 through 5 in close proximity here, and then they kind of shake out for those final positions towards the end. So I think you do need to spend a little bit of time here in order to move extremely well for that last 12. So I think we're in for a similar story this year.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And we've talked about the mental side of the game. We were talking early about how Hans Troyer basically got to turn his mind off and just follow in the slipstream of Hayden Hawks. This is a chance for folks to get a pacer and get that boost of energy and basically turn that switch mentally to either go hunt or to just hang on and survive. Are you seeing any familiar faces out there getting ready to pace some runners from Table Mesa to the finish?
Oh yeah, I see a lot of our, I see Billy Yang. I see Dylan. I see a lot of people who are on the media teams out here. I'm not seeing a ton of people gearing up for pacing just yet. I'm wondering if maybe some of the pacers joined at the last aid station and are kind of carrying them through towards the end. Definitely a couple, though.
Awesome. Yeah, we got some sweet aerial shots still coming in as our lead men are traversing from Cottonwood Gulch over to the Table Mesa aid station. We would expect them to be at our lead male to be at Table Mesa aid station in about Jackson out front, and she should be coming into Cottonwood Gulch sometime, presumably nowish. Any moment we could see a split pop up for her. We are flying a little bit blind with some of the live tracking for that Cottonwood Gulch aid station, just super remote and a little bit buggy. But as soon as we get some sort of confirmation, either from the live tracking or from our folks on the ground, we'll be sure to let you know about Heather Jackson coming through, as she is currently leading the women's race here at the Black Canyon Ultras.
Yeah, and Leo, one thing we're really curious about, because the service out at that Cottonwood Gulch aid station isn't great, is that there are some names that have been up front all day or have moved up to being in the front for the last 10, 15 miles, including Jupiter Carrera. His tracker has not come through that Cottonwood Gulch aid station yet, and so we actually don't know where he is. We kind of assume that he's up in that mix with Chris Myers, Hans Troyer, etc., because some of these splits are really delayed. So actually Hayden Hawks did not have a 5-minute gap at Cottonwood Gulch. We just had Chris Myers' tracker finally update, and he is 75 seconds behind Hayden Hawks. You've got Hayden Hawks in 1, Chris Myers in 2, Hans Troyer in 3 potentially, but my guess is that Jupiter Carrera is up in that mix too. So really, Leah, your aid station is going to be clutch in actually figuring out who's in that top 5 men's group, but it seems like Chris Myers has put on a big surge and has closed pretty close to Hayden Hawks.
I kind of want to keep that a secret from everybody here so they can be shocked when they roll through here.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Don't tell anyone.
Oh man, yeah, secret safe with me. Yeah, something I do before I record a podcast on single track or come out here and do the live stream is I typically will message David and Megan Roach, because they've got a lot of athletes running this, and just said, like, do you have any athletes that had killer workouts this block that you want to highlight? And they usually give me a handful that I can share. And Chris Myers was one of the athletes that was highlighted with just how much he's grown in his time in Boulder and the training that he's been able to put in and really elevate himself to the next level. We've seen Chris demolish 50K races, and I think we haven't seen him quite perfectly put together a 100K race yet. So hearing that he's only that far back from Hayden is really exciting. I think that's going to make for an awesome race.
So just to back up, Corinne, what was the gap between Chris Myers and Hans Troyer at Cottonwood Gulch?
The current update that we have is that there's about 4 minutes between those two guys at Cottonwood Gulch.
So we'll take those as reliable because they've both pinged. Chris left Black Canyon City some 2-ish, maybe 3 minutes down of Hans Troyer, and has now gapped him by 4 in that 8-minute stretch. So that means Chris is on the upswing. Bear market, I guess, and Hans might be sliding back a little bit, just from a trending standpoint. Obviously, it's an ongoing race. Things might have shifted a bit.
We've got breaking news that someone actually posted in the chat that I just confirmed via Liam Myro's Instagram takeover live of Rachel Drake's running. Becca Wendell is in first, followed closely by Rachel Drake, Heather Jackson in third. So we have a massive shakeup in the women's race currently underway, and we will get splits from them when they make their way into Cottonwood Gulch. But per Liam's takeover of Rachel Drake's Instagram, reporting live from the field, Liam Myro is reporting Becca Wendell in 1, Rachel Drake in 2, Heather Jackson in 3. Things just got really freaking exciting.
We need more intel from pacers like that. That's really what pacers are out there to be doing.
Jamil's smiling like this is my new way of live streaming is just having pacers Instagram take over all the runners' feeds.
We do appreciate that.
That's amazing. I actually said I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that coming into this aid station. So that's super cool to hear. I'm so excited for a good race.
Oh my goodness, on a tear. That is really, really cool. Hopefully no damage on Heather Jackson out there,
Right.
but she's been running with that really short, high, fast cadence. So curious to kind of see what that looks like. I believe this aerial footage we're getting now is of Hans Troyer in that white hat, white arm sleeves, white tank. So we do think, so I don't know if we're missing Chris Myers in this shot, if we haven't seen him come through, but we do believe that it's Hayden Hawks, Chris Myers, Hans Troyer as 1, 2, 3 on the men's side.
Oh, that's awesome. Just to highlight Becca Wendell for maybe those of our listeners who aren't too familiar with her. What?
Sorry, we in the video, Hans was trying to figure out where the trail was and stopped, and now he's backtracking.
We're still not sure if he knows exactly where the trail is, but he's made his way into the river.
Sat down.
Well, I don't think that was a sit down. I think that was,
trying to give
a
him the
tip
benefit of the
over.
doubt. Yeah, that river is flowing. This is not a day to take your inner tube out.
You guys need to give context to every that happens on the other side because I cannot see anything that's being shown on the live stream.
I tried, and now he's gonna go what looks like the LA River to try to give you the visual. He's going through that, and he's now gonna come up the embankment and back on solid ground. So that there you go. That's the best way I can frame this for you. But Hans Troyer now just ruined the white tank. That's really the sad part here. By taking that digger, now he's just got brown booty, but he is moving well on the trail. Presumably in third, but again, we're going to get a lot more intel as they approach the Table Mesa aid station.
We're flying a little blind, even though we can see any visuals that anyone else can see.
We're literally flying with sight, but also flying blind. There you go. There you go. Went the right direction. Attaboy.
So for those of you listening to, I'm at Table Mesa aid station. This is around mile 50. Historically, Anthony Costales last year in a course record year came through here at 6:03 on the clock, which would be in 3 minutes. Course is slightly different this year, not by much. I'm thinking a plus or minus 3 minutes type difference. So we should be expecting them here at Table Mesa, I'd say sometime in the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, that would track. Tom Evans was in second place at Table Mesa last year in 6 hours and 7 minutes, and that was about where Hayden Hawks had been trending through the last two aid stations. So yeah, I think you're pretty spot on. Any moment now, we'll get eyes at ground level on these first men coming in and provide a little bit more granularity on exactly how these golden tickets and the entire top 10 are shaking out, because it is still a very dense race with, we presume, somewhere between 11 and 12 men within about 12 minutes of each other, leaving that Cottonwood Gulch aid station just half an hour ago.
I really feel like anything can happen in these last 12 miles. I've been part of a golden ticket race in the past where I hit the wall at mile 58 and just slowed to an absolute crawl. I think that can happen to anybody out there. I wish it upon no one, but there's a lot that can happen in these last 12 miles. You see that today. I know in the men's race, at least Hayden, Hans, and Chris, none of them are into Western states for this year, so I'm assuming they're all hunting that ticket. In the women's race, Heather Jackson is the only woman in that side of the field right now in contention that is already into Western states. So right now on the women's side, we're looking at down to fourth place potentially as being in golden ticket contention.
I don't know who that is.
Has Hans passed Hayden?
No. Because if anyone's passed Hayden, it'd be Chris Meyer. Because Chris Meyer is in second.
Okay, so
Hayden was at the river crossing 9.5 minutes ago. That's no. Is that?
Econ?
Oh yeah, that's the Chinese athlete. That is who that is. That is the Chinese athlete who is closing on Hans Troyer. So in fourth we have Yu Pei Kwan of China, finishing second at Hong Kong just about a month ago. So right now, Hayden Hawks, Chris Myers, who we haven't had visual confirmation of, Hans Troyer, Yu Pei Kwan. And it does look like Yu Pei Kwan is eating up the ground between him and Hans Troyer.
Yeah, he left Cottonwood Gulch 4 miles ago, 4 minutes back of Hans Troyer, and is now not 4 minutes back. You see him closing incredibly well with both of them in frame. So it is real on the streets, people.
And I believe we probably have a Hayden Hawks not that far from Leah, I think, right now, based on the aerial footage that we're getting, Leah. So I think we've got Hayden coming into Table Mesa.
We got Hayden coming into Table Mesa. You're right.
He is
So
flying.
he's coming up the hill right now.
Oh,
I'll
he
let
is
the camera
flying up
focus
this
in on
hill,
him so you
Leah.
guys can see.
He's flying.
Oh yeah, he's moving, guys. He's moving. I might go follow him in and give you some action where the camera can't quite reach. He's in. He's out. He is not even stopping, and he's gone. Yeah, he's gone. Wow, no stop.
Wow, rolling through that aid station. No stop. Hayden Hawks on his way here. Leo, what did that just feel like as he blitzed through the aid station?
Oh, it all happened so fast. Yeah, he blitzed through here, rolled through, crossed the timing mat, was almost heading out the other direction, and then a bunch of people said, no, don't do that. So he turned around, came back through, almost missed the left turn to go on towards the finish. So, yeah, I think even he was kind of like hectic and scatterbrained, but I think he's just like in race mode right now and knows that he feels probably really good and is dropping the hammer.
Running out of there with his
So that's
hair
a-
on fire.
That's about spot on, maybe a minute behind when Anthony split through here last year. So I'd say we're not tracking too much slower, given the course change.
Yeah, no, we're about spot on. Anthony. Well, and the interesting thing, Leah, is that at Cottonwood Gulch, he was right on Tom Evans' split. So he's moving better than Tom was on this section, but he started easier than Anthony did in the first half of this race. Is that Chris Myers coming towards you, Leah?
I hear that. Yes, it is
Oh
Chris Myers.
my
coming towards me.
goodness.
He looks
Chris
awesome too.
Myers,
Yeah.
51 miles in, maybe his breakthrough race.
This is awesome. Let's see how much time he takes here. I wonder if he'll be similarly fast.
He has
Keep
a
in mind
pacer
that
with
They haven't
him.
seen their crew in a minute.
And Chris has Gus Gibbs with him.
Gus Gibbs, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my God. We got Gus Gibbs coming in first. Go, Gus! So this will probably be about 2 minutes behind Hayden, I'd say. I think we do have timing mats here, so you guys might be able to fact check me on that once Chris passes it here. And Jupiter's right behind him.
Oh, so Jupiter is right behind him because we haven't had a
Yeah.
split from Jupiter in
Yes.
basically 20 miles. So
They
Jupiter,
are together.
You guys, so those of you in the chat who have been worried about Jupiter for the last, I don't know, hour, like we have been or so, Jupiter is in fact with Chris Myers in second, tied for second place essentially. So we've got Hayden Hawks, Chris Myers, Jupiter Serrera looking so freaking strong.
Okay.
Then behind
and
them,
Jupiter
we-
just
I was gonna say behind them
is
we've got
leading-
Hans Troyer
yes.
being taken over by Yu Pei Quinn.
Okay, so we got Jupiter in here. He's kind of dousing himself with water, eating some snacks from the aid station, and getting directed out of the aid station, and he's gone. So he's just leaving right ahead of Chris Myers here. And then Chris is filling up 2 bottles here, taking a little bit of time, which I honestly don't think is a bad thing right now.
Not at all. Yeah, from here to the next aid station is about 7.5 miles. So You're going to be out there for
We've got the camera
approximately an
here
hour.
on Chris, Galveston, off heat. They must be feeling warm. I need to start running, I guess. I'm freezing.
We all are, Leah. I'm wearing an Expedition park at the finish line right now.
All right, so Chris is out. And I'd say, yeah, that's about 6:08 on the clock, 6:07, 6:08. And Hayden was here, left about 6:04. But yeah, they should have hit those timing mats. But this is a good race. I think
we've
Hayden
got
looked
ourselves a
little
race.
bit more focused racing.
Leah, what was that about Hayden looking focused?
He looked focused. He looked a little bit more serious. And I would have a hard time believing he will be caught unless something crazy happens. He looked like race mode. These guys seemed like taking care of themselves mode and being a little bit smart about the next 12 just to make sure I think that they can hold on to that second and third spot. I'm almost wondering if they're more concerned about preserving that than chasing after Hayden and risking blowing up.
Yeah, Hayden absolutely flying. That's a camera person in front of Hayden who just cut across the open bit there. Don't worry, no one's cutting a course in front of Hayden. No. That's a camera person trying to sprint ahead, which is no easy task at this point in the race to try to capture some images of Hayden up the hill here. But he is absolutely flying. This will feel pretty good. His first race back in about 9 months after dealing with a long-term knee issue that he finally got taken care of this summer. So happy to see Hayden Hawks back on the mend. But the question, Leah, is I'm assuming that we're gonna probably have Yupe Quinn into you next, and then Hans Troyer. But really curious to see what those two look like when they make their way to you.
I'm curious too, and I'm really excited to see what Hans looks like because I feel like he went for it today and he put himself in it, and I really hope he's hanging on and kind of sticking with it and sticking through it and going to get a little bit of a second wind on here. I think that might be a fun battle, but I really hope we don't see him fall a little bit further back in the top 10.
Yeah, it's definitely, we definitely saw that Yupe Quinn was definitely climbing at a higher rate of proficiency, maybe up that hill. Looked like he was moving a bit more solidly, but Hans, I think, was just maybe you get lows out there. It's very possible that pass might allow him to kind of reignite and hopefully glom back on. I don't think either one of them has a pacer for this race, so hopefully they can work together and push each other so that Hans doesn't maybe get gobbled up by the men that we do know are chasing behind him, including Stephen Kirsch, Craig Hunt, Eric LaPuma, Trayson Knopp, Tim Reed, John Ray. You've got the who's who: Nate Jukes, Tim Tollefson, Ryan Montgomery. You've got a who's who of guys just behind him that might be looking to move up a spot or two.
Definitely. And I think you've seen a variety of race strategies out here today, too. You've seen Matt Seidel with that early lead, just going for it, feeling good. Looks like he might have fallen off that pace quite a bit. I know he's still in there, but not quite really in the running in that top 10 anymore. But then we're seeing a lot of people like Craig Hunt, Eric LaPuma, Ryan Montgomery, just kind of running almost in the conservative same spots all day, probably hoping to move up. But we're not seeing a ton of carnage in that top 5 yet. I think we're staying pretty consistent, at least for these last 15 or 20 miles or so.
Yeah, on the men's side, I would say Hans is probably the biggest mover downwards in terms of carnage thus far. Obviously, we'll get a little bit more specificity as the rest of them come through Table Mesa with our first 3 men already through. But listen, if somebody's going to pull the CJ Albertson from the trials and move up from 10th to 5th in the closing miles, you named a good number of dudes who are ready to make that move. Kirsch and LaPuma especially are no strangers to a late hunt. So this is by no stretch over. There's, historically speaking, there might only be 11 miles left in the race once they leave Table Mesa, but it's about 19 to 20% of the total race time that's still left.
It's a chunk, and it is rockier than you think it's going to be. I think I got to the very last aid station and they told me it was flat all the way to the finish, and it was decidedly not flat all the way to the finish. You're on like a little bit of a dirt road for like a second, and you're like, yes, thank goodness. And then you like take a left-hand turn up a very rocky double track, and I cried there in 2020 for sure. So there's definitely some not all easy miles between Hayden Hawks and the finish, but he's going to make it look deceptively easy for sure.
Yeah. Something that I've been thinking about too is just the opportunity that these golden ticket races and the live stream of golden ticket races present for some of these lesser known or younger athletes is the ability to get noticed. And I think one of those ways is like racing early on, so you're in the mix, you're in the conversation. And I actually think this can do wonders for somebody like Hans Troyer, who really nobody knew much about coming into Bandera this year, and then he threw his name into this race and has been just duking it out. And I guarantee you after this race, so many more people are going to know who Hans Troyer is, which I think is extremely cool.
So I've got a question for your memory, Leah. We've got a gentleman crossing the river now, looking really strong in a yellow t-shirt and black shorts, and I, for the life of me, cannot tell you if that's Nate Jukes or Tim Reed. And I don't know if you remember.
Tim Reed's wearing a white shirt with a red on it, and Nate Jukes is wearing a blue HOKA hat.
Yep. I think it's Nate Jukes. It might be. I think it looks like a blue HOKA hat and a yellow shirt, but I can't tell you for certain.
I think that could be him.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's the next person up. My guess is that we just picked him up on the drone. It's very possible that Hans and Yupe Kwan are the next guys to you, but we are watching another gentleman climb. Oh yeah, this is Hans Troyer is definitely, this is at the river crossing. So this is likely Nate Jukes, who's probably sitting somewhere between like 9th and 12th right now. So you definitely should be having.
I think Rod is wearing a bright yellow shirt today.
Rod Farvard? It's not Rod. No.
Okay.
I can recognize Rod from a mile away. No, I know that guy too well. But I think, yeah, Hans Troyer and Yupe Kwan should be the next guys to you. And just looking at kind of, I think Yupe Kwan's moved up really steadily all day, putting himself more and more into the conversation. I think it's just so impressive that he led Hong Kong 100K until like 7 kilometers to go about a month ago. And so he is making good on the world trail majors early on, knocking out the first 2 in quick succession.
That's a great point. And I think something to note of both of these guys as they come through is that they both have recent 100Ks on their legs. Oh, here we go. Yep. You pay from here.
You pay Kwan.
Awesome. He's turning around and he's in and out.
That's legit how you ran Hong Kong 100K too.
I've got a little crew swap right here. Wow, his crew is filming and offering bottles at the same time. That's top notch.
Leah, you're taking notes for Mike, right?
Exactly. like, you don't work hard enough. Okay, we got Hans in here now too.
He still looks, he's got a lot of mud on him, but he looks like he's running really well still.
What did Skylar say? He's got a brown booty now?
Yeah. Just that brown booty on that nice white tank top.
So this is about an 8.5 minute gap from that quick section of like Chris Myers and those guys earlier.
Gotcha.
So they're 8 minutes back from that.
Okay.
Okay, and Hans is out. Got 2 bottles, a dirty back. He looks decent, actually.
No, he looks like he's still running really well.
Those 2 will probably stay pretty good.
Yeah, he looked smooth coming out of there. So yeah, the question is now, supposedly coming towards you, we've got Stephen Kirsch, Trayson Knopp, Tim Reed, John Ray, Craig Hunt, Eric LaPuma. I don't know what the spreads look like. That there could be about 3 or 4 minutes between that like entire chunk of guys. It could have definitely spread out in this section based on who feels good climbing more than anything. But that's what we've got. The men's top 10 posse headed your way. And it's so hard to tell from the aerial shots because we do have pacers out there now. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, is that 2 runners or 3 runners or is it 1 guy and a pacer?
All right. We got Stephen Kirsch in.
Nice. Yeah, Steve.
He tapped the timing mat. Now he's visiting with his crew. Doing a little belt swap. Shed that. New bottle.
Nice. That was a quick transition for Steve Kirsch.
That was awesome.
Stay hungry, my friends.
Might be Sensman as his pacer, I think.
I feel like people, like when we were looking at top 10s, who was voting who in, I feel like Kirsch fell off the radar for a lot of folks. I know that he's had a couple years with some up and down results, but you got to remember that this guy has run his way into a golden ticket performance to get into Western States. He's run Western States twice. He never finished outside the top 10. He actually opted to not go back after 2 times, and he did media work for the Adidas Terex team there for several years in a row. And then he was like, you know what? I kind of miss being on the other side of this, and really wants to get back into Western States. Might not happen today, but Kirsch is back and on a mission. And now I get to claim him as a Seattleite. So what up, Arizona?
I mean, I wouldn't count Kirsch out yet. I mean, we saw his,
Right, guys, we got Gabe Klein coming in next.
Way further back.
That's Gabe Klein, you guys.
Who is that, Leah?
Klein.
Gabe Klein.
Okay.
Yep. He looks great. He's in the Kobe jersey, doing a quick bottle exchange. So he has the course record at the BMF 100K. I think took that from Rod Pavard a couple years ago, running about 10 minutes faster. First team on my radar, way too cool this year, where he was in that podium mix for the entire race, and then he fell off in the last 2 miles and finished 5th.
He's running in like a Colby singlet, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. No, I don't think I don't think his chip split at all at Cottonwood Gulch. So he's been kind of flying off the trackable path for the last little section as well. So we are missing guys through Cottonwood Gulch. Jupiter is one of those guys as well. So from a live timing standpoint, we're probably going to have some surprises coming through here for sure.
And just for historical context, there's only been 4 men, if I'm reading this correctly, who have come through this Table Mesa aid station in under 6 hours and 20. And we have 5 through in this race alone.
That's amazing. Yeah, so far we've had 7 through.
7.
Haas, Jupiter, Chris Myers, Pecon, and I'm just talking about today. Hans, Steven, and then Gabe. And then now we've got our next runner coming. I think this should be Trayson Knopf coming through next.
And again,
That'll give us
Trayson named after Ann Trayson, which I think is pretty darn cool. And he's got a twin brother. And apparently his twin brother, they're Alaskan guys, and apparently his twin brother is quite the Nordic skier.
All right, so that puts us at
Looks
8
like
men.
Trayson's got Darren Thomas as a pacer.
That makes
Nice.
sense.
Yeah, I know his girlfriend Claire Rhodes is a grad student, I believe, at UNR, so they live in Reno right now, or in that zone. So they're probably good friends with the Sullivans and Darren and that whole Nevada side of the Tahoe area crew.
And yeah, he's cooling down as I'm freezing everything off. Looks like he's drinking some Gatorade. Got Tommy Sullivan and Darren crewing him. He looks good. He's a runner for the North Face. Had a great performance at Lake Sonoma this past year. I think that was one of his first races that he really came onto my radar, and really a great day today.
So looking through the historical splits, that puts us at 8 men, roughly about 6 hours and 20 minutes, 6 hours, 21 minutes through Table Mesa. And that's been where the men have needed to be to go sub 8 on this course. We have had 7 men ever do it. And we have 8 that are currently on the pace in this race alone to go under 8 hours.
All right, that's Tim Reed into the aid station here. That's he crossed the map, back out. He looks great. That's 9th place.
So we've been saying it all day. This is definitely shaping up to be a very dense competitive race. A lot of movement can happen here, especially in the next 7 miles heading into Doe Springs. So that's usually a stretch that takes about an hour. So just keep that in the back of your mind. And 2, this is going to really rewrite the record books. Maybe not at the top mark on the men's side, but the top 10 times are just going to be blown out at this edition. You got 8 guys that are on pace to go sub 8 hours.
Oh, we got Eric LaPuma coming in here, rounding out the top 10. He's got Jess chasing him.
Nice work.
He looks just steady. He's crossing the mat, back out. Let's go,
Yeah,
Eric.
he's been moving up steadily all day long. Yeah, we're going to make Brett put an earwig in so that he can hear Leah in the field as well. We got Brett Hornig. We had people you were getting trolled in the chat. It was great.
Guys, you should look at the shoe. We got
a shoe change going on for
the
Puma?
behind right now. This is shoe tie.
Did Jess just
He's
do a
out.
reach around to retie Eric's shoe?
He did a reach around shoe tie. That was a beautiful thing.
That was pro
guys,
level
we got
crewing.
Craig Hunt. Got Craig
Nice.
Hunt.
Guys, it's
Good.
raining at the finish line.
But it's sunshine too. So yeah, Eric and Craig have been running together like almost all day. I'm sure they came into Deep Canyon Ranch virtually together. So they seem to be in a good spot. Remember, Craig has had a nearly perfect day here before dropping out at the last aid station, I think. So
At this aid station, wasn't it? Table Mesa?
Yeah,
I think
he
it was even later.
left this aid station and then came back a mile later. And I think he was leading at that time too, which was really
Correct.
heartbreaking. So I'm really excited for him to see sticking it today.
Meanwhile, we are still keeping eyes on Cottonwood Gulch for the women's race that's shaking out. We did have some live from Instagram reports about the shakeups that had occurred after Black Canyon City.
yeah, Liam doing the Lord's work out in the field, taking over Rachel Drake's Instagram account to break the news that Becca Wendell is in first. Brett doesn't know any of this, so we're shocking him in studio. Becca Wendell is in first, followed closely by Rachel Drake, and then Heather Jackson in third position. So yeah, Becca Wendell pulling Rachel Drake all the way into the 1-2 spots.
I was only driving for like 15 minutes.
And you missed it, Brett. You missed it.
That's racing, buddy.
Commentating sucks.
So we'll keep an eyes on Cottonwood Gulch to confirm those facts and hopefully get some more up-to-date gaps. But we would also expect those women to be coming into this Table Mesa aid station that Leah is hanging out at in approximately 40 minutes. So just fire all around.
We're losing our minds in the studio, folks. I think Leah's also losing her mind out in the field. But Leah, I guess all the aid station turnovers have looked really, really quick there. Has anyone spent a little bit more time, or have they all just been blasting right through?
No, honestly, like Chris Myers and Jupiter spent the most time, and they spent maybe like 35 seconds. These are really quick. This is way quicker than last year when I was here. I think last year was quite a bit hotter, though, obviously. So I do think that is the reason we're seeing these be quicker. And the race is on. People are getting out of here. So I hope everybody got what they needed out of here. Because, yeah, maybe maximum like 30 seconds so far, except for that reach around shoe tie. That might have taken a minute.
Yeah, the team shoe tie is pretty next level. We're going to have to practice that one.
What's a historical split?
Oh, I see MK Sullivan here with a ankle wrapped.
So Table Mesa to the finish, per Brett's question. On the men's side, total tends to be about
90 minutes.
An hour 30 to an hour 40.
Anthony last year was finished in 7:32.50. He split 6:01.45 at Table Mesa.
Okay.
And I want to say Hayden's about a minute off of Anthony's split at Table Mesa.
Yeah.
So he's running the back half stronger than Tom, but started a little bit slower than Anthony.
Okay. Yeah, that was selfishly just me wondering how many minutes I have to sit on this couch before I have to go walk out on the course and set up a camera for you guys.
Just making
got
us
like
do
an
your
hour.
labor for you. You're fine.
Cool. Perfect.
Hang out
Ray,
there.
we got John Ray coming into the aid station, guys. He's, I think, 12th place for the men so far is where we're
Okay.
at. So this is John Ray.
There's been a lot of movement on the men's side since we last spoke as well.
Yeah, and what's really cool, though, is that while it's not necessarily all updating perfectly, we did get to see Jupiter and Chris come into Table Mesa together and basically leave together. So we've got a really cool race between those two. We also have Yu Pei Kwan and Hans Troyer together at that aid station as well and leaving virtually together. So 2, 3, and 4 and 5 separated by actually probably like 8 minutes between those two groups of two. But they've got some one-on-one duking going on.
So UK Chronic moved up quite a bit because we figured
5
there
spots.
was be a bunch of people between in that 10-minute gap, but there really was not.
There was not. Yeah, there were two. There was one guy, 2 guys. John still looks like he's moving pretty well.
Yeah.
You know, he came in.
Yeah, he does.
I was just gonna say
Not as good as others.
He mentioned that this race is what the future of ultra running looks like, and so he's stuck himself in it wholeheartedly and is experiencing it firsthand. So super stoked for him to be out there having a day. I also want to make sure we get this on record. He said Rachel is the best partner. She's here for him no matter what, and he wanted to wish her a happy upcoming Valentine's Day.
Aw, that's what those elite questionnaires filling them out is for.
For the people.
We're all such horrible significant others. Come on, step it up, team.
I know we've been talking a lot about the men's race. I feel like we should chat a little bit more about what's happening in the women's, like 4 through 10. It's been a minute since we've been able to see them over there, and we should keep in mind that
a lot has maybe changed.
Place is in a golden ticket position. Yeah. So at the last update, we had, well, that's changed. I'll talk about our 4th place because I think there has been some shifting for the top 3 that you can talk about, Corinne. We had Lauren Puritz in 4th, Marcy in 5th, Kat Drew in 6th, Jenna Bensko 7, Anna McKenna 8, Tara Dower 9, and Riley Brady in 10. And that was at Black Canyon City, so it's been a while.
Yeah, and just kind of pointing out from Black Canyon City, Brett was on the ground there, and people like Jenna Bensko and Anna McKinney looked really, really good. We watched Tara Dower. We didn't actually get to see it. Brett saw it. Tara Dower ate it pretty hard before she got to Brett and then bounced back up with a bloody elbow and ran in and out of that aid station. But we actually were really, really impressed with how good Jenna Bensko and Anna McKinney looked coming through Black Canyon City. Like, they looked like they were going to be moving up in the field. Actually, Genevieve as well, our gal from Quebec, also kind of outside of that group, but looked ready to move up several positions leaving there.
You know, and Jenna Bensko is one of my favorite stories that I think should get highlighted. She had a breakout performance at Grindstone this year that unfortunately ended up with a DNF because she suffered some symptoms of hypothermia, but she put herself in it extremely well. It was her and Becca Wendell leading much of that race through about 50K to 50 miles. She really shot her shot there, went for it, and unfortunately had a hard time and didn't quite nail it. But I'm excited to see her put herself in it again this year, and I'm curious to see what she has later on in the race.
And it looks like we do have updates from Cottonwood Gulch coming in that Becca Wendell and Rachel Drake are officially the 1-2 there. I'll see if I can get a timing split pulled up on my screen. It's a little bit delayed.
That was Nate Jukes through Table Mesa.
I didn't expect that gap to be bridged quite as fast as it did. I mean,
between Heather and Rachel and Becca.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was insane. Well, Becca bridging from Deep Canyon to Rachel by Black Canyon City was also insane. Like, Becca's moving the best out of that entire group.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it looked that way, going in and out of Black Canyon City as well.
Yeah, so Cottonwood Gulch, we've got a 10 second. Well, when we could see them via the Instagram Rachel Drake breaking news story. So Becca Wendell, Rachel Drake, 10 seconds apart at Cottonwood Gulch. I don't think we have a split from Heather Jackson yet, though, so we'll be waiting to see how much time they've put on her at that point.
We've got Tim Tollefson in the aid station here in Table Mesa, and we just had Nate Jukes in and out as well. So this is probably looking around 15th place male at this point.
I mean, this is a good showing from Nate. He's coached by and trains with Hayden. So I'm sure that he got some pretty good intel on what to expect at this course and for the day. And his crew chief, Mike Greer, he wanted to make sure that Mike got a shout out as well as his wife Danielle and their 5 kids. So, if you're going to step up to the big times, this is still a pretty pretty boss way to show up if you're Nate Jukes. You can't be upset with being in 15th with 11 miles to go and charging well.
I think Strava actually said 5.5 kids.
True.
So.
We haven't. Has anyone asked them what that means?
No, still haven't found out an exact answer.
If there's a
on
sixth
what
one on the
0.5
way,
is.
or if one's an infant.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't figure out, if that was like.
We
one
can't
on
do the math
way
on that one.
Or like, so at what point does it become the whole number?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either.
No one knows. But yeah, there's I think that.
I just heard they are pregnant. So
they are
pregnant.
Okay,
that's the 0.5.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leah.
Leah coming through with the clutch detail information from the field.
0.5?
I can't have Brett speculate any longer.
No, we don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
The options are limitless. But yeah, I think one of the stories of the day is going to be Jupiter's performance here. We're going to keep going back and forth between what's happening in the men's field and what's happening in the women's field as we wait for more women's splits to come through Cottonwood Gulch, and then again get to Leah at Table Mesa. But Jupiter, we know that he has put together some amazing performances in Mexico. We know that he had a pretty solid race at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships back in June in Innsbruck, but showing up and throwing down in this field is really, really impressive. And running his way to a golden ticket potentially, I think, would be a historic performance. I don't know that we've had a runner representing Mexico get a golden ticket before into Western States, and that would be really cool to see that transpire here.
I would love to see that. I was just going to ask you guys if you have that knowledge about if anyone from Mexico ever has. I think that'd be amazing. And I love seeing somebody that nobody really has much info about. They haven't raced against before. He hasn't really raced in the States too much before either. 5th place, I think, at Pikes Peak Marathon last year. Not a ton on his ultra sign up, but we did find some races in Mexico on some of the other portals. But what a gutsy performance too. And he's in the mix. Him and Chris Myers, when they came through here, were just 2 and 3, not very far behind Hayden, duking it out and both looking incredible.
I have breaking news, and I don't know if it's completely factually accurate, but it's the best data that we have. The next woman to split through Cottonwood Gulch is not Heather Jackson.
Oh?
It's Lauren Puretz right now. So right now we have not seen Heather Jackson come through Cottonwood Gulch. We have gotten some wonky splits from Cottonwood Gulch, so we won't say it's official until we know it's official. But right now it looks like Lauren Puretz has also moved past Heather Jackson potentially. But the gap now between Becca Wendell and Lauren, so the duo Becca Wendell and Rachel Drake, the split between them and Lauren Puretz, who looks to be in 3rd position, is a solid 8 or 9 minutes. So that means that Heather Jackson has really, really slowed down. If that's the case, I'm wondering what she's going to look like when she gets to Cottonwood Gulch or to Table Mesa. But right now it's looking like Becca Wendell and Rachel Drake have run away from the field and have about an 8 or 9 minute lead over Lauren Puretz, who is currently sitting in 3rd position.
That's awesome to hear about Lauren. I think I mentioned earlier on the live stream today that she's a runner that has been lining up at golden ticket races for at least the last 5 years. Every year she's at Bandera, Black Canyon, Javelina. She had a great race at Javelina this year in 4th place. And so I feel like she's just been inching her way up. She puts in these 90 to 100 mile weeks. She's a full-time physician as a gynecologist in Colorado Springs. She's a mom. She seems like she's just an absolutely amazing human that somehow balances it all and is having a great day today. And she looks happy every time you see her. So shout out to Lauren Puretz. I really, really hope she can stick it out today. Right now sitting in golden ticket position, which is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Heather Jackson is the only one who's got a spot into Western States right now, and it's looking like Becca Wendell, Rachel Drake, and Lauren Puretz are putting themselves in those golden ticket positions again. A rarity. We've got 3 tickets for the women, 3 tickets for the men today, making it a super golden ticket race, which drove a lot of really great competition here as well. So it's super exciting to watch it get to play out. And we're going to keep updating to see what we can get Heather Jackson split through Cottonwood Gulch. But right now, yeah, Lauren Puretz has moved her way up into 3rd and just seems to be like a complete life baller as well.
I mean, at worst, we have 3 women that are 8 minutes apart at the front of this race. Even if you assume Heather just didn't ping, 4 women within 8 minutes is ridiculous. I'm really interested to see who the next woman is that pings, because if we know that the three that you mentioned need golden tickets. If the fourth woman who pings is relatively close to
is that
to
fourth
Lauren,
woman Marcy all of a sudden?
like that, this
I
would be
think
very
it'll be Kat Drew.
You think it'll be Kat Drew? I mean, Kat was moving really well at Black Canyon City, so Kat Drew could be moving up on Marcy. Again, we mentioned right behind Kat Drew was Jenna Bensko and Anna McKinney, and they both looked really good.
Yep, they were charging for sure.
Oh, Ryan Montgomery. Let's go, Ryan. We got Ferdinand Earls out of the aid station as well. And he's flying. Holy crap.
That was fast movement.
We also got Noah Dussault coming in too. So he was last year's fourth place finisher, I believe. Part of the Cowgill Trail Collective in Pacific Northwest. I believe he's coached by Tyler Dean. And we got Blake Slattenburn as his pacer. And Blake was a recent golden ticket recipient at Javelina this year. I was reading that Noah hasn't been able to put in as much running volume this year, but has been complementing it a lot more with biking and strength training and lifting. So just having a little bit of a different approach to try to stay healthy year round this year.
Yeah, it's definitely still early in the season. It's smart to check all those boxes early.
Yeah, Noah did come into this race as I think the highest placing. Well, I guess no, Cole.
He was fast.
Yeah.
He was fast last year.
Yeah, so one of the highest placing men from last year's race to return. Maybe not having quite as smooth of a day today, but is a really solid guy representing the Cowgill Collective. That's why you see those cow printed shorts and the whole Seattle crew.
Yeah, both him and Cole don't seem to be quite having the days they wanted. I mean, Cole said at Black Canyon City his hamstrings were starting to go.
Yeah, it's kind of what it looked like. We saw something to that effect at Deep Canyon Ranch as well. He seemed to take his time there and talk to some folks, and just wasn't quite moving as well as we expected him to be.
So we're here at the Table Mesa aid station, mile 51 on course of the 62 and a half miles here at Black Canyon. We would anticipate that our lead men would hit the next aid station in approximately about 35 minutes.
Skylar, can I interrupt you?
Yes,
We've got some
please do.
Cottonwood Gulch women updates. We've
Yeah.
got Kat
a bunch.
Drew in. Yeah, she's 5 minutes behind Lauren. Kat Drew, Jenna Bensko 1 minute behind her, and Marcy 1 minute behind her.
Yep. Yeah, they all
It's
just
on.
updated. 4, 5, and 6 are within about 90 seconds of each other through Cottonwood Gulch. So yeah, Kat Drew moving up, Jenna Bensko moving up. Anna McKinney's got to be right on their heels as well.
And as of right now, the top 3 spots are 3 golden tickets.
Our 3 golden tickets.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
And
I
there's been
think-
no Heather Jackson update.
No Heather
to-
Jackson update into Cottonwood Gulch
Oh.
yet.
Hmm.
I mean, to be fair,
It could be missed. Like
it could
that's
be
happened.
missed. She was slowing down in comparison to those 2 women.
True.
Obviously, we had a 3.5 minute gap closed down to them passing her. So we do know that she was going to go out really hard in the first 50K and try to hold on. I'm hoping that it's just that and not the hamstrings getting niggly or something.
Yeah,
but
or
I
like an
do
ankle or something.
an ankle. She's definitely had ankle injuries in the past. Lots of rocks out there to do something to your ankle with. We've had actually a number of drops today have been due to ankle injury, ankle rolls in the early miles of the race. But we will see if we get an update from Heather Jackson's location on course. But yeah, we do. That Kat Drew, Jenna Bensko, Marcy Klimek trio is going to continue to move up. But it looks like we've got Lauren Pirette's kind of running by herself in between those 2 big groups at this point.
Yes, she's approximately, the gap from 3rd to 6th of known pings is 7 minutes on the women's side.
Okay.
So that's dense. That there's definitely a chance for any of those 3 women that are chasing down Lauren to potentially move up, as we see rain coming in on the aerial shot that you guys are seeing on the live stream. Gotta love that. And then we have Lauren, who's also
Gotta love
still
that.
within 7 minutes of Rachel and Becca at the front end of the race. So in the next 11 miles, some of the chunkiest, most rugged sections of the trail. It's just going to be bananagrams.
Yeah, we had a lot of people just eating it in the last section of the race too last year. I know that Keely Henninger's pacers, their job was basically just to tell her to keep her lifting her feet up over and over again. So it's definitely, you got to keep your wits about you to move fast and efficiently over the back, 10, 12 miles of this course.
Looks like we've just had Rod Farvard come through, and I believe Hector Rodriguez as well. So that should round out our men's top 20, I think. Looks like in the timing, it doesn't track Eric Lapuma is coming through this aid station. He came through right around like 11th place or so. So this is about 20 men through Table Mesa.
Yeah, Heather Jackson has now, her timer has read accurately about 3 minutes ago through Cottonwood Gulch. So she is sitting back in 7th position, came through 6:40:58 a lap, so about a minute behind Marcy Klimek. So she has moved backwards in that last 10-mile stretch. Would be curious if we know anyone on the ground in the Cottonwood Gulch area if she leaves that aid station. In theory, does she have to make it to Table Mesa if something's going wrong? I don't know the answer to that. But, Heather Jackson now back in 7th position in the women's race.
Dang. Oh, this is such a dynamic women's race today. I feel like not many people would have called what's going on right now. It's really cool to see. I really wish I could be seeing Rachel and Becca racing and like being in those conversations right now, if they are conversations. Two of the most supportive women I know who just like thrive off of competition with other women around them. So I really do feel like they're probably working together, trying to get the best out of each other right now. And they're in a pretty comfortable position, but they probably don't know that it's that comfortable right now. So yeah, I think that would just be such an awesome experience to kind of be a fly on the wall for those conversations.
Yeah. We know Rachel loves to like not just race other women, but like race with them. She's like, can I just run right next to you and like maybe have a chit chat for the next 20 miles? Like, I know that was part of her CIM, was getting to like run shoulder and shoulder with Peyton Thomas for many of those miles. And so it's cool to see that continuation here with Becca Wendell.
I think we just had,
is that a leader?
Is it Klein who's wearing the Colby
uniform?
Yeah. I think we just had him come through that aerial shot there.
Cool.
That you all are seeing. So sunny, but raining.
So we were talking earlier about a lot of the similarities to last year's women's race. I feel like it's now starting to differ with how much, like last year we had a lead pack, like kind of like 3-4, and then a big chase pack. It looked like that was materializing, but then it turned into just this like pinball effect of people moving up way more than we thought, people moving back way more than we thought.
Yeah, everyone's fantasy free trail picks are completely out of whack at this point.
Like, it's a good race when there's people passing people who are actively passing other people.
Yeah, totally. It's not.
Like,
There's
there
are
double
groups. There are different groups that are all moving forward. Not everyone is. It's not one person moving forward and everyone moving backwards. There's like lots of like little forward movement in this field.
Yeah, graphing out dynamic. The places of like the top 10 over the course of the race. That would be a fun one. That'd be a nice visual.
I mean, there's been a lot of drops today too, you guys. Like, I think I saw a lot of vulnerable ankles out there. I mean, on the women's side alone, from the elite field that we had in contention for some of these top 10 spots, Rachel Tomachak, Allison Baca, Kat Short, MK Sullivan. I'm sure I'm missing a couple.
We know that Shay came in with an ankle roll, and we think also rolled it again early today. So I don't know if she has dropped or not, but we do know that she was coming in on a compromised ankle and then proceeded to roll it again early in this race. So not a great day for ankles.
The high stack shoes, high risk, high reward.
Well, we know that Jupiter's running in a pair of like
the Adios Pro 3, just full on
super shoe,
marathon super shoe,
no traction, high stack, built differently.
Got that Continental rubber. This is a pretty rocky section we're seeing. Where did it even go?
Wayfinding is.
It's like an ultra trail Cape Town kind of shot right here.
He's thinking about.
See, he's as confused as I am.
We've got a lost runner out there.
Well, trying to figure out where the trail goes and if you should go down.
Fording the river.
Cross the river at this point.
I've played my fair share of Oregon
I think
Trail.
we've watched a number of guys come down to this being like, where do I fall into this appropriately? So we watched Hans Troyer have an issue navigating this little section of the race as well.
Oh, you're right. I do remember this now.
Yeah, so this aerial shot's from a little over about a mile out from the Table Mesa aid station. Ostensibly the final river crossing on course. A few crop circles built.
Looks kind of mucky, and it looks like aliens might have been there.
Anytime somebody's walking with their hands stretched out in front of them, it's probably a sign that footing is.
What if he just disappears?
Good, how are you?
Good. All right. Made it across.
So again, we are approximately 12 to 15 minutes out from our lead women, coming to the Table Mesa aid station, currently being staffed down there by Leah Yingling. We are also about that same time away from our lead men coming from Doe Spring, the 58 mile.
And we do have an update of our top 10 women now through Cottonwood Gulch. So just to refresh
Is that
what's
Rachel?
happening there, though, they just bumped Rachel's tracker.
Oh, she's running through the river right now.
But they just her tracker just went wacky. Like she's not listed in the tracker now all of a sudden. So that'll
wait,
get
that's
fixed. That's Becca Wendell.
Becca
So that's
behind her.
that's Rachel Drake in 1 and Becca Wendell in 2 right now coming
so
across the
sick.
river together. So they've dropped Liam. Liam's behind them. He's let them do their thing together, which I think is really classy to be like,
yeah,
you know what?
Oh.
This is your race. I'm gonna step out of the way here. So we've got Rachel Drake and Becca Wendell 1 and 2 crossing the very muddy river. Oh no.
Oh, Rachel's got a step.
Rachel breaking away.
Who would have thought it would happen coming out of a river?
But then behind them, we've got Lauren Puretz in 3, Kat Drew in 4, Jenna Bensko in 5, Marcy Klimek in 6, Heather Jackson in 7th, Anna McKinney in 8th, Tara Dower in 9th, Genevieve Aslan Demers in 10th, and Riley Brady in 11th. A good pack. That Anna McKinney, Tara Dower, Genevieve, Riley quartet is all packed together within 2 minutes.
What does Liam do right now in this instance? Rachel has a little gap on Becca.
I think he's gonna go ahead.
Oh.
Just in case Becca doesn't bridge it.
Yeah.
But he did back off and kind of let them do
Rachel's
their thing there.
motoring right now. Did we just in real time potentially watch a winning
pass?
move?
Yeah.
The pass back. Because Rachel.
Yeah, pass. Yeah, no, they've been. I'm sure they've done several leapfrogs at this point. But yeah, Leah, I know you're trying to stay out of the rain right now, but we did just watch the 2 women come into the river together. We watched Becca kind of slip getting out of the river and Rachel Drake get a little bit of a gap on her, but Liam had actually backed off to let the 2 gals run together. But since Rachel established a gap, he charged ahead and is now glommed back onto his pacey, so to speak. But both women are on their way up the hill towards you right now, and they are absolutely flying.
They're going so fast.
I'm so excited, you guys. So this is cool to see. So Rachel got to pace Tyler to his win here back in 2021. So she knows that energy that goes into these last 12 miles to win it, to want it. And I feel like she's going to be channeling that exact same energy today. She came in to win this race. Oddly, I was talking to David Roach this week, and he said Becca's goal was to put herself in it to win this race as well. So both these women came in with the intention of winning it. And I think we're seeing that play out in real time right now. And I'm so excited to see how they look when they come up the hill. I do think they're about 5-ish minutes off of what Keely and Heather were splitting here last year, 5-6 minutes. We'll see what it's like here because, you guys are right. They're hammering up from the river right now.
Yeah,
they're going
just
so
absolutely
fast. She took that switchback so fast she almost flew off the side of it.
Oh,
I just can't believe the pass happened coming out of a river. I just watched 1883, so I'm all about high risk, high reward river crossing right now, and this was squarely in that realm of epic river crossing.
Just lighting Brett's very specific fuse in real time.
Dude, I watch all the right TV at all the right times.
Yeah, it looked like Canyon Woodward maybe. It just came into the aid station.
Woodward.
Yeah, no, I love that both these women came in with the intent to win this thing. I feel like they're both kind of silent assassins. We obviously know a lot more about Rachel Drake as a whole community. She's someone that we've seen race the Golden Trail World Series. We've seen her excel through the entirety of this season. But now, it's just Becca. a lot of us know who Becca is just from like the Pacific Northwest community in particular too, but getting to see both of them just absolutely throw down right now is everything I could have dreamed of.
It's so cool, you guys. And I just want to pull something from Becca's little survey that we sent out to all the runners, which she works as a wildlife biologist and running coach. She's currently studying a deer zombie disease, chronic wasting disease, for her PhD. I mean, how cool is that?
Yeah, chronic wasting disease is a disease that plagued the whitetail population in the little town I grew up in. So, got a lot of buzz for Becca's PhD research. Oh, Brett can't hear anything Leah's saying, so he just thought that I was riffing about chronic wasting disease by myself for a second.
Probably like dropping some Oregon Trail
Because I made eye
facts.
contact with him as I was talking, like a normal human. But we got Katie.
Cole Watson into Table Mesa.
We got Cole Watson into Table Mesa now as well.
Oh.
We know that his hamstrings are not having a good day. We're also going to send Brett out into the field to establish a camera a little ways away from the finish line, and we're going to have Katie Asmuth join us in studio. She's not looking frenetic at all. She's just kind of roaming around, throwing snacks in her face. But, yeah, perfect timing, too. The ortho boots made its way in, and she's going to sit down just in time, I think, to watch our lead two women come into Table Mesa as Leah gets to welcome them in there.
I'm so excited. I remember when I raced Becca at the Bear 100 back in 2021. She crushed me, and I think my Strava afterwards said that Becca Wendell is the real deal, and I truly believe that she is, and I'm so excited that she's having what I think is probably a breakout performance for her today. She missed a golden ticket by one spot at the Canyons 100K in 2021. She finished right behind Emily Hawgood that year that Emily got her ticket on the third attempt. So, I mean, Becca's in a pretty comfortable golden ticket position right now, as is Rachel. So I think they'll hold on to those.
Yeah, no, the golden tickets at this point are well, Leah, you know better than anyone that anything can happen in the final like 3 miles of one of these 100Ks. But you're right. Like, while they are fighting for the win, I know both of them have it in the back of their minds that, well, the win is definitely part of the goal. The golden ticket is like the ultimate takeaway for sure. Matt Seidel in a
That is our
banana
early
shirt.
race leader, Matt Seidel. I did ask him before the race what he would be going through his head when he hit Table Mesa, and he said what would be going through his head is that it's time to drop Elon, who is his pacer. So
We'll see
I
what
hope
happens
he's ready
there.
to drop Elon.
Yeah, Matt helped pace Elon at the Cascade Crest 100 earlier this year, so repaying the favor there is what's going on a little bit, I believe. But he's in good hands. The East Bay Bandits showing up at Black Canyon, so cool to see the community support go both ways amongst those runners. But yeah, not far behind these guys are going to be Rachel Drake and Becca Wendell. Steph Bennett just blowing up my phone. I know she's watching this right now. Becca came out to Javelina to pace her to her first ever 100-mile finish because Becca's a love of many people in the Met How community, even though she's currently a Colorado gal. But yeah, I think people are losing their minds collectively at home for Becca, and what a phenomenal race she's putting on today. Currently in second place, just behind Rachel Drake. Katie Asmuth, welcome to the chat.
It is so much easier to be here than it is to be in the field. I have so much respect for Brett and Leah. Oh my goodness, this is so fun.
Well, tomorrow you'll get to hang out here.
Holy moly.
60K of just sitting in the studio.
You guys, there's so much excitement out there. Like, the energy, you can feel it. It's palpable. We're going to find out if this is going to be a historic race. Are we dropping a course record on the men's?
I think we're really close.
We're really
I think that
close.
Hayden's been kind of behind it all day, but at Table Mesa, he was just only about a minute behind Anthony's time. So I think it's very possible that we're going to be sneaking under the course record. I don't think it's going to be the big 20-minute course record takedown that some people were calling for. But I do think that he's looking to maybe dip under by a minute or two.
So have we talked at all about course record and today because the course is different? Is that
the course is a little bit different?
It's just
but we're
a couple
kind of,
minutes off.
We're kind
we
of
would
saying
think,
that
right?
it's not so much that we wouldn't count a course record as the course record. Is the vibe
I
that's
agree with
gotten
that.
from the Air Vipa float folk. Leah, do you have any take on that?
No, I agree with that. I feel like they've been hitting the splits pretty spot on today, and I would consider the races that Hayden and Anthony. Anthony ran last year. Hayden's running right now. Are pretty similar. Women we're seeing like slightly behind Keely splits from last year, so I don't think we'll see a women's course record. But I mean, with the way they're pushing each other, maybe we will. I don't know. We're about probably 6 or 7 minutes off of a women's course record split into here, I think.
Yeah, so just to provide some specific notes to that, the course record on the women's side, 8:45:30. The split through this Table Mesa aid station at mile 51 last year was 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 40 seconds. So we would see Rachel and Becca show up here in the next 2 minutes and be spot on with what Keely ran here last year. But again, last year, Keely and Heather were battling basically to the finish line. We see that exact same race dynamic playing out here between Rachel and Becca. So, pressure creates diamonds. We might see them pick it up here over the last 11 miles and take down the women's course record as well.
Yeah, and just to update, all 3 women that are at the front of this race won a golden ticket. That's why Rachel's here. That's why Becca's here. That's why Lauren's here. They want golden tickets. And some people are checking in on the live tracker, being like, "What's happening? Wait, did they drop?" No, we're gonna see Rachel Drake and Becca Wendell up into the Table Mesa aid station, where Leah is currently hanging out in just a couple minutes, I believe. So we'll hear the roar from the crowd there as they approach for sure.
I know Leah was talking about how this is a breakout race for Becca, but I mean, I think that's even an understatement. I think this is like an absolute surprise to a lot of people that were making predictions before. But to people that know Becca, I don't think this is a surprise for them. Leah was talking about how she's been waiting for this moment, and she is putting on a show, and I'm so excited for her. I do want to say, I reached out to David Roach, her coach, before this and said, "Hey, give me some of your top picks. I want your dark horse, And he didn't call her a dark horse, but he said Becca Wendell is really ready. So I knew she was one to watch. And when your coach has full confidence in you, that's a really good sign. So wanted to give a shout out to her pacer and crew, Simon Wendell. She said her nutrition sponsor is Steve Bennett for the 10 pounds of gels that she gave me at Javelina that have sustained me.
I think it must be Steph Bennett.
Huh?
I think it's a typo. It's definitely Steph Bennett.
Steph Bennett.
In my text.
Oh, that's funny.
Now.
Oh, that's who's been texting you.
Yeah.
That sustained her during her last training block. I love it. But she's currently unsponsored. Besides Steph Bennett, her.
The community takes care of its own.
Which, if we've talked about this at all, I think that something like Black Canyon can put you in a good place for sponsorship. We're looking at potentially a new pro runner coming out of this race.
Yeah, totally. I think that this race, while there's normally heavy hitters here, we also end up bringing in runners that make their names at this race as well. Hans Troyer is another great example of that, right? For sure.
Yeah, guys, and something I loved that Becca said in the little questionnaire we sent out was like, what's your training been like? Mm-hmm. And I think Rachel could probably agree with her training too. Like, Becca wrote that it hasn't been anything sexy. It's just been running. And I kind of love that. Like, I think it shows just how much she's chipped away over the years and worked at getting to like a happy mileage for herself, happy training. And I think when you're at that place and at that balance, when you haven't pushed your body extremely far in training, you're able to have breakout races like this. I think Rachel and Becca both showed up extremely fresh today, ready to race. And like, I think had both that physical and mental piece that's really required to race all 62 miles of this.
So, Leah, you won't be able to see this, but we've got a special guest in studio now. It's our Japanese field correspondent who's been in charge of the Japanese field reporting for the Japanese stream of the race. Mamiko-san, you're going to move that mic right in close so that you can join us. She's been out in the field, and we're curious to hear about how your experience was out there today as a field reporter.
Yeah, konnichiwa, which is good afternoon. And it was super extremely fun. I don't know anything about who's the first runner and famous runner, honestly, but I really impressed how they organize the transition, and also I'm so happy to show those beautiful course to the Japanese people. They are very, very fascinated everything. Cactus, aid station, the people, how colorful, HOKA is like a, what do you call it, like a
All of like the
everything.
signage, yeah. I love it. I think that many of us really want to get to come over to do the Mount Fuji 100 mile at some point. It's been on many of our bucket lists. I think
forever. Yeah.
Leah in the field would agree that the Mount Fuji 100 mile is probably on her bucket list as well. So Leah is our field reporter there in the green, waiting for our lead women to come through Table Mesa. She's been out in the rain all day, the rain and the cold, making it happen.
It's so pretty. I mean,
Keely, are you pacing Rachel?
it's really.
We got Keely Henninger here who will be hopping in with Rachel Drake. What are you going to do to get her to the finish line in first place? Said like a true pro, you guys. Keely's going to be bringing Rachel to the finish line, going to be using a lot of the same mantras that got her to the finish line in a course record last year. Don't fall, keep it moving, run fast. Those are all good things that I would love to be hearing from my pacer in the last 12 miles of a golden ticket race.
That is some good energy to have with you for Rachel Drake. She's about to get a big boost.
Yeah, and I think that we're probably about 11 or so minutes out from the men coming through the next checkpoint. The men being Hayden Hawks, who we believe is going to be trying to sneak under course record pace. We're looking for Doe Spring splits, about 7:03 on the clock, which would be right now. So I don't think we've got a Hayden Hawks split through Doe Spring, but that is what we are looking for. At that point, he had a 10-minute gap over Tom Evans, so he's going to be right in the mix. We're hearing a lot of cheering.
Oh, we got Rachel Drake. We got Rachel Drake into the aid station. She's down below the aid station here, so we'll probably have her. Probably have to come across the timing mat here. But yeah, she's in here first. She's got a crew of like 5 people around her right now. Tyler's got a big smile on his face. Keely's helping her a bunch. I'm gonna start a little stopwatch here so we can.
Little Lou, he doesn't even know the kind of jeans he has yet.
Yeah. So Rachel's got about a 1-year-old. Rachel, who's currently in first, has a 1-year-old boy named Lou.
Let's go,
Lewis.
Rachel!
And to bring people at home, she's being paced by last year's champion, Keely Henninger,
Let's
and
go, Rachel! You got
current
this!
course record holder in the
Oh,
women's
Becca
field.
Wendell. Let's go, Becca! Oh my God, guys, this is insane.
They are together. Oh, and Becca looks great.
Oh,
Yeah, Becca is
She is smiling.
Oh, she's been smiling. I saw her.
Smiling all day.
Yes.
You know, when I saw her at Deep
Oh,
Canyon
so
Ranch, so that was at the halfway point.
She was in fourth.
You know, she was, I think maybe the 5th. Yeah, it was her and
She was behind
Marcy.
yeah.
Were right together, and Lauren was right ahead of them. And, you know, she just looked great and just kind of slid through that aid station, didn't make a big fuss, didn't really see much crew. It was very like,
And then
just
dropped the
smiling big
hammer.
and then
So happy.
just dominated that section. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
dropped
and I
the
wonder if that was
hammer.
a part of her race plan because I was right
We'll
at the
have to
halfway
ask the Roaches
part.
after this.
Yeah.
What was
What
the
was
race
the
plan
race
with
plan?
Becca? But
I asked
different
for some
race strategies
insight.
out there, right? We knew that Heather was going to go time trial the first 50K.
Yep.
We know that Becca's a silent assassin and just has been like slowly moving up the field all day with a smile on her face, though, a smiling silent assassin. But yeah, Leah, what's
Becca's
what's
out
the
of there, you
split
guys.
there?
That's probably about 45 seconds different there. Becca took a little bit more time. She cooled down. I saw her pour a bottle of water over her head. She was being crewed by David and Megan Roach and a few other of her friends, and I believe her partner Simon as well. She looked great. She looked really calm. I think probably like ready to get this done, but I still think this is a really good race between the two of them, Rachel and Becca.
I think that shows some confidence, right? Because by the look of her, she still had a spring in her step. She was smiling big, and she took her time at the aid station. I think to me that means that she's not
Patient.
panicked. She is experienced. She's a veteran. She knows what she's doing, and she wants that ticket, you know? So I wonder if what's in her head right now, if she's going for the win or if she's like, let's just hold it
If
together.
she's refreshed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for those of you following along on the live tracking, Becca and Rachel are not showing up on that. They have not DNF'd. They are very much sitting 1 and 2 right now. But you're right. They both came in wanting the win, is what we've been told. But at the same time, like at a certain point, you might say, you know what? I just want to get that golden ticket home safely. And so right now we've got Rachel Drake, Becca Wendell, and then Lauren Puritz should be the next woman into this aid station, probably 7 or 8 minutes back. But all 3 of those women looking for golden tickets to Western States.
Yeah.
And
Lauren-
Rachel split through here about 6 minutes off of Keeley, split through here last year.
Okay.
So I think the course record is probably safe, but honestly, they're hammering. And I think if they end up racing each other, anything can happen.
Yeah, with you throw Keely in that mix too, and she'll push both of them to the finish line. You know, so
honestly, I think this speaks a lot to what Keely threw down last year because it was hot last year.
Yes.
She's racing against, I mean, think about what Rachel has under her legs, and she is able to, was faster than Rachel's splits this year. So, I mean, I think Keely's race last year really may stand the test of time. We'll find out.
Yeah, did you get to go to Deep Canyon Ranch earlier? How'd you both find the water crossing?
Well, we should probably talk about some of the adversities we've had.
It's like a water splash mountain.
Yes. And there's a long line of
getting
people.
Deeper and deeper.
Yes.
And then someone from the Viper is kind of guiding us where to go, so which is great. Otherwise, it's getting deeper and deeper.
People are getting excited.
Yes,
here.
we're
we've got
starting
time.
to-
We've got time before we see Hayden come in here, but people are definitely. He's through Doe Springs. Do we know what his split was through Doe Springs? Anyone got a split for us?
I'm not sure we have. We have one camera there, and it's not good.
And it's not good. Okay, we don't have a split, but we've been notified that Hayden is through Doe Springs, which means that he is well on his way here. But what Yamamoko and Katie were joking about was that on the way into the Deep Canyon aid station, there was quite a river crossing for the vehicles trying to make it into that aid station that I think threw everyone for a loop today.
So I was there an hour and a half before the lead pack came in, and I got pretty worried because my little dinky rental car was not making it across that river. And thank goodness a big truck came through, and we said, can we please jump on in? And anyway, so I notified the team that I'm actually very concerned that how are we going to get all these crew to this aid station? And to be honest, crew figure it out.
Yeah.
So big props to all the crew out there. Have we given crew enough shout outs?
Probably not.
Of course, the Pacers, but the crew, the family, the friends that have shown up, that have flown from all over the world for their racer. There's a lot that goes into this race, and not just for the racers themselves, but, the family and crew that support them. And it's just, that river crossing was pretty, it was no joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun for me.
It was
I
very
can
fun.
drive, so.
And so I wanted to mention to you, I was talking to your camera person at the aid station, and he was saying that you were showing everybody on your feed what was in our aid stations, quesadillas and potatoes. And can you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, because first of all, in Japan, they don't have kind of solid food at all. Usually like a soup or, of course, a gel or some chocolate.
Okay.
But there are no people to cook for the food. There is I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It's a Mount Fuji, such a big one. There is a solid food like a noodle or some rice things, but it's a 1,000 participant kind of race. There's no such a thing. And then they are very fascinated. The volunteer people just kind of having fun themselves. That they are very impressed.
How do you feel culturally the energy of the crew and the pacers, the people that are at the aid station spectating? What's the difference, do you feel like, from if you compare it to Mount Fuji?
First, Mount Fuji I haven't done, but I saw the video. Mount Fuji is totally different. It's kind of same. People have do a volunteer, have kind of pride. All the local people, and they have owned like a booth, so they have kind of pride to help them. And I haven't done 100 miles race, but if I would do, I'm gonna pick a Mount Fuji because I saw the volunteer things and all the hospitality, and of course the course and.
Well, and to get to that point, that's a part. I'm sure we've talked about this many times, but the World Trail Majors, Black Canyon is a part of that. So
Mount Fuji
Mount
as
Fuji.
well.
So we'll see if next year we're going to be in several different languages on the live stream. And
I think we've got a Spanish channel in the works. I
Yeah,
really feel
that's
like
what I heard.
Spanish is just around the corner.
I think so.
Yeah. We've got some volunteers, I'm pretty sure, already. So we'll
I mean,
make
Jupiter
that
might be
happen.
one of them.
Do the Spanish channel? No. I want to do Mount Fuji. I was actually just in Japan. I was just skiing for 2 weeks by like over in Hokkaido. It was amazing. So I'm just trying to scheme how I can get back to Japan as soon as possible. So
It's been on my bucket list for a long time.
Japan, everything is so delicious and nice, and then I can see the aid station from the video. I want to stay in every single aid station as long as possible if I do Mount Fuji.
That's dangerous.
Just eat and
yeah, that's dangerous for a 100-miler. It's almost better to keep the aid station simpler. Yeah, get you out of there fast.
Yeah, so we're waiting on two things. We're waiting on a split from Hayden if we can get one. I do think we have sent a team, probably a drone team out to try to bring Hayden Hawks in. The other thing we're waiting for is our third place female, who should be Lauren Puretz, into the aid station where we have Leah Yingling on the ground. So she's got a clock running, I assume, waiting for Lauren. Oh yeah, there she is. She's got her timer running, waiting to get that good split for us back to third as soon as she makes her way in there. We do have a drone over in that area, and they might be able to pick her up as she makes her way up that hill through that river crossing. We haven't seen that, so it's possible that we've missed it, but we are waiting for third to make her way in.
Jared Hazen into Table Mesa.
Sorry, we're doing all sorts of technical things in the studio too, making sure Wi-Fi is working for everyone over here. We've had rain, we've had snow, we've had wind. Did you stay warm enough on the course today?
Not me.
We did hear that. We saw Katie dancing on the live stream earlier. We've seen Leah doing jumping jacks on the live stream as well, trying to stay warm.
But I saw the runners put in the ice water themselves, and it's cold, but I guess warm enough for them.
Yeah, so we're all there. Like, there are definitely people showing up here, getting ready to welcome their runners in. We've got Stephen Kirsch's crew has arrived here, so they're waiting for him to make his way over to the finish line. I saw the Hemmings as well, waiting for people to come into the finish. So we've got people showing up, waiting to welcome in our
who I saw Craig Thornley.
I did see Craig Thornley. Craig Thornley, the Western States race director, is here to personally give out those golden tickets.
Oh, that's
3 golden tickets.
Yeah, so this race is a little bit different than our normal golden ticket races. Instead of 2 tickets for men and 2 for women, there's 3.
Yeah.
And so the
Special.
field, it's super special.
Special.
First time in history, I believe.
Nice.
Yeah. I think we had a fire cancellation year where we ended up bumping a 3rd ticket here. One of the races got canceled kind of late, I think. So
and I think, it was like the year Jeff Colt got a ticket here. I think there was 3 that they offered.
Yeah, maybe it was a Gorge cancellation or a Sean O'Brien cancellation or something like that, where all of a sudden it was removed as an option for us, and so they dumped a third ticket here. But yeah, it doesn't happen that often, so we're excited to see the 3 tickets roll down. Right now, though, it's not going to roll down. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Looking at those golden tickets again. I don't think we have an update from Chris Myers or anyone through Doe Springs yet. They're well on their way, so we don't have an official split, I believe, from Hayden Hawks through Doe Spring. But my guess is that he came through there probably 10 or 12 minutes ago, and so we're probably looking at about maybe another 10 or 15 minutes before we see Hayden here.
I guess I have to prepare for the...
Oh, you've got to prepare. So what we'll do is that we'll hand you off to your team so that you can prepare for Hayden to make his way here, and we'll pull Skylar back in.
Time.
Yeah, you got to get back on the Japanese
Japanese
speed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I say I was so impressed with you, by the way, at the aid stations watching you. I felt like you were way more poised than I was. I was really impressed. I mean, I didn't know I was on the air when I was dancing, but you were really did
We're
a great
shuffling in
job.
studio.
Yeah, that's right.
But right now we're gonna so we'll get Skylar back in here in a second. But you got Leah Yingling in the field. We got an all women's trio going on right now. I don't think we've had this yet.
Love
Tomorrow
it.
we'll have a women's trio on the live broadcast. We got Leah Yingling in the field. I'm Corinne Malcolm, and I'm with Katie Asmuth. So you got all the ladies.
We've got an
Skylar.
update that there's 3 men through Doe Springs. We don't know their time splits, but there are 3 men through Doe Springs.
So we're
Also don't know
assuming
who they are, but I'm
they're
assuming
Hayden, Chris, and
Hayden,
Jupiter.
Chris. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we also should be expecting our 3rd place female, which would be a golden ticket position right now through Table Mesa as I speak, and I think this is Kat Drew with Lauren Puritz right behind her. No, I lied.
Let's
It's
see if we
Lauren
can actually
Puritz
can we
with
bump up
pacer.
the women's
It's Lauren with
screen to
the
make
pacer.
it big. We're gonna make Leah big again because that's more
So
important
this is
than
Lauren
us.
Puritz, third place with the pacer. She's about 10 minutes back from second place right now. And at our last split, we had Kat Drew was 5 minutes behind Lauren.
Okay, so that's Lauren Puritz with the pacer, currently in third, currently in golden ticket position, and she wants to get out of here because you're right. Like the people that like the people, Rachel Drake and Becca Wendell, who are in 1 and 2, they are kind of safe and secure right now. But sitting in that third spot, knowing that the person behind you in fourth also wants that golden ticket, is a little bit more stressful at this point, right? Like she's racing to protect
think
the
so.
golden ticket.
I absolutely think so. So that is, she left 11 minutes after the Rachel Becca group there. I want to see how far we've got fourth place behind her because I 100% agree. Like holding on to this position, like who cares about first and second at this point? Keep this one safe.
Lauren,
And I guess to add with Kat Drew's extremely fast. She's run a lot of fast marathons, and she spent all of last year focusing on like the faster 50K distances. Battled out with Claire Gallagher at Chuckanut, and then ran a 3:25 50K
so fast.
in
So
Canada
fast.
last
With
year as well, which is
6:30
so
pace?
fast.
That's
It's
so
annoyingly
Something
fast.
like that.
I would not want Kat
So-
Drew chasing me down.
No, it's not
No.
a fun position to be in. I've had her pass me on the interurban during Chuckanut before, and you're like, okay, cool, thanks, bye. It's like 10K of flat rail trail, and I was like, I can't do anything
I
about
love
that.
her coming out
Well, no-
party for the 100K distance after doing a bunch of 50Ks, and she's just dominating.
Yeah, you have to remember though that Kat Drew has run her way into a golden ticket before by winning the Canyons 100K, has been top 10 at Western States. So she's just like
She took a fast year though.
yeah,
where she just
took a
focused
year
on
away
the
where she's like, you
50K,
know
yeah.
what, mentally, 50K is hard sound way nicer than 100K is hard.
Maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe you just
I
take
just-
a little time off. Go ahead, Leah.
I was gonna say, I just like how she framed it too. She said she was taking a year off from doing anything with 100 in it, and I respect that. I think that's nice. I think sometimes in our sport we kind of get drawn into always doing like the longer distance or stepping it up until you're at 100 miles and beyond. And sometimes it's nice to take a step back too and focus on those things to like relight and reignite your fire a little bit more.
Yeah, so I don't think we have official splits through Doe Springs. We do know that 3 men have come through there. We believe second and third are going to be Chris Meyer and Jupiter, but we do not know what order those men are in as far as I know, as far as we've been informed. So right now, 1, Hayden Hawks, 2 and 3, Chris Meyer and Jupiter. But in what order, we are not certain. So we might all be surprised here at the finish line. No, we don't. So AJW is outside the studio, and I'm informing him that 3 men have come through Doe Springs. We don't know their splits or who they are, but they are Hayden, Chris, and Jupiter. That's a lot of
We know who they are,
non-information,
but not the order.
Yeah. Well, we know that Hayden's come through there first. Yeah, cutting edge.
We know
info here.
something.
We know
But
that
we
they
know
are
nothing.
men, and we know that there are 3 of them, and we know that they are running fast. But Hayden is out in front, and then the order of Chris and Jupiter we're not certain on, and we might not be certain on until they get here, which happened last year too, actually, because there was a moment where we thought that Janish had bridged up to Tom Evans because we thought we saw 2 runners running together. We do.
That's Hayden.
That looks like Hayden with a camera person running behind him.
Who can't quite keep up.
Yeah, so the camera person he's been dropped.
Hayden's gonna do it, you guys.
But Hayden is currently on the drone shot right now, making
looks
his way
great.
towards us at the finish line. We're literally between the infamous cattle gate that is open. No one's gonna have to hurdle it today. And then we're about 10 meters from the actual finishing arch, which is pretty darn cool.
We might get a Justin Grunwald and Ben Koss sprint. We might get it.
They could
for
shove
second
each
and
other
third.
into the cattle guard.
Yeah, I mean, you might not have to hurdle anything, but it is still narrow.
How
What is that, Leah?
how far out does how far out do we have eyes on Hayden? So I guess I'm asking for course record purposes because Anthony ran 7:32 and currently we're
Let me
at
ask
7:22.
Our team behind the team, where's our drone in the air between here and the finish line? We got shrugs.
They're looking at the sky.
In a desert, it's kind of like find the needle in the haystack, and all the cacti look the same.
Yeah, it's
So
definitely
Hayden's
more
got
than a
10
mile.
minutes to get to the finish for a course record.
And
Got
definitely
it.
more than a mile, but we don't know if it's we know it's more than 1 mile, but we don't know how much more than 1 mile it is.
Yeah,
But you know what we do know is that Hayden Hawks knows these splits.
Correct. Yeah, the big like it's not even a road crossing, but there's a very large opening in the trail that he has to sort of go across. That's usually a big landmark that he's in range. I think that's a little over. It's about a K out from the finish, and then
Guys, we got our 4th place woman, Jenna Bensko.
Jenna moving up.
Yes, and this is 4 minutes 38 seconds right now behind Lauren.
Yeah,
so
it's
it's
gonna be
so close.
It's going to be. We got reports from I think Jamil that the drone is about a mile out. So it's going to be really close for Hayden and the course record.
So I have that Lauren came in at 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, Lauren's through.
Yeah, no, I know. And so
Yeah.
that's a 6
She hit the
minute
timing map before
between-
she
She hit the timing map and then went to her
before she
crew.
visited her crew.
But I think she's got a little bit of a cushion, but she's got to keep that pace.
Interesting
that's-
note, Chris. Well, so here's the thing.
Okay,
and
we got
Kirsch's
Kat
team,
Drew
Kirsch's
into
team
the
is
aid
going to lose
station.
his mind here. The Doe Spring splits that have updated, which we're probably missing Chris Meyer on, is my guess, is Hayden Hawk 707, Jupiter 713, Stephen Kirsch 722. I'm assuming Chris Meyer's in there though. So right now though, Hayden Hawks clearly out in front. But who's in that third golden ticket position and where is Chris Meyer? We're not entirely certain, but I have got to imagine that he's in that mix. The live tracker's been killing us all day, and it's
We
been
just
killing
got
you
an
guys all day.
update. Uh-oh. Chris Myers wasn't on the update.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think that doesn't mean he's there, not there though. So right now Hayden Hawks well out in front. Heather Jackson has fallen back out of the the women's top 5, and right now you've got a battle between Rachel Drake and Becca Wendell in first and second on the women's side of things. So things have gotten exciting.
gotten excited.
And then
Been
we
excited,
have
but here we are.
the gap from Rachel and Becca to Lauren, I think was about 11 minutes.
Yeah,
and then
pretty
back
sizable.
from Lauren to Jenna was 5.5. And then Kat Drew just rolled through right behind Jenna, and she's already out of the aid station as well. So we've got a battle for 4th and 5th right now. And they're only 5 minutes behind Lauren, so still an exciting race.
So just to report, this is Travis Longcar sending us this intel from the field. We believe that Hayden Hawks was 34 seconds up on Anthony's course record pace at Doe Springs. So we're talking a course record by maybe 30 to 60 seconds.
Ugh. Stressful.
He's working. It's not completely smooth. Hayden runs very, very smooth, and you can tell that he's definitely hurting, as one should 61 miles deep into anything. So Hayden Hawks, though, working his way to the finish line, under a mile to go.
All right, guys, we got Marcy Clemente here. She is 6th place, and she is about a minute and a half between our 4 and 5, and she looks kind of tired. They're moving her through.
Going back to what Hayden needs to run from Doe Spring to the finish, if he's about 30 seconds ahead, Anthony only ran the 3rd fastest split between Doe Spring and the finish last year. Tom Evans and Janosh both ran faster than him. So he should feel confident that it's very reasonable to do it. I'm not saying that Anthony walked it in that last stretch by any means, but if he's feeling any sort of spry, he should be able to build on that cushion.
I mean, and he took the course record down by what, like 20 minutes or something last year. So I feel like that was a big chunk, and this is gonna be a little nibble.
Yeah, for sure. We might need him to actually lean at the line just to
just to get over.
We count it at the shoulders, but
yeah. So right now, that's what you're watching on your screen is Hayden Hawks making his way into the finish line, which is just beyond where
Tara
we are
Dower.
sitting right now.
Nice.
Tara Dower moving
wow.
up at Table Mesa. We just heard Leah Yingling announce that. How much blood is on Tara Dower, Leah?
Oh, wow.
A good bit, always.
She's only a minute behind
Usually
Marcy.
not as bad as it normally is.
2:30
Marcy
marathoner.
is next to her
There you
right
go,
now. We
Tara.
got camera on Marcy.
Nice. It's a good. Marcy's hanging in there. She's hanging tough. This is definitely, the biggest trail and ultra race she's ever run. She's got 100K under her belt. She ran a 50K like 10 years ago.
I hope this fuels the fire.
I hope so
bit.
too.
Because I think Waldro didn't set the right tone. It felt maybe a little too easy.
Yeah, this is the right amount of like sharpening the elbows. Yeah.
Yeah. Marcy, you're just trying to make everybody else look good. All right, so that was Tara Dower in 7th. Is that right?
Yes. Yep. So we got the camera on Tara right now. Megan Roach is her crew and 2 others. Looking like she's having
Wow, we have a lot of swap athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we got Brett just standing out in the desert by himself there. Brett, can you hear us?
Standing next to a bush per usual.
I don't think we're getting good audio on Brett. Hayden is lengthening it out, though.
Yep, so as I mentioned, this is that sort of weird grade you got to cross. It's about probably a kilometer out, maybe 3/4 of a mile, and the first of the HOKA beacon. And each of the HOKA beacons from here should be approximately 100 meters. So the next one he hits will be 500 meters out, and then 400, 300.
Nice. Brett, I think we heard your mic there for a second.
My mic exists?
Yeah, we hear you, bud.
How am I now?
You're loud and clear.
I'm good? Okay. So I can see you guys from where I'm standing. I'm like 150 meters from the finish line.
he's
I'm just
here.
at the bottom of this wash here. Not as far in the woods as it might look, but I can see Hayden Hawks actually making his way down the final hill. He's coming down the last climb. He's got 2 HOKA beacons left.
300 meters to go, and he's got about
Shad,
2.5 minutes.
And he's gonna be 2 minutes under the course record.
Should I just hold the mic out and see if he wants to say anything?
He wants to stop for a talk, maybe
a quick
give a little
signature?
speech.
No, absolutely not.
7:32 is
He
the
is
record.
charging.
7:32:50.
He is charging hard. We're going 1 breath in, 1 breath out right now. It does not get any harder running than that.
He's taken several minutes
Hayden
off
is
the
making
course
his way
record.
up.
Hayden
Doing
Hawks
like ladder drills out there.
Here he comes.
coming up the last little steps. Hayden Hawks through the HOKA stand, through the cattle guard, and towards your finish line. Your 2024 champion of the 100K, Black Canyon, Hayden Hawks.
And he 100% leaned at the line for that.
He absolutely got every second
Was that
out of
7:30?
it. 7:30:23 unofficially.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes under the previous course record. Charging, and we
Squeaked
talked
that in.
so long about how he was trending closer to Tom Evans's splits. We would have put him 5 minutes down on the course record. So essentially to make up 7 minutes over the last 11 miles, it's insane.
Well,
Absolutely insane.
some might call that bonkers.
Left it out there.
Hayden's back. Brett has
Hayden's
proclaimed
back.
it. It's true.
The year he has
Back
had
again.
after his Western States and then knee surgery, spending the second half of the
Hayden's
year.
back. Tell your friends.
And there he is taking it
There he
all
is.
in.
We
He
got
just heard
Brett
over the
rapping.
loudspeaker and Jubilee saying to him and all the spectators here at the finish line, it is indeed a course record. Hayden Hawks punching his golden ticket, going back to the big dance at Western States.
You guys, and what an inspiration. This
Cha-ching.
guy, just a couple months ago, it was 6 months ago, he had knee surgery, right? And so I think for all the injured runners out there, myself, one of them being me, it's an inspiration to see somebody come out of surgery and be able to do something like this. So huge props to Hayden. He was hoping to run a 50K in Thailand in December and decided not to because he wasn't quite there yet. He felt like his knee wasn't quite ready, and he made the right decision.
Yeah, 100%.
You know? Yeah.
It's hard, though, to come into a race like this, a golden ticket race where you really got to perform, there's a lot on the line for him. It's not just a big win, but it's that getting back to Western States moment that's all too important. And I think that it's just like to rust bust a golden ticket, win and course record is pretty next level.
I love that just, a week ago, 10 days ago, he came out here with his crew and did 60K on the course with his race nutrition, full plan with his crew. And, I mean, when we talk about thanking your crew, what an all-star crew to come out here for a practice run.
Well, they
That
live in
is
Tucson.
So dialed.
They're local.
But
His
still,
crew's local.
to come out,
Yeah.
to crew him.
Specificity
How cool
matters.
is that?
Yeah, we're just every time there's a shout, we're just gonna start turning around in our seats.
Yeah, so we
here
got
in
the
studio.
drone flying backwards. What was the gap between?
Well, we don't
Hayden
know
and-
because we don't know where
well,
Chris Myers is, but we do think the gap was about 6 minutes at it was 6 minutes at least between Hayden Hawks and Jupiter. Is Chris Myers in that mix? I'm gonna assume so, but I don't know so. Behind Jupiter is Stephen Kirsch, then Trayson Knopp, Eric LaPuma, Craig Hunt, and Gabriel Klein have all come through Doe Spring as well. Eric LaPuma's tracker hasn't worked much of the day, so people keep worrying about him, but it looks like he's probably sitting in 5th or 6th place because we do know that Chris Meyer is likely in that mix and his tracker did not pick up at Doe Spring, so bear with us.
Yeah, so to provide some context, I think, look at the emotion as Hayden shares the moment with the race
Craig
director
Thornley.
of Western States.
Craig Thornley, who was offering him a ticket to race at Western States yet again. And Hayden is saying yes.
Hayden's saying heck yes. And remember, Hayden's wife is out there racing the 100K as well. You know, he's thanked her, I think, profusely. She does a lot to take care of him and their 2 children.
For sure.
And is out here putting together her own 100K too.
So as I was mentioning, thinking back to as we watched Hayden coming in, we would anticipate our 2nd and potentially 3rd place men at this point being even closer to the finish line than where the drone picked Hayden up on the flight in. So any moment now, we should get eyes either by drone or ourselves of 2nd and 3rd place. But 7:30.
So can I
So
say,
fast.
if hopefully Chris is in this mix, but if he's not, because we haven't gotten an update from Doe Spring, then Jupiter has a clear 2nd place because
there's
between
Kirsch.
2nd and 3rd, if Chris isn't there.
Yeah.
And if Chris isn't there, I hope he is. But if
There's
he's
a
not,
tight race for that 3rd spot.
then that 3rd spot race is on.
Yeah.
Between Stephen Kirsch and Trayson Knopp.
Yeah, and honestly, like Eric LaPuma, Craig Hunt, not that far back either.
Right.
So another person's Gabriel Klein did come through Doe Spring, so he's hanging in there. Hans Troyer's hanging in there. Yupe Kwan's tracker didn't come through Doe Spring though, and I wonder if he's higher up as well because he should have been up ahead of Hans Troyer.
Yep.
So curious to know where Chris Meyer is and curious to know where Yupe Quinn is because
Well,
those
be in that
guys are
mix
likely
for
in
the
the top
podium,
5.
right?
Do you guys get my audio?
Yep, we got your audio, Leah.
Heather Jackson. Heather Jackson through Table Mesa, 10th place.
Curious to see if she leaves Table Mesa.
I didn't hear who came in after Tara. Was that
It
Shay
was Tara
Aquilina?
ended up. No, it was Genevieve, and then we had I wrote it in the live chat, but Tara ended up moving back to 9th during this aid station. She was here for a minute, and then Genevieve and one other runner left before her. And now Riley's coming in too. So Riley is our 11th athlete here in the women's field.
It might be
did
Anna.
Did Anna McKenna come through, Leah?
Anna McKenna was, yes, yeah.
Okay. Australian athlete.
Yeah, and just like she's been so close to golden tickets so many times. This
Here we
looks
go.
like
Is that Jupiter and Chris?
Oh my gosh, that's Chris. That's Chris Myers. Or a camera person.
No, is that Gus Gibbs leading Chris
Yeah,
Meyer?
yeah, okay.
I think that's what that is. I think.
Gus
I
is
think
wearing
it's-
a very colorful colored shirt.
Yep, and he's being followed by Solomon athlete Chris Myers. What a huge day for Chris. This is a breakthrough performance for this guy.
Big things happen.
Katie's gonna start crying in the
Yeah, he's been
studio.
knocking on that door.
Yeah, big things happen for Chris at Arizona races. He first came on the scene really with that win at McDowell Mountain Frenzy in 2022, got the Solomon contract as a prize, and then comes here and assuming nothing happens in the next 3 minutes, punches his way into Western States this year. Just a phenomenal ascent built on the back of just consistency. Like, he keeps showing up. He keeps being at the door, and he's just, when opportunity knocks, he opens.
Well, that's just it. I think he keeps shooting his shot. Chris has said to me many times, like, I just want my breakthrough race, because he's so fit and he trains so hard.
And he's so hungry,
And
but
he
I feel
wants
like
it.
he's like dropped the hammer many a time to try to make it happen, and it just like hasn't quite stuck. But I think that's part of this thing, is that we got all these young guns coming up who, like, yeah, it like sometimes it takes a few tries. It took a few tries for Jim to figure out Western States. It took a few, like, people
But
like
stick
aren't
with
automatic
it.
rockets, you know. It's like it's good to know that you got to kind of put in the work. And then I'm sure Jupiter is actually pronounced Hoopiter.
I was thinking that too.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't. It's not really a
Yeah.
hard J sound, but I believe that he is likely
He
in
should be
third
close.
position.
Yeah, Craig Thornley and I were talking about that.
That's
How
what
should
Chad-
I say his name, Katie?
How was that one?
Brett, we can hear you.
Brett, good job cheering out there, bud.
We got Shad Cam here, who was he was following Hayden Hawks on the way in, and
We saw him
I
get
think he's still
dropped.
catching his breath. Yeah, it was quite a run, and Shad actually has the jackpot 100 next weekend, so he's putting in work right now. Just a week out from 100. We've got a runner sighting.
Do you think we
Not-
missed
well,
Jupiter?
Jupiter. No, it's him coming in right now.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely Jupiter.
Jupiter?
It's a soft J, like yogging. Yeah. Here he comes.
No, we
Second
got Brett on the call.
Yep,
Brett
Brett-
Jupiter
Brett
in
is saying
second.
Yeah,
Jupiter's
he's
in
coming in. He's on the call. He's on our screen.
So
He's coming through.
100 meters out, coming up that
So
last.
He's 100 meters out.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, my gosh.
Shad Cam gave him a scare right there.
So we missed.
Yeah, we missed him on the drone. Yeah, so
Missed him on the drone, but yeah,
Here
I
we
saw
go.
him with my own eyes.
If we get the finish line cam up here. Coming through
1 point
the
for
cattle
the
gate.
road shoes.
Here you go. Flips the hat
second
like the
place
boss that
finish. Representing Mexico. Jupiter Serrera going to Western States, baby.
he is. 7:39:55 on the clock.
So fast.
Wow, and this is the sort of thing people say random ballers. He's not a random baller. This guy has been there. He's represented his country at Worlds, but he was not a part of any of our preview shows.
No, I picked Yupe Quinn, but I like totally missed Jupiter in the preview shows. So absolutely phenomenal performance. No one's gonna forget about him now.
And,
Nobody's forgetting about you.
he should be next now.
You are no longer
Yeah,
a
Chris
dark
Myers
horse.
should be
Hoop
coming
it
in
there.
next.
So Jupiter, just under 7:40, runs the 4th fastest time ever at the Black Canyon 100.
Holy cow.
Comes through.
Wow.
And he just steadily moved up
All day.
the field all day. All of a sudden, he's in 10th place. Who is this guy? I've never heard of him. Then he's in 8th. Then he's in 7th, and just slowly picked his way. And it just shows how you can run these races so differently comparatively to Hayden Hawks, who's led from the front.
And
What
he
an
said
incredible race.
He was coming for a golden ticket. He didn't panic. He got the job done. He wanted to shout out his kids. So, Azael, Yared, your daddy's going to Western States.
Your dad is another silent assassin.
So
incredible.
cool. Yeah, and so people were wondering because we were seeing Gus as well in that drone shot. So coming in third should be Chris Myers, led by Gus Gibbs, who's been with him, I think, for a 50K day out there, which is a quite impressive pacing pull. But yeah, Chris looks like he's going to be sticking the landing for a golden ticket into Western States.
Oh, I heard someone yell for Chris.
Chris is making the last
comes
little
Chris.
downhill. He's about 250 or so meters out.
Yeah, we're going to have the camera focus on him. There we go.
Wait. Yeah. Okay, yeah,
Gus keeps scaring
Gus
people.
looks like someone in the field, but
It
it's
is-
not.
it looks
It's not.
like
It's
Gus is
Chris.
racing,
Yeah,
but-
he scared me. I was like, is there 3?
Grab.
It's
grab-
Gus,
grab
Chris,
the-
and then
Brett,
Shad
just grab
Cam.
Gus. Grab Gus. Pull him out of the way for us, okay? Send Chris in front.
I don't want to ruin the flow. Like they've clearly been. Gus is calling out the rocks. This is an A+ pace mile, 61.95, and he's still calling out the obstacles. Chris Myers on his way to a 3rd place finish.
Making
Still bouncy.
He's gonna cash that Western States golden ticket.
Western States will be his first 100.
We have a lot of people that debut at Western States. It's a brave way to go.
What a race for Chris Myers. Coming in 3rd. Golden ticket.
Third place
The
finish.
move to Colorado serves him well. Chris Myers, 3rd place at the 2024 Black Canyon 100K, punching his ticket to Western States. 7:43 on the clock.
We watched him make that move earlier to pass John Ray at one point, and we were like, this kid is flying.
6th fastest time ever on this course.
So Chris Thoburn kind of doing some stats for us in the chat. He said that he thinks it's going to be approximately a 30-minute gap between 1st and 10th, which is 20 minutes faster than last year. So a really tight men's top 10 is what we're looking at.
I love watching the moment with Craig Thornley asking the runners if they'll take the golden ticket.
Yep. Would you like the ticket? Yes.
Yeah, take
okay.
the ticket. You
Got
wanna
it.
take the ticket? Yeah.
Are you sure?
We're doing some
No
lip
pressure,
reading here.
but yes.
Hi,
Okay.
kid. Would you like a golden ticket? Yes, I would. Yes, I actually very much would.
I love that Craig comes out to these races, though.
Yeah, he loves it too.
Yeah.
Would you like to tour my chocolate factory?
So again,
Brett's making Willy Wonka jokes.
So the 3 golden have been taken.
Yep, the 3 golden tickets have been claimed. Hayden Hawks,
That was not a joke.
Jupiter, and Chris Myers all cashing in those golden tickets to make their way to Western States in June. Oh, we got tears from Chris at the finish line there.
Do we know if has Jupiter run a 100-miler before?
We'll have to ask the chat. We know that he's run several 80Ks. I don't know that he's run a 100-mile. So we could see 2 debut 100s from our 2nd and 3rd place male finishers today at Western States.
Well, several 80Ks. Was this the debut 100K?
I don't
Gosh.
have the answer. Is that Craig Hunt?
Oh, wow.
It's like
That's Craig Hunt.
That looks like Craig Hunt. That's his shirt.
That's 100% Craig Hunt. Craig Hunt
Yeah.
is flying.
Wow.
Just
Oh, he came
cross
from
the
behind.
1K to go marker.
Wow. Oh, wow. That was a huge close for Craig Hunt.
Oh, yeah, I
I'm
see
so
the drone
happy
up
to
there.
See a solid performance by Craig. He
Redemption.
is
redemption here. Big time
Yes.
redemption here.
He
Led
deserves
through
this.
mile 51 the last time he ran this race. Ran out of the aid station, turned around, came back to the aid station after leading from, the wire at that point. So really cool to have him
Oh my
come
God,
back
he's
here.
going so fast.
He is so fast, Brett.
This is the fastest finish so far.
I mean, he's like a 50K specialist.
This
so
is the
it's really
fastest finish so far.
Cool to see him put this race together.
Phenomenal.
You know what I love is when you ask Craig to give a shout out to his friends and family. He says, "Shout out to all my competitors. Feels great to be a part of such a deep 100K field."
Harder.
I love that. That's who he's thanking is his competitors.
His pacer is the one making all that
pacers.
noise. It's not
Let's
Craig.
go, Craig.
Is his pacer trying to drop him right now?
Just
His
a couple
pacer
minutes
was
off.
At the absolute limit.
That's his pacer. That's his pacer. He's going to get out of the way. There we go.
Well done,
He's
pacer.
gonna film it.
That was an
Nice
all-star
It's
pacer
Rory,
right
so we
there.
got to be out here slinging 10.
Craig
Hunt.
Hunt. Wow. Just a couple minutes
Oh,
off
that's
that
because
golden ticket
we got
race.
another runner coming.
Who's coming, Brett?
Who's coming? Is that? We got another runner coming. This is why Craig was kicking so hard.
Because there's someone
Steven
right there.
Kirsch is coming in.
Kirsch is coming in next. Dude, Craig. Wow, kicked
Craig.
Yeah,
hard.
Steven Kirsch is making his way down through the wash.
Come on, Kirsch. So reports in the chat is that Jupiter
Yeah,
has raced and won
Oh.
the Marathon de los Canos 100K several times. So he's done 100Ks, but I don't know that he's done 100 mile.
So
We got
Craig.
pacer Eric Sensman.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hey. He retired.
Yeah, he's not allowed to
We got-
retired.
Yeah, he's not allowed to
We
put
got
those
another
on anymore.
wait, pacer. But because we got another runner coming in right behind Kirsch.
course.
This is why everyone's kicking in.
Yeah,
so hard.
Kirsch.
That,
Stephen Kirsch.
Trace and Knopp.
Stephen
Nice
Kirsch with the
race,
fifth place
Grayson.
finish. Let's trace him in
Stephen
sixth.
Kirsch just crossed
my
the finish
gosh.
line to finish in 5th position. And it looks like
7:47:30.
Trayson is just behind him.
You got
and
at
Eric
least,
Lapoon actually just behind him.
You can literally see him in
I
the
got another
background
runner coming down the
of
wash.
finish line.
You can watch
Yeah.
it. Stop
Do we
looking
have
at your
pacers
phone.
on
Just
these
look at
people,
the
or is this a race? With someone in a unzipped hoodie running as well.
There's Trayson making his way in. Claire Rhodes running around the finish line to go give him a big
yeah.
hug.
Here comes Eric LaPuma.
Come on, Eric. Oh yeah, Darren Thomas
Translates
just made
to
his
the
way through
Puma. Straight.
So
Yeah,
this
that's
just shows
Jeshurun
you
getting
guys
out of the way and
Craig Hunt
Portis.
at Doe Spring was 3 minutes behind Steve Kirsch. How incredible.
So
So
fast.
he pushed hard. He passed 3 people in that section.
Yeah, so just behind, so we had Craig Hunt in 4th, Steve
Stephen
Kirsch in
Kirsch.
5th, Trayson in 6th, Eric LaPuma is coming
Gonna
through the
finish
cattle guard
7th
right
here.
now
There
in
he
7th
is.
place. Nice work,
Let's
Eric
go,
LaPuma.
Eric. Wow, they were so close.
That is a tight race.
I mean, and Eric was sitting
What's the
outside the
race
top 10
clock
for
at?
a
Most of
very
the day.
7:48.
It's
7:48,
7:48.
sir,
We have
yes.
7 men under 8 hours right now.
I'll remind
Way under 8 hours.
you, the 4th fastest time before today was the course record before last year. Sage Canada's 7:52. So if you take last year off the board, we have 8 people under the previous course record.
That's
That existed for
so crazy. Someone asked
7
us
years.
why. Someone asked us in the chat earlier why John Ray called this the future of ultra running. That's why he's here. He wants to run in what is the future of ultra running. And someone's like, why is it the future of ultra running? This is why it's the future of ultra running, right? It's this field. It's people.
The future
all
is
coming
now.
in. The future is now, as Brett just said in our ears to the live stream. But it is. It's like we're gonna see more and more athletes coalesce around specific races, and just like we're gonna see more fields where we're 30, 40, 60 people deep. And it's not like, oh, there's one superstar. It's going to be an all-out brawl all the way to the finish.
And something that I find interesting is, so at Western States, you either get in with the lottery. Let's say you're a front runner. If you get in with the lottery, very low chance of getting in the lottery. You have to race your way in with a golden ticket, or you have to get top 10 from the year before, or a potential sponsor spot, which is very little. So there's a limited amount of front runners that can make it into the race. Whereas here, everyone can be a part of it. There is no limit, right?
Yeah.
The front runners are going to be let in. And so that says a lot about what this race can do. And potentially, right now, it's the second most competitive ultra in the United States, definitely in North America, you know, potentially getting
We've
into
got-
the global status, too.
we got 8.
Right?
We got Brett in our ears saying
8
that
is
yes, place
coming
on their way.
And who was it with the singlet?
Gabriel Klein.
It should be Gabriel Klein with that Colby singlet
Let's
on.
Cax stand up.
Let's see if we can get that drone footage. I don't know if our drone's in the air or not. The drone is not in the air. We don't have a drone, but we'll have a finish line
Out
camera.
from the finish.
Shatty Daddy might be back there. I'm not sure. We'll
Yeah,
Chatty
flip
Daddy.
to that. It's approaching fast.
Yeah, we'll get a good finish line shot as here comes your Colby runner.
He
Here
had
is the
such a
finish
solid
line.
performance
8th
all
place.
day.
Gabriel Klein.
What consistency.
He's been super solid all day.
All day.
long.
And kind of in the same.
And we're all like, who is he?
Yeah.
The number of people that passed him and that he passed
Yeah, again.
is just wild.
You guys, and also, like, while we've been focused on the men finishing here, we know there's just, like, an absolute battle going on in the women's race. Like, actually, we should probably check Rachel Drake's
I'm so excited for that.
Instagram, because that's how we're finding out anything about the women's race is Rachel Drake's Instagram. So let's see if we've got an update on that end, because we know there's a battle going on out there between Rachel Drake and Becca Wendell.
Indeed. Yeah, so we were talking about Gabriel Klein. Was 9th at Bandera in 2022.
Nice.
His last attempt at a golden ticket race.
Did he race in 2023?
Nothing that was top of mind that I pulled out. He won Kayamaka in 2022, but regardless of how you feel, this is definitely going to be up there on his mantle of performances that he should be very proud of.
I don't know if Keely is also live streaming while pacing her. It is. Keely's running in front of her, somehow not falling on rocks, filming Rachel.
Keely, you're a champion.
So for the women, we would expect them to come through course record pace at Doe Spring would be about 8 hours and 17 minutes. So 24, 25 minutes for the next ping where we get an official update. Obviously, the joys of social media, live streaming where you can. And I'll say, when we saw the men coming out of Table Mesa, we had said, there were 8 men who were under 8 hour pace. We we thought it might be a little closer than that, but to have, if we have all 8 men under 750.
I mean, how many more men are going to sneak into the top 10 under 8 hours?
Who should be next out on course? We're still looking for. Are we still looking for a Hans Troyer?
We're still looking for a Hans Troyer. We're still looking for a Yupe Quinn. We haven't seen Yupe Quinn either. What happened to that guy? We do know that the last 10K of the race, things can fall a little bit apart for him. Tyler Green almost got him at the end of Hong Kong 100K. He led, Yupe Quinn led Hong Kong 100K until like about 7K to go. He got overtaken, finished in second, but Tyler Green almost closed to him. So we're still waiting for Yupe Quinn to finish.
That was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, which is
also
crazy. Yeah, Hans Troyer just won Bandera 4 weeks ago, so it's all a little bit crazy.
Absolutely.
So we're looking for Nate Jukes, Hans Troyer, Tim Reed, Tim Tollefson, Yupe Quinn, John Ray, Ryan Montgomery, Noah Dassault. So we've got our guys that are gonna be funneling in here for sure. I do think our next guys to come in should probably be Hans Troyer and Tim Reed, and they're gonna be really close, I think, to that 8 hour mark, maybe just over it.
There's also the psychology at this point. You're not going to get a golden ticket. You still obviously want to perform well.
I lie to myself. I'll be like, you know what? I think we can go under 8 hours.
Oh, yeah.
You pick a random number to try to run under, even if it's like, I'm going to run under 8:05.
If you get caught, you're just like, I'm sticking to this person as long as possible. You're looking at the clock and saying, I think I can get there in this period of time. Like, these are the sorts of games that I would expect most of these folks to be playing. Like, other than Hans, these are all names that we are very familiar with, have very storied race pedigrees, and it's still going to be exciting. Like, you can't be mad at being 10th place in the deepest 100K in American history, right? Like, there's still pride on the line.
Can I say I'm thinking about the
I'm
chest?
gonna go hug Eric, and then I'll come back.
Do it.
We'll
Okay.
allow
I want to
it.
do that for Chris.
Yeah. Be a good teammate.
And then we'll trade out, and you can hug Chris. How's
Great.
that sound? Okay, perfect.
I think we should get some interviews in here.
Yeah.
I
walk
told
through.
Matt that we should try and. They're rested up by now, don't you think?
Yeah. Before
Yeah,
we
you
get
got
to
time. You got like an hour.
Before we get to the
Like
large
half an hour, maybe before
ticket.
the lead ladies come in.
Oh, Brett's talking to, I'm assuming, someone who's thinking things through as we have this drone shot going backwards from the finish line.
But this
Again.
is interesting to see because there's actually a little bit of a gap here.
Yeah.
We had a slew of people coming in, like right one after the other, that were chasing each other down for every single spot. And now we've got a little bit of a time gap here. So this is interesting.
Yeah, because at this point, we are 3/4 of a mile from the finish line and going backwards. So assuming we didn't miss anyone on this drone, we shouldn't see anyone else then get under 8 hours, which, hey, 8 people under 8 hours when only 7 had done it in history before this. I mean, still not a bad day by any stretch.
I'm thinking about Hans still. I just can't get over this guy. And I think the fact that a month ago, most of the ultra running world had never heard his name before. And he just made, honestly, he made news for Bandera. Since Bandera was no longer a golden ticket race, I don't think very many people were following the race, comparatively. Just it wasn't as competitive. And so then he comes out with a course record. And we know now that, potentially the course record that he beat from Jim wasn't, potentially the course was a little bit different. So maybe it wasn't a true course record, but even so, it was close enough. If you're getting close to Jim Walmsley, you're a name now, right? And so now he's become a household name for the ultra running fans of the world. So Hans Troyer, we're hoping you're coming in next.
Right
there
on
he
cue.
is.
There he is. So again, we're probably 0.8 miles or so out from the finish line, picking up Hans Troyer, who definitely spiced things up early on. He was our version of Zach Panning at the U.S. Marathon Trials. How about that? But he's bouncing back from a Bandera performance just last month to run himself into the top 10 at Black. This is insane.
He's 23 years old, and he went for it.
Yeah.
I mean, and you got to give him that. To shoot your shot is what he did at Bandera, and it worked. This time he tried to hang with Hayden Hawks. He pushed Hayden Hawks, we think, to some degree for a section of that. And, at some point I was thinking, you guys were saying it's almost like there's chess playing out there. Is Hayden being pushed by this youngster? Is Hayden going to break? The veteran going to be broken by this young 23-year-old newcomer to the sport? But, Hayden was able to pull the elastic away and snap the youngster, but he's still making it through in the top 10. A proud finish. And gosh, he's getting this done without a pacer. It
That's
looks
what I was going to
too.
say. He's out here solo the whole way. I mean,
he's coming in from Georgia, and he is, very outspoken about that there are no hills where he lives.
Yep.
And so he does a lot of backwards training on the treadmill uphill, trying to get his quads to be shot to try and make it feel like it will feel on race day. I'm curious how his quads are feeling right now. But I think that, remember, the last 50K of the course is really where most of the elevation gain is. Yep. It's really, 5,000 feet in that last 50K. So, a lot of people come out of that first half feeling really good, and then the hills start to come and you start having some wear and tear in the body. And it sounds like that's what happened to Hans, but he really was able to put up a really strong performance. He should be really proud of this one.
Absolutely. Yeah, he learned about ultra running through just reading some books and becoming obsessed, as many of us
one does.
Correct, right. And so he, after he finished running in college, he's like, what, let me try my hand at this. And he's got some pretty entertaining YouTube content. So if you want to learn more about him, definitely give him a follow. He also wants to shout out, even though he has no pacers out there, he's got a crew supporting him. So his wife Grace, his parents, his brothers Jeremiah, Michael, and Bird. I want to show them some love for helping him get to this point and being the, I guess, random baller no more that we're going to have to keep our eyes on here for the coming future of ultra running.
Yeah, I see his crew here is Dylan Miller. Is that who you saw on yours? Dylan Miller, Grace Troyer, his wife, and Peggy Troyer, his mom, are all here from Georgia, coming out to support him. Unsponsored athlete, coming in on the top 10. Proud performance. He says he's been training 105 to 120 mile training weeks. He's been injury-free, minus a few aches and pains for the entire training cycle. But his Achilles was giving him some issues, so we'll see if that was his Achilles heel of the race. But
So I'm not sure if we have a finish.
I wonder what
line
Hans
cam
Troyer is going to race next.
Whatever Jamil gives him an eye towards.
So
I'm
see
not sure.
Hans at Javelina.
Yeah, I don't feel like he's the mountain runner type.
Yet.
I think he's yet.
Well,
There you
that
go.
I mean,
just read a
that's-
couple more books.
That's what they said about Arlen, and then
Yeah, that's a good point.
here we are. So
There you go. Great.
Awesome. Yeah, so Chris will come over here eventually. I'm gonna give the key to them. I'm gonna go give the key to someone to go.
So while we have Hans Troyer on the screen, we are presenting our golden tickets at the finish line.
I'd love to. There we go. This is what I'm waiting for. They gotta wait for Hans to finish.
Yeah.
Well, there's
He has a
someone
lot of
coming in
fans out
behind
here.
Hans.
Do you want to tell Hans to pick it up a little bit?
He's probably good, but should I scare him?
We see Brett feverishly pointing to pick it up.
You gotta kick.
Thank you.
You gotta kick off the line.
I don't know if everybody can
Nate
hear
Jukes
what
is
we're
coming in
hearing.
hot. Nate Jukes is coming in hot.
Yes! Oh, Nate Jukes!
Nate Jukes
Oh,
pumping
Hans.
them arms.
this-
Oh,
He's got
cattle
yeah.
guard, cattle
We've got a
guard,
classic
cattle guard.
situation.
Oh, he's gonna get past.
It's a Justin Grunwald,
Here we go.
Ben Koss, cattle
Oh, no.
guard repeat.
Here we go.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Nate Jukes with the late pass,
Wow.
followed by Hans Troyer, and there it is. Your top 10 men, all under
That was
8 hours and
incredible.
4
That was
minutes.
Justin
love
Grunwald, Ben Koss
racing.
all over again. Wow.
Oh, it's so rude, yet so glorious. I love it.
Hans still coming in for the top 10. Nate Jukes barely squeezing in
They
for
just
9.
straight up crashed the golden ticket
That
party.
was amazing.
They're just like, oh, you want to give away these tickets? Hold on, let me get in the shot. That's beautiful. You'll love to see it.
Nate Jukes came
What a repeat.
from behind. Wow, that was incredible.
Oh.
You know, I don't know if they can hear.
We got Nate Jukes.
I don't think they can hear what's happening.
Can't even get up. Just dump your kids on him. Yeah.
Nate
His legs are wrecked, but his arms are fine. Just hand him a kid.
5 children. Ain't
One
no
on the
thing.
way.
From Cedar City, Utah.
Shout out. Yeah, help him up.
So
See, we got
he is
Ooh.
coached by Hayden Hawks,
We
our
might
first
have
place.
Tim Tollefson
Go
coming
ahead.
in.
Timo.
Oh. So I
Yeah,
know
I think
Nate
this is
is okay. Oh, come on, Tim. I want to talk a little bit about Nate Jukes because he just came in from behind. He's coached by Hayden Hawks. I know he's one of his training partners, and Hayden Hawks was talking about how he's the dark horse of the race, and he was able to make it in a top 10 finish at Black Canyon. Very impressive.
I mean, Nate Jukes also has like a sub 30-minute 10K
Yeah.
from his cross country days at Southern Utah, and he showed off that kick there. So it goes to show you people, cross country matters. Get out there and mix it up. And this is Tim Tollefson coming on into the finish.
I love to see it. Tim Tollefson, Mammoth Lakes, California, race director of the Mammoth Trail Fest.
So composed.
He yelled
I
into
mean-
the mic.
Oh,
He
me?
yelled into
I
the
did.
mic as I went by. He was like, "I did it for the people."
He did it for the people. That is true.
Tim is
And-
all about connection, I'll tell you.
Very true. Very true. In his survey, he did say he wanted to get on camera, so he made sure he made that happen. I'm going to need him to take off the hat so we can see the beautiful hair, but otherwise,
I feel like he doesn't usually wear a hat at all.
it was a weird day today.
It was a weird day.
It was cold. It was warm. It was raining. Got to protect it.
It was the type of run that you have to be a speedster, but you have to be a gritty speedster. You know, you had a mix of your mountain legs with the rain and the snow and the sleet and the wind and the heat. I mean, you went through everything.
And the attrition came late. Like, we saw well through Table Mesa that gap was still tight, and then it wasn't until the last 10 miles that the rubber band broke and we had this huge shuffling happening. So it's nuts. But we're going to send it over to the finish line for the presentation of the sweet, sweet golden tickets. 7:43:02, your third place finisher at the Black Canyon Ultras 100K, Chris Myers.
Jupiter.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Big round of applause for you very fast gentlemen in the 100K.
So as you may have heard from Jubilee, this is your podium at the Black Canyon Ultras 100K on the men's side. Third place, Chris Myers. Second place, Jupiter Carrera Casas. And your champion, setting a new course record by 2.5 minutes, Hayden Hawks. All three gentlemen accepting their golden tickets to the 2024 Western States, happening the last weekend in June this year. And if they bring the same heat that they brought today, I am already super excited for this edition. It's going to be nuts.
We're so excited for what we're always excited for Western States. People tell us we're biased. We've got the king of Western States, the king fanboy of Western States. AJW is going to join us in studio here in just a little bit. I think we're also going to try to bring some of these guys in as well, post festivities on the podium, to hear from them about their experience out there. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal racing, and all three of these guys are going to line up at Western States in June, and we can't wait to see it.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, we are still watching the women's race. And between Rachel Drake and Becca Wendell, we would expect them to be coming through Doe Spring, one of the two or both, in about 6 to 8 minutes. So we've got this aerial cam towards the finish line as we have even more
Nice work.
men finishing with some big kicks here at the end of the Black Canyon 100K. But just
Charging.
4.5 miles down the road, we got our eyes on Doe Spring as well to see how the front end of that women's race is shaking out. We know that Rachel Drake and Becca Wendell were in first and second, but we had a lot of shakeups that have occurred in the women's side. Lauren Peretz was in third by about 8 minutes at our last ping.
Oh, he
And
just
then a
stopped for a
7-minute gap.
kiss. I don't know if you saw that.
I did see that, which we love, so here for it. And then, yeah, there was a 7-minute gap between the third place female and the sixth place female at the last aid station. So really looking forward to seeing how that continues to shake out as we get updates from Doe Spring here momentarily. And then if it plays out anything like this men's race has at the finish, there's going to be even more fireworks. So make sure you stay tuned, and make sure, hey, while you're on this YouTube link, just go ahead and take that mouse down a little bit, hit that subscribe button, and then go over and hit that little like button so other people can find content like this, so that when you're in the office on Monday and everybody else is talking about the Super Bowl and you're talking about this race and everybody's like, what? They can find it easy. Right? It just starts populating their feed. Make it happen.
Pretty wild that the Super Bowl is going to be the second most viewed sporting event of this weekend.
Yeah, you know, suck it, NFL. I think I can say that on YouTube. Anyway, we're kind of been following along with Rachel Drake's Instagram feed all day from her Pacers taking photos and videos, and we do know that Rachel Drake is still currently in first position. Less than an hour to go before we see her here at the finish line. She's got all-star pacer Keely Henninger, last year's champion and current course record holder, guiding her in to the finish. Super, super impressive. And right behind her should be Becca Wendell. I've been told that I must give her the biggest hug at the finish line and then yell we're going to Western States when she makes her way in, because the Met Howe Valley is absolutely losing their minds over Becca's run today. So yeah, really, really impressive. And again, Lauren Prutz in third currently. Looks like kind of very like healthily, that's not really a word, in third. Pretty sizable gap between second and third, but also sizable gap between third and fourth was the last we had heard from the course, which kind of locks up potentially those 3 golden tickets. Anything can happen.
Very much so.
We've seen anything happen in the last couple miles of these races, but really impressive though. We've heard about Lauren all day too, and is it practicing OB-GYN doctor. She did 3 surgical procedures on Thursday before traveling out to do the race. Just like absolutely so impressive.
The women of Colorado Springs, thank her. Yeah, and let's also take the long lens here towards course record on the women's side. 8:45:30 is the time that we're looking at. So looking for a Doe Springs hit here in the next couple of minutes, and then a 30-minute or so sprint towards the finish. And again, we've only ever had 5 women finish under 9 hours. So that's also something to keep in the back of your mind as you're watching at home, that we could have 1, 2, potentially up to 6 crack that 9-hour barrier here today as well.
But if you're following along on the live results page, it now currently is missing our 3 top women on there. So it looks like, so people are panicking periodically about that. Where is Rachel? Where is Becca? Where is Lauren? They are all still 1, 2, 3. And then in 4 though is Jenna Bensko with Kat Drew in 4 and 5. So we've got a heated kind of women's battle going on for those final couple of positions in that top 5 group right now.
And I have eyes on Tyler Green, and he looks super chill right now. So that bodes well. He's not freaking out. He's not anxious.
Looks super relaxed.
He is in a very stylish outfit, I must say. But he looks very chill. He might actually be following the live Instagram updates as well from the course. So, yeah, I think that they are very confident that first and second place are locked up between the 2 of them somehow, whether that's Becca, then Rachel, then Becca. Either way, it's nice to win, but second still feels good because you know you're getting that golden ticket if you want it. As you see more aerial footage of racers coming towards the finish line here at the Black Canyon Ultras presented by HOKA. Just been a spectacular day. And the depth was deep, as one Finn Melanson, who's somewhere out on course, would say.
Yeah, we've got those look to be cowgill shorts making their way to the finish line, which means it must be Mr. Noah.
We got someone coming.
Yeah, we've got Noah's crew here by the cattle guard. Absolutely losing their minds for their boy Noah Dassault. Yeah.
Yeah, before today, 21 men had gone below 8:20. And we're going to be pretty close to knocking that out today alone.
Nice work.
Yeah, we're actually going to, AJW is going to bring in our second place men's finisher, Jupiter, who ran an absolutely phenomenal race, still has his super fast super shoes on. Get a little post-race interview
Countdown
here
up to
in a
the finish
second.
studio.
Yeah, Brett, you coming back to us?
I think I'm I'm staying put here for a
Okay.
while.
Yeah, we need you to be our eyes for Rachel Drake and Becca and Lauren and the whole gang. Are we gonna have a double interview?
Yeah, I'll just
we getting Hayden
yell.
too?
Okay, you're gonna translate.
Oh, we're gonna translate. Okay, we got a translator with us. Perfect.
Great. Good. So you want to use that?
Oh, okay.
Should be live. Be live.
Sweet.
Okay.
All you.
All right, we are here with a man who just gave us a phenomenal. I don't even know how to put this. You moved up throughout the day. You weren't on most people's radars before today, and that's their bad, because you came in with just a phenomenal backstory and a plan to execute. Hooper, how are you feeling right now?
Dice que viniste aquí fuera del radar de todo el mundo y que lo que lograste es impresionante, que sí, ¿cómo lo hiciste?
Thank you. Dile que es la primera vez que he podido participar aquí en Estados Unidos. En septiembre participé en Pace Peak, tuve un quinto lugar, pero he ido agarrando experiencia y este era el objetivo y gracias a Dios se logró.
So it's the first time he has come to participate in the United States, and he had an objective that he was coming for, and he got it.
In the pre-race survey, there was a question that's asked, what's your why for doing Black Canyon? And you said, I want a golden ticket. Why does that golden ticket mean so much to you?
¿Por qué significa tanto para ti el ticket que te acabas de ganar?
Porque en México he ganado todos los ultramaratones que hay y ya era momento como de dar ese paso para demostrarme que sí tengo el nivel para competir fuera de México, y hoy se logró ese objetivo.
So he says he has won all the ultra marathons there's in Mexico. So it was about time to come here and try, like he has worked a lot, so it was about time to come here and do something here. So that's why it meant so much to him.
Let's talk a bit about that community back in Mexico. How have they helped you to become the athlete that you are today? You've represented the country before on the world stage. How have they built you up to come here and have the performance you've had today?
¿Cómo te han ayudado en México a hacer eso que viniste a hacer? ¿Cómo te han ayudado a crecer?
No hay mucho apoyo en el trail. El apoyo que recibo es de mis patrocinadores, la marca Buff, que estoy agradecido con ellos, a la empresa Gapper, bueno, a mis patrocinadores más que nada, a Azuka y a Javier y a Ivette, su esposa, que me han apoyado mucho, a mi familia, a mi esposa, a mis hijos, que son los que me impulsan día a día, y a todos los que hacen posible, igual al profesor Pedro, que me echó la mano para inscribirme a esta carrera. Wow. Y poder hacer esto el día de hoy.
So sadly he hasn't received, there's not a lot of support coming from Mexico. He thanks mostly like several people that are close to him that always have helped him, mainly like his wife and family, and also Professor Pedro, that he was the one who got him to the subscription to do this race.
Do you have a message for your family as they're watching? Something you want to leave? You had mentioned your children. What do you think is their hope, or what do you hope to the lasting impression of your performance here and your running legacy is with them?
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu familia ahorita, en especial a tu esposa, a tus hijos? ¿Qué quieres dejarles?
Pues les doy las gracias a mis papás, a mi hermano que es el entrenador, y a mi esposa y mis hijos, que hay días que me despierto muy temprano y ya no los veo despertar a ellos por ir a entrenar 6-7 horas a la montaña, pero gracias a Dios ha valido la pena, y ese es el resultado yo tengo 3 frases, bueno, no frases, sino tres cosas que es Dios, la disciplina y la determinación. Y esas tres cosas las lleva a cabo hoy.
Okay, so let me see if I remember everything. So he says he wants to thank first his parents and his wife and children, because sometimes he has to wake so early in the mornings to go run the mountains, and he doesn't get to see his kids wake up. And so thank them for like putting and with that. And also he has three words in his head: is God, discipline, and determination. So that's what has carried him over.
I guess I have at least maybe one last question before we bring in Hayden Hawks to join us as well. You had a lot of fans in the chat. You had a lot of people cheering for you from all over the place. Super proud to have you representing Mexico here today, and I'm wondering, akin to giving that message to your family, what would you like to say to the people who are watched all day and cheered you on so hard and will cheer for you at Western States as well?
Que dice que tienes muchos fans en el chat donde pasaron la carrera, que todos te están apoyando, ¿qué quieres decirles a ellos? Porque es mucha gente de diferentes lugares que te están apoyando.
No, pues muchas gracias a todos los que me echaron porras y me mandaron su buena vibra, a mí y a mi compañero Héctor que está corriendo, y muchas gracias a todas las personas que me estuvieron animando y echando todas las buenas vibras, viendo toda la transmisión por más de 7 horas, 8 horas. Gracias. Y a todo México, gracias.
So he wants to thank everyone who watched him for 6 to 7 hours or so, and sorry.
No, que gracias a todos los de México.
Yeah, thanks to all the Mexican fans that were cheering him on and sending them their positive vibes to him. So, yeah. Also, his brother, that's his trainer. I forgot to say that.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We can't wait. We'll both be at Western States doing a lot of this, so we look forward to interviewing you there too.
Thank you.
Que van a estar allá en Western States.
Okay, allá nos vemos.
We'll see you there.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Peter.
Thank you. Gracias.
Se me fue la cabeza.
We have more and more people showing up here in the live, or like in the live studio, but also kind of all over the place. We've got people walking in. I see Tyler Green waiting for Rachel Drake to come in. I see Leah Yingling making it out of the field to cheer on people as well. I see a Hayden Hawks getting ready to walk his way up. Making guys try to walk around mic cords and off of a stage is darn near impossible, but we're going to bring Hayden Hawks up here who won the race today in course record fashion, and we can't wait to hear about how everything transpired out there. He's got to get his recovery nutrition in. The sponsors approve, Hayden. Training starts tomorrow. Training starts right now, Hayden.
This is also the juncture where I will say my goodbyes. It's been an absolute pleasure hanging with you.
Absolute pleasure.
I look forward to doing it again soon. Everybody in the chat, thanks for vibing and keeping it tight. Please do so until 6 a.m. because we're going to be keeping it entertaining all day, all night. And make sure you show some love to all these runners, mid and backpackers that are still coming in. And this women's race is about to be absolute fire. So stay glued, stay tuned, stay classy.
Yeah. We're also doing things like signing the backs of the couches in studio, which I think is really cool. Don't worry, Hayden, you'll get to do this too. After we get you off the stage, you'll get to sign the back of the couch here. AJW, do you want to join me in studio?
I'm running out of sun.
Zach's going to join me in studio. Heck yeah. Cool. And we're going to try to we'll keep a split screen up. One of the finish as runners continue to come in, and one of us hanging out in studio.
We'll have Chris will come through next, and Zach will stay out.
Awesome. Wonderful. So we'll get an interview with each of our top 3 men, and we'll do the same with the top 3 women as they come in as well. It's daylight in here now. Getting Zach all set up, looking
Professional. Just, been awake since 3 a.m. No big deal.
You're doing great. Actually, that's the first question we can ask Hayden is what happened when we found out at 5 a.m.
Right.
The race was canceled. I think all of our mics are good in studio.
We are switching to yes. Doesn't matter.
I think he's moving still. I think so.
Check.
Amazing. Okay, we are in studio with our men's champion, our new course record holder, Mr. Hayden Hawks. How are you doing?
Hey, great guys. This couch is really nice. It's nice to sit down, after 7.5 hours. So really happy to join you guys.
Are we going to be able to get you out of the couch later?
I might fall asleep here tonight. So I got to wait for my wife to come in. She's still out there. So
hang out with us for as long as you want.
I'll be here for a bit.
Maybe we'll throw you on the feed next to us and just let you just chat about your day.
Hey.
Random musings throughout the day.
I can chat for sure.
So I guess we were kind of joking, but I do mean it seriously. A lot of people might not realize that we had a 2.5 hour delayed start this morning. I feel like I was one of the first people to know, and I actually stopped my teammates from leaving the house like 5 minutes before they were supposed to drive to the start. I'm wondering what it was like getting your day started with a sudden announcement that you'd actually need to be keeping it chill for another couple hours before the gun actually went off.
Yeah, I didn't mind it actually. I prefer running around 9 a.m. That's usually when I do most of my runs is around 9 or 10. And so it was perfect. The race started at 9:30, which is ideal for me. I have a really hard time. I'm not a morning person, so I have a really hard time getting up too early.
How are you not a morning person with kids?
Oh, well, I got a great wife, and so
okay, that's fair. Huge shout out.
But sometimes I get up, early to run with some of my training partners. But I actually was really happy because I went back to sleep, got another hour, and was able to start when I would usually run.
All right, and as we let runners go by here, speaking of that late start, reason being, for those who are just joining us, is that there was some snow on the course. I'm sure it made for some very interesting conditions. How did the first handful of miles play out up until that first aid station, where you had kind of a mixture of like a little bit of road, but then it went right into some single track? I'm sure it was muddy. What was your experience out there?
Yeah, it was definitely muddy. It was really sloppy for about 10 miles or so. I made a decision at the start that I was going to go to the front because I just didn't want to have to fight the mud. Like, I wanted a clear path and to be able to see exactly where I wanted to go. I felt like if I was sitting behind everybody, I might have to hurdle some people. I might be more likely to fall or have mud kicked up on me. And so I just kind of made a decision that I was going to go to the front and just kind of do my own thing and run my own race. And I think it worked out pretty well. I was able to get through it without falling or having any serious issues. But it definitely, I took a couple close, there was a couple close calls, but it was sloppy for sure.
So moving out to the front, was there an attempt to control the pace at the front? Did you want to try to slow everyone down and wait for the dry stuff to really turn on the speed? Was there any planning that way, or were you just running your own race all day?
I was just running my own race. I kind of had an idea of what I thought I could run. I knew that I was in course record shape. I wanted to run sub 7:30. I didn't quite get it, but I got close enough, and
we'll give you a little bit of an excuse with the mud. We'll say that's a few minutes at least.
But I just kind of stuck to that. Honestly, people kept putting in surges or pushes, and I would kind of back off just a little bit and run within myself. And it wasn't that I was ever dying or struggling. It was more that I just felt that some of those pushes weren't sustainable, and so I just stuck to my game plan and ran my own race.
Yeah, that's awesome. So no, there was no real ego in there of forcing yourself to stay up front, but allowing yourself to run your own race and knowing that you'd be able to chase people down if you had to.
Yeah, I mean, I knew I could win the race. Like I said, I knew I could break the course record. I knew I was in shape to do that. And so I knew that if I stuck to that game plan, if somebody were to beat me, they were going to have to break the course record as well. And, that's pretty challenging to do, especially a course record like Anthony Costalis set here, last year.
Right.
Anthony's a good friend of mine, and he set a really stout course record that I was able to chase after all day. And so I knew that, like, yeah, if I stuck to that plan, more than likely I would get the win. But you never know. You know, I was just controlling what I could control, and that's what I was focused on.
Yeah, I love it.
I guess kind of reflecting on that course record moment, we were watching the splits all day, kind of like behind the splits, and then all of a sudden you were like at or ahead of Tom's splits from last year, and then all of a sudden you were at Anthony's or just under Anthony's splits. So I'm wondering, I mean, you obviously ran a very, very strong like final 20 miles of the race, and we saw the hurt on the way in as well. We saw that you like really left it out there, and I'm just wondering, you know, how much of that was intentional versus how the race played out versus like coming into this as a rust buster is also really difficult. So just walk us through a little bit about how that gradual ramp up happened.
Yeah, I had to push at the end. I mean, I had to drop a pretty fast mile at the end just because about a mile, maybe a mile and a half out, I ran into some friends and they were like, "You're about 30 seconds off the course record," and I was like, "Oh shoot! Come on,
Those are
man!
bad
I'm gonna be
friends.
because like last time I ran this race in 2020, I missed the course record by like a minute, I think, and I was like, not again. I'm not gonna do that again. And so I really just pushed it that last mile, dropped a pretty fast mile, was able to sneak under the course record, and also I think a lot of it too was it's been a long time since I've raced, and it just felt so amazing to be able to do what I love to do and do it at the highest level. And I was just like, man, I'm going to give it everything I got. I'm going to finish strong because I can. You know, I can do that, you know, now. And I wasn't able to do that in the past. And so that was just part of it as well. But I think I ran a complete race. You know, it might have looked like I ran a really strong last 20, but it didn't really feel like it. It more felt like I was just holding on. But that gap just kind of kept getting bigger, which was very surprising to me because it didn't necessarily feel amazing.
That's fair. That's fair. And speaking of feeling amazing, you're coming back from surgery. As most people know, that this is your first race back since a knee surgery. How did the body feel? Did it feel like you were anticipating it would feel? Did it feel better?
I love hearing
what on you hurt the most?
I don't love hearing that you're lost with that.
My quads hurt the most. I mean, they're pretty banged up right now. Maybe I need to do some more downhill training, and I will before Western States, of course. But I think the biggest thing was we went out pretty fast, you know, on that first 20 miles, and that was a lot of downhill there.
Right.
And I think fighting the mud, and, you know, I think it was Matt Seidel was just dropping the hammer, and I was like, holy crap, man, like this guy is flying. And I was just trying to hold on and kind of, again, do what I needed to do. But I might have ran that first half or that first 20 a little too fast, and that beat up the quads a little bit. And so, yeah, but other than that, like, it felt really good. There's a few things that I know I can work on, and I will, you know, going into Western States.
Some people are going to be calling this a comeback. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I've been doing this for 8 years. I mean, yeah, I guess it's kind of a comeback because I didn't even know if I was going to be able to do this 6 weeks ago, to be honest with you. 6 months ago, I was like, yeah, there's no way I'm going to run Black Canyon. So, yeah, I guess you can kind of say it's a comeback, but at the same time, I do think that I know what I'm capable of, and I was able to show it out there today. And, you know, big kudos to my coach, Robbie Britton, for preparing me and getting me ready, my strength coach, my physio. There's so many people that have helped me get to this point, and big shout out to all of them. I mean, you guys know who you are. Thank you so much for helping me. Paula and Paul, really good friends in Cedar that have just done so much for me. And of course, my wife and my family, my mom and dad. Well, so many people to name have helped me get back to this point.
Yeah, we're excited to see you, man. Excited to see you at Western States. We know you took that ticket. That's going to be a phenomenal race for you. And that was beautiful to hear you thank so many people.
Yeah, can't wait to interview you hopefully pre-race and post-race at Western States. So
looks like the First Lady's coming, huh?
Rachel Drake,
yeah,
just flying. It's been a hotly contested battle between her and Becca Wendell. Okay. They all of a sudden we saw the overtake actually because Liam posted to Rachel's Instagram. We got to watch the overtake of Rachel and Becca Wendell move past Heather Jackson.
Oh, cool.
And Heather's kind of faded back in the field. But yeah, Rachel Drake is looking on fire out there. Paced by last year's champ, Keely Henninger.
I'm sorry?
Paced by last year's champ, Keely.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I love Rachel. She's amazing. Really big fan of her and her husband, Tyler Green. And so this is just so cool to see.
For those of you who weren't watching the live feed, there was an awesome moment. I don't remember, Hayden, remember crossing that last river where you had a little bit of a gully to kick up out of.
A little muddy,
It was a little muddy
slippery
through
thing.
there. First and second female, Rachel and
Becca.
were neck and neck, and Becca took a little spill there, and Rachel just took off. Like, talk a little bit about those course conditions crossing through those rivers. How was that? Like, was it muddier than you anticipated? Was it at a challenge? Did you feel comfortable with it?
Yeah, the river crossings weren't anything, I actually enjoyed them because kind of cooled off the legs a bit. I actually took advantage of the river crossings. It got wet. It wasn't hot out there, but all those river crossings were before big climbs, and I knew that my core temp would rise just a little bit. And if I got myself cooled down a little bit, it would allow me to push that climb maybe a little bit harder and, gap the field a little bit, the guys behind me. And so I took advantage of those crossings, and it definitely helped a lot, I think, over the course of the race.
Awesome. Well, one last thing before you go. We're starting a new tradition here. We need you to sign the couch. You are going to be the first podium signees of the back of the couch. So before you leave here, we got to get that signature. Thank you, Hayden, for joining us. Congrats again on a fantastic race, and I'm sure we are going to be talking to you again at the end of Western States.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Yeah, train hard, travel safe. We'll see you soon. Alrighty, Hayden Hawks, what a champion. We can't wait to get him back on the interview couch. Probably not all that long at the big dance in June. But yeah, right now on your screen is Rachel Drake in the blue shorts and the white top. The yellow jacket on her right-hand side is her really good friend and training partner, Keely Henninger. And then coming by her, I believe, is a male athlete and his pacer. So that's what you're seeing, those 2 and 2 right there making their way in towards the finish line. Keely just pushing Rachel on. Becca Wendell, we believe, is still in second position. She'll be followed by Lauren Pruitz in third, and those will likely be your 1, 2, 3 golden tickets. But it's not over till it's over. Rachel Drake moving well. Her husband Tyler is waiting for her here at the finish line, looking calm, cool, and collected. I think I see Lou on the ground over there. Maybe Rachel's got a son who's a little over 1 year old. It's really, really cool to watch Rachel race her way back into form this year. She said she kind of had to publicly have some bobbles on her way to making it happen, throwing herself in some of the most competitive Golden Trail Series style races all spring. Had an amazing performance at OCC at the end of August, and then ran a 2:35 to finish 5th at the California International Marathon in December, ultimately foregoing her spot at the Olympic Marathon trials last weekend in Orlando, Florida, to race here instead because Rachel Drake wanted to win this. Rachel Drake wants this golden ticket, and she is going to be headed to Western States. It is going to be a family affair at Western States.
I mean, that tells you the level of commitment when you forego the Olympic trials for this race.
It's commitment and hype and excitement for this sport, but also knowing that she's been putting in the work, she's been putting in that speed. She's actually, due to injury, she's been a little bit mileage limited for her, so she's been capping out around 60 miles a week. A lot of people think, if I want to run 100K, I've got to train a lot. I've got to be putting in 100-mile weeks, and that's not feasible for a lot of us physically. It's not feasible for a lot of us from a time perspective. Rachel is also a MD, PhD. She's got her PhD studying really fancy neonatology, fatty acid metabolism or something, and then she's also about to graduate. Above your pay grade. About to graduate from medical school. She'll be matching into a anesthesiology residency program come March, hopefully running Western States. It'd be my guess at the end of June, and then starting as a first-year resident, I'm hoping in Seattle if I have my way, in early July. So just once again, phenomenal athlete, phenomenal person, looking to bring home the win here today.
It's just been so exciting to watch her race all day. I mean, I get the pleasure of being able to sit behind the screen all day, so I don't miss a single step of the action. And it's just been a very well executed race. I obviously we'll have a sit down with her. We'll talk about it, see if it went as according to plan. But yeah, I mean, she seems by all accounts from the outside looking in that it was just a well executed race. She obviously is in the lead right now, coming down the final stretch with Keely Henniger of all people to have pace you on this course. I don't think there's none better. I think the only
your training partner, the person that you spend so many miles with in Forest Park, running tempo sessions, putting logging long runs, it is really, really cool.
There are 2 pacers on this course that are former course record holders, and they're both pacing athletes today, which is
scary.
Phenomenal.
I mean, you want to be here, right? There's a reason why we all made time in our busy lives and our schedules to be here this weekend.
This is the place to be.
And I think we have Brett. Brett's mic was hot on accident for a little while.
We're back.
And Brett's mic is hot.
Yeah,
on
that's
now.
well, that's not my bad. Yeah, yeah, we're back. We're back for real this time. Apologies to the just mumbling that I'm. Hopefully, no one heard anything. So we're awaiting Rachel Drake coming in very, very soon. Leah Yingling just came and joined the mile 61.95 camera.
Love that.
So she can give some takes. Canyon Woodward coming in.
Nice. I guess, do either one of you have eagle eyes? Do we have any? I mean, our drone shot's not super zoomed out. Do we know what the gap is back to Becca Wendell? Do we have any idea or speculations? Do we have splits?
The woman wants numbers. She needs numbers.
I need facts.
Screaming up the hill.
I need facts, Brett, and no one is willing to give them to me.
Yeah, I just hear yelling, but it sounded more like yells of excitement, not so much yells of you need to keep going.
Okay.
But it's hard to say. Leah, you got any hot takes?
No, how close are we to the course record right now?
We're going to be over it. Yeah, we're
can't see my watch
we're basically at course record right now, or in a minute basically from Keely last year. So she's honestly going to be closer to it than I think we anticipated.
And I'm sure she has Keely whispering in her ear what that
what
that is.
I think she was as far back as 6 minutes off of it maybe at Table Mesa, so 10 miles, 11 miles out.
She's just about to the road there. You can see her paralleling the road.
So she's going to be it's not going to be 6 minutes off of course record. It's going to be less than that. She is flying, but Keely's course record is going to stand for at least another year.
It's going to hold for another year. And it was at Black Canyon. Every year you never know. A course record could go down any year. It seems like it just constantly has been dropping over the years. But look at that stride. She is looking like she's just out finishing a casual Tuesday afternoon run.
Yeah, it looks so unbelievably chill. Really proud. John Ray's coming into the finish line right now, and it's obviously not his day, but so proud of him for just getting it done.
Right. That's just one of those things. I think we've got a couple athletes out there who didn't have the day they wanted, but they're still really trying to just get it to the finish line for the day.
Brett, what do you got? You just mumbling out there, Brett? What do you got for us?
I haven't seen Rachel come over the top yet. The sun's going down. We're losing daylight quickly. Dandry's coming in.
We are losing daylight, and I wonder how many.
This
Brett,
is the race.
How many women
this is
do
still
you think
a race.
Forgot to bring headlamps?
Oh, we're going to have a severe lack of lumens out on the trail in the last 10K for sure.
We will eventually bring Chris Meyer in for an interview, but we need to get our women's podium in first.
Oh, here comes Rachel.
Yeah, Rachel's on her way.
We got eyes on Rachel.
So when they cross Brett, that's going to be the 1K left mark. Oh. So that's going to be a very quick from Brett here to the finish.
Meters to go.
Yeah,
that's it.
Brett's 150 meters that way.
Oh, he's dropped down. Awesome.
No, he's been there the whole time.
Yeah,
I'm
like 30 seconds from the finish.
Yeah, you can see Leah on the screen jumping up and down.
That is Leah in the bright green.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to have to run out of the studio.
She is still
Rachel
rocking her sunglasses like a baller.
You can take off and go give her hugs, and we will make sure this is manned in here. This is just a phenomenal day, a phenomenal race, so well put together. Coming back postpartum, just like you said, so many life things.
This time last year she had a sacral stress fracture.
Exactly.
Like, that's incredible.
Coming back from so many things, just
Here we
having
go.
the race of her life.
Rachel Drake, Corinne, you called it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is your
With blue.
2024 Black Canyon 100K female winner.
Rachel Drake
Fantastic.
With the baby.
Blue
And, oh,
in her
come
arms.
on.
Tyler's going to be there in a second. Mike McMonigle going in for the shots.
Oh, that's
The
fantastic.
pride of the PNW is right. We're getting a lot of the pride of the PNW in the chat, and that is so,
I mean,
so
between the
accurate.
two of them, you can't not root for either Rachel or Tyler in whatever race they're in. You just
Yeah.
got to love those two.
Yeah, 100%. They're a fan favorite for forever. We're going to kind of keep the splits open on the screen because we think that Becca Wendell shouldn't be that. There is Becca Wendell.
Becca.
Okay,
Wow.
Becca Wendell making her way in. I kind of wonder if David Roach maybe jumped in to pace her. I don't know if she's got a pacer with her or a camera runner. Maybe Simon jumped in to pace her. I think her husband's here crewing her, and it's possible he jumped in for the final 10 miles. But Becca Wendell is making her way to the finish line for an absolutely stellar second-place performance.
And an incredible second half of the race.
Oh, I mean, she was
Oh
in
my
fifth
gosh.
at Deep Canyon Ranch earlier today. 3 minutes down at Rachel on that point. Close to Rachel, close to Heather.
Yeah. Just a fantastic,
That was an
and on
incredible
the
race.
hardest, obviously, as you've said, Corinne, the harder half of the race. What an incredible second half. Bears well for Western
So-
States if she accepts
so-
the ticket.
Oh,
You get
she's
to
here for
say
the
now.
ticket. Brett, tell us what you need to say, Brett.
We get to
We got-
Brett, that came in a little broken up. Can you try it again?
You go. Do we get to say at this point that Rachel Drake made the winning move coming out of the final river crossing?
We can officially say that Rachel Drake attacked on the final river crossing when Becca Wendell took an oopsie, and it was lights out from there.
She sensed blood and she went for the kill.
Yeah.
That's one for the history books. That's
we
amazing.
accidentally caught that moment. Who knew?
Accidentally, that was the whole reason we're out here is to
That
catch
wa-
those
that
moments.
was intentional. We caught the distinct pass, the
Yeah.
accidental slip back into
That's
the river.
why we got so many drone pilots.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly why we are trying to bring you these live streams, because there is so much that happens in this race in between. You know, I remember back in the day you had the Twitter updates, right? That like you'd wait 2 hours or more and finally get a Twitter update of like, or a
Nice
fuzzy
work,
grainy
Cole.
photo of what
Dude, I'm
happened.
proud of you.
But you didn't know what happened in between that time. You just saw placements. And this is so awesome
Jocelyn.
in our day and age to be able to watch these races unfold in real time. The moves that are made, the game plans that are executed.
Oh,
You know,
people are out there cheering.
you
I
just
just love,
love
it
to see
so much. Look at that. She's about to hit that first HOKA marker, which puts her about 500 meters out, I
Yes.
believe. And then there's a
Yep.
HOKA marker every
Is
100
that where-
meters.
and I
You
think
can
that's
see
where
us,
Brett
you can
is,
see our
right?
lights. No, Brett is 110,
He's even
150
closer.
meters
Okay.
away from us.
Brett is in the goalie when you drop down and then you
Just
have to
right
make a
now,
little
yeah.
climb out. That's where Brett is.
Brett, I don't think you're so far away. Everyone
I
else
can literally hear you guys right now.
That's
That's
okay,
because we're
Brett.
in your
You're-
I can
you're-
hear everything you're saying.
It's the
I swear
Brett
to God.
Horney Gully.
Yeah, but Becca Wendell is about to
What a
lock
great,
in
what a great
ticket
close for Becca.
for
Wow.
Western States. The pride of the Methow Valley. We've currently lent her to Fort
So
Collins,
who all
Colorado.
saw this coming?
You're prepared.
Becca Wendell. I think there's a handful of us who knew
All
Becca
right.
Wendell. She's come up just short on a golden ticket before.
Yeah.
She's dealt with some pretty kind of frustrating injuries over the last couple of years, but she's a total talent. She's run really well at a number of races outside of the PNW, including at canyons,
Mm-hmm.
endurance runs, 100K. Just missing that golden ticket to Emily Hoggood.
Grinder or fast runner?
Grinder.
Or
She's a grinder.
Grinder.
She's a grinder, and
Yeah.
she led Grindstone 100K for the first 50K before having to withdraw due to injury niggle.
Oh, this last one, the
past
Devon
September.
one.
No,
Oh.
yes.
Okay.
We got
so
Becca
Becca
Wendell coming in.
Led that race.
Yeah.
You got 2 HOKA pylons to pass.
Becca Wendell.
HOKA
the
pylon
pride.
it's a unit of measurement now.
It's the HOKA pylon measurement.
Yeah, Tara Fraga says, we did it. We saw it coming. That's right. So
Yes.
not only does Becca Wendell run for herself, but she shows up for her friends in her community. She showed up to
Here
crew
comes
and pace
F2 of
Tara
the Black
Fraga at
Canyon
Kodiak.
100K. Becca
She
Wendell.
showed up at Javelina to pace her friend Steph Bennett to her first ever 100-mile
Nice,
finish.
nice.
Like, this gal shows up.
Brett and Leah out there cheering her on as she passes by.
Here she comes.
The crowd is starting to light up. She's got this last final little climb up out of here, which is so
You
much
want to
more
throw an I
daunting
told
than
you
it
so
looks.
to the studio?
I can't hear you guys. I just talk at you guys.
Leah's
Becca
going
Wendell.
to give an I told
Nobody
you
was
so.
talking about her. She's the real deal. I said it on my Strava back in 2021 at the Bear 100 when she ran one of the fastest times ever there. She's a queen, and Becca, you're amazing. This is multiple attempts for a golden ticket for her, and just what an incredible race.
And
What a
there
battle.
she is.
What a
Ladies and
race.
gentlemen,
I have to deliver
Becca
some
Wendell.
hugs and some
Leah
very
called
specific
it,
messages
as usual.
from their fans. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a hat.
You definitely go deliver those messages.
You go do that, Corinne. It's fun here, but it's more fun out there.
I mean, I'll be back. You can't kick me out of here.
I can't wait to see the Fantasy Free Trail results.
Oh, it's going to be so insane, Brett. You are absolutely right. The Fantasy Free Trail results, like, I think it is just going to be so many athletes just, like, knocked it out of the park exactly where we put them, and the other half just, like, all over the place.
Yeah. It's going to be a barbell.
Oh, yeah. Whoever
I mean-
wins, you gotta double the prizes.
I'm going to say right now, did anybody have Jupiter in second place?
Yeah. That would be amazing. That would be like
Yeah,
picking
we'll have to go- we'll have
like
to go to
Loyola
Triathlon
Chicago
Park for
that
that
year.
one.
They beat UVA.
That was one of those ones that I don't think that anyone saw coming. Not out of disrespect to him, but more so out of the fact that you can't find any results for him on Ultra Sign Up. He was flying under the radar. Only two results on Ultra Sign Up. I mean, I think everyone kind of looked at that as like, oh, maybe beginner's luck, maybe just a couple local races there in Mexico. Nothing that stacked. But today he proved himself today, and that finishing time he had,
And he
was
waited
absolutely no
around. He
joke.
waited around for a little while, but not too much.
Exactly.
So by Bumblebee, he was in the mix, and then in that stretch between Bumblebee and Black Canyon City, he
put his
the
nose in
mix.
it and let himself be known.
Yep.
Towards the end there, and really did a lot of hunting at the end. Just really kind of leaned in,
Yeah.
did some hunting. That is just absolutely phenomenal.
All right, so with 2 women in, would this be a good time, you think, to bring Chris Myers in
Yeah,
for
I
an
think
interview?
we should get Chris over
Bring
to
on
do
Chris.
our interview. If you want to pop over on this side. Phenomenal races from top to bottom, both men's and women's. We are going to be joined here by Mr. Chris Myers, our men's third place finisher. Scoot on over this way. Come on closer, my guy.
Grab that mic, mic right there.
That one right in front of you. Hello. Let's make sure you're nice and hot.
My eyes look crazy.
You're good, man. You look
Oh,
fantastic.
you look great. You look awesome.
How's my hair?
Matt, do you got a hot mic for him? Is it hot? Good?
Hello.
Awesome. All right. Well, first things first, congratulations, Chris.
Thank you.
On a fantastically run race, on an incredibly difficult day, a stacked field here at Black Canyon, and you did it. You got yourself in the mix, a podium spot. You got yourself a golden ticket. I assume that was the goal coming in?
Yeah, that was the goal. Among other things, just having a good day out there and trying out some new things and running more aggressively than I used to. So, yeah.
Awesome. So, speaking of having a day out there, this was a Black Canyon for the record books, considering we had a 2.5-hour push start time due to some inclement weather and taking runner safety in mind. Did that affect your day at all in terms of, being up, being excited, feeling like you're about ready to go race, and then being told, hey, cool back down for 2.5 hours?
Well, it was nice to get a little bit extra sleep. I was lucky that my crew noticed that the race was pushed on the drive over, so we were able to turn around and get some more sleep. I will say it didn't really help with nailing the nutrition, because usually you want to eat a little bit before or right before. So I was able to just roll with the punches, and the 2 hour push wasn't too bad, but the half hour push right as we lined up wasn't amazing. But it all worked out in the end.
Fantastic.
Did you've run down here in the desert a fair bit?
Yeah, I did the 60K a few years ago, and then last year I paced Matt Seidel for the last 40K, so I was familiar with the course.
And I think you've also been out to some of the more lower key Aravaipa races, like what was it?
McDowell.
McDowell Mountain Frenzy or something. You like running here in the desert?
Oh, yeah, I grew up in the desert, just north of Los Angeles, so the desert's kind of home for me.
Right on. Well, that's going to fit right in Western States.
Yeah.
So did you say yes to Craig right away?
Yes to Craig?
Craig, the race director of Western States.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm ignorant. I thought you were talking about Craig Hunt.
No, sorry. Craig Hunt, by the way, had a great race.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
You
would have caught me
when you were offered your golden ticket, was it like a no-brainer?
Oh, no-brainer. That was like a goal. I mean, I had two main goals going into this. One, just kind of seeing how I would place. And second, just seeing how my fitness shook out, because I used to live in Los Angeles, but I moved to Boulder about a month ago, and I've had a great month of training, and I just want to see what I could do.
So I was out and at that little out and back section, and I saw you and your pacer.
Big shout out to
with
Gus.
the colored shirt, and I mean, he was like your hype man.
Gus is amazing. I could not have done that without him. He was so positive and just so friendly and amazing the entire time. Big shout to Gus.
So is he committed to pacing you at Western States?
I hope so, because he did a great job.
I think you should have that conversation.
Yeah, Gus.
He's a good luck charm at this point. He's a good luck charm.
Yeah.
Speaking of Boulder, Colorado, you had a number of shout-outs from Mr. Justin Grunwald, who was giving you a lot of love in the chats. He was letting people know that Chris is ready to throw down. So you are, I wouldn't say you're an unnoticed athlete anymore. This was maybe a breakout for you. How does it feel being in this position of being able to take a golden ticket? I know for a lot of athletes who want to elevate themselves in the sport, that's kind of one of the hurdles that really allows you to do that. How do you feel about that? Yeah, how's it play out for you?
I mean, it's been a goal for the past year. I mean, it feels weird to put all your eggs in one basket for a race like this, but I feel like for an athlete with like a sponsorship, it's kind of the preferred way to go into Western States. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a goal, and it feels very not real at this point. But, I mean, thanks for all the shout-outs, Justin.
I'm sure it validates all the effort and training and everything you've put in there.
Yes.
And the friends you've leaned on. Is there anyone you want to throw some shout-outs to back home that you have not? Obviously, Gus, Justin, and some others. But
yeah,
who do you really want to say thank you to right now?
My coach, David Roach. He believed in me and was excited for me, and he's continued to give me really good training.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Last question from me here. What makes you so excited to go to Western States beyond the competition? Is there anything about being able to go to Western States or anyone you are excited to race with there or against, I should say? I want to know what you're looking at going into that.
It feels like a race every ultra runner should try to do. And there's something magical about the point-to-points. You just traverse such a large amount of distance, and you go through a variety of different ecosystems. You start in Tahoe, you go all the way down to the hot canyons at Auburn, and I've raced Broken Arrow. I've raced Way Too Cool. It'll just be really cool to connect the dots, I guess. I don't really have a super compelling reason other than it seems really cool, and there's just really great energy and really great people out there that I want to race with and be happy about.
I think maybe this is too early to ask, but I have to ask, are you thinking, if you map out, you and David, if you map out your training, Do you think you'll get out to the course to do a little recon? I mean, I know you're in Boulder now. You have LA in your background. Heat's probably not going to be an issue for you, but everybody who trains for Western States has to be ready for the heat. Are you thinking of maybe getting out to the course, or you kind of? What are your thoughts on that? Because experience and course knowledge is huge at Western States.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the main reason I was so excited to race this race is because I've done the first 60K and the last 40K, and just having the course knowledge really, really helped me push where I needed to push. So I think going out to see the course is a no-brainer. And I know they have training camps, so
yeah, and that middle 60K that you haven't done is pretty key to do.
Well, I have paced in Canyons 100K.
Oh, okay.
From Forest Hill.
So
down
you
to
know
Auburn.
the canyons
more or less.
Yeah.
But there's still some dots I need to connect.
Yeah.
Right
on.
We'll be keeping an eye on your training and be really excited to follow your journey all the way into the Western States this year. Congratulations again, Chris Myers, on a
Thank you for having me.
phenomenal race today. Like, in the conditions, with the adversity, you have proven successful, gotten yourself on that podium. And we have one last thing for you. We are starting a new tradition here at the Mountain Outpost live streams. You get to be the final podium signee of the back of the couch. We are going to get every single signature we can. So this is one day we'll sell it off with your signature on it as the premier signature.
I'm honored.
Loves it.
Congratulations,
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Good recovery and good build up to Western States. We'll see you in Olympic Valley. All right. We've got eyes on the sky. Looks like a finisher coming in. Welcome, by the way, to the Black Canyon 100K live stream. We are now 9 hours into our coverage. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, sitting by Zach Marion. Corinne Malcolm has gone out to say hello to some folks. Just a quick reminder, we are going to be on the air all the way. We are not one of those live streams that just stops when the fast people finish. We will be here, yes, of course, when night comes. We may not have as much of this beautiful drone coverage we're seeing right now. But we at Mountain Outpost News are committed to seeing every finisher through the finish line. And Chris Warden will be along in a little while. And then we've got a real treat for the overnight, starting at around 11 p.m. We will have Scott Trayer and Callie Vinson on to take us through the night, the true Aravaipa After Hours special. So stick around. We thanks to Zach and Jamil and Matt and Jordan and Chris and the team. What do we have here? We have the third female coming across.
Third female coming through, yeah. I'm not sure who that is.
Let's hear if we can hear Brett.
Do we have eyes on F3?
Yeah, Brett, do you have that?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't have eyes on F3 yet. I thought rumor had it was Lauren Puritz, but not sure.
Lauren Puritz, is she a HOKA kit?
I don't know how up to date.
HOKA kit?
Oh, I can't remember. We got someone coming up over the crest right now,
Lauren
making
Puritz
their way
would
down.
be part of the Aravaipa racing team.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're here some
she's getting
cheering
some
for
I heard
Lauren
someone
here.
yelling, "Let's go, Lauren!"
Yep, that's what we're hearing here.
So I think this is going to be Lauren.
Lauren Puritz.
It's dark out here, guys. I can't see anything.
I'm with you. I'm with you. We're
we got a headlamp at least, so someone thought ahead.
We're fishing in the dark for sure.
Or maybe not.
Maybe go stand by
right.
one of those HOKA pylons that's shooting off a little light.
Yeah, here we
Here we go.
They should be coming by you.
Lauren Puritz.
All right, we got confirmation.
Black
Lauren.
Canyon F3 making their way.
She's coming up that final climb here. For those of you can't see at home, but that last climb is just full of like
it's big bouldery.
It's bouldery.
Yeah,
it is
and it's not typical
easy.
desert. It's like these round rocks.
It is the most annoying size
Yeah,
softball
to creek bed.
Yeah, it is bad. But here she comes.
Where you're hearing it over
making
there,
her
she
way
goes
through that
right
finish
through
line.
the finish. Oh, she's sprinting through.
All the way through
Lauren
the
Puritz,
finish. There she
absolutely.
is. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our capstone on the 2024 Women's Black Canyon 100K podium right there. Lauren Puritz just really, literally pouring her all into the race and leaving it at the finish line.
What a dynamic woman's race. Wow.
I mean, from start to finish
Yeah.
today, it has been so exciting to follow.
So fun.
It's been, in my opinion, it was the race to follow today.
Well, and
it
you
was
said that from the beginning. You were way more interested in that.
It
than
was
the men's
going to
race.
be the most changes. It was going to be, I think the most strategic game plans, not just the brute force. Let's go for a hard run and see who holds on. These women came in with specific game plans, and our podium gals have absolutely executed on that. And there we go. I think we're gonna have Craig Thornley over there with his giant golden ticket, just ready to ask if she wants it or not.
And wow, welcome to the Western States family. 5 new names out of 6. Hayden's been there before, but 5 new names to the Western States start list. Wow.
It is the new blood of the sport.
It really is. It really is.
I mean, Andy, I always feel
All right,
like
studio team.
I always feel
yes,
like,
Brett.
Yeah, go Brett.
We're gonna start breaking things down here, all of 100 meters away from the finish line. It's been really fun to watch people come through this final wash, but we've run out of light, and if I'm gonna provide any audio, I can do it from the studio where there's a couch.
Awesome. Well, Brett, thank you so much, and you're going to feel the love in the chat. So, thanks a lot for everything, and we'll see you when you get those 100 yards up the hill.
Thank you so much, Brett.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Yeah, again, a phenomenal women's race, and as we were saying, I think that it is the new blood of the sport, and I think that's been kind of what we've witnessed year after year. And Andy, I started this sport back in 2012, I believe. 2011 might have been my first official ultra marathon, but when I really got into the sport was, I think it was around that, like 2011, 2012, getting eyes on the Unbreakable, documentary about Western States. And even from my day, which was just 12 or so years ago, 13 years ago, the sport has changed so much.
Yeah.
And it's been fun to watch different phases of athletes come in and go. We had the great Hal Corner in the chat today, who was on the Unbreakable documentary. And, even since I've been here, it's changed so much. And I know you have another decade of experience on me in the sport. What are you seeing in this new batch of talent coming in and throwing down at these races? Obviously, course records keep falling for a reason, because it just keeps getting faster. What are you seeing in the sport?
So I thank you for asking. And by the way, beautiful sunset out there in our Arizona skies. But number one, the youth movement. I mean, it was when I started in the sport in 1994, the finishers list was dominated by people in their, late 30s into their 50s. And now we're seeing, the likes of the 20-somethings and the 30-somethings, people coming straight from college and running the trails. And I think that's exciting and fun for the sport, and also creates a lot of dynamic, because they might come into the sport, go out of the sport for a little while, and come back in. Rachel Drake's a good example of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's one. Number two is just the innate intelligence of these athletes. You have athletes who grew up running track and cross country and maybe road racing and maybe marathons, and they're bringing a lot of that intelligence to trail running and ultra trail running, which we were in the old days a little bit like, we'll just see what happens.
I remember my first training for my first 100-mile race. I went to some of the more seasoned veterans in Salt Lake at the time, Carl Meltzer, some of those guys, and chatted around. And the advice was like, just go put some steel in your legs.
Yeah.
And just go run more miles. And I think we've learned a lot by bringing in some of the youth of the sport and changing the perception of, okay, it's not just a long race, it's also a talented, speedy race, and it can be. And we've trained differently, and we keep seeing the results show up.
And I
in
think
these
what
races.
I've seen most of all, like since COVID, so the 01, 2, 3, 4, is, and this is the third piece, is this new generation of ultra runners race smarter.
Absolutely.
Okay? The women race smarter than the men. We've
Have
established
always.
that, and that's always been the case. But both the women and the men race smarter. I mean, when I saw, the 10th place woman finished Western States in 18:18 this past year, yes, it was a cool year and so forth. But Craig Thornley and I were chatting earlier today, and he wrote a blog post, a decade ago that said, all you got to do is run 18:30 and you can get top 10 at Western States. That's the men. Right. and because he was always chasing top 10, he got two
Right.
M10s. But the level of sophistication, not only, there's a lot of talk about the gear and the training and the technology, but also race day execution. And we saw that today. We definitely saw it today, and I think we'll continue to see it as the sport continues to evolve. But 10 years ago, so in those 15 years ago, those unbreakable years, you could almost guarantee, at any given time, whoever was who was in the top 10 at mile 30, pick your race, 4 of those people were going to be in the top 10 at the finish.
Right.
Not so anymore.
No, absolutely not.
We saw some jumbling around, but when we saw, as you pointed out, Hayden make that move today in the men's race, testing Hans, and Hans went with him. You could see the KG veteran doing it. He knew what he was capable of, and he ran completely within his limits and crushed it.
And also, as he said here on the couch afterwards, that when he felt like the pace was getting too hot even for him, he backed off and didn't let his ego take him to the front of the pack and take him into the depths where he wasn't ready to swim just yet. And I think we're seeing a lot of that patience. The ego check is coming out, and I will always say I think that's why women run much more intelligent races than men, because they have less ego into it, or they don't let the ego control their race plan. They control their race plan, and that is such a smarter way to do it, because it would have been really easy for Hayden to say, at this point, I can hold this pace. If I let them go, I might not be able to catch them, and then go into the depths. And who knows how his race would have ended up. Like, we never know. We can only look back and prognosticate and guess and say, hey, this is what we think might happen. But yeah, I think that we're just seeing a lot more intelligence go into the sport and a lot more preparation. And, gone are the days of the Montrail shoes, the Montrail visor, and the Hammer energy gels. I'm sorry, I know that was your favorite back in the day.
Not the Hammer gels, but I'll take the Montrail shoes.
Did anybody love Hammer gels? Other than
I will say one of the skills, sort of unwritten or untalked about, less talked about skills of ultra running, especially when you get to 100K and beyond, is patience.
Absolutely.
Is having patience. And we saw, particularly with the women's race with Rachel and Becca in particular, they patiently, yes, we knew Heather was going to go out. She went out, but they patiently ran their race. They didn't just as Hayden ran his race. I think patience is kind of an undervalued quality of some of the best ultra runners.
Absolutely. And I think that we've had some previous, I wouldn't say the old guard, but we've had some previous athletes kind of really show us that you can do that. And I think what comes to mind is, Jeff Browning, Bronco. Like, he's been consistently someone who sits back in 20th place at Western States and then finds himself in the top 5 and just knows what he's capable of doing and just trusts that I'm able to close this hard. And as Hayden said today, if someone's going to beat me, they've got to go under course record with me.
Right.
And if they do, it's their best day. Awesome. Congrats. We're both better for it. But they've got to bleed to do it, to quote Prefontaine.
And I would say not only in race day execution is patience an incredible virtue, but in training. Sometimes
Absolutely.
you need to let the training evolve. You need to let it season. I'll never forget doing a big long training run on the Western States course with a bunch of people, and one of them was Tim Fitzpatrick, who's the spouse of Diana Fitzpatrick, the current president of the Western States Board. And we finished the run, and we're at the parking lot, and it's like 6 weeks before Western States, and everyone, like you do, we're talking about, hey, what's next for you? What's next for you? What's next for you? And he goes, you know what's next for me? I'm going to let this settle in. He was going to let that 52 miler we did that day settle in. I think patience also comes in handy when you're coming back from injury. I mean,
Absolutely.
we see so many people come back too fast, too hard, too early. Sometimes when you learn how to be patient, when you learn the skill of patience, whether it's in injury recovery, training, or race day execution, you can do it so much better the next time.
And wisdom coming from AJW, ladies and gentlemen, right here. And years of wisdom, in fact.
Years of injury and failure.
We've all been there, right? We've all made those mistakes. But one person, and I'll end it on this, that one person that comes to mind with discipline and persistence and patience that you all at home are very familiar with, our own Leah Yingling.
Yes.
Just, I had the opportunity, being from Salt Lake, to watch her over the years just slowly creep up in the sport, and she just put in layer after layer after layer of fitness, and she trusted the process, and she worked really hard, and she paid her dues, and she really leaned into it. And I wouldn't say that she just was not really caring where she was at, but she just knew that if she just kept putting layer and layer of fitness into her bucket, that by the end of it, she would be able to do what she's doing now. And she's a phenomenal athlete. I love watching Leah because I've seen her go from having a dream to be at Western States and get a ticket, and work her way over a couple years to get that ticket, and then to be there. And look at her now. And
Yeah.
I think she is a prime example of patience, persistence, and discipline through all of it. She's had her own sets of injuries. She was patient in her training. And when you watch her on race day, she is patient and persistent.
And I've got to say, too, for Leah, and there's book smart and street smart, in the ultra running sense. She does her homework. She knows what works and what doesn't, but she also knows in the given circumstance, oh, I'm going to let those girls go, or I better not let those girls go, or whatever. And, in 2023, a top 10 at Western States and a top 10 at UTMB. I mean, boom, Leah, you're our hero.
We love you to death. We're going to have you on as often as we can.
But keep doing the live streams.
Don't get too big. Don't get too big for us. Don't get too big for us. There we have another finisher coming in right there. I mean, this Black Canyon race has just been such a phenomenal day. Started off a little questionable, but we got ourselves in a position of having a fantastic race. And speaking of fantastic races, I'm going to go gather up some of those women, because I would love to talk to them about how that day has gone down.
We should do some conversations.
Absolutely. Let's have some conversations with them. We're going to send Chris out
We're
there.
We're going to send our gopher boy. But yes, as we get to the evening, I think all of you who followed our live streams over the years know it's a little trickier with the drones as it gets dark. We have some cameras on the ground, but we are committed to following every finisher through to the finish. Remember, too, there's a 60K tomorrow. We are covering that. This is for the first time.
A competitive 60K.
A competitive 60K that we're covering, from the start at least through mid-afternoon, and we're excited about that. Yeah. Let Zach do. Come on up.
The people have seen my face enough.
Yeah,
and heard my voice enough.
You told us earlier today that you were behind the scenes, and now
I'm here. I can't stay away. AJW. I love this too much.
Well, and notice how we've lost Corinne and Katie, and they're just out. They're gone. They're gone.
Scatter and make me clean up the pieces and make me come do more work and be here.
So
no,
I do think I just want to check in quickly with Jordan. Do we need to do a shift of the feed or a ad read? Okay. We are back. Andy Jones-Wilkins and Chris Warden. I know the light's not perfect, but hopefully you can see the screen. The golden ticket ceremony is taking place right now. Our 3 women all will be Western States rookies. I think they've all accepted their tickets. But Corinne and Katie will be on to interview them in a few minutes, and we'll get absolute confirmation. But judging by the look of my good friend Craig Thornley's face, they've all said yes, which relieves him of a couple of headaches. It also means their credit cards are going to get charged pretty soon.
No.
Oh, no, that's true. We should mention that because you've mentioned this before. One of the unique features of winning a golden ticket at an Aravaipa race, either the 6 tickets that are given out at Black Canyon or the 4 tickets that are given out at Javelina, is that Aravaipa Running pays the entry fee for Western States, which currently is $410. So $4,100 of Aravaipa's money goes to support these athletes and their registration fees to Western States, which is just wonderful, and I wish more races would do it.
Yeah, and not to toot our horn too much here, but like you said, that's, over the course of 2 races and having 100 in Black Canyon, that's 10 tickets. That's
a lot of tickets.
$4,000. Yeah,
I mean, that's a lot. And I mean, just to put it in perspective, that's 3% of the entire field of Western States. I mean, I know it doesn't seem like much, but I mean, those are athletes who typically are going to do well at the race, are going to bring attention to the race, who are going to bring attention to the golden ticket races from which they came. It's fantastic.
And of course, as you mentioned, we're going to step aside here as soon as the women's podium is ready and comfortable to come up and hang out on the couch, and Corinne Malcolm and Katie Asmuth are going to come back on the live stream and interview them, and I think that's the right move, and we'll step aside.
One of the things that I love about being part of the Aravaipa Mountain Outpost live streams, and I know Zach in his new role is 100% aligned with this, as has been Matt for all these years, is that we are this is a community effort.
Absolutely.
As if you've been watching for much of the day or see, we have field reporters, we have drone pilots, we have commentators coming in and out. So literally, while we're sitting here and you can hear the noise of finishers coming in, Zach and Corinne are over here. They're gathering up the top 3 women to have their interviews. Katie will be along in a minute. Chris and I will step aside, but don't worry, you haven't seen The Last of Us, because Aravaipa After Hours, which is one of the great... After Dark. I always say after. Aravaipa After Dark is coming up, and we'll have a lot of fun on that. And a special treat this year, starting at 11 p.m. approximately. I think Chris will stay and keep the seats warm, so they'll have a triple play with Scott Traer and Callie Vinson. That will just be about... Apparently, they have some new things in store, and we'll see how that goes down.
I want to recap the most recent finishers on both the men's and women's side.
Please do.
On the men's side, finishers 29 through 34, Cody Poskin at 9:09:58. Andrew Bumblebeee, the extremely fast marathoner we were keeping tabs on throughout the day, 9:12:39. Walker Yane, 9:21:49. Joseph Roldan, 9:22:41. Alex Miner, 9:26:01. And Simon Widman, 9:39:26.
By the way, sub 10 on this course. I don't care who you are. That's a stout run.
It's excellent.
Yes, indeed.
And follow up on the women who have finished recently, in 4th place, Jenna Bensko, 9:11:18. Catherine Drew, 9:15:20. Jen Demers, who was on our elite discussion panel yesterday, at 9:17:38. And Tara Dower, somebody we're no stranger
Tara.
with,
Right
finishing
on.
7th in 9:19:25.
All right, Chris, we are getting the elbow to the ribs.
That is fine
we
by
are getting
me.
the elbow to the ribs. It is time to roll out of here. I don't know. Katie, do you want your computer?
I am super excited. So you can see
we
Zach.
are getting the hook. Zach
the
is giving
Sandman
us
has
the
come
hook.
for us. So if we can head off of we'll basically go to a static shot and mute the mics,
Maybe
and we'll
static,
have the
static
real talent
shot
come
on
on
the,
here.
and then we can have the talent come on. Katie, do you want your computer, or are you good? All right, we have Corinne and Katie do their thing.
Yep.
We're all going. We're all going to Western States in one way or another. And we're all hot. The mics are hot. The people are hot. No, actually, we're technically cold, as you've seen all the puppies and jackets come out. But we are here with the women's podium. We got to watch you all day long. It was absolutely incredible. Tears were shed by us in studio. I actually abandoned ship and ran towards the finish line as soon as Rachel and Becca finished because it was so darn exciting. Congratulations.
I want to know, what does this mean to each of you? Because I know it was a really long journey, and you've gone, two of you have been through pregnancies, you've been through young children, you have been through medical school and about to be in residency, and there's been a lot of life that has been led to get to this moment. And it does feel like a moment of so many parts of your life has led to this performance. And I want to know what it means. Lauren, let's start with you. What does it mean to you?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think the time that I spend away from my family and, I feel sometimes was guilty. I have 2 little kids, or even my husband. And so I kept on thinking, I put in so much time away from my kids, make it worth it. And so I kind of repeated that to myself. So it just kind of feels like, I guess it was worth it. Maybe. I don't know how to say that. My brain's not functioning. But yeah, it just feels really validating to have put in the work. Couple of, many failures along the way, and all the sacrifices that it finally happened. So pretty exciting.
Amazing. Becca, what does it mean for you? We know you've come up just shy on a golden ticket before. I feel like it's been a long time coming, though.
I mean, I just love this community so much, so it's so fun to, have just had a day that felt good, and I'm thrilled to go to Western States.
Day.
Yeah, so I don't know, it just feels good, and I'm so excited to be here with everybody. So
Becca's feeling good.
Becca is feeling the summer good. Rachel can attest. Becca is feeling good.
Becca's feeling amazing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we were hammering together for a long, long time. I was like, I don't want to run this hard right now.
It was super fun.
It was fun. It was fun. What does this mean to me? Well, around this time last year, I found out that I had a stress fracture. So it's just been a long journey to get here. And similar to you, I feel like I spend a lot of time away from my son to train. And you always think, okay, let's not have that all be for nothing. Let's let our training shine through and make our families proud. So
I guess we'll talk a little bit about the duel that happened maybe out there. But Lauren, it seemed like there was maybe some shock and surprise of there being a golden ticket waiting for you at the finish line. Tell us a little bit about coming in and all of a sudden realizing that, you're going to Western States.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was just trying to get to the finish. To be honest, it was just I want this to be over. Where's the finish line? And my crew told me nothing, which is probably good because then it could have, messed with my mind or something, but I just wanted to finish. So I didn't know who had passed me at 8 stations.
You didn't know you were in third?
No. I mean, I think...
That's wild.
What was it, at Table Mesa? I was in 4th, maybe? I don't even know.
There's chaos there.
Yeah, so I was just like, all right, we'll go. 12 miles, we can do 12 miles. And then I don't know, who had passed me or not passed me, so I was just focusing on the finish.
That's an interesting pacing strategy. To not tell their runner.
That's beyond lying. We've met some pacers who like to lie to their runners, and that's pretty next level.
Yeah,
also shows some confidence, right?
Yeah,
that they have
I just kept asking them, how many miles do I have left? How many miles do I have left? And when they were like, we're almost at 6, and I'm like, almost? I need point how much? And so I was just focusing on getting to the finish, and I kind of didn't want to know, I suppose. Because if I was real close and wasn't going to get it, then I'd rather not even had the hope, I guess.
Yeah. We'll give a shout out. We just heard Riley Brady's name get shouted out. They just made their way into the finish, so big props to Riley Brady getting a hard day done. Katie, I want to hear about the duel. Or actually, I want to hear about how all of a sudden you guys came up on Heather Jackson and found yourselves at the front of the race real quickly.
Let's hear about that pass. That's
Yeah.
what I want to hear about. Were
Well,
there any words exchanged?
Also, we only knew about the pass because Liam was Instagramming your entire race.
Yes.
And so literally in the chat, it was like, go to Rachel Drake's Instagram. Liam is taking it
That's
over.
how we knew.
Well, basically, he was just like posting to stories, and so all of a sudden we had a video of him running behind you, and we could see Becca in front of you, and it was like Rachel's in second, new leader, Becca Wendell, and we all lost it in studio. It was really cool. So tell us about what happened out there.
Man. Go for it, Becca.
I mean, yeah, I think we're just plugging on. I can't even remember miles anymore, but at some point, maybe 30 miles in.
You guys saw each other leaving Deep Canyon Ranch.
That's right. Yeah.
Which is mile 31.
Yeah, you were super close there, and then you were like really, really close at Black Canyon City.
So yeah, 37.
Uncomfortably close.
Uncomfortably close.
Flew by me after Deep Canyon Ranch, up that Jeep road. I was like, goodbye.
Well, I'll say here, I know Rachel has spoken about this, the magic moments, right? And working together with your competitors, and that when you're racing, you feel that you are raising to the occasion because of your competitors. And I feel like this was a really special day where that really happened, right? Where you really leaned into that camaraderie of being with somebody on the trail, lifting each other up, and you shared some special moments out there.
Honestly,
can you tell us about some of that?
Yeah, it's the most fun part of racing. It's like, I don't know, you're just in it together in those moments, and you feel it really strongly. And yeah, there's just, I so appreciated it. So thank you.
Yeah, it felt really collaborative. Like I was running a lot harder than I wanted to, but it didn't feel antagonistic. It was just like, all right, we're doing this. Like you're forcing me to get the most out of myself, and I'm super grateful for that.
Yeah, and then I fell in the river at some point. And you attacked so hard, and there was
that.
no.
We saw it.
There was
Apparently
that was on the live stream.
It was on the live stream, and Brett Hornig goes, "This is the moment."
It was
Rachel.
Well, I was like,
attacked.
where did she go? Because we were together the whole time. And then
fell into the
Liam, my
river.
pacer, he came up behind me, and I go, "Yeah, girl," and he goes, "It's me."
Yeah, girl.
And I was like, "Oh, where did Becca go?" He's like, "She fell in the river. You better try to make a move right now.
You better
I was
attack
like,
her."
I don't wanna attack. I'm tired."
No, it's so cool to watch.
You went so fast around a switchback after that, you almost went off the trail.
Really?
Yeah, you attacked hard.
I did recce that spot, and I knew that mud was super slippery, which is why I grabbed onto that prickly bush. Yeah.
Bold strategy.
We made it up though.
I feel like we could talk to all three of you all night long, but we also know that you guys just raced a really hard 100K. We should probably wrap this up. But is there any last thing that you guys want to say besides, we'll see you at States?
I don't know. That was hard.
I mean, we can say that people were losing their minds for all three of you. I mean, for the women's field in general, but for all three of you in the chat all day. And so maybe it's just like reflecting on what it means to have this community kind of as your tailwind as you head towards the big dance in June.
I mean, this community is so fun. It's so fun. I don't even have words for it. It's just so cool to have like so many people you don't even know cheering for you. Yeah, it's so cool and supportive, right? Like, because then when she's passing me, I'm like, you go get it, girl, right? Like, yeah, I love that everybody wants everybody to do their best so that they can do their best with them and kind of bring everybody up as opposed to kind of trying to do better by pushing other people down. It's so cool and it's fun and exciting to be a part of.
Yeah, ditto. Going into aid stations was just incredible. Like
insane.
the energy was amazing, and yeah, I mean, just personally too. Big thanks to my husband and friends and coach that came out. Yeah, it was just incredible.
Yeah. Same. Best community ever. And like people that are here and people that are back home. I mean, I think we all probably have just countless people we want to thank right now. But yeah, my people, you know who you are, and I love you so much.
Well, awesome. I think we're going to all let you guys get showered up, figure out where you chafed. Hopefully lay horizontal for a little bit and maybe get a little bit of sleep if you didn't have too much caffeine out there. And we cannot wait to see all three of you at Western States in June.
Woo!
Yes,
Yes.
celebrate this. Get some downtime, and then the training begins.
Thank
Yeah,
you
so
both.
We're going to go to a static shot from the
right.
finish line, and in just a couple minutes, we'll tag back off, or we'll allow AJW and Chris to come back in here, and we'll continue the coverage all the way through till 6 a.m. So don't go anywhere. Wonderful. Before you guys go.
All right, everybody. Wasn't that great to hear the interviews with that women's podium? What a race.
That was a fantastic race.
Yep.
And one of the things that was amazing about the women's race was the fact that we didn't know what was going to happen for almost the entirety of the race.
No, we really didn't.
We were all operating under the assumption that Heather Jackson was going to set the pace and be the first person across the finish line, or at least one of the first couple. And we had quite a few surprises. And it was great to see the women's podium come to hang out on the couch with Corinne and Katie.
Yeah,
so,
it was great.
Looks like this is the Rob Martin cam. Is this Cottonwood Gulch or is this Table Mesa right here? This is Table Mesa. This is mile 51 on the course.
So we talked about it yesterday, but let's give a little give the viewers a little understanding of Table Mesa, which is now kind of the party aid, the tailgate party aid station.
Yeah, Table Mesa is now because of what happened in 2021 with pandemic protocols in certain areas of the state, in particular the county where Table Mesa or where Black Canyon City is. We were not allowed to have aid station crew at Black Canyon City. So the first time runners could actually contact their crew in person was at Table Mesa at mile 51. And so what happened inadvertently was that Table Mesa kind of became a huge tailgating spot, and it's remained so ever since. So the last 3-4 years, Table Mesa has kind of become like having a headquarters in that regard.
So that's what we're seeing on the large screen here. And maybe, Jordan, we could split to the finish line instead of Chris and I.
Yeah, nobody needs to see us, so we'll
but yeah, that so Table Mesa at this point is just got you're getting this is Rob Martin, our good friend, is out there.
All right, and I'm going to kind of zip down the finishers that we've caught recently. I believe where I left off was Alex Miner in 40th place. I'm going to go down the women's side first. Anna McKenna in 8th place on the women's side, 9:28.24. Riley Brady, 9:33.53 in 9th. Marcy Klimek in 9:41.02. Arden Young, the most recent finisher on the women's side, 9:46.37. On the men's side, since we last touched base, Colin McFarland, 9:30.15. Chris Andrews, 9:31.37. Reed Burrows, 9:31.38. Brad Orr, 9:35.31. Simon Widman, 9:39.26. And Matthew Dube with 9:48.51. So our top 50 finishers, regardless of gender, all under 10 hours. I would love to see, actually, I'm going to, just while we're sitting here, I'm going to take a peek at like a sample prior year, such as 2023, and see if that, how that compares in terms of the number of sub 10-hour finishers. And I'd be really curious to see how they compare, because this field felt really fast.
Yeah. And just while you're doing that, a reminder, we have both the men's and women's podium in place, and all 6 have at least verbally accepted their golden tickets from Western States Race Director Craig Thornley, who is here on site. Hayden Hawks, Jupiter Carrera, and Chris Myers on the men's side, and Rachel Drake, Becca Wendell, and Lauren Politz on the women's side. So there's 6 more entries into the Western States 100 with only one golden ticket race left, the Canyons 100K on April 27th out in California.
So we're 9 minutes shy of the 10-hour mark here, and we have 50 finishers under 10 hours. Last year's race, we had 45 in total. So slight improvement from last year compared to 2022, where there were 30 finishers exactly in under 10 hours. And in 2021, let's take a quick peek. It looks like there were, again, 30 finishers.
So you said we're at 50.
Yeah.
So in spite of the mud, in spite of the snow, we have a faster race.
Looks like we've got another finisher coming in. We'll see if we can ID them as they come into the chute.
Our friend John Marushek asking.
Oh, that's Corinne Shalvoy right there.
Corinne Shalvoy.
Corinne Shalvoy is
Aravaipa running team.
And also one of your hosts for tomorrow's 60K coverage.
Indeed.
We'll have to grab Corinne, and her husband Graham paced her as well, another member of the Aravaipa
We
racing
should
team.
get them in on the couch.
I think that would be awesome. I think that we definitely need to have Corinne and Graham on our couch to talk about their experiences.
So what do you think? We've got a question of maybe turning Table Mesa into a version of Jackass Junction.
In some ways, it kind of is
already.
Actually, it's a crew-accessible Jackass Junction.
Oh.
And so that's a big difference. It's more like headquarters in that regard.
Yeah.
So,
I think probably more like headquarters makes more sense.
Yeah, it's a great time out there. Frankly, I'm a big fan of Table Mesa as a kind of a spot on the course where, as a runner, man, when you get there, you feel it. Again, it's cliche when I use it because I'm nowhere near the people that originated it. But the whole phrase "smell the barn," like at that point, you know that you've got about 10 miles. You've got one major climb up to the top of the mesa, and then you have some chunky downhill to Doe Spring. But once you hit Doe Spring, you can actually see the finish line at this in the dark. You can see the finish line from 2 miles away. And you can feel it, and they can see your headlamps, and that maybe about a mile to maybe a half mile out, you can start to hear them because they're calling you in. They want you.
But you also want to be thinking about your nighttime gear here. I mean, we are here at 7:22 local time, so these folks coming into Table Mesa, their crew might be meeting them. They might be putting another layer on, grabbing additional batteries. They're still going to be several hours out there.
As a slower runner, I typically already have another layer already on by that point. As we have another finisher coming in, we'll ID this. We need to get that finish line cam up here.
Get that finish line cam up. We really don't need to see Chris and I. We love that you love us, but please.
We'll verify who that was.
Deep Canyon. John is suggesting Deep Canyon is our Javelina headquarters.
I didn't make it over to Deep Canyon today, but I'm really excited to see what it looks like sometime soon here. So our most recent finisher was Nick Allen, 9:54:01. So we're actually counting Nick and Corinne Chalvoy. We're at 52 finishers.
And probably there might be a few others out there thinking they'd like to see the 9 instead of the 10 by their name, and they might be pushing a little harder in this last little bit with the chunky rocks coming up here.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get that finish line cam back up and verify our lighting situation.
And while you do that, I'm going to see if I can grab Corinne Chalvoy.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be great. Grab Corinne and Graham both. I think that it would be.
And Graham Paster.
Yes. So AJW is going to step aside for just a moment. Are we able to get the finish line on the picture-in-picture?
We're working on it.
Okay, thank you. They're working on that. At Deep Canyon, I know they had a jumbotron out there for the crew and the viewers to follow the live stream, which was really neat. So, that was a nice feature. Looks like we've got runners hitting. This is Table Mesa Aid at mile 51, and we will be following runners as much as we can as they come in, keeping an eye on everybody. If we don't catch them on the course, we're going to do our best to catch them here at the finish line because we are going to stay live until the very end of the 100K tonight. AGW is going to stick around with me for at least a little while, and then he's going to give way to one of the more exciting tag teams in ultra running, Scott Trayer and Callie Vinson. For those of you familiar with their antics on social media and Instagram, there are a couple of local runners that are just in love with the sport, and I can't wait to see. I know that they actually crowdsourced a lot of information from the field, and they told me they got hundreds of responses from runners in the field. Heather Jackson coming into the finish here. Can we pop that to the big shot, please? And can we pull me out of the corner? That's Heather Jackson coming into the finish. Heather Jackson, of course, already possessing a golden ticket. And if we're going to be frank, probably not the day she expected to have, but, sometimes that's just how it goes. We've got some other finishers as well. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow.
This couch feels good.
Dan's bringing her bag over.
Okay,
I'm gonna
cool.
just duck out for a second. Be right back.
Okay, so we're gonna.
They've got Heather. Yay.
We've got it's Air Vipa After Dark, where anything goes. Of course, we've got Heather Jackson here on the screen, and her final finish time. I'll pull that up here as soon as I can. It looks like it was just under 10 hours as well. And it looks like we just caught Mark Hammond finishing as well.
Mark Hammond.
We'll see if we can get verification on her time. But Corinne and Graham Shelvoy, first of all, Corinne, welcome back, and Graham, this is the first time you've been on the live stream.
Hold
with
the
us,
mic
right?
up here, babe.
Yeah.
This is how we do.
Sorry. I'm not as practiced as you are.
Well,
That's okay.
we're glad you could join us.
Yeah,
Of
thanks for
course,
having
you paced Corinne here today for the second half of the race.
50K.
I saw you out at Black Canyon City, with the much more demure Black Canyon City.
It was very demure.
But how did your race go? Are you satisfied with how things went for you today?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I mean, of course I would have loved to run a little bit faster, but time-wise, but I feel like I ran a pretty consistent race and was able to really push at the end and pick a couple people off, and I don't know, Graham helped a ton. A little bit of low moments in the middle, but I'm really happy. I mean, I think I PR'd my course PR by a couple hours, so I'm pretty happy with that.
That's fantastic. Yeah, no, I mean, to see you come in, I mean, you looked extremely strong at Black Canyon City,
Thanks.
and so did it pay to have a friend on course, as you said? You mentioned that you had a friend pacing you. Is this the first time that one of you has paced the other? Here,
No,
or for an ultra like this?
No,
or
we've done a little bit of pacing, but
Yeah,
you want to...
some. I think I'm trying to think of the first time when I won Uray 50 a few years back. She paced me for the second half.
Okay.
And obviously we had an amazing race that day. I paced her at Leadville a couple years ago,
Which was a very different day and a very different pacing
She had a
experience.
bit of a hard last 13 miles, which took like 6 hours.
Yeah, it was
but,
brutal.
I was in for it, and so
it made our
yeah.
marriage stronger.
It did indeed.
So you heard it here first, folks. If you want to strengthen your marriage, pace your significant other, and if you can survive that, you can probably survive anything.
Truth.
Yeah, no, I mean, but what's it like to be? If you're pacing your significant other for this long of a time, I mean, there's got to be times, first of all, where you're you want to pull, you want to push a certain amount, but you don't want to push or pull, to the point where you break somebody or you, let's be frank, piss somebody off to that point. I mean, obviously your partner very well, but at the same time, have there ever been times where maybe you're like, oh, that probably didn't go the way I expected, or maybe the motivation went a little bit sideways?
Yeah, I mean, I think we communicate with each other really, really well. And a couple times today when I was leading, Corinne was like, hey, it's a little fast. I was like, hey, why don't you take the lead to make sure that I'm not kind of pushing you too hard. So I really kind of see it as almost like I'm not her husband at that time. I'm just her pacer. I'm trying to get her to the finish as fast as we possibly can, because I know that's really what she wants to do. And I think framing it that way has helped a lot.
Yeah. And I think with any pacer, you got to be really able to just, if somebody's doing something that you're not happy with, you got to tell them, and the other person can't take offense to it. You got to kind of be a little bit selfish in that regard. And just if something's bugging you or if something's good, you need to communicate, more of that, please. Don't say that. And I think that helps a lot.
So when did you realize that you were actually going to be able to make a move to kind of slide up the standings here? Because I think when I saw you at Black Canyon City, you were maybe about in the 16th, 17th, 18th range. You obviously moved up several spots after that
What
point.
did I end up, Chris?
Let me verify here
I'm
really quick.
I want to know.
We think we know, but no one has told us, so
Yeah,
we're
I
not
know,
sure.
right?
It looks like you ended up in 12th.
Okay, awesome.
So,
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just, I don't know. I think, I kind of try to just go with whatever the course was going to give me. The smoother sections, I really tried to take advantage of and run them as, try to pick it up during those. And then we just paid a lot of attention to picking up our feet. Obviously,
Yeah.
there was a little casualty.
We said it over and over and over.
So I don't know if you can tell, if we can just go to the big screen in the studio for just a second. Corinne's knees look like hamburger meat.
Thank you. That's lovely.
But that's just part and parcel of the package, though. I mean, it looks like you had a bit of a spill or spills out there. I mean,
Just one.
Just one.
Just one spill.
One
It
really
must have been a
solid
doozy.
one,
Yeah, it was a
right
good
after
one.
we saw you.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah, it was
it
right
like-
out of Black Canyon City when you actually turn the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And it's not particularly rocky, but I think I just clipped something.
That's
and
what happens.
Yeah.
Like
it does.
it happens when you least expect it, when the ground is relatively stable beneath your feet. I never fall when I'm like running on, really technical stuff. It's letting yourself kind of float for just a few moments, and all of a sudden things kind of go sideways. So I will switch back to the big shot on the finish line if we can here. But all in all, it sounds like you're pretty satisfied with your day. And the big question, though, Corinne, is do you have enough in the tank for one more ultra tomorrow?
Go.
If it's a talking ultra, I think I can handle it as long as I get a lot of food in my system.
All right.
And a little rest. So
I just wanted to have confirmation that you were still rip-roaring and ready to
I'm
go.
ready. I'm ready.
Of course, for those that are going to be tuning in tomorrow, Corinne is going to be one of your co-hosts here, bringing you the Black Canyon 60K. And that'll be from wire to wire in your case. That's a long shift.
Yeah.
So, be sure to get some rest.
I will.
Graham, obviously an excellent job pacing. It sounds like the two of you had quite a day out there.
Thanks, babe. Thanks.
Some highlights,
Absolutely.
some things that went sideways. But all in all, you're here. And if you're happy with your result, then we're happy for you.
yeah,
So.
I mean, amongst this field of women, I think I'm stoked.
Any last bits of advice for pacing a significant other? Just one last
geez.
thing.
Yeah. I think you got to be okay getting yelled at because you're out here racing and you got a job to do.
Just during the pacing or what?
Yeah, during the pacing. You got to be ready to take the good with the bad sometimes. And there's some low moments out there, and you just got to roll with it and be able to say, my job is to get you from point A to point B, and that's it.
Well, great job to the two of you. Corinne, congratulations
Thanks.
on your finish.
Thanks,
and
Chris.
Graham, great job out there pacing. Love seeing you guys out here as part of the Air Viper racing team. And we'll see you again real soon.
All right,
Thanks so much.
amazing. Thanks.
Corinne and Graham Shalavoy, folks, here at the finish line of the Black Canyon 100K. To recap our most recent finishers, we've been able to keep them on camera for the most part. Our most recent finishers after Corinne, we had Heather Jackson, as well as Lucy Haynes. On the men's side, Mark Hammond, Caleb Neff, Jeremy Pope, Jesus Topete, and Connor Callahan. It looks like we might be seeing some familiar names coming in here fairly soon, if this is to be believed, at least for the runners that have left Doe Spring just about 3.5 miles out. I'm going to pop some of those here into our discussion, but it looks like Jared Hazen, possibly, Buck Blankenship, Shay Aquilano, Caleb Stevens. Shout out to Caleb, Midwestern down to the Southwest. Patrick Kavanaugh, one of my personal picks, just as a friend of mine, local group run leader here. Amanda Nelson, Bobby Peavy, who was near the front of the race for the first 25 to 30 miles.
When I saw him just outside of Black Canyon City, he looked like he had a little quadrophenia going on. He was very gingerly stepping, so it was nice to see him get it done.
Sarah Beal, Abby Swift, not too far out. Kat Bradley has passed Table Mesa. We'll be keeping an eye to see when those runners come in here as well. For those just tuning in, our golden ticket winners, they did not drop down and they were not declined. Which was,
indeed.
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that none of them dropped down here this year. This shot is from Table Mesa 8. I see a friend of the program, Julian Galuzzi, in the background. But this is mile 51 on your big shot. The corner shot is the finish line. We're keeping an eye out on that. Special thanks to Jordan here in the studio, making sure that we do our best to make sure that we give everybody their props here.
I love working with Jordan. He's just got a good spirit about him, and we
bonded.
We
in,
bonded
Steamboat
at Run
Springs.
Rabbit Run for sure. But yes, Donnie AQ, bring it home, Shay. I suspect that
I didn't realize that
AQ
Shay
might-
had sprained an ankle.
sprained an ankle, so that's really good. Chris, I got to ask. I mean, this is with all due respect, this is a time of the race that's kind of your time.
Yep.
You know what the runners are going through. We've got runners are going through. We've got. Let's go way back for a second. We had 2 waves at the start, 9:30 and 10, which means, again, for the Western States qualifier, they've got to finish by 2:30 a.m. or 3 a.m.
Yeah.
In the old, without a delayed start, you were always chasing midnight or
17 hours.
folks chasing that 17-hour cutoff. So it's interesting. They lost a couple hours of daylight with that late start. They've got a few more hours they've got to deal with running in the night. You're out there right now. You're kind of maybe on that 17-hour bubble. You're not quite to Table Mesa yet. You're probably past Cottonwood. What are you? Where's your head as you're chasing that? You've got 8 hours.
I got to be honest, AJW. I would actually I wouldn't be past if we're.
You'd be
we're
at Black
we're at
Canyon
10. No, I would be out of Black Canyon City by
Out
now.
of Black Canyon City.
I would be between
maybe
Black
at the river crossing.
I would be past the river crossing, but not by much. I would be between Black Canyon City and Cottonwood.
Yeah.
And typically, Black Canyon City and Cottonwood are not good places for me. Black Canyon City.
It's a long. By the way, it's a 9-mile stretch.
Of the 4 finishes that I've had, 3 have actually gone through Black Canyon City because of reroutes and everything. Of those 3 times, each time I sat down and cried until I finished my Subway. I had a sandwich
at Black Canyon City. Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Back then, when it was the major crew spot, I basically had my crew person bring me a Subway, a 6-inch Subway.
And you ate it.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I got to stop. Chris Gatton, thank you. $50 donation
thank you so
to the
much.
good of the chat and to the good of the podcast and to the good of the live stream. Thank you so much.
Crossing your medias there.
Yeah, I said Donnie AQ. I have to say you must be related to Shay. I'm guessing just because of the AQ last name, but give us a little more on that. Maybe dad or brother or uncle or aunt or nephew or cousin. But Shay, who was a lot of our pre-race pick, apparently is coming in on a bum ankle, but still coming in.
We'll have to talk to her and if she's feeling up to it when she finishes.
Oh, that'd be
what
fun.
Happened out
It'd be
there.
fun to have her come on in.
So yeah, we're currently sitting at it says 58 on the tracker, but I know for a fact that Heather Jackson has finished, but she's not showing as a finisher. So we're at about 59 finishers right now, awaiting our next few that.
So back to you though. So you're in this kind of dead zone between Black Canyon City and Cottonwood.
Yeah.
What then do they have coming out of Cottonwood?
Coming out of Cottonwood, you kind of dip down a little bit, but it heads down into the riverbed one more time. And in most years, you've got one more water crossing with about 2 miles before Table Mesa. Cottonwood and Table Mesa aren't that far apart, but it's a fairly technical section with a wide water crossing. That's the thing about that. It's not typically deep, but it is wide. If there's ever going to be a situation on the course where there's a water crossing they have to think twice about, that's likely going to be it. That'll be the first one to probably be a domino. At which point they would have to make alternate planning. You come out of the water crossing, and you've got about another 1.5 miles to Table Mesa. And Table Mesa, it kind of flattens out for a brief amount of time. At Table Mesa, if I'm going to do anything there, I'm going to probably change my socks just because I know that I don't have any more water crossings. And yeah, your shoes are
Looks
wet,
like, by
but
the
they
way,
dry
Rob's
out
just
fairly quick.
giving us a little tour. It looks like of kind of the crew. They can scatter all around. It looks like it. Oh, we lost it, but looks like they can scatter around at Table Mesa. There's a kind of ample places for crews to to spread out and move around. Oh, we lost that.
Yeah,
but-
it looks like we have a finisher coming in. I saw some lights heading in off in the distance. And some applause leads me to believe we do have our next finisher here.
Our next finisher coming in.
We'll verify if we can who that is.
Again, this is the here at the finish line. You've got crews and family members and loved ones that come in and out. They've got to take a shuttle over here from the Anthem
Mall
parking lot. There's a very, very tight parking here at the finish line, but full on aid station. I saw Patty Curry over there doing some quesadillas.
That was Dylan Hayes with a finish of 10-12-24. So congratulations to Dylan. We're gonna stick there. Of course, you can see Dylan taking his memento photo there.
Oh, and I'm so relieved that Skylar Hall has just put into the chat that he made his flight.
We'll talk about that one in just a second.
So he
here.
will be able to get to the Super
The
Bowl.
big game.
Yeah.
You can't say that word. We might owe somebody some money if we're not careful. Yeah, it's the big game going on in Las Vegas. Of course, as we mentioned, Dylan Hayes. We'll find out who our most recent finisher was as well. We've got about 60, 61 finishers at this point.
Just over 10 hours elapsed, 10:13 to be exact. Again, for the first waivers that started at 9:30 a.m., second waivers that started at 10. We only did 2 waves to start today.
Yeah, of course, original. So it's been a long day, and a lot has happened.
It has been a long day.
For those that are just tuning in, we actually had to delay the start of the race 2.5 hours, and some people were not quite understanding why. So it was delayed due to weather conditions, but not in regards to the runners.
Travis thinking that maybe it was Hazen.
Was that Tank Hazen right there?
If you could check on the results.
Yeah,
Looks
that
like
was
Jared
10,
Hazen
13, 12.
got it done.
I'm used to seeing him wear like a white shirt or something like
Yeah,
that.
that's good. Good, bold, hard finish for Jared. It has raced infrequently in the last several years.
Glad to see Jared get it done. Obviously, I had him as a golden ticket finisher this race. That didn't come to pass for him. But there's no doubt that the talent is still there. I think in his case, it's just an issue of making sure that his body is back where it should be.
But it definitely feels like it was yesterday that my phone lit up with Matt's text saying we were delaying the start for 2 years. I was sitting at a gas station on Union Hills Road and getting a cup of coffee, and I was like, "Oh, well, that's great."
I was looking down at my phone as I got off the exit at Anthem. I was already. I was
like,
already
okay,
right there.
well, this day is going to get a little longer.
Thanks for confirming that, Travis. I appreciate it. But yeah, that was Jared Hazen, and then we just had another finisher as well. Going to keep an eye on.
And by the way, thanks for those of you still hanging out in the chat. We'd love to hear if you're cheering for someone in particular. Give us a shout out if you know they're coming close to the finish. We've got this static finish line cam. Of course, in the dark, we don't have the drone footage out there or the field reporters out there, but we'll do our best to monitor their progress. So let us know who you're looking after, and if you'd like to give a shout out to them, and also let us know where you're from.
Yeah, that's
and what you're up to this evening.
That's one of the beautiful things about Aravaipa After Dark is that we can kind of, get a little bit fun. Our most recent finisher, Chris Walsh. Congratulations to Chris.
And it sounds like we've got another one coming in, judging by the applause. So Chris Walsh, congratulations.
Chris Walsh coming to us from Canada, an international runner. Great job there.
All right, Ryan Kramer. Samantha Fitzpatrick is cheering on Ryan Kramer.
Looks like we had a couple of finishers here. We'll get IDs on those. Yeah, Kevin, Pat Werhane is definitely one of the next names we expect to see here.
Should be close.
Fairly soon, simply because there are about, from the looks of things, about 20-plus runners that have hit Doe Spring. Now, Doe Spring is the final aid station. about 3.5 miles from the finish, 3.6, because
Mhm.
I made the people promise when I asked them when I only had like 54 minutes to go before midnight. I said, how far is it? They said 3.6. I said, you promised. They said yes, and it was.
And it was 3.6.
But we've got about 20 people that are at or past Doe Spring.
Paige Hawkinson rooting for Adam Rientz.
Okay, so our
from
most
Minnesota.
recent finishers,
Thank you very much.
Brian Babiak, 10-16-22, and Buck Blankenship was who was right behind him.
Lily James cheering on Let's Go Lucy. And I like this one, Anna Huddleston. Shout out to Coach Shannon Howell. Shannon, the pride of Greenville is how you say it, South Carolina.
So
Shannon's wonderful, former Grindstone winner, 12th place Western States, just came out here with just a wonderful attitude and a lot of fun, and can't wait to see her finish.
So Buck Blankenship finishing. Buck is a local runner from Flagstaff, Arizona, has had some impressive results in tougher races, and to be honest, that was one of the things that, like, if I'm expected to handicap something like I Am Tough or Uray, Buck Blankenship is right in that discussion.
Right,
He's got podium finishes at Mogollon Monster, Cruel Jewel.
He does crazy stuff in the Grand Canyon with Rob Carr. And,
all those guys are absolutely insane. But this race for Buck, to me, honestly, is just a little bit out of his wheelhouse because it's a fast race and it's a shorter race. Like, I'm used to seeing him, like when I follow his participation, it's usually in these ridiculously hard, long races. 100K, relatively with a net downhill, that's not normally his game. But maybe he's just wanting that Western States ticket.
Josh Gudalik with a trio of friends: Derek McGarrigle, Kevin Brightbill, and Bradley Herbert from Coos Bay, Oregon, the coast of Oregon. Cheering on your wife. Andrew Ruthenbach cheering on Ann Ruthenbach. Clinton Fry giving a big shout out to Wilson Deaton, friend and running partner. Couldn't make it here this year. Another for Shannon Howell and Bethany Lannon from South Carolina. I met Bethany yesterday. Cheering for Drew Padley from Houston. Table Mesa to Doe Spring. What's the distance?
About 6.5 to 7, somewhere in there.
Reed, I'm sorry, I'm going to mess this up, but Maniscalco, Coach Kristen Schindler crushing and coming into the finish soon. So let's keep an eye out for Christian Schindler.
Absolutely.
Pulling hard for Keegan Rumsey from another Montanan.
Was that Caleb Stevens who came in for the finish?
We got a finisher that just came in.
So Caleb does media work for Ornery Mule Racing out of the Midwest. So that's how I know
Michelle
Caleb.
Hartwig's company.
Absolutely.
Big shout out to Michelle. Is Michelle running today?
She's running
tomorrow. Oh, hopefully I'll be able to enjoy a couple miles with her.
We've got another
because I'm running too.
That's right.
Oh goodness, I almost forgot. I'm running tomorrow.
Well, that's why we're going to let you go a little bit earlier than normal. Otherwise, we'd keep you for
Nicole Hancock cheering for John Hancock. Yes, a little over 20 miles. What a great name. Jim Hemgen, your brother's headed that way now. Stephen and Sharon Hawkins rooting for Rachel Hawkins from Oregon, and you're watching from Papua New Guinea, so it's probably halfway through tomorrow there.
Yeah.
More Shannon Howell and Bethany Lannon fans. You guys are staying up late out there in South Carolina.
Patrick Werhane finishing in 10:20:01.
So you were right. He is coming through soon, and he's through.
Yeah, so congratulations to Patrick on his finish. We've only realized we're about 65 or so finishers in
out of
1,000 runners. We've got a long
Ornery
way to go,
Mule
folks.
Racing, whoever that is noting that Caleb's parents are at the race to see his finish. So, Michelle, we will keep an eye out, and if he finishes under 10:50, it's a PR.
I hope that Michelle is hanging out, like having a cup of non-caffeinated tea and just watching this like in a very relaxed mode. And now she can go to sleep knowing full well that her friend is now done with this race and got his
Michelle, you can put
lottery
your feet
ticket.
up and relax. It's okay. She outed herself.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Well, I love how Michelle comes out here. She was out here at Crown King last year. She loves to come out and do the Air Viper races.
Yeah, she spends a
And by
lot
the
of
way,
time out
some
here.
of us should go back there and run some of her races, Hennepin and some
have.
other ones. Yeah, you have.
I
You got your money's worth the last time you ran Hennepin.
I spent all the time I could on that course. All the time I could. I've finished and been in the Western States Lottery 5 times. If I had to I'm gonna do some on-air math here really quick.
And a shout out to Lucy Bartholomew. I know that she is en route and is going to gut this out. Probably not the day she probably was hoping for and wanted, but
we got another
it's
finisher
the
coming
day
in
she
here
got,
real quick.
And you know that Lucy's going to cross that finish
Coming
line with
in
a smile.
hot. We got several.
Oh, we got
events
a
coming
bunch
in.
of finishers here, so I'm going to pass this on to Chris. We got people chanting and singing and carrying phones, and
That's Patrick Kavanaugh right there. That's Bubba, our friend in the trail running community.
oh, he was one of the folks you mentioned in your
In my
inspiring stories yesterday.
Yeah, shout out to Patrick for his finish here. Let's see, that was Matt Luongo, Patrick Kavanaugh, and Edher Ramirez. We'll have to. I want to grab Bubba and have him.
Let's
come
get.
on here.
Why don't you see if you can grab him?
Absolutely.
And I will continue to monitor the chat. Try to monitor the finishes, but I might ask you to catch up on the finishes when we get back here. But another shout out to Lucy Bartholomew. Christy Kennedy is coming to us from Australia, where I suspect it's also tomorrow. We love the Lucy fans. Lucy's spent a fair bit of time over here in the States. She loves to get down here to the desert in Arizona, and also is basically practically a part-time resident of Auburn, California, the home of Western States and the endurance capital of the world. More fans for Christian Schindler. And a question for AJW. Last year's Western States M1, M3 were 1 and 2 at BCU. Would love to hear other tales of BCU's success translating at Western States. I think there's a couple of things about that. Black Canyon, and I know that this was one of Jamil's goals when he first hatched the race 10 or so years ago, was to make it a net downhill point-to-point. If you did put the course profile of Black Canyon next to the course profile of Western States, while they're not identical, you would certainly see a lot of similarities. I also think that people come to Black Canyon, in the case of last year with Anthony and Tom, they came here to get those golden tickets, but they also were able to do so in a way that allowed them plenty of time to recover. How is it going to play out this year? I suspect that you will see the 6 golden ticket recipients of this year's race, probably 4 of them finishing in the top 10. I don't think any of those 4 will win, but I'm maybe going out on a limb there. But I certainly think 4 of them will be in the top 10. All 6 of them will finish. And it does translate really well. Right now they can regroup, recover for a couple of weeks, and get in a full training cycle before heading down for the big dance. Andre Lee, apparently Marine Corps veteran, Semper Fi, bib number 947. We've got a friend, Terry Moror from South Dakota, cheering us in, another Lucy fan. Jeff Hemgen is on his way to Doe Spring from Frederick, Maryland, a good mid-Atlantic running town. Amanda Nelson, first 100K trail race. Ornery Mule thinks it was Caleb. I'm going to double check that. It's looking like we've got Shea Aquilano next on our list, but it could have been that Caleb snuck in there. Jess Harrelson, Cheryl Harrelson, giving a cheer for Jess coming in from Montana. More Shea fans, and I have to admit I'm a Shea fan. Our colleague yesterday declared Shea the future of ultra running.
Yeah, Shea,
which is beautiful.
So I did have some conversations with people at the finish line. talked with Patrick Kavanaugh and Caleb Stevens. They're going to compose themselves and come on over.
So Caleb did come in.
Yes.
Caleb with a K.
Yeah.
Okay.
Caleb.
So
Shay,
you got it right, Michelle. Caleb's
Patrick, Adher Ramirez
Is Shay
as well.
in?
Shay is in.
Did you talk to her?
Yeah. And I always respected her, but at the same time, she had sprained her ankle 2 days before this race.
Oh.
I did not know that. So shout out to Shay for getting it done.
So
Amanda
let's
Nelson
run through
just
those.
finished
Let's
as well.
just run through those finishers, though.
So our most recent finishers, Matt Luongo, 10:22:28. Patrick Kavanaugh, 10:22:32. Ada Ramirez, 10:22:34. Caleb Stevens, 10:22:45. Wow, that was fast and furious.
Yeah.
Shea Aquilano, 10:24:15. And Amanda Nelson, 10:24:47.
Wow, that's a great one. And a lot of you fans in the chat, a lot of those finishers. Chris has suggested some of them come on over. Do you think they'll make their own way over?
Yeah, so
okay.
I did talk to Shay, and I said, you know what, get yourself composed, and take care of your ankle. She rolled it 3 times out there, at least that she was able to verify. So, I want to let her, like I said, at her own convenience, come on over and hang out with us. As we mentioned, Amanda Nelson was out there as well. Canadian runner. Amanda Nelson placed 3rd at the Desert Solstice 100 mile a couple years ago in 2022. That's tall timber right there. That's a sub 15-hour 100 miler.
Absolutely.
So
not to mention, you got to get into that thing.
Yeah, to get into Desert Solstice,
it is
no
an
joke to begin
invitational.
with. We've
like
got
a true
some,
invitational.
Yeah. So we've got some more finishers.
So yeah, that
coming
was
in
a
as
flurry
well.
of finishes in that 10+ range. Another finisher coming in.
There was a lot of love for Amanda Nelson out there. We will.
And Shea Aquilano and Caleb. This is great stuff. And again, we love this time of night. Chris and I. Yes, I know thousands of people tune in for the Golden Ticket race and the competition and the play-by-play of the elites. But, one of the things that we love here at Mountain Outpost is, bringing the race, everybody's race to everybody. And I know that some of you were a little upset that we didn't have the finish line cam on everybody as we were doing those women's interviews. And sometimes it's real tricky to balance, to juggle from one follow cam to another or from one field reporter to another. But, now we're here. We're hunkered down. We're hunkered down at the Black Canyon finish line. We're so happy to be on site. Last year we successfully convinced Matt to let us come out here. We did most of the broadcast from the studio, but we were able to come out here for the Black Canyon Golden Hour. I'm going to miss that this year, not only because of the delay, but because I'm going to be jumping into my first ultra since 2021 in the 60K tomorrow, and I'm really excited about that. And I'm hoping to finish in time to see the second half of the Super Bowl.
We're excited to see.
So we'll see how that goes.
That's true. That you do have the big game tomorrow to look forward to after you finish. It's a little bit of a carrot dangling there for you.
It is, and I've already got my wings prepared. They're in the fridge. I'm a spicy buffalo wing guy. So,
all right.
So thank you, St. Lawrence Marathon winner Amanda Nelson is the Canadian record holder for 12-hour, 24-hour, 100-mile, and backyard ultra. So congratulations, Amanda.
Yeah, Ryan, we were talking about a little bit earlier that this was the year where we had more finishers sub 10 hours than any other, at least going back several years.
Yeah.
And based on that, I'm going to assume that we had 58 finishers sub 10 hours. And we hadn't had any more than 45 in any recent previous year. And my guess is, I didn't go back and look, but frankly, I believe that you can just come on up and have a seat on the couch and grab a microphone at your convenience. We're glad to have you here. Thank you, AJW.
I'm Andy. Good to meet you.
And we are joined here in studio. First of all, I want to clarify, is it Aquilano or Aquilano? Aquilano. Okay. Well, Shea Aquilano, welcome. Thanks for joining us here. You've had a whirlwind of a weekend.
Yeah, I have.
You, of course, we talked about when we were at the expo yesterday, I want to share this story because I love this story.
Go for it.
It makes me so happy. Unfortunately, we had another runner pull out of the race due to illness, and we wanted to make sure that we had a full women's elite panel to talk about their expectations and experiences. And your name was suggested and brought up, and we saw you, and I saw Corinne Malcolm walk over to talk to you about that moment, and you kind of froze. You were like I think it kind of sinking in that you were being invited to hang out at the big kids table.
Totally.
And also seeing your mom like beam with pride at that particular moment, it made me feel like, this is going to be awesome. So, we were glad to have you as part of the panel. I mean, to hang out and, you start out the weekend, I'm going to sit between Heather Jackson and Lucy Bartholomew. How'd that feel?
Well, to be invited to sit next to some of my idols in the sport was like such a shock, and definitely appreciated that opportunity.
Well, you've shown that you belong. That's what's important. And this race, this is your 4th time running Black Canyon, and at the ripe old age of 22, you're becoming a grizzled veteran of this race. First of all, what initially attracted you to Black Canyon? Number one, and number two, what keeps bringing you back?
So I was originally, the race was suggested to me by a friend in the ultra running community. So I came out here. I have family out here, so it's easy. I can stay with them. And I always heard really good things about this race and all the races that Aravaipa puts on. And from that first race, I've kind of never looked back.
So I want to talk about that. I was out at the Coldwater Rumble, and you ran the 60K, right?
Yes.
And you basically ghosted Nick Curry. I think you know who Nick is, Jamil's brother, and one of the most meticulous pacers. And that was an incredible. I mean, I know it was just a 60K. You were probably doing it as a tune-up for this.
Yep.
But if you look at that, how was that? Did it go better? I know we're here to talk about Black Canyon, but I was like,
we'll
whoa!
get there,
Did you just see what Shay did?
Yeah, so I used Coldwater Rumble 60K as a tune-up race for Black Canyon and went into it with the goal to just run comfortable and practice my nutrition plan and my race strategy, and came away with it feeling really comfortable and like I was in a good spot coming into Black Canyon.
So how did today go?
So I actually...
And you got to tell us about your ankle, because we've just
Yeah.
learned from somebody named Donnie AQ.
Oh, that's my dad.
I kind of thought so.
Yep.
That you jacked up your ankle just a couple days ago?
Yeah, so I actually sprained it pretty bad on Thursday, so 2 days ago, and wasn't sure if I was going to line up in the first place, but decided, the curiosity was there. I would be disappointed if I didn't know how it would turn out. So I knew going into it that there was a big possibility that I might roll it again. I might have to drop. But I think that's kind of the fun part about why we race, because you never know what's going to happen. And I'm really glad I did. I rolled it again early on, mile 10.
In the mud and the slush and stuff?
Yeah, so it kind of became just a race of attrition and cultivating resilience. So
a lot of people came through very early on. Brett Hornig, one of our colleagues, mentioned at Bumblebee, he said, or actually it was even before then, it was at Antelope Mesa. He said a lot of people came through looking brown and red, and in
brown
some cases,
shoes and
it
red
was muddy.
legs.
Yeah, it was really muddy.
Yeah, and it sounds like you had some issues, with your ankle out there, but it held together for 100K. I mean, with all of that and all of those factors, it sounds like you seem pretty satisfied with how your race turned out.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have liked to compete the way I know I can compete if my ankle was 100%, but such is life. I'm very happy with the way that I was able to push through and finish.
I got to say, Shay, and I've just observed you over the last couple of years, but for me, someone who's been in the sport 30 plus years, I've always put a tremendous amount of weight on the importance of wisdom and experience. And I know it might be a cliche, but you're wise beyond your years. You know, for a 22-year-old, you're wise beyond your years. And I think you race smart. I mean, even coming into this and just being like, I'm just going to see what happens. And I mean, I know you didn't come up on this couch to get advice, but I mean, I would say lean on that and lean into the fact that you have, you know, a little bit of wisdom that might be beyond your years, and then use it, you know, for those other intangibles like gear and nutrition and training and cycles and which races you choose. Because, I mean, I think the sky's the limit for you. And while you didn't get the golden ticket this year, I expect to see you in Olympic Valley one of these years pretty soon. So
one day. That's the dream.
Absolutely.
Well, what's really exciting is to see that, you know, obviously, you know, this is your fourth time here. The progression is real. I mean, what was it, just over 12 hours that your first time running this a few years ago? And now
I walked
even
the last 10 miles in.
yeah, and even on a rough ankle, you're, you know, sub 10:30. So that shows that you know, that when we had the quote elites panel, women's elite panel yesterday, it shows that you belong, and we're really excited. At least I am personally, and I'm pretty sure you are as well.
Oh my gosh!
To see where your journey takes you.
It's not often I get really excited about meeting a 22-year-old runner, but I was like, I gotta see what this Shea Aquilano is all about.
But yeah, we're thrilled for you. I mean, we're obviously, you know, despite the issues that you dealt with today, we're very happy to see you finish, and we're really looking forward to following your career as you move forward. So,
Thank
Shea,
you. I
congratulations on the finish.
And come back down here to the desert anytime.
Come see
You
us
know I
anytime.
will.
Awesome.
All right,
Shea
thank you.
Aquilano, one of the pre-race favorites by a lot of people on Fantasy Free Trail and other outlets, but due to some issues with her ankle, gritted out a finish.
What a competitor! What a great! I mean, Corinne said the future of ultra running, and that was so much fun.
That was a great one.
Really fun.
We did have another finisher, Amy Cameron, finishing in 10:28:34. I see our next guests plural coming over to hang out. I'm bringing up both of you, even though only one of you ran the race.
Bring these guys up, but I want to just jump in and answer this question real quick. Can I confirm that Jupiter Carrera Casas is the first Mexican golden ticket winner? I would have to look it up. I mean, Jorge Pacheco is a Mexican citizen and has run Western States multiple times. I'm just not sure if he ever got in with a golden ticket.
Yeah. All right. Well, so we've got.
So I'm gonna take a veer off here, and I'm gonna let you run
Absolutely.
this one, and I will circle back.
So
because I think I know these monkeys, and I don't.
Oh, actually, you know what?
Oh,
What we're going to do is we're going to do a quick
stream and do an
stream
ad
switch.
read?
So
Okay.
get comfortable, guys, and in just a
then
few
I might be
moments, we're
back.
going to spin back around. Can we wait until right after this finisher here so we can give them their props? All right, we'll figure out who this is, and as soon as we figure out a pause in the finishers, we will switch the streams here. So, couple of strong finishing runners here. Let me verify who they are. And Adam Reentz, 10:39:34, and Sandon Stokes, 10:39:44. Congratulations to Adam and to Sandon for getting it done here on a very sideways day in terms of the weather. And we're going to switch streams. You don't have to do anything. We'll do all the work for you. But when we come back, we're going to talk to a couple of locals who ran this race today. I believe both of you for the first time. So we'll talk with them here in just a moment.